Chapter 001 $1 trillion worth Lin Yu has a schoolgirl daughter. In the early hours of the morning in Shanghai, the lights were still shining brightly. Lin Yu is currently coming out of the top KTV Starlight International in Shanghai, sitting in his global customized Rolls-Royce Huijiang car worth $100 million. Back to the top villa district in Shanghai, Sandalwood Palace's home, he sat in the back seat, rubbing his protruding temples hard. Today is another boring day. No fun. The top KTV in Shanghai, Starlight International, is nothing more than that. Drinking 200,000 bottles of whiskey, watching hot babes dance, and filling the room with loud music is just like that. It's not fun. It's not interesting. The older he got, the richer he got. Lin Yu felt that this kind of day-to-day repetition of the top rich people's life really lived meaningless. The more expensive car, 100 million Rolls-Royce, in his eyes, but also just a transportation tool. The most luxurious villa, Tang Palace Villa worth 500 million, is just like that. Every time I go back, the house is empty. It doesn't feel like a home, just a place to spend the night. It's no different from a hotel. The top women have the same two eyes, one nose and one mouth. Life was meaningless. How lonely is invincibility? How empty is invincibility? Alone in the summit, the cold wind keeps blowing. My loneliness, who can understand me? Lin Yu was singing, when suddenly, there was a bang and the rear end of the car was hit. The driver stopped the car. Lin Yu opened the door, got out of the car, and saw a girl wearing a Manhwa takeout suit, riding on a motorcycle, looking at what was in front of her with trepidation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting his daughter and successfully activating the Milkman choice system. Choice 1. Don't recognize your daughter. Reward the host with singing skills. Choice 2. Recognize your daughter. Reward the host with cooking skills. Lin Yu, who was in his middle age, who had made a fortune by his own skills, but had never studied in a university, and had no other specialties except money, heard this voice that suddenly rang in his head. He froze. What he froze was not the system, but, in front of him, even though he was wearing a motorcycle helmet, he could see that this stunningly beautiful schoolgirl was his daughter. Over the years, although he had had many women, he was pretty sure that he didn't have a child, because he had yet to find a woman who wanted the other to give him a child. Once he found that woman, he would close his heart and treat her with all his heart for the rest of his life. So, for him who had seen the world, he wouldn't want a child easily. If he wanted a child, he would be responsible for the child and the woman. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to hit your car. The customer was pushing me to hurry up and deliver the order. Otherwise they would complain about me and deduct my 1-month bonus. The traffic was too jammed just now. That's why I thought of taking a shortcut. I didn't expect to hit your car. You calculate how much you'll probably have to pay. I can pay you in installments. I don't have much money right now, but I promise to pay you back as soon as I get my paycheck. This is my student ID. I can pledge it to you until I finish paying you back. Xiao Mengyao, trembling with fear, took out her student ID and handed it to Lin Yu with both hands respectfully. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Yu, although she didn't know what brand and price of this car in front of her, but one look at the glowing paint, and the body that was much longer than an ordinary car, as well as the rich and noble aura that emanated from Lin Yu's body, she knew that the car she accidentally bumped into must be expensive as hell. In her heart, she very much regretted how she had been so careless, that she had bumped into such an expensive car, into such a bullish big shot. I don't know if the other party will let her go. So worried. She was afraid that she could not afford to pay for the other party's car even if she worked for a lifetime, because she had just rushed too hard. She had broken the entire rear bumper of the other party's car. Lin Yu took the student ID card and his eyes fell on it. School, Shanghai Foreign Language University. Name, Xiao Mengyao. Student ID number, XXXXXX. There was also a red seal of Shanghai Foreign Language University on it. It was indeed a student ID from the University of Foreign Languages. Xiao Mengyao. This is his Lin Yu's daughter, already 18 years old. Chapter 002. It's an interesting day. That means 19 years ago, a woman got pregnant for him, and gave birth to a daughter for him, and also put the daughter to the university to study. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart was turned upside down with all kinds of flavors. His eyes fell onto Xiao Mengyao's body again. His eyes had a bright light. Just when he was worried that the day after day of being a tycoon was boring, God sent him the milkman system, plus a daughter. This was a life he had never experienced before. This feeling of being a milk daddy was like a newborn. It was interesting. It was as if the entire gray world that was originally gray suddenly had color. He returned the student ID back to Xiao Mengyao, and tried his best to make his tone of voice not be as old and stern as the office meetings on weekdays. As gentle as possible. Little girl, this car is not an expensive car. It just hit the bumper. I'm a good friend of the owner of this car. He's very rich. He'll just report it to the insurance. I'll go and talk to him. It should be possible to not have to pay for your damages. Not some expensive car? Xiao Mengyao's shocked gaze fell to the car label. It was a Flying Goddess car label. She had never seen this brand of car before. However, she knew at a glance that this car wasn't cheap. At this moment, Lin Yu was walking over to the driver's seat and whispering to the driver, asking him to pretend to be the owner of the car for a bit, so that he didn't have to pay for Xiao Mengyao's damages, and asked him to drive the car back. He had something to do. The driver had an expression of "I understand. Boss, you want to pick up a girl. I will absolutely cooperate fully." After Lin Yu instructed the driver, he walked back and said to Xiao Mengyao, "Little girl, I've already talked to the owner. He said it's fine, he doesn't lack this amount of money. He still has something urgent to do." So he drove off first. The driver drove the Rolls-Royce away, leaving behind Xiao Mengyao, who was shocked and dumbfounded and even touched with red eyes and then shedding tears, as well as Lin Yu, who stood beside Xiao Mengyao, handing her tissues. "Ooh, thank you so much, uncle. Thank you and your friends so much." Xiao Mengyao wiped her tears while sincerely thanking, because she had seen a lot of people who had mistakenly hit a luxury car and then dumped their family's money to pay the owner of the luxury car. She was scared out of her mind just now, thinking that she would have to live her whole life to pay out money to the owner of the luxury car. She didn't expect that the owner of this luxury car, who didn't need her to pay out money, didn't even get out of the car and drove off directly. It must have been this uncle in front of her who helped her put in a good word in front of the owner of the luxury car. So she looked at Lin Yu with great gratitude. "Your name is Xiao Mengyao?" Lin Yu helped her push her motorcycle to the side of the road without blocking other cars while chatting with her. "Well, uncle, I haven't asked you what your name is, and your friend's name, although your friend said that he won't let me return the money. But, this time, it's really my responsibility. I'll definitely return it to him when I earn some money in the future." Xiao Mengyao wiped off her tears and hurriedly took out a sticky note and ballpoint pen from her small school bag, to carefully write down Lin Yu's name and phone number. Lin Yu was satisfied that his daughter was a responsible child. He smiled and said, "Uncle's name is Lin Yu, Lin of Lin Mu, Yu of heavenly blessing." He liked this name of his. The wood shows in the forest, blessed by the heavens. That's why he was able to start a business from nothing without any diploma or talent, and in just 20 years, he had already accumulated trillions of dollars of wealth. This short 20 years of time, every time the wind, he magically pressed the right treasure, followed the tide of the times, a surge, soared to the present. It is all the blessing of God. Now, in his middle age, the heavens even gave him the activation of the baby daddy selection system, but also sent him a baby girl when he had no pursuit of life and felt that life was meaningless. Let him experience another kind of baby daddy life. He sincerely felt that God was too good to him. He, Lin Yu, was the chosen son of heaven. Chapter 003, Interesting Daughter. Lin Yu, "Uncle, your name is very nice. You look like a successful person," Xiao Mengyao said genuinely while writing Lin Yu's name on the convenience sticker carefully with one horizontal stroke. "Uncle is not considered a successful person, just a friend who is richer. Myself, I'm still making do," Lin Yu said with a smile. He didn't want to reveal that he was rich early on when he hadn't yet figured out his daughter's character. It wasn't that he was pretending, but this was his daughter, and it might even be the only child he had in his life, so he had to be cautious. If his daughter's character was good, he would tell her step by step about his family's wealth. If his daughter's character was bad, he would have to slowly hone her and bring her to the right track before telling her about his family's background. "Uncle, you're being modest. This outfit of yours is expensive at first glance." "This outfit? I rented it because I went to a friend's party tonight, so I had to rent an expensive outfit to look good." Xiao Mengyao blinked in shock. Going to a friend's party and renting expensive clothes? Lin Yu looked at her shocked and innocent little girl, smiled and said, "When you enter the society and start working formally, you will know, a set of formal dress is just as important as a battle robe." Oh. Xiao Mengyao knew that the Lin Yu in front of her was not super rich, plus Lin Yu was still very enthusiastic when he talked to her. She got a lot closer to Lin Yu. Maybe it's that kind of thing, where people at the same level of living are more likely to chat sympathetically, whereas when faced with someone who was a lot richer than oneself, one would be more restrained and not chat sympathetically. "Uncle Lin, what's your phone number? I'll memorize it," Xiao Mengyao said. Lin Yu reported both of his cell phone numbers to Xiao Mengyao. Then he took out his cell phone and asked Xiao Mengyao, "Little Mengyao, what's your phone number? Uncle will also make a note for you, or else you'll call uncle in the future and not be able to call in." Both of his private cell phones only allowed people in the phone book to call in. Everyone else's calls would be blocked out. This was because a trillionaire like him had too many people who wanted to find him for investment. If he answered every call, then he would be in the middle of answering calls all day. So, he only answered calls from his address book. "Uncle, it seems like you're often harassed by intermediary calls too." "I get it. My phone number is XXXX. Right, just afraid of being harassed by agents. Lin Yu laughed out loud. His own daughter's thoughts, really interesting. He was really getting more and more excited about his future life as a baby daddy. After saving each other's phone numbers, Lin Yu patted Xiao Mengyao's motorcycle and said, "Uncle just happens to be free today. You're a big girl, and you have to go delivering takeaways in the middle of the night. It's quite unsafe. Uncle will accompany you to deliver it." Just at this moment, Xiao Mengyao's work cell phone rang. At a glance it was a customer's call. She hurriedly answered it, and then with a very good attitude, she said, "Delivered right away. Sorry to keep you waiting." When Xiao Mengyao answered the phone, Lin Yu sent a message to Wang Xing, the old boss of Meituan, asking him to check the latest takeaway order location of a female college student named Xiao Mengyao in Zhonghai City. He sent Xiao Mengyao's student ID number as well. When Xiao Mengyao finished answering the phone, Lin Yu received a reply from Wang Xing, the old boss of Meituan, Lindong. Xiao Mengyao's latest order was for delivery to room 310, Building 2, Guiyuan District. Then Lin Yu clicked on the state-of-the-art Baidu map that Baidu had specially customized for him, and entered the address of Building 2 of Guiyuan Cell into it. The vehicle mode selects motorcycle. Immediately, a recent trail appeared. After looking at the direction of the trail, Lin Yu put away his cell phone and said to Xiao Mengyao, "I know a shortcut from Guiyuan Cell, so I can avoid the traffic jam. I'll ride the bike. You sit at the back and hold me." Saying that, Lin Yu crossed his legs and got on the motorcycle. Although it was said that he was now a trillionaire and had a driver when he went out, he hadn't driven a car for many years. But a motorcycle, he could ride it 20 years ago. Riding on the motorcycle again, holding the handles of the motorcycle with both hands, one foot on the ground, especially when he ignited the fire. The motorcycle made a boom 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 sound, which surprisingly made him feel that the sound was even better than the boom 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 sound of a supercar. It was very much a flavor from memory. Uncle Lin, how did you know that my order was in the Guiyuan neighborhood? Lin Mengyao asked in shock. Chapter 004, Flying with My Daughter. Lin Yu patted the seat behind his buttocks and said, "If you don't come up, you'll be late and get your bonus deducted. Didn't you just talk about the Guiyuan neighborhood on the phone?" As soon as Xiao Mengyao heard that she would be deducted from her bonus, she hurriedly put her helmet back on, straddled the car, and sat immediately behind Lin Yu. After sitting on it, the motorcycle suddenly moved. Frightened, she hurriedly wrapped her hands around Lin Yu's waist. Then feeling that their behavior was too intimate, she hurriedly let go of her hands. Lin Yu opened his mouth and said, "Hold on, don't let go. It's dangerous to sit on a motorcycle." Oh. Xiao Mengyao obediently hugged Lin Yu's waist again, her head still a little dizzy. Did she really say the Guiyuan neighborhood thing on the phone just now? Why didn't she remember? Maybe she said it and she forgot. Otherwise, how would Uncle Lin know that the takeout she was going to deliver was to Guiyuan District? Right, it must be that she forgot she said it. "Uncle Lin, thank you, but you're not wearing a helmet. You need to drive slower. Don't go too fast. Let's just deduct your bonus if you get deducted. But we can't let you have an accident." Xiao Mengyao saw that Lin Yu's cycling speed was getting faster and faster, and hurriedly reminded. "Good," Lin Yu said so verbally, but his left foot had already raised the gear to 4, and his right hand had also increased the throttle. The motorcycle's speed was all the way up to 60 yards, not losing the speed of those small cars at all. Driving on the red and green Zhonghai Street, the cool wind of early fall whooshed across his face. Instead of making him feel cold, it made him feel an unprecedented sense of excitement and pleasure. He even shouted loudly at the top of his voice, "How does this speed feel? Is it still bearable? Uncle Lin, this is too fast. It's really too fast, because the car speed is too fast." Scared, Xiao Mengyao tightly embraced Lin Yu, closed her eyes, voice exclaimed, "Not afraid of being deducted bonuses?" Lin Yu asked with a haha laugh. "Afraid of an accident? Don't worry, your Uncle Lin my car skills, bullish." Lin Yu haha bright laugh. His words were not bragging, because his motorcycle car skills really dominated a street back then. Because of this awesome cool car skills, don't know how many girls were obsessed with him, crazy for him, obsessed for him. Watch dash. Uncle Lin will take you flying. Open your eyes and watch, don't be afraid. It's cool. The voice was so magical that it made Xiao Mengyao really obediently open her eyes. Then looking at the buildings that were whooshing backward, she gathered her courage to look ahead. She saw a speed bump not far ahead. She hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Lin, drive slowly, there's a speed bump ahead." She was worried that Lin Yu was old. His eyesight was not good. He couldn't see the speed bump in front of him clearly in the middle of the night, so she hurriedly reminded him with her voice. Lin Yu's eyesight was too good to be true. Naturally, he had long seen the speed bump in front of him. He smiled brightly and said, "See Uncle Lin take you over the speed bump." Saying that, Lin Yu's car speed not only did not reduce, but also mentioned the fifth gear, car speed dabbing soared to 70 yards. The recoil that suddenly came startled Xiao Mengyao. Hold on tight, uncle, Lin Yu shouted. Xiao Mengyao hugged Lin Yu tightly, her eyes wide open, her beautiful little face full of shock and fear. Her lips were bitten white by her. The speed of the car is really too fast dash. Going to fall. Dying, don't Uncle Lin, can't stand it. Chapter 005, Daughter Shock, Uncle Lin, you're too fierce. She felt her whole center of gravity change. Her head was heading towards the sky, because at this moment the motorcycle's front end lifted up. Lin Yu stood up slightly. The motorcycle's front end crossed the speed bump at once, followed by the front end landing and the rear tire leaping over the speed bump. It landed smoothly. Once this wave of maneuvering came out, the owners of the small cars driving by were stunned. Heavily showa. This is the most flirty famous scene I've ever seen on the surface of the earth of riding a motorcycle over a speed bump. It's so cool. I'll go. The rider of the bike is actually a US group rider, and he looks quite old, in his 30s. Awesome. Nowadays, all Matewan riders are hidden masters. Look, there's a school beauty sitting on the back seat of the American tour rider. Oh my god. Really? I'm envious. It seems that nowadays schoolgirls don't like those who drive BBA cars anymore. They like the uncle who can be cool on a motorcycle. This dog food makes me not need to eat tonight. This dog food has made my single dog teeth sour. I've decided to sell this broken BMW of mine tomorrow, buy a heavy-duty motorcycle, and start practicing my motorcycle riding skills. I'm going to pick up the schoolgirl too. Xiao Mengyao went from being scared and fearful in the beginning, to later on, when Lin Yu rode the motorcycle coolly over speed bumps again, she dared to shout out loud. Cool. It's so cool. Uncle Lin, it's going to be like this. She shouted out all the emotions piled up in her heart during this exciting car ride, just like many people with heavy hearts, who like to go bungee jumping, or play other thrilling and exciting programs. In such a situation, it would allow them to let out all those negative emotions that were deepest in their hearts. After all of them were shouted out, Xiao Mengyao felt refreshed as a whole, especially when Lin Yu lowered his speed, drove the car into the Guiyuan neighborhood, and parked the car. Xiao Mengyao still had a feeling that she hadn't come back to her senses. The whole person is also more energetic and vigorous than before. Seeing Lin Yu with a smile at the corner of his mouth, he was very satisfied, because he himself also felt that he was now full of passion. Compared to his previous twilight spirit, it was completely different. It was as if he felt like he had reverted back to the age of 18, full of energy, full of vigor. Uncle Lin, thank you for letting me experience such exciting things. Then I'll go upstairs to deliver the takeout first. Xiao Mengyao carried the takeout box while in an exceptionally good mood, bouncing up the stairs. Lin Yu didn't feel comfortable with his own daughter going to deliver takeout to someone in the middle of the night, so he followed up and said, I'll send you up. Okay. The two walked while chatting. Uncle Lin, I really didn't expect that your motorcycle riding skills are so awesome. It's fiercely explosive. I was really scared at first, but after I realized that Uncle Lin's skills were awesome, I wasn't afraid anymore. I just wanted to follow Uncle Lin and go crazy and obsess together. Uncle Lin, I'm really thankful to you. I haven't been this happy in a long time. You weren't happy before? Lin Yu asked. He wanted to know more about his daughter, and the child's mother who gave birth to his daughter. It's not really unhappy, it's just that I was under a lot of pressure, so I accumulated a lot of things, and there was no way to laugh with an open heart. Xiao Mengyao said easily. If it was in the past, she wouldn't talk to someone so sympathetically. But now, she had a really good impression of Lin Yu, and just now, Lin Yu had taken her to experience a flying feeling, so she was very willing to befriend Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Mengyao, the faint light in the hallway hitting her face. She was wearing a motorcycle helmet with the word Matewan written on it. Her stunningly beautiful little face was glowing with a reddish luster because of the cold wind that had just blown through it so quickly. Her big eyes were filled with happiness, and some of her hair that had been blown around by the wind was casually spilling out on both sides of her cheeks. The whole person is a simple, happy, ordinary little child. This smile, in this early fall somewhat cool night, extraordinarily healing power. It was very warm. The corners of his mouth unconsciously raised slightly in a smiling arc. Chapter 006, Lin Yu's overbearing spirit protecting his daughter. Just at this moment, the two of them walked to the third floor and came to the door of room 310. Xiao Mengyao took out her work cell phone and called the customer. Hello, your Matewan takeout has been delivered. Please open the door. The door to the room opened and it was a 30-year-old balding, beer-bellied and still scruffy short fat man. The short, fat man didn't pick up the takeout and cursed. Why did it just get delivered? I'm starving to death. Do you know how much money I make a minute? Just because you didn't deliver my takeout. How much money did you delay me from earning? The smile on Xiao Menyao's face before instantly tightened. changing to a humble smile that she had to bow her head in order to make a living. I'm sorry, but I wasn't late. If you're in a hurry next time, you can order in advance. The short, fat man became angry. Order in advance? I order when I'm hungry. Why do I need to order in advance? I ordered takeout for the first time and I still need you to teach me? What are you? You're nothing but a bottom-feeding pig. You've been a bottom feeder all your life. You know what? Reflect on your attitude. Bring the takeout to my room. Otherwise, I won't take the takeout. Wait until you lose money for overtime. And then I'm going to file a complaint against you. Until your boss deducts all your wages. As the short, fat man said this, his gaze swept over Xiao Mengyao's face, and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. Xiao Mengyao took a deep breath and held back her shattered pride as she said, "This gentleman, I'm only responsible for delivering takeout to the door, not to the house. Please also pick it up." The short and fat man opened the takeaway that Xiao Mengyao handed to him as soon as he could, then coldly said, "Humph, giving you colors and you're still opening a dye house. This takeout has been thrown to the ground by you. What the hell am I supposed to eat? I'm hungry now. I must eat. You go to the kitchen and make me a good meal. If you want people to be ran, I'll complain that you're throwing customers' takeaways around. Extremely bad attitude. You'll see which takeaway company, at that time, still dares to hire you." Xiao Mengyao was so angry that she was trembling. Pointing at the takeout bag on the ground with a trembling hand, she said, "That's what you knocked off yourself, not me. Do you have proof?" The man laughed grimly. "Hurry up and come in and cook for me. Do the cooking before you're allowed to leave." Saying this, the short and fat man was about to pull Xiao Mengyao's hand. Only before his hand touched Xiao Mengyao, it was clasped by a strong and powerful hand that held his wrist. Immediately afterward, his entire body was thrown into the door and fell to the ground. He looked at Lin Yu, who dared to make a move on him, in shock and anger, and climbed up from the ground, angrily cursing, "Who are you? You're ing meddling. Believe it or not, I'll call the police now." Lin Yu slowly and methodically drew out a white square towel from his pocket, then wiped the 5 fingers that had just touched the short and fat man, and finally threw the square towel into the garbage can next to him in disgust before raising his head and looking disdainfully at the short and fat man. The short fat man was deeply frightened by his eyes. Both legs were trembling slightly. "Call the police?" Lin Yu spoke coldly. "I've already called the police. From the moment you started to insult, as well as threaten, this deliveryman's personality, I've already called the police. According to the law of Article 246 of the Dragon Country, openly insulting another person's personality has already constituted a crime. It is a crime of insult, and should be filed, and sentenced to less than 3 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, control, or deprivation of political rights. According to the law of Article 293 of the Dragon Kingdom, threatening and intimidating another person to do something is already enough for the crime of intimidation, and shall be sentenced to less than 5 years of fixed-term imprisonment, detention, or control. According to the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yu hadn't even finished saying the words behind him. The short and fat man had already been scared completely dumbfounded. Chapter 007 Educating Daughters. "I am wrong. Please don't call the police. I give positive feedback. The takeaway is indeed also my own knockout. I'll admit my mistake." The short and fat man was scared and immediately changed his face, hurriedly took out his cell phone, quickly clicked on the background of the Manhwa app to confirm receipt and clicked on the 5-star praise. After doing all this, he also took the initiative to hand his cell phone to Lin Yu to see. Lin Yu did not look. The short fat man immediately understood and hurriedly handed it to Xiao Mengyao to look at. After reading it, Xiao Mengyao nodded to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took Xiao Mengyao's hand and turned around. The short fat man begged for mercy and shouted, "Don't call the police, please." Lin Yu didn't reply to his words, holding Xiao Mengyao and walking downstairs. Not for a second did he want to stay in such an ugly, dirty and rotten place that polluted people's eyes. After going downstairs and turning the corner, Xiao Mengyao looked at Lin Yu with a face full of shock and asked in a trembling voice, "Uncle Lin, you really called the police? Do you want me to call the police or not?" Lin Yu threw the question back. His face was ugly at this moment. He finally understood why Xiao Mengyao would say that she had lived an unhappy life before. Although it wasn't true that not every customer who ordered takeout had such a bad attitude, but if you delivered takeout every day, it was inevitable that you would run into a few customers with bad attitudes, and there were also those who insulted personalities. There were even those who wanted to make a move on Xiao Mengyao. He would have been furious. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The angrier he got, the darker his face became. Xiao Mengyao didn't know how to reply, because in her world, the police was a very sacred profession. Calling the police was a very serious matter. She didn't dare to call the police easily, afraid that her little thing is not enough to call the police. It would waste the energy of the police officers. Little as she was, as long as she could survive well in the cracks of society, it was enough. She didn't dare to cause trouble. even when she had just been scolded like that. If it wasn't for Lin Yu's sudden forcefulness for her, she really didn't know what to do. She had broken down inside when she was scolded as a bottom-feeding pig at that time. It hurts. Uncle Lin, you're tugging on me. Xiao Mengyao hurriedly exclaimed out in shock. The pain coming from her wrist hurt so much that her nice-looking eyebrows wrinkled into a small ball. Lin Yu let go of her hand, then stopped and turned around, placing his hands on her shoulders and looking at her very seriously. This made Xiao Mengyao look a little frightened in her heart. Uncle Lin, you, don't look at me with such eyes. I'm afraid. Xiao Mengyao fluttered her long and curly eyelashes. Her white porcelain little face was full of fear. Lin Yu was angry at this moment. Really angry. Especially after hearing his daughter's reply. He was even more angry. He, however, scared his daughter. He clearly saw how terrifying he was reflected in his daughter's pupils. It was even more appalling than seriously criticizing and lecturing his subordinates in a company meeting. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried his best to stabilize his emotions. His expression gentle, in a softer tone. Softer. Yao Yao, you are a human being. You should be respected by all. If others don't respect you, or even dare to bully you, you should take the legal weapons in our hands and defend our legitimate rights. We are all born equal. No one can bully you. The other party did something wrong. Not the other party begged us to forgive. Begged us to let go. We must let go. When the other person does something that wrongs you and makes you uncomfortable, you can't forgive him. He must be made to pay for his behavior. So, I definitely called the police. I even recorded the audio. I forwarded the audio to my police friends. They'll take care of this matter. Xiao Mengyao was confused and dumbfounded. No one had ever educated her like this before. Chapter 008, A Lovely Daughter. From the time she was born until now, what she heard the most was what her big sister told her. To endure. To do things outside. Also to endure. Don't get into conflict with people, or else the one who gets hurt will definitely be her. When she was bullied in school, she also had to endure and not tell the teacher. Otherwise she would be bullied even worse. She didn't expect that an uncle whom she had just known for less than half an hour, who not only helped her solve the problem of crashing a luxury car, but also took her to drag race and enjoy the sense of excitement, but also helped her fight back in front of the customers who scolded her and threatened her, would say such words to her. Those words, to hear them, felt reasonable. We were all first-timers, so why should she be bullied and not fight back? Why? When someone else bullies her and upsets her, with a simple sentence of forgiveness and begging to be spared, she has to forgive and spare the other person? What Uncle Lin said was really not wrong at all, although it sounded like the opposite of what her big sister had taught her. But, Uncle Lin's words really hurt her to hear, and were very refreshing. She very much wanted to agree. However, Big Sister had said, Uncle Lin, you're right, but, my big sister said that when you work outside, you have to tolerate everything, and if you don't, big things will happen. Big Sister also gave me a lot of examples, such as two people in a hot pot restaurant. Because of a little thing, one party did not endure, the other party also did not endure, and then led to the two sides in the hot pot restaurant fought, and finally one had broken into the hospital, and finally resuscitated and died, and one because of intentional homicide into the prison, leading to the sadness of the two families. Lin Yu sighed slightly, patted her shoulder and said, defending our own rights is not necessarily to fight with each other, but to use legal weapons to protect ourselves. Ever heard of a saying? A weak man is bullied, a weak horse is ridden. Ding ding ding. Lin Yu's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone and saw that it was a policeman friend calling. He said to Xiao Mengyao, Uncle, go to take a call. You think about what Uncle said. Oh, okay. Xiao Mengyao stayed dumbfounded and nodded her little head obediently. Lin Yu saw her good behavior. His gaze softened some more, then walked to a position where he could see Xiao Mengyao and answered the phone. Old Lin, the matter has been resolved. There is your audio in. This kid also confessed. Tomorrow we will submit him to the prosecutor's office. Incarcerate him for 3 years. Properly let him eat a lesson. Zhang Ping said. Aha! Old Lin, how did you appear in this resettlement neighborhood today? Also got into a conflict with such a person. Who is that girl? That said, you're also not too old. Really should consider the matter of marriage. You have not always said before that the days are boring? Marry a hot wife and go home. Then have a child. The days with a child will make your days go by every day. It definitely won't make you feel that your days are boring. Lin Yu glanced over at Xiao Mengyao. He hadn't gotten angry for a long time. This time he was really pissed off. Now he could kind of relate to Zhang Ping and the others who were so headache-ridden over their own children that they were drinking mulled wine. I have a daughter. Lin Yu said. What? You have a daughter? Or do you have a woman? I have something on my side. I'll hang up first. Thanks this time. Next time I'll treat you to dinner. After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu didn't immediately go back to Xiao Mengyao's side, but took out a cigarette, lit it, and was smoking. He needed to smoke a cigarette now to calm down. Otherwise, if he scared his daughter again later, it would be bad. He, who was becoming a baby daddy for the first time, was also caught up in thought and self-reflection. While smoking a cigarette, he looked at Xiao Mengyao, who was not far away. This little guy was facing a wall. Was this facing the wall? It was still really cute. He helplessly hooked his lips and smiled. I wonder who the child's mom really is. He was really looking forward to meeting the child's mom. Chapter 009 Multiple Births? More than one daughter? Lin Yu exhaled a mouthful of smoke, and in the smoke, he quickly rummaged through the women he had a one-night stand with 19 years ago. At that time, he was a little punk, and had already talked to quite a few girlfriends by the time he was 18. 19 years ago, that year, he had rolled with several women. There were his official girlfriends, and there were also women who broke up and offered themselves to his bed. Too many. Time had passed too far again, and he couldn't really recall. However, he remembered very clearly that he had worn a small raincoat at that time, and those women, by now, had all gotten married, nor had he ever heard of any of them having children as old as 18. This, in the end, what is going on? Uncle Lin. Xiao Mengyao suddenly had a flash of light in her head and figured it out. Turning her head, looking towards Lin Yu, she excitedly ran towards him. When she ran to him, she hurriedly collected her excitement again, carefully looked at Lin Yu, and said, Uncle Lin, I know the meaning of those words you said. It means that when we are bullied, we don't need to hold back. Not that we should directly fight with the other party, but to take up the weapons of the law and properly defend our rights, to be a sensible and self-respecting and self-loving person. In this way, others won't dare to bully us at will, right? When she said the last sentence, Xiao Mengyao smiled all happy, like a little kid who suddenly got a puzzle right and wanted praise and commendation from an adult. It was cute and vivid. Lin Yu pressed down the cigarette butt in his hand, then not being able to hold back, he reached out and pinched her white and tender little face, and said with a smile, It seems that this little brain of yours isn't stupid either. That's for sure. I'm very smart. Xiao Mengyao, who had been praised, smiled happily. Did you just say you have a big sister? This big sister, how did she instill such an idea in her daughter? It had to be shouted out and chatted about. Speaking of her big sister, the look on Xiao Mengyao's face became softer, and there was an adoring glow in her eyes. Well, big sister is very powerful. Big sister went to Shanghai University. Even though big sister and I are multiple sisters, the two are the same age. But big sister is just smarter than me, knows better than me, and does better in school than me. Lin Yu was shocked, stood up straight and asked, You and your big sister are multiple sisters? Not twins? She didn't think that her own daughter had a sister with the same fetus, and, looking at the meaning of the words, it wasn't twins? Rather, they were multiples? That means he has more than one daughter? Rather, there were several? Speaking of this matter, Xiao Mengyao nodded her head very proudly. Well, my family is quintuplets. Lin Yu almost didn't stand still when he heard this. Xiao Mengyao's quick eyes and hands hurriedly held Lin Yu, smiling with arched eyebrows. Uncle Lin, you were shocked too, right? He. When other people knew that our family is quintuplets, they were either shocked to the point of hitting their heads or choking on the shock. Your reaction is already a very good one. Oh. Lin Yu trembled all over. He had just been so excited that he almost lost his footing and was about to fall over. This was already the most excited moment in the history of his life. Geez, quintuplets. 19 years ago a woman had gotten pregnant for him, and 18 years ago, this woman had given him quintuplets. 5 babies in one birth. 5 children. He, Lin Yu, had 5 biological children. This was simply more pleasing to him than if he had made a successful $10 billion project. Ecstasy. Chapter 010, Where's your mom? Mengyao, tell uncle about these brothers and sisters of yours. Uncle really has never heard of quintuplets. Lin Yu tried his best to keep his emotions stable, but really couldn't. 5 children. It was too exciting. He pulled Xiao Mengyao to find a bench in the neighborhood and sat down, chatting with her properly. Gulp. Xiao Mengyao's stomach grunted. Lin Yu came back to his senses. You haven't eaten. Go, uncle will take you to eat. Let's talk while we eat. Uncle, no need to go outside to eat. I ordered takeout myself. Xiao Mengyao said joyfully, and after she finished speaking, her cell phone rang. It was a call from the person who delivered the takeout. After telling the other party her exact location, the other party quickly delivered it. After the writer left, Xiao Mengyao saw the doubt on Lin Yu's face. She smiled and explained to Lin Yu, Uncle Lin, even though I'm also a writer, but we can't designate a delivery person by ourselves when we order our own takeout, so this delivery fee is going to be earned by other writers. However, sometimes if I'm lucky, I'll receive the takeout I ordered myself, plus with the coupons given by the platform. I can sometimes order takeout myself for no money. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Then how much money can you earn from delivering a single? There's $8 a single order, said Xiao Mengyao cheerfully while opening the takeout bag. Then taking out the plastic lunchboxes inside, one by one, placing them on the bench. She ordered 2 meals today. In the past, she used to order just one, but today, she had Lin Yu delivering the takeout for her, so she ordered 2, one for her and one for Lin Yu. Lin Yu didn't have much of a concept of $8. In his life, even the smallest things seemed to cost more than $8. A piece of dental floss for everyday flossing, all cost $100 a piece. A mango costs $1,000 a piece. A night of fun at Starlight International, a casual spill is hundreds of thousands of dollars. All these he used and threw away. Eat and eat, play and forget. Completely will not bother over their prices, because the last thing he lacks now is money. However, when his daughter talked about the $8 she could earn from a single order, the innocent smile that could be seen on her face suddenly brought him back to 19 years ago, the time when he was still a poor boy. Uncle, you should be hungry too, right? I ordered one for you as well. It's beef fried rice. You want to eat? Xiao Mengyao picked up the lunchbox and joyfully sent it to Lin Yu. But when she saw the expensive clothes on Lin Yu at a glance, her hand carrying the lunchbox timidly shrunk back. She felt that this simple lunchbox was not compatible with Lin Yu, who was very honorable at first glance. Just when she was unconsciously about to retract her hand, Lin Yu held the lunchbox in her hand and bloomed a big amiable smile to her. Uncle happens to be hungry. Of course I need to eat. How many orders do you run in a day? Although junk food like takeout had always been outside of his life, at this moment, he wanted to taste the flavor of something his daughter ate regularly. This lunchbox that looked like it was made of plastic that was very cheap and never would have appeared in front of his eyes in the last decade or so. In his eyes, it also became not so cheap, but instead, it made him feel a sense of intimacy. When Xiao Mengyao saw that Lin Yu took the lunchbox and even said he wanted to eat it, the little bit of timidity in her heart disappeared again, and instantly turned into a happier smile. The words she said to Lin Yu were also more. She opened her own lunchbox while sitting on a chair, her 2 legs joyfully swaying, taking a bite of her meal, tilting her head up to look at the dark sky for a bit, and then said, "Today's Saturday, I don't have any classes, so I've been running a bit more. I've been running since 6 in the morning, and up until now, it should be about 40 singles." Saying that, she took out her own cell phone, clicked on the backstage, and smiled even more happily after seeing the $320 displayed on the backstage. Today I earned $320. Oh, Lin Yu's heart was shocked when he heard this. His daughter started running orders from 6 in the morning to 12 in the morning now. A whole day of hard running and laboring, only to earn $320. Yet it made her smile so happily. His eyes fell to the cheap lunchbox in his hand, and he picked up a bite of rice, then took a big bite. The rice was too hard and the meat was not fresh. Compared to the fine meals he used to eat, it was a complete heaven and earth. He looked at Xiao Mengyao who was sitting beside him. She was eating happily at this moment. Lin Yu retracted his gaze and continuously ate several large bites of the rice in his lunchbox. Uncle, it looks like you're hungry too. Then you eat more. I'm not too hungry. I'll give you these meats. Xiao Mengyao saw Lin Yu continuously ate several mouthfuls of rice. She smiled and pinched the beef in her own lunchbox into Lin Yu's bowl. Uncle is indeed hungry. It meant a lot that his daughter was pinching food for him, but his eyes reddened. While he himself was squandering money, his daughter was getting up early in the cold to deliver takeaways. I made $320 today. Do the math. One more day of running tomorrow and I'll have saved enough money to buy a computer for my big sister. I'm so happy. Why is it buying a computer for big sis and not for yourself? Because big sister's specialty requires a computer, and my specialty doesn't use computers. And when big sister has a computer, she can use her brain power to make money better, so she doesn't have to rely on her physical strength to make money like I do. What about your mom? Why does her daughter have to work so hard to make money? It's early in the morning and still out delivering food, just to save up enough money to buy a computer for her eldest daughter. And the daughter was only eating dinner at this moment, so she probably hadn't eaten before and was delivering takeaways on a hungry stomach. Thinking about it, he was especially heartbroken. The daughter has to work so hard to earn money. What about the child's mother who gave birth to quintuplets for him? Wasn't it even harder? Thinking about this, he was especially remorseful. How could he not have known about it after he got his child's mother pregnant 19 years ago? If he had known earlier, he could have brought the child's mother and the children to him earlier and taken good care of them. Where was the need to make them suffer so much? Thinking of this, his eyes reddened and hot tears dripped down on his chopsticks as a man who was almost 4 years old. It is said that men don't shed tears, just not to the depths of their feelings. Speaking of her mother, the innocent smile on Xiao Mengyao's face instantly condensed. The lunchbox held in her hand was lowered, and the 2 little legs that were swaying also stopped. Drooping down her little head, her beautiful eyes were all sad. Her voice choked. My mom, she passed away a long time ago. Passed away? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Mengyao in shock. The woman who had given birth to his quintuplets had passed away, and also passed away for a long time. So, could it be that, for so many years, the children had raised themselves? Xiao Mengyao suddenly raised her head again, looking up at the sky full of stars. The emotions in her eyes full of sadness gradually shifted to a gaze of conviction again, and her voice when she spoke wasn't as despondent and silent as it was just now. Becoming firm, I believe that my mom definitely didn't die. She's still alive, just living in a place I can't see, because her sister-in-law told her that her mom's body had not been found so far. So, all 5 of them believed that mom wasn't dead, definitely still alive. Although, the chance of being alive was very slim, so slim that it was only 1 in a billion. But we have to see the person alive, and we have to see the body dead. So, they all believe that mom is not dead. Chapter 011. The child's mother is a childhood friend. Lin Yu trembled his hand and patted his daughter's shoulder comfortingly, then said, your mom is definitely not dead. What's your mom's name? Can you tell uncle? Xiao Mengyao saw that Lin Yu also believed like her that her mom was not dead. She added one more point of trust to Lin Yu. She said, my mom's name is Qiao Dai. Xiao as in Xiao Qiao, Dai as in smoldering. Hearing this name from his memories, Lin Yu was once again deeply shocked. Both arms gripped Xiao Mengyao's shoulders and turned her to him, excitedly asking, your mom's name is Qiao Dai? Qiao Dai, his childhood friend. It was just that after Qiao Dai's family moved their family the year he turned 19, she never contacted him again. He didn't find a way to contact her either. Plus, cell phones weren't popular in those days. So, to this day, he had never met Xiaozhen. Even more so, he hadn't learned about Xiaozhen's current situation from their mutual friends. He didn't expect it. The woman who had given him quintuplets was actually his little childhood friend, Xiaozhen. How was that possible? He and Xiaozhen had never had that side of things. Could it be that time? That year in midsummer, Xiao Dai came back from the army and he gave her a reception. That night the two of them drank a little too much. He just happened to be dumped by the schoolgirl. The mood is very depressed. And then drank some more. He remembers that moment when Xiao Dai was still being extra buddy-buddy and took him by the shoulders, telling him, Brother Lin, it's not scary to fall out of love. Big deal. I'll be your girlfriend for half a day. He forgot what he said back. He only remembers that he drank too much that night, and fearing that he would be scolded at home, he opened a room in a nearby hotel. What followed was that the next morning, he woke up with a headache and then saw Xiaozhen arranging xiaolongbao for breakfast in his room. He thought he was drunk and disorderly, and was about to ask Xiaozhen, but Xiaozhen told him that he drank too much last night, so she didn't send him back, and she opened 2 rooms, one for each. Let him not think too much. He thought it was true, so he didn't think too much. Now looking back at the memories of that year, he remembers that morning, when Xiaozhen walked, there was something abnormal, but at that time, what Xiaozhen explained to him was that when she went out to buy breakfast, she accidentally broke her foot, causing her to walk a little off. Now recalling it again, how could he not understand? He really slept with Xiaozhen that night, and it was estimated that it was still very raw, so much so that Xiaozhen, who had been practicing martial arts since childhood and had entered the army for training right after graduating from junior high school, was having a hard time walking. Xiao Dai gave him quintuplets, but didn't tell him because she thought he didn't like her? Thinks he won't be responsible for her? Xiao Dai. Back then, he was indeed a playboy when it came to relationships, and had talked to more girlfriends than he could count on one hand before he was even an adult. Adults, so far, have talked about girlfriends can add up to have a reinforced company. Xiao Dai surprisingly, has passed away. This is how he did not expect the end. The little childhood friend from back then, the childhood friend who called out to him and shouted Brother Lin, who said she would be his girlfriend for half a day, but quietly gave birth to quintuplets for him, had passed away. He took a deep breath and looked at the daughter Xiao Mengyao that the two shared, and at this moment, Xiao Mengyao also looked at Lin Yu with great surprise and asked, Uncle Lin, you know my mom? Lin Yu nodded his head very formally. Well, not only does Uncle know your mom, but also, Uncle has something significant to tell you. Little sister's words. This chapter is a bit heavy. The back is very sweet and cozy. Chapter 012, Showdown, Mengyao. I'm your real father. Xiao Mengyao was pleasantly surprised. Uncle, you really know my mom. Then we are really destined for each other. What do you want to tell me? You say, I'm your dad, Lin Yu said. Xiao Mengyao instantly looked at Lin Yu in shock. Uncle Lin, what did you say? She was so shocked that her tongue was tied and she couldn't speak well. Mengyao, I'm your father. Your own father. It was also after I saw you that I felt that you resembled your mother. And then after I learned your mother's name, I was even more certain that you were my daughter. He originally wanted to slowly enter into his daughter's lives first, and then bring the DNA paternity report before telling them that she was their father. But at this moment, learning that the child's mom, Xiao Yan, had actually passed away, and for a long time, he then no longer wanted to wait. At this moment, he was going to recognize his daughter, the daughter that he and Xiaojin shared. Dad, Uncle Lin, are you really my father? I feel like I'm dreaming. Saying this, Xiao Mengyao even went to pinch her thigh. After she pinched it, it hurt so much that she jumped. This is reality. I'm not dreaming. But, Uncle Lin, how are you sure you're my father? I heard from my sister-in-law that my mom has been dead for 17 years. The first time Dad looked at you, he felt that you were my daughter. 19 years ago, Dad and your mom had a bond. It's just that your mom's family moved away with her family later on, and Dad didn't hear from your mom, which caused us to miss each other for so long. Xiao Mengyao thought of something and said, Little aunt did tell me that grandma's family moved their family from Xiao City in Xiang Province to Imperial City 19 years ago. Little sister? Isn't it Xiao Muqiu? Lin Yu asked. He remembered that Xiao Dai had a real sister called Xiao Muqiu. 19 years ago, when he and Xiao Dai were 18 years old, Xiao Muqiu was still very young. She should have been 9 years old then. Now Xiao Muqiu should be 28 years old and had already grown into a woman. Once Xiao Mengyao saw that Lin Yu even said her sister-in-law's name in one go, she immediately nodded her little head excitedly and said, Aha, yes, my sister-in-law is indeed called Xiao Muqiu. Uncle Lin, then, can we go do a DNA paternity test tomorrow? Although I said that I believe what Uncle Lin said, but I still have an older sister, 2 younger sisters, and a younger brother. I'm afraid that they won't believe me. Of course you can go and do it. Now Dad will take you there. The quintuplets that Xiaojin had given him were 4 daughters and 1 son, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Xiaojin was truly a great credit to his Lin family. Only, how could he not have thought that Xiaojin had passed away 17 years ago? Once can only be memorialized. In the future, he would pour out all the good to both of their sons and daughters. Cultivate both their sons and daughters to be talented. Let Xiaojin be smiling in heaven as well. His current mood was actually very heavy, but seeing his daughter, and learning that there were 3 more daughters and a son, he felt an additional warmth, as well as responsibility. Because people still have to look forward. Uncle Lin, are we going to do a DNA paternity test now? But it's already early in the morning. The paternity testing organization should already be off work, right? Xiao Mengyao said. Lin Yu saw that Xiao Mengyao still didn't call him Dad and still called out Uncle Lin. He was a bit anxious but he didn't urge. After all, he knew exactly that this was his daughter because of the existence of the system. Xiao Mengyao, on the other hand, hadn't seen conclusive proof that he was her father, so he could understand if she didn't immediately call out to her as her father. Uncle Lin has someone he knows who works at a paternity testing organization. Uncle Lin give him a call and ask him to come and open the door. Uncle Lin, you're awesome, you know so many friends. Lin Yu favored and touched her little head, then walked to the side and called the director of the Shanghai Judicial Paternity Testing Center. Lin Dong, calling me so late, is there something wrong? The dean had a very warm attitude. Even though he was woken up by the phone call at this moment, he didn't have half a temper, because Lin Yu was the big director of their company. Come to the store on Bibo Road. I want a paternity test report. The dean was very shocked inside. Lin Yu wanted to do a paternity report? Could it be that Lin Yu had a child? Oh my god. Lin's investment group was a $1 trillion market capitalization supergiant big group. So far, never heard of an heir. Countless women want to climb into the diamond bachelor Lin Yu's bed, but repeatedly failed. Unexpectedly, he immediately can witness a miracle. I wonder who is the woman who got pregnant for Lin Yu this time. Surprisingly, she had gathered all of heaven's favor in one. Not only did she sleep with Lin Yu, but she was also pregnant with Lin Yu's child. No, the dean immediately said. Okay, Lin Dong, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lin Yu hung up the phone. And at this time, Xiao Mengyao also sent a message to the family group. Xiao Mengyao, at all staff, I found my dad. Although she hadn't gotten the DNA paternity test report yet, her sixth sense told her that what Lin Yu had told her was true. She really was Lin Yu's daughter. No wonder everything went smoothly all the way after she saw Lin Yu. Lin Yu really is her lucky star. I should say Dad is her lucky star. After sending this message, Xiao Mengyao looked at Lin Yu and saw that he was walking towards her. She turned off her cell phone and ran towards Lin Yu as well. Yao Yao, Daddy is now taking you to the Judicial Paternity Testing Center. It's not far from us, Lin Yu said. Then let's take a taxi over there. Or ride a motorcycle over there? Xiao Mengyao asked excitedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for facing a choice. Choice 1. Tell your daughter to take a taxi over there and show off that you are a trillionaire, rewarding the host with the cool stage style skill. Choice 2. Tell your daughter to ride a motorcycle over there and hide your identity as a trillionaire for a week, rewarding the host with higher math skills. Looking at the two choices, one was a cool stage style skill, and the other was a higher math skill related to learning. Nowadays, he just wanted to be a good father to his children. The cool stage style skill was a bit too flashy for him. On the contrary, the higher mathematics skill was really good for him, because after he graduated from high school, he came straight out to work, and when he was in school, he didn't like to study, which resulted in his academic performance not being good. Now that he had children, he definitely wanted his children to study well. Moreover, he had been absent from his children's lives until now, although Mangyao's daughter recognized him. But it doesn't mean that the other children will recognize him as their father who has nothing else to offer but money. So, if he could tutor the kids on their homework, it would not only increase the conversation between him and the kids, but it would also portray a good image of him as a scholarly dad. Immediately, he had a choice in mind. Chapter 013 Take your daughter for a DNA paternity test. He said to Xiao Mengyao, Yao Yao, your motorcycle is here. Let's motorcycle over. We can get there in about 15 minutes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice, rewarding the host with the higher mathematics skill. May I ask the host, do you choose to activate this skill? Activate. Immediately, a large amount of knowledge about functions, formulas, laws, and other obscure and difficult to understand knowledge in higher mathematics were all input into his mind in a single stream. After 5 seconds passed, he opened his eyes again. He realized that there was a very obvious change in the world, but wherever he saw something, its molecular structure formula would appear in his mind. Seeing Mangyao's daughter's motorcycle, and then thinking about the location of the judicial paternity test at the Bibo Road branch, immediately, he could accurately calculate the time it would take to ride the motorcycle from here to the branch. Even including traffic jams and no traffic jams, he could quickly make the most accurate analysis in his mind. 13 minutes and 28 seconds to arrive. This feeling, it was simply amazing. This is the mind of a schoolmaster? It's really too different from before. In the past, when he was signing orders, he needed to use a calculator to calculate how many hundreds of millions of dollars he could earn from a deal. Now, directly calculating mentally, he can calculate it in seconds. This was simply too good. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the higher mathematics skill. Please remember to hide your trillionaire identity for a week. Can I give my children money? Of course you can, but it can't be more than $1 million at a time. Got it. Not immediately showing his identity to his children was also what he had thought before. Therefore, he didn't find it difficult, because he also wanted to experience the days his daughters had lived. That way, he could better understand some of the things his daughters did, as well as have a common language with them. Otherwise, the daughter said this apple is $10 a caddy. So expensive. Instead, he still thinks it's cheap and then looks flat. The atmosphere will become awkward and he and his daughter will not be on the same channel. Or maybe the daughters talk about the most topics every day as firewood, rice, oil and salt, soap operas, etc. While he talks about holding, what industry has the most investment prospects, etc. A completely different topic every day. As well as when the daughter felt that a day to earn $320, happy as a child. He felt that $320, not enough for him to drink a bottle of water, and then did not have a happy resonance with the daughter, did not continue to chat, did not praise the daughter excellent, will lead to the atmosphere is very awkward. These things accumulate over time, and after more of them, it will lead to the generation gap between him and his daughters, getting bigger and bigger, and in the end, even an unimaginable chasm. That was not the future life he wanted. What he wanted was to have his daughters happily in his lap. He could become the best and closest friends with his daughters. Uncle Lin, I feel like there's something different about you, Xiao Mengyao said as she pushed her motorcycle over and looked at Lin Yu with some curiosity. Lin Yu smiled and asked, is it more handsome? You could say that. Xiao Mengyao nodded seriously. She found that Lin Yu's body had an extra aura of the kind of schoolteacher's confidence that she had seen from her big sister. Lin Yu favored her and rubbed her little head, then said, come on, Daddy, ride the bike. You sit at the back. Remember to hold tight to Daddy's waist. Aha. Xiao Mengyao nodded obediently. Chapter 014 Shock, not a girlfriend, a daughter, rode all the way to the Shanghai Judicial Paternity Testing Center, Bibo Road branch. Dean Su Guanglian was already waiting here. When he saw Lin Yu riding a motorcycle and carrying a girl over, he was directly shocked to the point that his glasses fell to the ground and his whole body almost fell down. Luckily, he held onto the pillar next to him in time and picked up the glasses to put them back on. Geez, what the hell is going on here? Is Lin Dong deliberately pretending to be poor, and then riding a motorcycle to pick up girls, and then, met true feelings? His gaze fell on the girl behind Lin Yu, the clothes the girl was wearing, although they didn't look expensive at first glance, and she was also wearing a large helmet with the words Matewan written on it, but the girl was smiling innocently. It was not at all the same style as those green tea, or white lotus flower, or business enchanting female elites who were dressed up in flowery style. and get off the car. Lin Yu also very sweet to the girl to the helmet buckle loose, take down the helmet. The girl also returned Lin Yu's sweet smile. This sweet, cozy scene, watching him as an old man felt like he was stuffed with a wave of dog food. He was frantically screaming inside. He got it. The love that has faded away from money and fame is the real love. Ah, Lin Dong is too awesome. Talking about love with a girl in such a way, talking about it in this way is definitely true love. Not a gold-digging girl who looks at his money and status. Hi, Lin Dong's trick to find women is too high. Moreover, a look at this girl is 18 years old. Just entered the University of College Students. Just from the high school ivory tower into the University of College Students is the most innocent. She is indeed the best candidate for a wife. Moreover, this girl's face value is also super high. She's a school beauty. It's really worthy of being a rich man who started from nothing and became a trillionaire. The way he chooses his wife is extraordinarily different. I'm impressed. Admirable. He was just about to walk over and call out Mr. Lin. His cell phone dripped, took it out and saw that it was a text message from Lin Yu. The content was, "Don't expose my identity." Seeing this text message, he immediately put away his cell phone. Then he walked over with a special uptightness, and enthusiastically shouted, "Brother Lin, I just happen to be working overtime here tonight. Let's go. It's windy outside. Inside please." After entering the appraisal center, Xiao Mengyao found that the place was brightly lit, and there were people on duty at every post. It was completely impossible to tell that this was a company that was already in the wee hours of the morning. Those who didn't know would think that it was a normal daytime work situation. What she didn't know was that these people had actually gone home from work at 6 p.m. But Lin Yu made a call to the dean, Su Guangliang. Immediately Su Guangliang called all the employees to their posts. Because, this is Lin Yu's paternity test. It is the paternity test of an existence that is even more awesome than the richest man. Jian Wang. That was bound to be treated solemnly with the highest specifications. Brother Lin. This is our most famous female obstetrician and gynecologist here. The most professional in carrying out amniocentesis for pregnant women to lift the chorionic tissue. Absolutely non-invasive. Without any harm to the pregnant woman. Su Guangliang introduced to Lin Yu the female obstetrician and gynecologist he focused on calling over. Nowadays, technology is very developed. Even if the child is not yet born, in the pregnant mother's stomach, it is also possible to do the paternity test of the child and the father. The DNA paternity test was conducted by way of amniocentesis to extract the chorionic tissue. Xiao Mengyao's little face reddened. That, she's not a pregnant woman. Ah. She blinked her moist eyes to look at Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu also didn't expect to make such a big mess. He coughed, dotingly rubbed his daughter's little head, then said to Su Guangliang, "Let me introduce you. This is my daughter Xiao Mengyao. Mengyao, this is Uncle Su Guangliang. I'm doing a DNA paternity test for me and my daughter." Chapter 015, Xiao Mengyao called Lin Yu daddy. Daughter? Su Guangliang was shocked. Not a girlfriend, but a daughter. Geez, he made a big mess. It's over. Lin Dong is going to get angry. If Lin Dong gets angry, he won't be able to keep his position as dean. He was so scared that a cold sweat broke out all over his body. Immediately remedying the situation, he said, "Brother Lin, great. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I really didn't realize that this Miss Xiao was your daughter. I'll have the nurse collect blood from the two of you." Blood verification was the fastest and most accurate DNA paternity test method. Su Guangliang hurriedly summoned the female nurse to draw blood from Lin Yu and Xiao Mengyao. Then he personally went to the appraisal room to do this paternity test. After Su Guangliang left, Xiao Mengyao spat out her tongue towards Lin Yu, softened her shoulders, and then said with some doubts, "Uncle Lin, how do I feel that just now that Uncle Su was trembling with fear after knowing that he messed up? He's scared of you?" Lin Yu pulled Xiao Mengyao to the blue seating area and sat down, smiling. "Did he? How come I didn't notice? Could it be that I'm looking away? Maybe he has jitters?" Lin Yu said. "Maybe." Xiao Mengyao nodded in agreement. Why else would Uncle Su be trembling with fear just because he messed up an oops? A normal person, if they messed up an oops, they should feel embarrassed, not tremble with fear. Well, it should be Uncle Su who was trembling because Dad said he had jitterbugs. Su Guangliang, because he messed up a big oops before. So this time, he was especially hardworking and attentive. And in less than 20 minutes, he sent 2 paternity test report forms to Lin Yu. One for Lin Yu, one for Xiao Mengyao. Although Lin Yu had already known the results through the system. But after seeing this hot paternity report, which stated that he and Xiao Mengyao were actually father and daughter, he turned around and hugged Xiao Mengyao with special excitement. Xiao Mengyao had also finished reading the report and knew that she was really Lin Yu's biological daughter. She also excitedly and tightly hugged Lin Yu back. "Dad." The 2 words came straight out of her mouth, shouting out loud. Shout again. "Daddy, Dad, Dad, Dad." The more Xiao Mengyao shouted, the more excited she became, and in the end, tears fell from her eyes in excitement. God knows, for so many years, how much she wanted to have a mom and dad. However, before they could even remember, their mom had passed away. Growing up without a mom and dad by her side, she especially longed for a father's and mother's love. Now finally she was allowed to meet her dad, and dad was especially good to her. That's great. Wonderful. Lin Yu tenderly wiped away her tears with the back of his hand, then softly said, Yao Yao, from now on, all 5 of you siblings will have dad in your lives. Daddy will stay with you all until forever. Daddy, are you married? Xiao Mengyao also super hoped that Daddy would be able to accompany them forever, but thinking about Daddy's age, she was a little worried that Daddy was already married. Lin Yu knew what was in his little girl's heart, so he gave her a peace of mind. Daddy isn't married, and he doesn't have a girlfriend at the moment, not to mention no children other than you 5 siblings. Xiao Mengyao was super happy to learn this news. Dad, that's great. I'm going to tell big sister, third sister, fourth sister, and fifth brother this news. With that, Xiao Mengyao excitedly took out her cell phone and opened the family group. Then she saw that the group was bursting with messages, all of which were at her. Xiao Shirhan, at Xiao Mengyao. Yao Yao, did you find your dad? Xiao Chuxua, at Xiao Mengyao. Come back early, don't get cheated. Xiao Chuxia, at Xiao Mengyao. Listen to your big sister and come back earlier. There are too many scammers out there now and you're so innocent. Xiao Mengyao was about to post the DNA paternity test report in the group, telling them that she really found her father. But after thinking about it, she felt that it would be more convincing to let them see her dad with her own eyes, as well as see this hot paternity test report in her hand that had just come out of the oven. It was also more of a surprise. Just thinking of the surprise on the faces of her big sister, third sister, fourth sister and fifth brother when they see their dad, she can't help but be filled with anticipation. Chapter 016, Shocked. Lin always had quintuplets of children. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making the choice to recognize his daughter, rewarding the host with the kitchen god skill. May I ask if the host activates this skill now? Activate. Just after the voice fell, a large amount of knowledge and skills about the categories of ingredients, ingredients matching, as well as cooking methods of ingredients, fire control, knife skills, and so on about chefs, were inputted into Lin Yu's mind in a brain. 10 seconds later, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Seeing the pot of mint placed on the glass coffee table in front of him, he thought of the edible value of mint. Mint could be made into mint tea. It could also be used to make soup together with green beans, which was a good way to relieve the summer heat. You can also boil mint porridge, as well as make mint lemon honey and so on. It was truly worthy of the kitchen god skill rewarded by the system. It's just awesome. In the past, he had only heard of mint candies, and he didn't even know that mint was a kind of flowering plant, not to mention all these edible values of mint. Cool. With the god of cookery skill in hand, in the future, he would be able to cook for the children himself. Right now, he could already be considered a master in this aspect of food. He had eaten the braised pork made by the top helmsman chef of the imperial capital Peace Hotel, the pan-fried steak from Dubai's 7-star sailing hotel that possessed the flavor of the world's top Western food chef, and so on. But when it came to cooking, to be honest, he didn't even know how to hold a kitchen knife to cut vegetables. Now, having mastered the god of cookery skill, he felt that as long as the chopper was in his hand, there was no dish he wouldn't be able to cook. This feeling, fantastic. Daddy, let's go. Xiao Mengyao put away her cell phone, then folded the DNA paternity report carefully and put it into the small school bag she was carrying. Then she tilted her face up and looked at Lin Yu sweetly. Lin Yu put the identification report into the cowhide bag and nodded. Okay, go. Su Guangliang saw from afar that Lin Yu and Xiao Mengyao were going to leave after their father-daughter reunion. He hurriedly walked over with a smile and said with congratulations, Brother Lin, congratulations. Thanks, Uncle Su. How much does this appraisal cost? Xiao Mengyao asked while opening her Alipay, preparing to pay the bill. Su Guangliang froze for a moment, then immediately got a jolt and said with a smile, Your father has already transferred the money to me on WeChat. There's no need to give it again. This appraisal center was what Lin Yu invested in. A family member receiving money from his own family? Give him 10,000 guts. He wouldn't dare to charge Lin Yu this appraisal fee. Lin Yu also did not expect his daughter actually want to pay the appraisal fee, thinking of his daughter's hard work for a day to earn $320. But in the appraisal fee this matter, take the initiative to pay for the bill. Let him have a feeling of being spoiled by his daughter. After so many years, when going out with women, the women would wait for him to pay the bill. This is the first time that someone will be the first to pay for him. As the old saying goes, daughters are all daddy's little coats. It's so heartwarming. He dotingly touched his daughter's little head and said with a smile, Next time you're outside, Daddy will pay the bill. Daddy still has the money to support you 5 siblings. Aha. Xiao Mengyao nodded obediently, very much giving face to Lin Yu. What she thought in her heart was that it wasn't easy for Dad to make money. They were adults now and could make money on their own. so of course they couldn't always spend Dad's money. All these years, Dad was not by their side, and they were not by Dad's side. Moreover, Dad has not married or had any other children until now, and he doesn't have a girlfriend. It means Dad has not been doing well all these years. Now that they had found Dad, they would have to honor Dad properly in the future. 5 siblings? Su Guangliang exclaimed in shock. Then the next second, he couldn't wait to bite off his tongue. How could his mouth be so indebted? Shock doesn't need to be shouted out. Mr. Lin should be angry. After all, within these 5 siblings, there must be several of them that are not Mr. Lin's own children. How did he get so mouthy? Just when he thought Lin Yu would give him a warning look, but unexpectedly Lin Yu took Xiao Mengyao's shoulder and said with special pride, "Well, the child's mother gave me quintuplets. 4 daughters, 1 son. Well, Lao Su, it's late. My daughter and I will leave first. Thanks for today." After saying that, Lin Yu took Xiao Mengyao and left. Su Guangliang looked at Lin Yu's back as he left. He was directly shocked to the point that his eyes almost fell to the ground. Geez, it was quintuplets. All 5 children were Chief Lin's. Mr. Lin's wife gave birth to Mr. Lin's quintuplets. It's only now that she's brought her daughter to recognize Mr. Lin, the real-life version of the president's wife running away with the ball and bringing her daughter back to recognize her father after 19 years. The father has become an invincible tycoon worth trillions of dollars. He's even more powerful than the richest man in the world. Kenny Wong, life is more exciting than a TV drama. Mr. Lin, awesome. I would like to honor Mr. Lin as a god. It's really worthy of being a man who started from nothing, and after only a short period of over 10 years, he's sitting in the position of a trillion-dollar mega-rich man, and even his heirs are exceptionally powerful. Quintuplets, good lord, this is the first time he's heard of quintuplets. Nyo. Ding ding ding. Xiao Mengyao's cell phone rang, and the caller displayed on it was Big Sister. Dad, Big Sister called me. I'll answer it. Good. Xiao Mengyao picked up the phone. A gentle and nice voice came. Yao, where are you now? Almost home? Big Sister, I just finished working, so I'm ready to go home. I'll arrive home in about 20 minutes. Good. Pay attention to safety. Aha. Don't be fooled outside. Dad's matter. You come back first. We'll talk about it in detail. Don't say too much to that man for now. Xiao Mengyao looked up with smiling eyes at Lin Yu by her side. She super wanted to say, I wasn't tricked. This is really Dad. But thinking of the surprise she was going to give her big sister and the others later, she held back, saying, Big Sister, I'm going to ride my bike. No more words. Oh. Well, drive safely. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Mengyao spat out her tongue adorably towards Lin Yu. Dad, although Big Sister and the others still don't believe that you're our dad, but when we go home later on, and they see you with their own eyes, Dad, and then see the DNA paternity report issued by the authoritative judiciary that we got today, they'll recognize Dad. She's been looking forward to this day, and now it's finally here. God has been so good to her. I hope Mom is still alive. Please, Mom must still be alive. Lin Yu could understand. Then he turned the motorcycle around while asking, Yao, are you living in the school dormitory now, or are you living in a rented room outside? He hadn't been to college, so he didn't know if college students lived in dormitories more or rented rooms more. Dad, my big sister, third sister, and fourth sister and I live in the house that my sister-in-law bought for us, and then my brother is living in the school dormitory. Auntie bought you guys a house? Lin Yu was slightly surprised. Aha. Xiao Mengyao began to tell Lin Yu about their childhood and the fact that Xiao Muqiu had bought them a house. Lin Yu was once again shocked after hearing that. Little sister's words. Handsome brothers, the new book is delicate, because it hasn't been signed yet, so it's temporarily updated with 2,000 words a day. And when it's signed and you can punch the new book list, my little sister will be more 4,000 words a day to hit the bottom of the pile. I'd like to ask for a recommendation and a 5-star review. Chapter 017, Back in the Day, the 5 Masters of One Sect. It turns out that back then, Xiao Dai had a falling out with Papa Chow because of her unmarried pregnancy. Both Xiao Dai and Xiao Dad were stubborn, and after a big fight, Xiao Dai went back to the army. In the end, it was with the help of her girlfriends in the army that Xiao Dai gave birth to quintuplets. Then, because she had to earn money to support her family, Xiao Dai had to go back to work in the army. So the quintuplets were fostered at his best friend's mom's house. Her mom treats the quintuplets like her own grandchildren. But a year after Xiaozhen gave birth to the quintuplets, Xiaozhen and her best friend were on a dangerous mission when they crashed their plane and died. The BFF's mom raised the quintuplets alone until they were 10 years old, when she died as well due to a prolonged illness. From the age of 10, the quintuplets were helped by the relatives of Xiao Dai's best friend's relief, studying and becoming a family at an early age. The quintuplets' tuition fees to enter university were sponsored by some of Xiaozhen's BFF's relatives, as well as the money they earned on their own. Their sister-in-law, Xiao Muqiu, met the eldest of the quintuplets, Xiao Chuxue, by chance 2 months ago. Then Xiao Muqiu discovered that Xiao Chuxue was very similar to Xiaojun, and when she asked, she realized that this was actually her big sister's child. Back then, the matter of Xiaojun giving birth to a child was kept very tightly under wraps, with only Xiaojun's military BFF and the BFF's mom knowing about it. The Qiao family had always assumed that Xiao Dai had aborted the child when she returned to the army. Xiao Dai's death became a pain for the Qiao family. When Xiao Muqiu learned that Xiao Dai's child back then was not aborted, but was born, and was born as quintuplets, he was very elated. Immediately, he bought a well-decorated house for the 5 siblings around Xiaomengyao and their university town, improved their quality of life, before leaving to return to the army, also gave them a 500,000 bank card. The house the 5 siblings lived in, because living in the dormitory was really not very convenient, and everyone was separated, so the sisters could live together if they lived in the new house. Only Chao Chen, the boy, didn't live in the new house because he preferred to live in the boys' dormitory. Xiaomengyao 4 sisters lived in the new house, but the bank card, Xiaomengyao, they didn't move, because they were already adults and could earn their own money while going to school. They didn't touch this money that Xiao Muqiu gave them. Lin Yu didn't realize that the children hadn't grown up in the Qiao family, but hadn't recognized Xiao Muqiu until recently. Before that, the children were living in Xiao Dai's best friend's old house. Moreover, when the children were 10 years old, they had surprisingly already raised their eyes and needed to earn money while studying. Those days were sad to the naked eye. In those days, I don't know how much the 5 children had suffered. He put down the motorcycle, turned around, and as soon as he hugged Xiaomengyao into his arms, he said very solemnly, "Yao Yao, in the future, you'll have a father, and you 5 siblings will be able to look for your father in the future. No matter if you encounter any difficulties, Dad will help you all out. Let's go. Daddy will accompany you home first." He couldn't wait to see the other few children that Xiao Yan had given him. Aha! Xiaomengyao nodded obediently. Then she said, "Dad, although the old days were very hard, but we 5 siblings have all come through, and it's actually not as hard as Dad thinks, because big sister and third sister study very hard and their academic performance is superb, so every year, they both get scholarships from the school. There's also the fact that the eldest sister has been publishing papers in scientific journals since she was in high school, and she also gets a small amount of money. And then there's fourth sister, who started writing novels online when she was in middle school, and will also earn some money. My 5th brother and I didn't do too well in school, and after school, we would pick up things like plastic water bottles and scrap iron cartons, and would also earn some money." When talking about these things, Xiaomengyao face was not sad or depressed. There was a simple happy innocent smile. Seeing Lin Yu's mood also followed a lot better, unconsciously smiled and praised. "Then you 5 siblings are really quite good. Tell Dad about the schools of your big sister, third sister, fourth sister, and 5th brother." Aha! Speaking of this, the confident smile on Xiaomenyao's face grew even more, and there was also a hidden pride. "Dad, big sister is studying computer engineering mechanics at Fudan University, and this specialty can be hard to get into. Big sister is our city's top science student before she got into this specialty." Although Lin Yu hadn't been to university himself, he still knew the bullishness of Fudan University. It was a double first-class heavy university, ranked second only to Tsinghua and Peking University, some of the better majors. The scoreline is even higher than Tsinghua University. And my eldest daughter is still the city's top science student. Nyo. Awesome. Excellent. Lin Yu sincerely praised. The eldest sister is really good at reading. The third sister is also very good at reading, and she took the law major of Zhonghai University. Lin Yu was shocked. Zhonghai University. This is also a double first-class heavy university. Oh my god. 5 children. In a self-sufficient situation, 2 of them actually got into a super awesome university in the Dragon Kingdom. It's too awesome. His kids are too awesome. In terms of reading, they should have inherited Xiao Zhan's strengths, because he reads really not good. When Xiao Zhan was a child, she was first in her class. He was the female school bully. Xiaomengyao looked at her own father's shocked expression and she smiled even more happily and proudly. Well. And then the 4th sister's exam was also for a first-class university, the accounting major of the Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics. Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics. This school Lin Yu kinda knew about it. The principal of this school would send him a greeting text message every New Year's holiday, because many of the employees in his Lin's investment group, including accounting, auditing, financial investment and other positions, most of them were recruited directly from the Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics. This university was the top financial university in the Dragon Kingdom, especially the accounting major. Very awesome. I didn't expect my own 4th daughter to be studying in this university. and reading their ace specialty of accounting. No. Dad, my fifth brother and I just couldn't learn how to study, so we didn't do very well on the exam, and we took the exam at the China Sea Foreign Language University, a third degree. My major is Chinese as a foreign language, and my fifth brother's major is Spanish. Saying this, Xiao Mengyao scratched her hair a little embarrassed. Lin Yu favorably rubbed her little head. It seems that both his second daughter and son inherited his reading gene and couldn't read textbooks. Ha ha. He smiled and said, you two are also very good, getting into the third university. You know that many people can't get into undergraduate universities nowadays. You 5 siblings are really too good. All 5 are undergraduates. And there are also 3 who got into double first-class heavy universities. You're all Dad's pride. I really didn't expect that. Lin Yu, didn't even get a high school diploma? But each of my Lin Yu's 5 children is a college student. A family of 5. Cool. LOL. Chapter 018 Big Sister, come over here. Second sister has brought a man back. Xiao Mengyao immediately smiled when she got these words from Lin Yu. Dad is so nice. He didn't think she did badly on the exam at all. Having a dad is really too warm. Dad, let's go home then, otherwise big sister should be worried. Xiao Mengyao said joyfully. Okay, Daddy, ride the bike. You behind Daddy as Daddy's navigation. Let's go home. Aha. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle drove into the 5th building of Longyuan neighborhood. On the way, Lin Yu also knew the names of the 5 children. The eldest daughter is called Xiao Chushui, the third daughter is called Xiao Shirhan, the fourth daughter is called Xiao Chusha, and the 5th son is called Xiao Chen. The names were all beautifully named. Dad, we live in 901 of this building. This building has a total of 12 floors. It's 2 staircases and 2 households. It's quite convenient. Okay, Yao. You go ahead and press the elevator, while Dad locks the motorcycle. Okay, Daddy. Xiao Mengyao bounced off to the hall to press the elevator. After Lin Yu locked the motorcycle lock, he sent a message to his assistant, speed up to by the left and right sides, and the top and bottom of building 5-901 in Zhonghai Longyuan neighborhood. Special Assistant Zhang saw this message from his boss in the middle of the night. Confused. Longyuan neighborhood? He quickly searched that this neighborhood was a neighborhood located in the university town of Zhonghai. The house prices were medium and the developer was a small developer. Why did the boss suddenly want to buy the houses on the left and right sides and above and below this neighborhood 901? It definitely wasn't for his own residence. It should be to pick up girls. This girl should be living in room 901. It's really worthy of being his own boss. Picking up girls is trenchant. He bought the girl's apartment. That way, the boss can meet the girl every day and be her neighbor. Hi, highly skilled. He immediately replied, yes, boss. Regardless of these 4 houses, whether anyone lived in them or not, he would help the boss buy them in the fastest time possible, because in this world, 99% of things can be fixed with money. It just so happened that his boss, the last thing he lacked was money. In fact, Lin Yu could have easily bought the whole building, or even the whole neighborhood, but that wouldn't make much sense, and it would also make this neighborhood become an empty building, empty neighborhood. It wasn't safe for his own daughters to live here. So just buy the top and bottom of the house where the daughters live. When the time comes, they can all be opened up and made into a big house. Lin Yu was about to walk into the hall of the building when he saw the security guards on patrol. It made him think of the neighborhood's property company. Immediately, he sent another message to his assistant, buy the property company of this neighborhood as well. Then replace it with our ace property, the Greentown property. He had many real estate companies, and the most powerful one was the Greentown Property Group. The Green City property under the Green City Group was the highest end and also the best service and quality property company in the entire Dragon Country. The property of the neighborhood where his daughter lived must be the best and top of the line. She didn't want her daughter to live here and suffer from some trashy property company. Special Assistant Zhang was once again confused when he saw this message. The boss was too willing to spend money this time to get a girl. Even the property company is buying it. No. It seems that the boss is serious about this girl who lives in room 901 this time. The boss is expected to enter the marriage hall this time. A big happy event. He immediately replied excitedly. Okay, boss. After Lin Yu ordered things, he put away his cell phone and walked into the lobby of the building. Daddy, the elevator is here. Xiao Mengyao immediately waved at Lin Yu joyfully when he saw him come in. Good, Daddy's here. Lin Yu smiled and walked over. Entering the elevator, Xiao Mengyao pressed the 9th floor. Lin Yu watched as the elevator's numbers kept jumping upwards from 1. To be honest, he was a little nervous. In the past, even if he was talking about a multi-billion-dollar project, he would still have a cloudy face, just like a home-cooked meal. But now, about to meet the other 3 daughters, he was nervous. This feeling was still really strange. Looking at the handsome him reflected in the mirror of the elevator, he fixed his dark eyes. Go for it. Rinyu, the daughters will love you. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Dad, it's here, said Xiao Mengyao cheerfully. Lin Yu walked out of the elevator. This building was 2 elevators and 2 houses. This floor was 2 elevators and 2 houses, 901 and 902 respectively. Xiao Mengyao walked straight to the door of room 901, skillfully took out the key and opened the door, because she couldn't wait to tell her sisters that she really found her dad. As soon as the door to the room opened, she heard Xiao Chuxia's complaining voice. So annoying, the power and water are out again. My novel for today hasn't been updated yet. It's going to be sent razor blades by the readers. This month, the power has gone out twice. They don't even send a message to the group when there's a power outage. So I didn't even charge my cell phone properly. The phone is only 10% charged. There's no way to code. I'm pissed off. I'm going to an internet cafe to write. Garbage property. Xiao Chuxia took her cell phone and prepared to go out the door, just in time to collide with Xiao Mengyao, who had entered. Second sister, Xiao Chuxia exclaimed in shock. Then her gaze fell on Lin Yu beside Xiao Mengyao, and immediately her large eyes glared round, raising her hand to hold the black frame on the bridge of her nose. Her face was full of confusion. Second sister, who is he? Why did you bring a man back? Big sister, you quickly come over. Second sister brought. Before the word man was finished, Xiao Chuxia's mouth was covered by Xiao Mengyao. Fourth sister, don't shout. This isn't another man. This is our father. It's Dad, Xiao Mengyao said correctly. Once Xiao Chuxia heard this, her eyes widened, staring straight at Lin Yu. There was no electricity in the room. There were still emergency lights in the hallway, and the elevator also had emergency electricity to get on and off the elevator. Xiao Chuxia walked to the doorway, looked at Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia's 2 sisters, then looked at Lin Yu. She stared. Although the lights in the hallway were rather dim, she still saw Lin Yu's facial features clearly. Lin Yu was very handsome. I don't know if it was due to good maintenance, looking at an age of only early 30s, but the noble aura emanating from his body, and the invisible air of superiority emanating from his hands and feet, let her know at a glance that the man in front of her was not simple. Most of all, she found that his eyes were single-eyed like his 5th brother, Qiao Chen, and, with a highbrow bone, his eyes were very deep. It was the kind of peach blossom eyes that women couldn't help but suffer, especially the mole above the eyelid. Qiao Chen also had one in that place. Also, the nose, both of them had very straight noses. The facial features, they were really quite similar. When she had seen Xiao Mengyao say that she had found her father in the group before, she thought that Xiao Mengyao had been tricked. After all, between quite a few couples nowadays, the woman likes to call the man dad. It's almost become a fashionable couple's name. But now, after seeing Lin Yu with her own eyes, she knew that there was a high probability that what Xiao Mengyao said about finding her dad was true. Chapter 019. Fourth daughter calls Lin Yu her father. Wow! Incoming call! Xiao Chuxia suddenly exclaimed. The incoming call came quite early today. I'll look at the group message. She then let out a shocked voice. I'm going. We changed properties. The group said that the property company we changed to is super awesome. It's called Green City Property. Big happy news. We've finally replaced that trashy property. Although this Greentown property company has just taken office, but the speed with which it delivers electricity and makes repairs, give him full marks. This is a professional property. After the surprise, she realized that everyone was looking at her. She scratched her hair with some embarrassment. You guys continue. The room came on, the light was clearer, and she clearly saw the man that Xiao Mengyao had addressed as dad. This man, was he really their father? Looking at him, he was so handsome, and also excessively young. She had seen her university classmates' moms and dads, and they all looked older, in their 40s, but this excessively handsome uncle in front of her, he was only in his early 30s. It seems to be the same type as the uncle in the romance novel she wrote. Is this, for sure, their father, and not the boyfriend from the stars that Xiao Mengyao picked up? With her big sister around, she didn't dare to comment, but just looked on curiously, and she was quietly thinking in her heart, this handsome uncle came at the right time. Once he came, not only did they call, but even the property was changed to the super awesome Greentown property. What a lucky star for them. She had a much better impression of Lin Yu. Come in first, Xiao Chuxia said. Xiao Mengyao immediately joyfully opened the shoe cabinet, took a pair of her slippers from it and put it in front of Lin Yu. Dad, there are no men's slippers at home. You wear this new pair of mine first. I'll buy you a new pair tomorrow. Looking at this pair of furry bunny lady slippers in front of him, Lin Yu froze. Xiao Chuxia immediately looked at Lin Yu curiously. I wondered if Lin Yu would wear them. According to the novel's standard for the male lead, at this time, the female lead gave the male lead a pair of pink bunny slippers. The male lead would wear them. It can emphasize the male lead's favoritism towards the female lead, and the resulting contrast in the visual effect. So curious to know if he would wear them. Oh, wear this pair. Xiao Chuxue took a pair of big gray slippers and put them in front of Lin Yu. Big sister. This is. Xiao Chuxia exclaimed, covering her mouth and looking at Xiao Chuxue in shock. This pair of slippers was Big Sister's, although Big Sister has only worn them 2 or 3 times. Big Sister has worn them. Oh, is Big Sister trying to steal a man from Second Sister? She hurriedly looked at Xiao Mengyao, only to see Xiao Mengyao say to Lin Yu cheerfully, Dad, Big Sister bought this pair of slippers in men's style. They are very loose. It's better to wear Big Sister's pair. My pair is too small. Saying that, Xiao Mengyao put her pink slippers back into the shoe cabinet. For Lin Yu, it was the same which pair of shoes to wear. There was only one pair left in front of him, so he would wear this one. Lin Yu changed his shoes, put on his gray men's slippers, and walked into his daughter's home. The daughter's home was not very large, a standard 4-room, 2-room layout. Although the furniture looked simple, and the scraped large white walls did not do anything else extravagant soft furnishings, but the arrangement is very cozy. Cleanup is also very neat. The floor is very bright rubbing. Dining table and coffee table are placed on a simple and generous table flag. Placed a pot of greenery on the table flag, lighting up the whole home. The sofa background wall in the living room, with LED color lights and photos and cotton thread, constitute a photo area. Very warm and artistic. The sofa was cloth and the style was also a simple combination of wooden frame and cloth seat, matching the overall color tone of the room. This was compared to Lin Yu's $500 million, 5-acre detached estate villa in Tang Palace, 1 heaven and 1 earth. However, walking into that lavishly decorated villa in Tang Palace made him feel cold, and he could not feel the warmth of home. While walking into this tiny 4-room, 2-bathroom suite, it made him feel warm. This is not something that can be bought with money. Even this pair of slippers on his feet, which he is wearing, feels warm and cozy. Xiao Chushue's gaze took one more look at the insole of the leather shoes Lin Yu changed out of. Originally, she wanted to judge Lin Yu's identity through the logo of the shoes, but unexpectedly, there was nothing on the insoles. She gazed slightly. This pair of shoes looked expensive. How come there wasn't even a brand? Xiao Chuxia, on the other hand, followed Xiao Mengyaoan with a face full of gossip. She had a feeling that these exciting things tonight could be a good topic for her novel, so she had even forgotten about having to code updates. Big sister. 4th sister. Where's 3rd sister? Xiao Mengyao saw that Xiao Shirhan hadn't come out yet and was ready to go shout. Xiao Chuxue said. 3rd sister went back to her hometown, saying she's going to shoot a video. Xiao Mengyao was puzzled as to what video the 3rd sister was going to shoot, but the most important thing right now was to introduce her father, so she didn't pursue it. Instead, she solemnly took out her and Lin Yu's DNA paternity report from her school bag, handed it to Xiao Chuxue, and said, Big sister, 4th sister, this is my and Dad's paternity report. It was just done tonight, and you guys see the stamp on it. It's our Shanghai City's Judicial Paternity Identification Center. It's a report with legal effect. Xiao Chuxue took it and looked at it carefully. When Xiao Chuxia, who was sitting on the sofa, heard this, she immediately jumped up in shock and hurriedly ran to Xiao Chushue's side to look at the paternity report. Could it be that this is really the real father? When she saw the drop there that says Lin Yu and Xiao Mengyao have been identified and do have a father-daughter relationship, she exclaimed out in shock, Big sister, this is really. She looked up at Lin Yu in shock. Dad, this handsome uncle in front of them was really their dad. Geez, she wasn't dreaming, right? Her dad is so handsome, so young, he's so young. He's like all those CEOs in TV dramas. This is exactly the image of the CEO in her novel. She couldn't find such a boyfriend in reality, but she had such a dad in reality. Excitement ing. She jumps up and wants to come over to Lin Yu's side, but, thinking of something, she stops her steps and looks back at Xiao Chuxue, waiting for Xiao Chushue's attitude. Xiao Chuxue puts down the paternity report. At this time, her heart has already stirred up 1,000 waves, but she is restraining herself. She raises her eyes to look at Lin Yu. Sure enough, this man who resembles 5th brother is really their real father. She took a deep breath and said to Xiao Mengyao, Mengyao, tell me about it. Xiao Mengyao began to talk about how she met Lin Yu, and how Lin Yu helped her teach a lesson to the customer who embarrassed her, and the fact that Lin Yu wasn't married, didn't have a girlfriend, and didn't have any other children nowadays, as well as the matter of Lin Yu and their mom, Xiao Yan. After hearing all of this, Xiao Chuxia couldn't control herself any longer, and couldn't wait to pounce towards Lin Yu, and hugged him, so touched that she said with tears in her eyes, Ooh, Dad, I understand you, the words of my little sister. Tomorrow start 2 more. In fact, today there are 2 more, but the little sister has not finished writing. Tomorrow to make up for it. The new book is very delicate. Please recommend votes. Chapter 020, Living with the Daughters Tonight. Too touching. I didn't realize that Dad and Mom's relationship back then was like this. Mom ran away with the ball. Dad never married for mom, waiting bitterly till now. Too touching. Lin Yu a little confused. Just now, Mengyao's daughter didn't say that he's been waiting bitterly for Xiao Zhan till now, right? Chu Xia's daughter's brain-mending ability seems to be very strong. However, speaking of which, as if the heavens had predestined it, counting, he had really waited until today without getting married. In these 19 years, he has seen too many women, all kinds of them, the ones that were so warm that he wanted to marry them, the ones that were so enchanting that he couldn't let go of them, the ones that were so sexy that they were addictive, and so on. All of them had been seen and talked about, but in the end, he broke up with them peacefully, because he felt that they were not the women he wanted to marry. Now after hearing this from Chu Xia's daughter, he thought, perhaps, the one he had always wanted to marry was the one like Xiao Zhan? It's just that, since the separation 19 years ago, he had never seen Xiao Zhan again, and now, seeing him and Xiao Dai's daughters, but was told that Xiao Dai has passed away for many years. There was once a sincere relationship in front of him, and he didn't see it. Now, he would cherish it twice as much, the children he and Xiao Zhan shared. If there was an afterlife, he hoped that he could repair to share a bed with Xiao Zhan. He hugged his Chu Xia daughter tightly. Fourth sister. Xiao Mengyao just wanted to shout that Xiao Chuxia was talking too much, but seeing Lin Yu and Xiao Chuxia hugging each other in a ball, and Lin Yu's eyes reddening, she swallowed her words again. Dad, back then, should also have loved mom, right? So, Dad has not married for so many years. Is it related to mom? Thinking of this, her eyes also turned red. Dad must have lived a very hard life all these years as well. Xiao Chuxia walks to Lin Yu's side, sits down and says to Lin Yu, Dad, in the future, we 5 siblings will honor you properly. She is not as emotional as Xiao Chuxia, nor is she as sweet-mouthed as Xiao Mengyao. The words she said were as simple and clear as her person. When Lin Yu heard his eldest daughter also call out to his father, a wave of heat rolled through his heart. Lifting his arm, he took his eldest daughter into his arms as well, tossing his voice, in the future, if you have any problems, you can talk to your father, and he'll be your harbor. Dad, there's me. I want a hug too. Xiao Mengyao saw that her big sister and fourth sister were both hugged by her dad. She also pounced over and hugged Lin Yu and them in a ball. The 4 of them hugged for a while before they had pretty much vented their feelings. Lin Yu wiped his reddened eyes, then said excitedly to his 3 daughters, It's very late now. You guys go to bed first. Daddy will go back first. I'll come back to see you guys tomorrow. Dad, it's early in the morning. It's too unsafe for you to go back alone. We have 4 rooms here. Our 4 sisters live in 2 rooms. There's another room for 5th brother, and 1 room for sister-in-law. Brother hasn't come to stay here once. Tonight you stay in brother's room. Okay. Xiao Mengyao hugged Lin Yu's arm in a soft voice. She was really uneasy about Lin Yu going home again at this point. Xiao Chuxia also hurriedly said, Yes, Dad, tonight you stay. We have enough room here. Having just recognized her dad, she didn't want to separate from him so soon, although Dad said that he would come back to see them tomorrow. But, who knows if Dad will have something tomorrow and then not be able to come. Xiao Chuxia said, Dad, second sister is right. It's already 1 in the morning. We don't feel comfortable with you going home alone. Ding. Congratulations to the host who was faced with a choice. Choice 1. Don't stay and live. Reward the host with racing skills. Choice 2. Stay and live. Rewarding the host with common sense living skills. Choice 1. The reward is racing skills, which for already middle-aged him, feels too pompous, and it corresponded to not staying to live. Choice 2. Rewarded with common sense living skills. Over the years, all the things in his life were left to the nannies and assistants to take care of. This includes little things like cooking, laundry, hygiene, and so on. This skill was really practical, and the corresponding choice was to stay and live. Plus at this moment, his daughters really wanted him to stay over, so he immediately said to his daughters, Okay, Daddy will stay over tonight. Tomorrow morning, he'll make his daughters a hearty and nutritious breakfast. Amaze them properly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, hereby rewarding the host with the common sense of life skill. May I ask if the host activates the skill? Activate. As the words fell, a large number of common sense life skills about garbage sorting, repairing small electrical appliances, installing light bulbs, installing small benches, cleaning, as well as caring for simple flowers and plants, and so on, were brainlessly input into Lin Yu's mind. 5 seconds later, Lin Yu opened his eyes again. When he saw this pot of green flowers on the coffee table in front of him, he knew how to take care of the green flowers. For example, to give it to shine diffused light, watering pay attention to the principle of see dry and wet, half a month to give it a compound fertilizer rich in phosphorus and potassium and so on, absolutely grow branches and leaves. These small knowledge of life, he used to be absolutely not. Now, after mastering these small knowledge of life, he even has a feeling that the world is in his hands to control. It was even better than when he was strategizing in the business world and winning in 1,000 miles. The world has become more colorful. In addition to the happy smiles on his 3 daughters' faces when they learned that he was staying, he was even more filled with anticipation and longing for his future life. Dad, I'll go clean up your room. Chao Chuxia immediately jumps up excitedly and goes to clean up the room. Although Chao Chuxia didn't say anything, she went to prepare new toothpaste and toothbrushes as well as washcloths, bath towels, and bath sandals and other small details for Lin Yu with a light smile on her face. Xiao Mengyao runs over like a cheerful butterfly to talk to Chao Chuxia. Big sister, I have another good news to tell you. Oh. What? I earned $320 today. Our family can buy you a computer. Chao Chuxia's hand that was holding something paused and turned her head to look at Xiao Mengyao. Xiao Mengyao said cheekily, aren't I super awesome? Awesome. Chao Chuxia praises without mincing words. When big sister buys a computer, you should stop taking orders for delivery at night during the weekends. It's too unsafe at night. Aha, listen to big sister, Xiao Mengyao said cheerfully. I'll transfer the money to our family bank card. Saying this, she suddenly thought of something. She turned back and stomped to Lin Yu's side again, smilingly asking, Daddy, are you free tomorrow? Free, Lin Yu thoughtlessly said back, even though there was a single $2 billion project to talk about tomorrow. But that was not as important as accompanying his daughter. As long as his daughter needed it, he was free at any time. Chapter 021. 3 daughters shocked. Dad's riding in a $1 billion car. Dad, I still have to deliver takeaways tomorrow, and 4th sister has to write a novel at home. Neither of us have time to accompany big sister to buy a computer. Can Dad accompany big sister to buy a computer tomorrow? Xiao Mengyao asked cheerfully. It's no problem for Dad to accompany Chuxia to the computer. Lin Yu agreed cheerfully, then said, Yao, look, you've already saved enough money to buy a computer for Chuxia, and you're delivering takeout to this point tonight. How about a vacation tomorrow? After all, buying a computer is a big deal, and Dad is worried that he won't be able to see it right. So when the time comes, with one more of you on the side as a reference, we can get a more suitable and favorable computer for Chuxia. Now that he has found his daughters, naturally he won't let them go through the hard work of delivery anymore. He would give them the best. Xiao Mengyao thinks it's feasible. This is the first time she's gone shopping with her dad. She immediately nods her head and says, Okay, Day, listen to Dad. Dad, are you guys talking about going computer shopping tomorrow? Xiao Chuxia asked cheerfully as she came out after finishing her room. Well, Chuxia, are you free to go with us tomorrow? Lin Yu asked. Tomorrow, he had to give his daughter and son all the computers, cell phones and other electronic products. I'm free. How could she be missing on a day when the whole family was going out? She stayed up late tonight to code and write out tomorrow's. Lin Yu smiled and said, then we'll go together. At night, Lin Yu lies on the bed and takes out his cell phone. On it was the latest work progress report from his assistant. The business part of it, he skimmed right over it. His eyes stopped at the assistant saying that the property company of Longyuan neighborhood has been changed, replaced with Greentown property, and all the employees have been handed over tonight, as well as the matter of the house, has negotiated with the seller. Tomorrow can go to the closing procedures. Lin Yu is very satisfied. The assistant is graduated from Harvard University in the Great Eagle Country with a degree in secretarial studies, handling things very professionally and efficiently. Lin Yu, tomorrow I will bring people to the computer city in XH district to buy electronic products. Tell them to prepare the best computers, cell phones and other electronic products. Prepare 5 copies of each. Send me the counter location. Seeing this message, Special Assistant Zhang once again lamented. The boss seems to be super serious about this girl living in room 901 this time. Not only is he taking the girl to buy computers and other electronic products, but he's also going to buy them for all of the girl's family or girlfriends and friends. Trench, he immediately replied. Okay, boss. After Lin Yu saw his assistant's reply, he turned off his cell phone, then turned off the lights and prepared to sleep. In these recent years, he had more and more money, but his sleep quality was getting worse and worse, always unable to sleep. After seeing a lot of authoritative expert doctors and using a lot of top-notch medicines, it was useless. Must resort to a professional hypnotist, assisted sleep, in order to fall asleep. Tonight here at his daughter's home, if he also brought the hypnotist over, it would be too much of an impact on his daughters. Therefore, he was prepared to lie down until morning. However, he didn't expect that gradually, he felt his eyelids get heavy and then fell asleep without realizing it. On Xiao Mengyau's side, she and Xiao Chuxia lived in the same room and slept on bunk beds. Xiao Chuxia and Xiao Shihan shared a room. Xiao Shihan wasn't at home tonight, and Xiao Chuxia's entire brain was excited because of the fact that she had recognized her father tonight, and there was absolutely no way for her to calm down and code, so she slipped into Xiao Mengyau's room, squeezing into a comforter with Xiao Mengyao and chatting. Big sister, second sister, I can't sleep, can you guys sleep? Let's chat. Second sister, tell me more carefully about your encounter with Dad today. I want to hear more about it. I think it's so amazing. Xiao Mengyao was indeed super excited at this moment and couldn't sleep. She plopped down on the bed and talked to Xiao Chuxia again about her encounter with Lin Yu. When it came to the car she crashed into, Xiao Chuxia immediately shouted to stop. Wait a minute, second sister. You said that the car you crashed into had a logo of a flying goddess? Xiao Mengyao blinked. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it was the flying goddess, the little golden man. At the time I thought I was going to have to pay out a super large amount of money, but it scared the hell out of me. I didn't realize that as soon as Dad came down, he said that the car wasn't expensive. It was insured. It was his friend's, and then he said a few words to the owner of the driver's seat, who didn't even get out of the car, and drove straight away. Dad can be awesome. As soon as Xiao Chuxia heard this, she immediately jumped up from the bed. Because of the speed, her little head hit the top bunk, and it hurt so much that her stunningly beautiful little face crumpled into a ball. But she didn't have the time to pay attention to the pain. She took out her cell phone, so she searched for a picture of a Rolls Royce and showed it to Xiao Mengyao. Second sister, do you see if it's this car logo? Xiao Mengyao looked at the picture in her phone and immediately nodded. Yes, it's this car label, Rolls Royce. Oh my god. Surprisingly, the cheapest Rolls Royce costs more than $5 million. This Rolls Royce I bumped into today is a bit longer and looks different than the one in the picture. Xiao Chuxia got excited and immediately found out all the pictures of Rolls Royce cars for Xiao Mengyao to recognize. Because she wrote presidential novels in which the male protagonist came standard with a Rolls Royce, she had collected many pictures of luxury cars, especially the Rolls Royce Phantom, and so on. She had them all. Xiao Mengyao carefully flipped through the pictures on. Then when she saw a picture of a car, she immediately jabbed her finger at the car and said excitedly, "This is the one." Xiao Chuxia took her phone, took a look, and was shocked and dumbfounded. My god, my mother I'm crazy. Xiao Mengyao saw Xiao Chuxia's appearance, and not specific words, hurriedly asked, Lao Si, what type of Rolls Royce is this? About much money? I'm going to say it. Then you and big sister prepare yourselves mentally. This car is the heavyweight car I'm going to arrange for when the hero and heroine get married. The top car among the top luxury cars. I also searched for a lot of information before I found out about this customized Rolls Royce. Customized model. Xiao Mengyao exclaimed in shock. No matter what it was, as long as the words customized were added, it would be much more expensive than the ordinary ones, even many times more, because customized models represent uniqueness. Xiao Chuxia, who slept on the top bunk, sat up, turned on the lights in the room, came down from the top bunk, and sat on the bottom bunk bed with Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia. Xiao Chuxia took a deep breath and said, "This car, it's worth $100 million. It's a special customized model of Rolls-Royce. One in the world. The name is Huiying. Many people have only heard of the Rolls-Royce family's Phantom and Phantom. They have never heard of Rolls-Royce's Huiying. I also looked it up because I needed to write a novel." Xiao Mengyao was filled with shock. Xiao Chuxia is surprised. Chapter 022 Meeting the Sun. Xiao Mengyao said in shock, "Fourth sister, what you mean is that what I crashed into tonight was a car worth $100 million. Heavens, wouldn't the repair cost of that $100 million car be astronomical? Even though it says that the other party won't be looking for me to pay for the damages, will they be looking for Dad to pay for the damages?" Xiao Chuxia stared, in thought. Xiao Chuxia snaps her fingers and says, "Definitely not. Since Dad has said that, then the other party definitely won't look for you to pay for the damages. Because for rich people, the money to repair a car is not much money at all. The main thing is, I have a bold guess now." "What guess?" Xiao Mengyao's little heart was pounding nonstop at this moment. She was very glad that she ran into her dad sitting in the back seat. Otherwise, she would have been working for the rest of her life and would not have been able to afford to pay for the place that she crashed into tonight. Xiao Chuxia came up to Xiao Mengyao and asked, "From which position did Dad get off at that time?" "The back seat." "The back seat." Xiao Chuxia took a deep breath, then held up her index finger and said, "Have you guys ever heard the saying? The one who drives the car is the driver. The one who sits in the car is the boss. Is there such a saying?" Xiao Mengyao asked in confusion. Nowadays, don't they all buy their own cars and drive them themselves? Would they still go looking for a driver? Waste that money? Xiao Chuxia, who hadn't said anything, spoke up and said, "I've heard of driving a BMW and taking a Mercedes. A lot of people who drive Mercedes, when they go out, will be mistaken for drivers, because in the old days, the one who drove the Mercedes was the driver, and the one who sat on the back seat of the Mercedes was the real owner of this Mercedes." Xiao Mengyao was dumbfounded. You guys mean that $100 million car could be Dad's?" The three sisters spoke in unison, looking at each other in shock. Xiao Mengyao froze for a moment before hurriedly shaking her head. "No way, Our dad is so rich? Xiao Chuxia stroked her chin and said, I see from the way dad dresses, and the temperament he carries, it especially matches the image of the presidential male lead in my novel. So I think there's a big chance that the $100 million Huiying is still really dad's. Xiao Chuxia said, Dad's shoes can't see the brand, but the leather is very good, and the luster is not comparable to ordinary leather shoes. Moreover, Dad has a very atmospheric feeling. Such a feeling, I've only seen it on successful people. Xiao Mengyao let out an ah, then said, the clothes and shoes that Dad is wearing, he should have rented them. He's going to a party tonight, so he got a very expensive outfit. Dad told me that before I even knew Dad was Dad. Said that after graduation, the line is important. And the car he was riding in, he told said I was his friends. And at that moment, I hadn't told him that Mom was Chao Dai, and he didn't recognize me as his daughter. Once Xiao Chuxia heard this, he stroked his chin, thinking. Xiao Chuxia said, don't think about it, Dad will naturally tell us when the time comes. Let's sleep first. We still have to buy a computer tomorrow. Xiao Mengyao nodded. Xiao Chuxia said excitedly, great. I'm inspired. I'm going back to my room to code. Dad is really my lucky star. I can write my plot even better. This time my book is going to be on fire. Early the next morning, at like 5:30, Lin Yu woke up. After waking up, his whole body was confused. I fell asleep last night? Without a hypnotist to assist in hypnosis, I fell asleep. Is it because I slept in my daughter's home? Thinking about this, Lin Yu's entire body felt refreshed. My daughters are truly my lucky stars. As soon as my daughters came, not only did they let me activate the choice system and reward me with awesome skills by easily making a choice, moreover, it also solved my sleeping dilemma. I could sleep on my own. This feeling was simply awesome. Get up, buy groceries, and cook for your daughters. Lin Yu woke up and rinsed his mouth and washed his face while sending a message to his assistant, asking him to send him the address navigation of the food market near Longyuan neighborhood. After rinsing, he put on his clothes. Lin Yu went out and realized that his daughters hadn't gotten up yet. His footsteps lightened a bit. Then he came to the kitchen, because he had activated the chef skill. So as soon as he entered the kitchen, he knew how much rice should be put in a meal for 4 people, and then how much water the rice should be put in to cook it properly. After tapping the cook rice button on the rice cooker, he went to the living room, watered the flowers and plants on the coffee table and on the dining table, as well as on the balcony, then came to the shoe cabinet here, and saw that in the tray on the countertop of the shoe counter, which was specially placed for keys and other small things, there was the room key and the access card. He used the room key to try to unlock the room door. No problem. He then went out with the room key and access card. The assistant had already sent the address of the food market. It was very close to the neighborhood, a 10-minute walk away. In the past, when he woke up in the morning, he was responsible for running and doing fitness exercises in the garden. Now, when he woke up in the morning, it was cooking and walking to buy food. On the contrary, he felt that this way of life now was more close to real life, more full of fireworks. This is what it feels like to have a daughter and a home? Awesome! To the vegetable market, Lin Yu bought the freshest pork, carrots, scallions, yams, eggs, greens, and other ingredients, as well as seasonal fruits. Then carrying 2 bags full of vegetables from the food market, the road met quite a few pedestrians, and his rate of return was extremely high. Suddenly, when walking around a corner, he saw a boy surrounded by 5 social youths. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting his son. Faced with a choice. Choice 1. Pretend you didn't see your son, rewarding the host with elementary calligraphy skills. Choice 2. Save your son from the trap, reward the host with elementary fighting skills. Hearing this from the system, Lin Yu looked at the boy surrounded by 5 social youths in surprise. The boy looked like he was 18 years old, dyed yellow hair, dressed in a very trendy way, very handsome, just a band-aid on his forehead. At this moment, he was speaking kindly to the 5 social youths. Brother Wei, give me a few more days of grace. I'll really borrow the money to pay you back. Xiao Chen, I've already given you 3 days of grace, and you still have to make us wait. If you can't pay back the money, just say so earlier and go move bricks for our boss for a month to cover the debt. You can really pay it back. My sister-in-law just gave our family a sum of money. I'm going to find my big sister to borrow it. We still don't know the situation of your family? You are orphans. Where did you get a sister-in-law? You're having trouble supporting yourselves, so come with me to my boss's construction site to move bricks today. Do it for a month and then come back. Chapter 023, Social Youth Shock. Xiao Chen's relatives are big shots. No way. I'm still studying. If my big sister finds out that I'm not studying and have gone to move bricks, she'll break my legs. Xiao Chen immediately refused. This time, you don't have a choice. Take it away from me. The leading social youth immediately waved his hand, and the other 4 social youths were about to forcefully go and tackle Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen immediately turned around and ran, just in the direction where Lin Yu was. The 5 social youths chased after him ferociously, and Lin Yu raised his arm. One by one, they immediately fell to the ground. Xiao Chen, who was running in front, sensed that something was wrong, turned around, and was directly shocked and dumbfounded, only to see that the 5 social youths chasing him had all collapsed in front of a middle-aged man. He looked at the middle-aged man in amazement. First impression, handsome, very handsome, super handsome, damn, why does it feel as handsome as me? He boldly walked over and looked at the 5 people lying on the ground and fainted. He looked up at Lin Yu in shock and asked, "You knocked them down?" After asking, he felt that it was wrong to ask, because at this moment, Lin Yu was carrying shopping bags in both hands. He didn't have any extra hands to beat people up, right? But these 5 people were indeed lying on the ground, and also not moving at all. He boldly kicked Wei's head. The other party did not react at all. Apparently he had really fainted. Aha! Lin Yu nodded. The conditions he gave were simple. 100,000 apiece. Fall down and lie down. So, all 5 of them fell down and lay dead. It wasn't wrong to say that he had knocked them down. When it comes to him, when he can solve things with money, he doesn't use his hands and mouth. Xiao Chen was shocked. These 5 people were really all knocked down by the man in front of him. Highly skilled. Then thinking of the boss behind Wei and the others, he hurriedly and kindly reminded this man who helped him out. "Uncle, thanks, but you'd better hurry up and leave. If they wake up, they're probably going to pick on you. They're brother Biao's men. Call dad," Lin Yu said. Xiao Chen was filled with confusion, then anger. "Don't think that just because you saved me, I'll call you dad. I'm your dad, not uncle. Xu Xue, Meng Yao, and Xu Xia have all already recognized me," Lin Yu said. Ha! Xiao Chen was shocked. This time, he was really shocked to death. "Let's go home first." Lin Yu shook the shopping bag in his hand. It was really quite heavy. Getting older, it's not possible to not obey the old. "I'll carry it." Xiao Chen took the initiative to take over the 2 heavy shopping bags. Although his head was in a daze at this moment, Lin Yu not only accurately said the names of his 3 sisters, moreover, Lin Yu was carrying the vegetables that he had just bought from the food market in his hand, as if he was going to go home to cook. Furthermore, Lin Yu's looks, which were as handsome as his, didn't look like he was cheating. "Let's go back first and see what happens." Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, rewarding the host with primary fighting skills. May I ask if the host activates the skill now? Activate. As his words fell, a large amount of information about fighting skills, fighting styles, and so on was inputted into his mind in a brainstorm. Moreover, his body was also undergoing great changes, including his body's muscles, strength, hearing, eyesight, detection, counter-detection abilities, and so on. They were all being upgraded. 10 seconds later, Lin Yu opened his eyes, and a sharp aura burst out from his dark eyes. Very sharp. The woman standing on the opposite side peeking at him was so scared that she directly crashed into a pole. Those eyes are so scary. It's as if a killing god has walked out from hell. Oh my god. Too scary. Don't dare to peek at handsome guys anymore. Nowadays, the more handsome they look, the more dangerous they are. After Lin Yu and Xiao Chen left, the 5 social youths were still lying on the ground. Wei asked in a low voice, "Did they go far?" The youngest social youth quietly opened his eyeslits a little bit, then whispered back, "Brother Wei, they've already gone past the corner. They can't be seen anymore. Can we get up now?" Wei said, "To be conservative, let's lie down for another 5 minutes. After all, laying a corpse for $100,000 at a time. We've only been on the ground for less than 2 minutes. This money is too good to be true. I feel uneasy in my heart." "Okay, Brother Wei. But, Brother Wei, that man didn't give us any money either?" one of the social youths said timidly. When Brother Wei heard this, he immediately became agitated and got up from the ground, saying with a fierce face, "Right, rubbish, Wei Bold, even had a day when I was cheated. Let's go." Saying that, Wei Bold greeted his 4 brothers to go find Lin Yu to give money. Suddenly, 2 men dressed in black power suits, tall and big, with round waists and thick bladders blocked in front of them. $100,000 apiece. PayPal collection, or WeChat collection, or bank card collection? One of the black-clothed bodyguards said coldly. He was Lin Yu's bodyguard, retired ace special forces, responsible for secretly protecting Lin Yu's safety. Wei Bold 5 people were immediately startled and took 2 consecutive steps back. "You guys? Who are you guys? Just now boss said 100,000 apiece. Don't you want the money?" The black-clothed bodyguard said coldly. Wei Bold was abashed. These 2 black-clothed bodyguards in front of him knew at a glance that they were tough as hell, especially the calluses on their hands, thick and rough. It was estimated that they had touched a gun, coupled with the aura emanating from Lin Yu just now that made people submit at a glance. Wei Bold was scared less. What kind of fairy did he offend? He was only looking for that kid Xiao Chen to get back the 10,000 yuan loan. How did he run into a god? So unlucky. No, don't. Be afraid of having a life to take the money and no life to spend it. The boss said to give, must give. Take out the collection code. The black-clothed bodyguard said coldly. Oh. Good. 5 people were scared to obediently. Trembling hand took out their own cell phones, and then opened the WeChat collection code. The other black-clothed bodyguard used his cell phone to scan the code. One person $100,000, and the payment was completed. Then the 2 people disappeared. Way bold. 5 people were still in a state of collective trembling confusion. A full 5 minutes passed before anyone dared to speak. Brother Wei, I seem to have really received $100,000. Brother Wei, me too, really received $100,000. Mother *******. What the hell is going on here? I'm going to be scared to death. Wei Bold looked at the $100,000 lying in his cell phone and winced. Then he seriously said to his 4 little brothers, no one is allowed to find trouble with Xiao Chen in the future. Xiao Chen's 10,000 yuan owed. We'll each put up 2,000 yuan against it. He didn't believe Xiao Chen when he said that his sister-in-law had given their family a sum of money, thinking that Xiao Chen had swindled him. Didn't expect that now. This mysterious person who suddenly appeared and rescued Xiao Chen, really a mouthful of spit and a nail. Fall down and lie down and say give 100,000 a person. Just 100,000 a person. This kind of wealth. And there are 2 people who look like retired special forces bodyguards. Do not have to think about it. Surely super big shot. It's hard to believe that it's Xiao Chen's sister-in-law. Definitely. Yes, Brother Wei. The 4 junior brothers nodded their heads solemnly and incomparably in unison. Chapter 024, Moving the Lin family's family law. On Lin Yu's side, while he walked, he asked Xiao Chen, how much money do you owe those people just now? $8,000. And then the interest rolled up to $10,000. Xiao Chen said awkwardly. Lin Yu's handsome face instantly sank. The second daughter was still delivering takeaways in the early hours of the morning in order to earn $350. The son, on the other hand, had actually lost money outside and borrowed $8,000. Used the money for what? Enduring his anger, Lin Yu continued to ask. At this time, if it was someone who often followed him around, they would know that this was the prelude before he lost his temper. Xiao Chen also felt that Lin Yu was angry. He thought of what his second sister said in the group last night about finding his father. Could it be that this man in front of him was really his dad? Regardless of whether it was his dad or not, he was kinda scared of the stern-faced Lin Yu at this moment. So, he truthfully said, bought an Apple phone for a girl. Pick up a girl? Lin Yu held back his anger and continued to ask. Not, just want to chase her. Xiao Chen naively scratched his hair. That means you haven't chased her yet? Lin Yu's face darkened by 1 point. His Lin Yu's son, he couldn't even pick up a girl? He must be taught properly. It's true that I haven't chased. Before she told me that she promised to be my girlfriend if I sent her an Apple cell phone. But after I sent her a cell phone, she said that she wanted me to send her another Apple computer before she promised to be my girlfriend. I borrowed the money to buy the cell phone. Where can I get any more money to buy an Apple computer? And then? Lin Yu couldn't hear joy or anger in his words. Xiao Chen again chagrined and scratched his head of yellow hair. And then it's that she has now become someone else's girlfriend. The 2 of them also walked to the door of their house at this moment. Lin Yu opened the door of the room. Xiao Chuxue and Xiao Mengyao were both already up. Xiao Chuxue was reading a book and Xiao Mengyao was memorizing English words. When the 2 heard the unlocking sound of the room door, they stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look at the door. After seeing Lin Yu, the 2 shouted, Dad, brother, Dad, you and your brother met on the road? This is too coincidental. Su Mengyao put down the word book in her hand and joyfully ran over. Then she said to Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, second sister formally introduces you. This is our father. Kissing Dad. Oh. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Yu in shock. Then he quickly looks at Xiao Chuxue who walks over again, only to see Xiao Chuxue nodding towards him and then saying, call daddy. Once again, Xiao Chen looks at Lin Yu in shock. This, surprisingly, is really his dad. Heavens. Thinking of Lin Yu's masterful demeanor just now, he puts the shopping bag in his hand on the ground. Then he hugs Lin Yu and says excitedly, Daddy, teach me martial arts. Just the move you just took down Wei and the others. When Xiao Mengyao heard this, she immediately asked nervously, what happened, Dad? Did you get into a fight outside just now? Were there any injuries? Immediately, Xiao Mengyao nervously checked Lin Yu's body. Xiao Chuxue turned around to get the medical kit. Both sisters were anxious. When Xiao Chen heard his sister's words, he immediately let go of Lin Yu and slapped the back of his head in chagrin. Look at him, only thinking about Dad's scenery. He forgot to considerately ask if Dad was hurt. Wei and the others were 5 people, although they were all knocked to the ground by Dad. But, Dad, could they be injured? It's all my fault. If I hadn't offended Brother Wei, Dad wouldn't have had to fight for me and wouldn't have gotten hurt. Xiao Chen confessed and blamed himself. Lin Yu said to his children, Yao Yao, Dad wasn't hurt, they weren't even Dad's opponents. He who had activated a primary fighting skill, even his 2 secret special forces bodyguards, Dashan and Xiaoshan, were not his match. So when he said this, he was full of vigor. Dad, are you really alright? It's better to check again. Xiao Chuxue came out with a medical kit and said to Lin Yu, there's really no need to check. Look at your dad, I don't have a bit of dust on me. There's no wrinkles on my clothes. Do I look like someone who's been in a fight? They didn't even touch the corner of my clothes. Wei Bold and the 5 of them. Indeed, before they even touched Lin Yu, they directly fell under the money. The 2 sisters, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxue, carefully examined Lin Yu once more, and only after realizing that there was indeed no injury, did the 2 of them let out a sigh of relief. Then Xiao Chuxue went to organize the ingredients that Lin Yu bought back, while Xiao Mengyao grabbed Xiao Chen's ear and asked sternly, Xiao Chen, what the hell is going on? Why did you start a conflict with someone else, and you want Dad to help you fight? Xiao Chen had no choice but to retell the story. After saying that, Xiao Mengyao picked up a chicken feather duster and chased after Xiao Chen to beat him, who ran and dodged at the same time. Xiao Chen, you're bold. How dare you go borrow money, and borrow $8,000. The interest rolled up to $10,000. Second sister, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Don't worry, this $10,000, I will definitely earn it back and return it to them. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's cell phone rang. Second sister, I'll take a call first. It's Brother Wei calling. Xiao Chen said hurriedly. Xiao Mengyao grumbled in anger, holding a chicken feather duster with her arms crossed, pissed off at her. Turn on the amplified sound to answer the phone. Xiao Mengyao said ferociously. Okay, second sister. Xiao Chen picked up the phone and tapped on the amplified sound. He hadn't said anything yet. Wei Bold over there spoke first. His attitude shifted 180 degrees from before, and even called out to Xiao Chen as Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao, you don't need to return that $10,000 to us anymore. We've already received the money. If you have anything in the future, just order us. I won't bother Brother Xiao then. Bye. Wei Bold hung up the phone after saying that. Xiao Chen was directly confused. What was the situation? Xiao Mengyao was also full of not knowing the situation. Xiao Chen suddenly looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Dad, could it be that money? You helped me pay it back? Aha! Lin Yu nodded his head. Dashan had given those 5 people a total of $500,000, which was completely enough to cover this $10,000. Wei Bold's group of people were quite a bit of eye candy. Dad, as soon as Xiao Chen heard this, he was immediately moved to the point where his eyes turned red, and was about to pounce towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu stopped him, then reached out towards Xiao Mengyao. Yao Yao, give the chicken feather duster to Dad. Okay. Xiao Mengyao immediately gave the chicken feather duster to Lin Yu. Dad, what are you doing? Xiao Chen asked in fear afterward. Execute the Lin family's family law. Lin Yu took the chicken feather duster and said with a seriousness he had never felt before. He hadn't had a child before, and he had no experience in educating children. However, now that he had a child, he had to take on the responsibility of a father. Educate his son well and let Xiaozhan feel at ease. Bring his son to the right path. Chapter 025, Xiao Chen shocked. My dad is hugely rich. Xiao Chen's face became a bitter melon face in an instant. Lin Yu took Xiao Chen to his room. After the door to the room closed, Xiao Chuxia, who had finally woken up after hearing the noise, came out of the room. She asked Xiao Mengyao what happened and Xiao Mengyao explained to her about the morning. Immediately, Xiao Chuxia was shocked and asked, What? This bastard boy, Xiao Chen, actually borrowed $8,000 outside, and then after he couldn't pay it back, those social youths came to the door and got Dad into a fight? Dad not only helped Xiao Chen fight, but also helped Xiao Chen pay back the money? Daddy's not hurt, right? Dad's fine. He's in his room right now teaching Xiao Chen a lesson. Xiao Mengyao hadn't lost her temper even at this moment. Looking at the closed doorway of the room, she said, Dad took a chicken duster, and he's definitely going to beat Xiao Chen's ass to death. There still needs to be a man in the house. I chased after Xiao Chen and beat him, but Xiao Chen always runs away. I can't beat him a few times. It's different when Dad is around. We must let Xiao Chen have a deep lesson this time. Otherwise, if we let Xiao Chen get into the habit of borrowing money outside, Xiao Chen is estimated to be ruined, because borrowing money to buy things to pretend was addictive. As Xiao Chen's older sister, she naturally didn't want her own brother to go down such a bad path. Xiao Chuxia ran to the door, ready to eavesdrop, when Xiao Mengyao pulled her into the living room. Since Dad brought Xiao Chen into the room and practiced the Lin family's family law, he didn't want us to see that Dad was giving Xiao Chen face. Xiao Mengyao said, Xiao Chusha rubbed his chin and said, I'll go find some salt. Dad might not have hit him hard enough. I'll sprinkle some more salt on Xiao Chen's wounds later so that he remembers this lesson well before he does. With that, Xiao Chusha went to the kitchen to get some salt. Xiao Mengyao also followed and suggested, add some more chili noodles. Good. And some more mustard. Second sister. You're awesome. Room. Lin Yu was sitting on a book chair, and Xiao Chen stood obediently in front of him. Stretch out your right hand. Lin Yu held a chicken feather duster in one hand and a cigarette in the other. After taking a drag on the cigarette, he looked at Xiao Chen, who obediently stretched out his right hand. Dad, I know I'm wrong. Really, next time I won't dare to borrow money anymore. The interest rate of this borrowed money is too high. The interest rolls up. $8,000 surprisingly came to $10,000. It's too pitiful. Lin Yu put the chicken feather duster on the desk, then said, hit yourself a little. Xiao Chen obediently picked up the chicken feather duster and tried to gently hit himself, but he looked at Lin Yu's generally serious face in the smoke, and he was a little scared in his heart. In the end, he closed his eyes and ruthlessly hit his right palm with the chicken feather duster. It hurt so much that he grimaced. Does it hurt? Lin Yu exhaled a mouthful of smoke and asked. It hurts. Pain is right. This time, Dad is letting you remember that except for sunlight and air, which are given by nature, everything else has to be obtained through labor, not through borrowing money. Dad is rich. You can choose not to be self-reliant and become a foppish rich second generation, but in that case, Dad won't give the company to you to take care of, and you'll stop at getting a few $100,000 a month in pocket money for the rest of your life. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Yu in shock. Dad, you are very rich? Can give me hundreds of thousands of pocket money a month? Oh my god, this was still the treatment of being a dude rich second generation. How rich was his dad? A month, giving him hundreds of thousands of pocket money at the drop of a hat? If he gave it to him, surely he would also give the same pocket money to his 4 sisters, 5 of them in the family. It would be the same as millions of pocket money given by his dad in a month. This is simply shocking. He is really rich second generation. Lin Yu nodded. Well, Dad is rich. Then what if I'm self-reliant? Xiao Chen asked excitedly. Lin Yu took another drag on his cigarette. If you are self-reliant, then you will have to learn a lot of things, a lot of knowledge, and your days will be more painful. But once you have achieved something, you will be the heir of the Lin family. From the moment he learned that he had 4 daughters and a son, Lin Yu made plans for his 5 siblings. The daughters could learn whatever they liked, as long as they were happy. The sons, on the other hand, were to be groomed to become heirs, because to be an heir is not to eat the usual suffering. This kind of suffering, he did not want to let the Zhou daughters to bear. Moreover, when the heir also need to participate in a variety of cocktail parties, socializing, and the business of the world, and so on, it was still more appropriate for a boy to serve. Dad, then I'm going to fend for myself, Xiao Chen said without thinking. Lin Yu slowly exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Between the lingering smoke, he narrowed his eyes at Xiao Chen. No rest or anger could be heard in his voice. Sure. Aha, Dad, just me a son. My sisters although study better than me, but after all, they are girls. Many occasions girls are not suitable to participate. I want to become Dad's heir, to Dad to keep the family business, Xiao Chen said seriously. He went to find Wei Bold to borrow money this time because he was tricked by the advertisement on the bathroom door. The advertisement said that there was no interest on the borrowed money, and that he only needed to pay in 12 installments. When he signed the contract, he didn't look at it carefully and signed it directly. Then after signing the contract, the other party told him that there is really no interest, but there is a service charge. Service charge according to the number of days. This service fee is no different from interest, just change the name. Moreover, he originally thought that he only needed to pay back $666 for the first month's repayment, but the service fee was included and the chopped interest rate was used, resulting in him having to pay back $2,000 for the first month. Where can he pay back so much money? Just dragged 3 days. Wei boldly to bring people to force to take him to the construction site to move bricks. This is still just a small thing. He was set up in. If there is not a father to help him, do not know what to make a mess. There are too many sets outside. He is a big man to eat a little loss. But, his sisters certainly cannot eat the loss. So, when the heir thing, or he is a big man to carry. Lin Yu took another drag on his cigarette and nodded. It's good that you have this ambition. However, before you choose to be the heir candidate, you still need to accept a challenge that Dad gave you. What challenge? Xiao Chen asked curiously. Lin Yu shook the cigarette in his hand, then selected a photo from his cell phone and handed it to Xiao Chen. Is the girl in the photo pretty? Xiao Chen's gaze fell on the girl standing in the center in the photo. It froze. This wasn't Tang Ching-yi, the school flower in Big Sister's school, alongside Big Sister? It was more than 100 times prettier than the girl he had chased before. Pretty, Xiao Chen said frankly, Like it? Lin Yu asked again. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Yu in surprise. Dad, why are you asking? There were a total of 3 people in the photo. One was his dad, and another should be Tang Qingyi's dad. Tang Qingyi was standing in the center, smiling brightly. He could tell that his dad should be on good terms with Tang Qingyi's dad. Tang Qingyi had always been the high and mighty goddess of their boys' dormitory. He had naturally thought about it, but after thinking about what his roommates had said about Tang Qingyi's family being very rich, he was very self-aware and dismissed the idea. Chapter 026, The 3 Surprised Sisters of the Chow Family. Dad's breakfast is exquisite. Like it? Lin Yu continued to ask. Xiao Chun was asked a little less than kindly, scratched a head of yellow hair and said with a naive smile, so pretty. Like, definitely like it. Ah, if you like it, then surpass her, and Dad will arrange special training for you as an heir. Lin Yu got up, took back his cell phone, and walked towards the door of the room. Ha? What? Xiao Chun thought that his own dad would say if you like it, Dad will introduce her to you, but he didn't expect that he was going to ask him to surpass Tang Qingyi. Tang Qingyi was in the same university as his big sister. It's a top university. She was a senior student of Fudan University, which was second only to Tsinghua University and Peking University. How can he surpass her as a student from a third-base university? Dad's this challenge is too difficult. Ah, but think of Dad only this one son. If he really chose to be a dude rich second generation, chew the old words, then when Dad's age is a little older, who will help Dad to keep Dad's hard-fought down the rivers and mountains? Thinking of this, Xiao Qin turned around and shouted forcefully to Lin Yu, who walked to the door of the room. Dad, I accept this challenge. Lin Yu hooked his lips and smiled in satisfaction. Then he collected his smile and said, well, have you eaten breakfast yet? Not yet. After being woken up early in the morning by Wei Bolt's debt collection call, he thought about coming to find his big sister to borrow money. He didn't have the heart to eat breakfast at all. Then Dad will make another one for you. The rice cooked this morning was not prepared for his son, but it's okay. I bought a lot of vegetables today. Making a breakfast for 5 people is no problem at all. Lin Yu opened the door to his room and went out. Coming to the living room, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chusha immediately ran to Lin Yu. Daddy. Well, Dad went to the kitchen to make breakfast for you guys. Lin Yu nodded and went into the kitchen. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chusha immediately looked at Xiao Chun, who came out of the room. Then the 2 sisters came on. In no time, Lin Yu, who was in the kitchen preparing breakfast with Xiao Chushue, heard the miserable screams coming from Xiao Chun. Ah. 4th sister, what did you put on this hand of mine? It hurts so much. So spicy. Ah. 2nd sister, what did you put inside the water? Why is it so spicy? So spicy. Only after Xiao Chen was made miserable did Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chusha let him go. Xiao Chen sat on the sofa in a daze. Although he had accepted his dad's challenge, he realized that he didn't have half a clue. How was he going to surpass Tang Qingyi? Compare his academic performance? But the 2 were studying different majors. Then what? Compare comprehensive ability? Comprehensive ability was too broad. It was so difficult. However, the first step that came to his mind was that he definitely had to learn the best in his major. Otherwise, if he hadn't learned the best in his own major, how could he compare himself with the female schoolmaster who was a high achiever at Fudan University? Immediately, he went to his room and took a Spanish word book to the balcony to memorize Spanish words. Spanish is the 2nd largest language in the world after Chinese. The grammar is more complex than English. The pronunciation is simpler than English. That is, when reading Spanish, there is a special trill. To say good Spanish, first of all, you have to practice this unique trill well. Xiao Chen was seriously reading the pronunciation of Spanish words. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chusha, who were reading in the living room, looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Then the 2 sisters bit their ears and whispered, what's wrong with Xiao Chen? Surprisingly, he didn't play the game. Instead, he's reading Spanish there. Maybe he's ready to get fired up after being educated by Dad in his room? Xiao Chusha stroked his chin and said speculatively. Xiao Mengyao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Dad is too good. Before, when we asked Xiao Chen to read Spanish in the morning, he refused to do it, saying that it's too embarrassing, and that it's fine to read it in his mind. And look at him now. He's reading it so loudly. Sure enough, we still need a man in our family who can cure Xiao Chen. Aha! Half an hour later, Lin Yu had breakfast ready. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The soup was a yam and vegetable soup made with carrots and bok choy and egg yam, handmade pancakes, potato and egg pancakes, steamed dumplings with purple kale and petals, and beef in sauce. There were also fruit crispy dates, and freshly squeezed orange juice. Very sumptuous. When Lin Yu brought out the breakfast, the 3 sisters of the Chow family were shocked and dumbfounded. Xiao Chushue was just helping Lin Yu in the kitchen before, washing the dishes, and then Lin Yu let her go to read, and the breakfast was all done by Lin Yu alone in the kitchen. She didn't expect her own father to make a breakfast that was so colorful. It was too shocking to her. The feeling of having a dad was simply so good that it exploded. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia were also so shocked that they were screaming in surprise. Whoa whoa whoa! Dad! You're too awesome! What are these lavender petals? It looks so pretty! It's the first time I've seen such a beautiful food. These are steamed dumplings made from purple kale. Lin Yu explained with a smile. Dad! You're too good! I can't even eat this steamed dumpling when I look at it, Xiao Chuxia said as her eyes stared straight at the lavender petal steamed dumpling. She was going to add another persona to her male lead, which was that he could make food that was both beautiful and delicious. Dad is simply wonderful, giving her another inspiration to write a novel. Lin Yu looked at his daughter's surprised expressions. He smiled dotingly and said, "It was made just for you to eat. Don't worry about eating it, and if you want to eat it in the future, Dad will continue to make it for you." Daddy, and this hand cake, potato egg cake, at a glance it's super tasty. I can't wait to start. Xiao Mengyao gulped and said. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Bring the bowls and chopsticks. We'll start eating." Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia immediately ran to the kitchen to get the dishes. Xiao Chen came over and looked at the table full of fancy breakfasts and was also stunned. Dad, you're too good. These breakfasts are actually all made by your own hands. He thought that what Lin Yu said about making breakfast was frying a few small homemade dishes, or maybe boiling a few bowls of vermicelli. Unexpectedly, it was such an exquisite breakfast. Not only did he have the staple food, but also the soup, fruits, and freshly squeezed juices. All of them were complete. It was simply an unrivaled nutritious breakfast. Lin Yu was really happy at this moment, and had a great sense of accomplishment. Having mastered the skills of a chef, he had a variety of nutritious breakfast pairings in his mind. He took into account the fact that girls loved beauty, so he deliberately made a lavender-colored petal steamed dumpling with all his heart. He also cut the handful of pancakes into nice shapes, a table full of exquisite delicacies. After Xiao Mengyao and the girls brought the dishes, they immediately wanted to take pictures and send them to their friends. Xiao Chen was ready to reach out for the hand-scratched cake, but was opened by Xiao Mengyao's hand. Wait a minute, we haven't finished taking pictures yet. Sisters, you hurry up and take good pictures. My stomach is grumbling when I see these delicacies. I really super want to eat them. Xiao Chen hurriedly urged. His own dad was simply too powerful. Not only is he an outstanding martial artist, but he's also mega rich, and he also cooks exquisite meals. Such a good dad. Who has one in their family? Chapter 027, Friend Shock, Lin Yu's 5 treasures in one child. The 3 sisters of the Qiao family all took a lot of pictures. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia were sending out friend circles. Xiao Chen tried to move his chopsticks again to pick up a dish and was hit by Xiao Chuxia's chopsticks. Big sister? Xiao Chen wails with a puzzled face. Daddy hasn't started yet. Daddy is the head of the family. Daddy moved his chopsticks first before we can move our chopsticks. Xiao Chuxia says with a straight face. Lin Yu's heart is very uptight when he hears the words head of the family. He picked up a slice of soy sauce beef and put it in the bowl. Xiao Chen immediately followed suit and picked up the soy sauce beef, then stuffed it into his mouth, eating it so much that his eyes squinted. Yummy! Dad, did you buy this beef and sauce directly from the ready-made sauce? Or did you make it yourself? This is too delicious. Xiao Chen spoke with puffed cheeks as he ate. Xiao Chuxia also ate the beef and sauce and it was so delicious that her eyes lit up. Dad, this is really super delicious. Dad, you made it fresh, right? I remember when I was washing the vegetables. This beef was still fresh beef. Lin Yu smiled and said, well, freshly made beef and sauce. It's delicious, so you guys just eat more. When Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia, who were originally prepared to eat breakfast after sending out their friends' circles, heard this, they immediately put down their cell phones and joined the eating army. The entire time was filled with exclamations from their children. It's so delicious. This steamed dumpling is simply delicious. It's the best steamed dumpling I've ever eaten. This hand pie, golden and crispy. The outer layer of the pie is so crunchy and so delicious, and the inner layer is fluffy and pliable and chewy. It's really delicious to the point of explosion. And this potato and egg pancake, the flavor is amazing. Even this bowl of vegetable soup is super delicious. After a breakfast, the dishes on the table were glowingly clean. Xiao Mengyao touched her full little tummy, burped, and said with incomparable satisfaction, oh my god, this is the morning with Dad. It's simply so good that it explodes. In order to save money on weekdays, they usually ate buns in the morning, or donut buns. Never had they eaten such a hearty breakfast. It really was so much food that she had to think it was a dream. Dad, big sister, second sister, fourth sister, I'm done with breakfast, so I'll go back to school first. Xiao Chen said as he stood up, because he was going back to school to study hard. Lin Yu nodded his head. Xiao Chuxia told Xiao Chen to be safe on the road. After Xiao Chen left, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia were in charge of washing the dishes in the kitchen. Xiao Chuxia was organizing the bank cards and other things that he was going to take out today. Lin Yu went to the balcony to answer the phone. The call was from his good friend Tang Shiai's. Old Lin, are you free to come out for lunch at noon? Brother, I have something bothering me. No time. Ha, I called and asked your secretary. Said you don't have any arrangements for lunch today, to accompany my daughter. Daughter? Tang Shiai's asked in shock. When did you have a daughter? Or are you getting ready to get married? Your girlfriend is pregnant? Lin Yu smiled and said, no, my daughter is already 18 years old. What? Your daughter is 18 years old. I'll go. As old as my daughter. Congratulations. Tang Shiai's was really not expecting Lin Yu to have a daughter. And she was still 18 years old. God. Lin Yu, this is also too much for him to envy. Playing into middle age. Suddenly came the adult daughter. This day is simply not too good. Well, one of my daughters is in the same school as your family's Qingyi. Lin Yu took a drag on his cigarette, narrowed his eyes and smiled. Tang Shiai's was shocked once again. What do you mean? One daughter? Could it be that you have many more daughters? Well, 4 daughters. Lin Yu said quite dejectedly, squinting comfortably after he finished. I'll go. 4 daughters. Quickly tell me, what's going on here? I'm simply curious to the point of going crazy. Tang Shizhe asked, shocked beyond belief. It's quintuplets. 4 daughters and 1 son. Lin Yu said. Tang Shiai's was directly shocked by these words that the mouthful of water he just drank, all spewed out. He hurriedly and busily wiped his mouth, then walked outside the balcony and asked with a face full of shock. Quintuplets. 5 babies in 1 birth. Lin Yu, you're awesome. I, Tang Shiai's, serve no one in my life. Really, just you Lin Yu, doing business. You're luckier than anyone else. Never stepped out of the sky. Now have a child. Other people have a pair of twins, have to go around to report the good news. Your family even gave birth to quintuplets. And, I'd like to say I'm super jealous. Okay? Do you know how much effort and money our family spent on training Qingyi to get into the medical department of Fudan University? Damn it, you're just charging straight off the shelf. Your daughter went to Fudan University too. The shadow area in my heart is super big right now. Right, you said there's a son in your quintuplets? As soon as Tang Shiai's thought of this, the cloud of worry on his face instantly disappeared. Only excitement remained. Aha! Lin Yu nodded with a smile. He was in a super good mood at this moment. He finally understood why after his friends became baby daddies one after another, their circle of friends changed their style completely. And even when they drank and ate, the content of their conversations changed. It became all about the kids. All kinds of in front of him to show their family baby how good, how excellent, how cute. Ha ha. Now, he had kids too. And there were still 5. It's time for him to take revenge. Old Lin, look, our 2 families were already close. How about the 2 of us becoming in-laws? Didn't you always like my daughter before? Now you can directly take her back as your daughter-in-law. Comfortable or not? If you think that my daughter-in-law needs to learn a bit more wherever she is, I'll immediately enroll her in a course so that she can go and learn. Absolutely to your satisfaction. The reason he wanted to find Lin Yu for a drink and chat today was because her daughter refused to fall in love. He hadn't thought it was a big deal, but his wife thought it was a big deal. How can a girl not fall in love? Said before, high school is not allowed to fall in love. To the university, must fall in love. Otherwise by the time the university graduate 23 years old, and then read the master's degree out, will be 26 years old. They also said that it's the best golden time for a woman to have a baby at 25. This led to a big argument in the house this morning, and the daughter went back to school without eating breakfast. The wife is also sulking in the room at this moment. He had 2 big heads. Most of all, he did not want his daughter to find a random boy to fall in love with. He didn't feel at ease. Now, suddenly, he learned that Lin Yu had quintuplets. Among them, there was also a son. The age is also 18 years old. Isn't this a perfect match for his daughter? Immediately, he began to sell his daughter. With his many years of interaction with Lin Yu's character was absolutely trustworthy. Lin Yu's son, he was absolutely relieved. Lin Yu was amused by his friend's words. He propped one hand on the railing, one hand holding the cell phone, said, Old Tang, I don't interfere in my son's relationship matters. Chapter 028 Daughter's Bet. Loser wears maid's costume. Tang Shiai said, in that case, Old Lin, how about you send me your son's phone number or WeChat or QQ? I'll let my daughter go after your son. Lin Yu smiled and said, it's no problem to send you the phone number. However, if Qingyi doesn't want to fall in love, you shouldn't push too hard, lest you make father-daughter conflicts. Having a daughter, he wouldn't use thunderous means in dealing with his children like he did in the group. He would see things from his daughter's and son's point of view. It was like the matter of Xiao Chen borrowing money before. If it was according to his past temperament, he would have beaten Xiao Chen's ass. However, when he thought about the fact that Xiao Chen borrowed money because he wanted to chase a girl, and he hadn't chased the girl yet, and the girl had even become someone else's girlfriend. In addition, Xiao Chen borrowed money also did not expect way bold they will be beheading interest and so on to set him. If you stand in the point of view of Xiao Chen at that moment must be very sad, very fragile, very need to be consoled. If he instead of comforting Xiao Chen, but also beat Xiao Chen's ass and teach him a hard lesson, there was a high probability that it would stir up Xiao Chen's rebellious mentality, leading to conflicts, a gap between father and son, and so on. Therefore, he used a gentler approach and let Xiao Chen beat himself. If Xiao Chen only lightly hit himself, he would teach him a lesson in another way. Only after Xiao Chen hit himself heavily did he talk to him about his family's money, teaching him reason, setting goals for him. Xiao Chen was worthy of being his own and Xiao Zhan's child, and understood at the drop of a hat. Immediately, he began to study hard. He was very satisfied. When Tang Xiais heard the words father-daughter conflict, he had a stomach full of words he wanted to say to Lin Yu, but he couldn't say it over the phone for a while. Moreover, Lin Yu had just recognized the child, so it was not good for him to delay Lin Yu too much. So, he said, okay, I won't force Qing Yi. It's my wife who forces. I can't help it. It's too hard for me to be in the middle. Lin Yu turned around, just in time to see Chao Chuxue had already organized her things. He said to Tang Xiais, I still have things on my side, so I won't say too much. Okay, to be. Congratulations old Lin, you got 5 treasures. Tang Xiais sincerely blessed. Remember to send me your son's phone number on WeChat. Lin Yu smiled and said, okay, don't worry, remember it. After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone, then sent Xiao Chen's phone number to Tang Xiais on WeChat. When he was in the kitchen this morning, Xiao Chuxue told him all 5 of their siblings' phone numbers. He put all 5 phone numbers in the number 1 position. As soon as he opened his address book, he could see it. In the kitchen, Xiao Mengyao muttered to Xiao Chuxia, today, Xiao Chen is so strange. In the past, after he came to the house to eat, how come he had to watch TV for a while or play a few games first, dragging it out until late afternoon before returning to the dormitory? How come today he just finished breakfast, and he's fighting like a chicken to go back to the dormitory? Xiao Chuxia said with a smile as he washed the dishes. Maybe it's because he saw that dad was too good, even cooking so well, so he was so stimulated that he also wanted to study well and perform well in front of dad. Xiao Mengyao nodded. It should be. Right, I forgot to ask you yesterday. What is third sister doing making short videos back home? Xiao Chuxia said. It says that short videos have a good development prospect now, so she's going to go and choose a scene and then make short videos. Then doesn't she have to attend classes? Xiao Mengyao work in her hand stopped and asked Xiao Chuxia in surprise. Xiao Chuxia said, third sister said that she's just going back to choose the scenery first to take a look. It's not finalized yet. If it's finalized, she said that she can apply for online classes with the school at that time. She's already finished self-studying the first semester of her freshman year. Xiao Mengyao continued to wash the dishes. But regardless of whether third sister does short videos or not, later on, let big sister give her a call and tell her to come back first. Recognize dad's first. Also, I thought of one more thing. All 5 of us siblings are surnamed Xiao. Dad is surnamed Lin. Shouldn't we change our surnames? It just so happened that at this moment, Xiao Chuxue came to the kitchen to fill the thermos pot with hot water and heard Xiao Mengyao's words. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia both looked at Xiao Chuxue. Xiao Chuxue said, I've already sent a message to third sister. She'll be back tomorrow. When third sister comes back, we'll talk to dad about this together. After dad agrees, we'll go to the Public Security Bureau together to change our surnames. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia nodded their heads. With a ding, Xiao Chuxue's cell phone rang. She took out her hand to see that it was a message sent to her by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, big sister, do you have the contact information of Tang Qingyi from your school? WeChat, QQ, or phone number, Weibo or something like that. Xiao Chuxue, what do you want her contact information for? To pick her up. Xiao Chen is very overbearing in messages back. I want to find a girlfriend who is 100 times better than Lu Yuyu. Xiao Chuxue. Xiao Chen, big sister, do you have her contact information? Push your brother a bit. Xiao Chuxue thinks about how her brother has suddenly become diligent and progressive. Can it be that it's really because he wants to find a better girlfriend than Lu Yeye? It was okay to let his brother go after Tang Qingyi. Maybe, the younger brother would become even better? Moreover, Tang Qingyi's character was good, at least 10,000 times better than the gold-worshipping green tea whore Lu Yuyu that her younger brother was chasing before. Immediately, Xiao Chuxue sent Tang Qingyi's phone number to Xiao Chen. Last time, she and Tang Qingyi participated in a project that combined computers and medicine arranged by a professor, so they had each other's phone numbers. Xiao Chen, thank you big sister. After you pick her up, I'll treat you. He had thought about it all morning and came up with the way he wanted to surpass Tang Qingyi, and that was to conquer her, pick her up. And Tang Qingyi was indeed the white moon goddess in his heart as well. He didn't dare to chase Tang Qingyi before because he didn't think he was worthy of her. Now, with his own father sitting at the back. He, Xiao Chen, doesn't have a girl he doesn't dare to pick up. Xiao Chuxue, okay, big sister is waiting for your treat. I don't know if I'll have the chance to eat this meal in this lifetime. When Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxue see this news, they immediately come together at Xiao Chuxue's side and exclaim, "Heavens, old brother, this is too bold. How dare he go after big sister's Tang Qingyi from your school? I heard that Tang Qingyi grew up to be a champion in some kind of OU, piano competition, dance competition, and fighting competition, and her family is rich. This younger brother of ours, who gave him the courage to go after Tang Qingyi?" Xiao Chuxia followed suit. "There are boys in our school who want to chase after Tang Qingyi, but they don't dare to even hand in a love letter. I heard earlier that a rich second generation used 999 roses to express his love under Tang Qingyi's dormitory building, and then Tang Qingyi replied back with, a man will only affect the speed at which I can make money, which set the entire university town on fire." Chapter 029 Lin Yu's bodyguard is shocked. Lin Yu is an expert. It seems like fifth brother has really eaten his bear's heart and leopard's guts this time. It's fine to let him go after Tang Qingyi. At least today I see fifth brother has the motivation to study. Moreover, Tang Qingyi won't coax his brother into buying such expensive cell phones and computers like that gold-digging green tea whore Liu Yu. Xiao Mengyao blinked and said mischievously, "Big sister, fourth sister, why don't we have a bet? Bet on whether or not brother can chase after Tang Qingyi." Xiao Chuxia, you still need to bet on this? He definitely won't be able to catch up. Xiao Chuxue, he doesn't stand a chance. Xiao Mengyao said, both of you said that your brother has no chance, so I, the second sister, will bet that he has a chance. The bet is that the loser wears a maid outfit at home. How about it? Yes, no problem. I want to see second sister in a maid outfit. It's going to be super nice, ha, said Xiao Chuxia with a smile. Xiao Chuxue fills the thermos with warm water and says, hurry up and finish washing the dishes. We're going out. Big sister, are you betting? Xiao Mengyao finished washing the last bowl and asked after her. Xiao Chuxue put a few wolfberries in the thermos pot and tightened the cap and said, looks like you want to wear a maid outfit, so let's bet. After saying that, she went out of the kitchen. Just in time, she saw Lin Yu, who walked in from the balcony after making a phone call. She shook the thermos towards Lin Yu. Dad, I filled a cup of hot water for you. Later when you're thirsty, you can drink this pot. Good, daughter is so sweet. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia tidied up the kitchen and followed Xiao Chuxue and also Lin Yu out of the house with joy, because today is the first time that Xiao Chuxue and the girls go out with Lin Yu. Xiao Chuxue generously calls a cab. In the past, when they went shopping, they always took the subway or bus. The cab was a Volkswagen. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, and the three Xiao sisters sat in the back seat. Just sat in. The cab driver looked at Lin Yu with special admiration. Thumbs up towards Lin Yu, ambiguously said, dude, awesome. Eyes as if to say, bring three big beautiful women. Lin Yu explained, these are my three daughters. What are you thinking? The driver was shocked. These are your daughters? Aha! Triplets? She looked at the three girls who were all the same age. Ah. Lin Yute said smugly, it's quintuplets. There are two more who are not available. The female driver was shocked, dumbfounded. Oh my god, quintuplets. I've been driving a cab for more than 10 years, and it's the first time I've seen quintuplets. Dude, your breeding power is simply so strong that it explodes. Bull, bull, bull. Lin Yu also felt that his breeding power was amazing. Not only did he get Xiaojun pregnant in one go, but he also got Xiaojun to have 5 babies in one birth. Ha ha, lol. The three sisters of the Qiao family were especially happy to see Lin Yu openly saying that they were his daughters. They called out to Lin Yu, Dad, it's a little windy today. You remember to close the car windows a little bit. Oh, don't get cold. Dad, if you are thirsty, the water bottle is here with me. Dad, you have to wear a seatbelt when you sit on the passenger seat. You have to fasten your seatbelt. Super sweet. Lin Yu smiled and said back, okay. Then he closed the car window and fastened his seatbelt. The driver said enviously to Lin Yu while driving, dude, your three daughters care about you so much. I really envy you. If my girl has half the understanding and thoughtfulness of your daughters, I'll burn high incense. Lin Yu also felt that his own daughter was a sweet little cotton coat, smiled and didn't reply. Because they were going shopping to buy a very expensive item for the family, a computer. Both Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia were very excited. Along the way, they were talking non-stop. Big sister, have you thought about what brand of computer to buy? I think Asus is good. Xiao Mengyao said, Asus doesn't have a long enough battery life, and after using it for 2 or 3 years, it will make a rumbling sound. I think I can buy an Apple computer. Second sister, Apple computers are expensive, $6,000 or $7,000 a piece. Xiao Chuxia said, we can buy the old model. We can get it for over 4,000. We don't need to buy the new model. Xiao Mengyao said cheekily, Apple computers, no matter how many years you use them, they don't get hot, or loud exhaust fan noises. and the smoothness is fast. Big sister's computer is mainly used to do document design, as well as looking through all kinds of literature at home and abroad. For office use, the Apple computer is completely sufficient. There's no problem using it for 10 years, Xiao Chushue said. Well, Apple computer is really good. Later to see if there is an old model. If not, we will find a used one to repair it ourselves to be able to use it like a new one. Xiao Chushue was studying computer science. When she was in high school, she was very interested in computers, and the papers she published were also about computers. A lot of students in school who have computers at home and have problems with their computers at home would come to Xiao Chushue to fix them. And every time Xiao Chushue was able to fix them, over time, Xiao Chushue's computer repair skills became better and better. Correspondingly, her computer also got better, combining practice and theory together. So, even if she buys a second-hand faulty Apple computer, she can repair it to work as well as a new one. When the cab Lin Yu was in drove out of the neighborhood, another Mercedes-Benz car followed closely behind. Inside the Mercedes-Benz, there were two men dressed in black power suits sitting in the car. They were the two brothers Dashan and Xiaoshan, Lin Yu's bodyguards. The one driving the car was Dashan. Xiaoshan was sitting on the passenger seat. Brother, did you notice that the boss was different when he came out just now? Xiaoshan said. Xiaoshan said. You said that we've been following the boss for more than 10 years, and this is the first time we've seen the boss sitting in a cab, and it's also the first time I've seen the boss smiling so happily. And this morning, the boss even went to the food market to buy food himself. This is simply too shocking to me. The boss is completely different from before. Is that all you saw? Dason gave his own brother a speechless look. Then where else do you see that the boss is different? Oyama asked unconvincingly. Dashan's gaze fell on the cab in front of him that Lin Yu was sitting in and said seriously. The boss's aura is different, like a hidden expert. I'm not even sure I can beat the boss now. Xiaoshan was shocked to the point of hearing this. What? The boss is a hidden expert? You're not even sure you can beat the boss? Couldn't be? He hadn't realized that the boss was an expert before, right? Dashan was also puzzled in his heart, but he didn't voice out his doubts. As the boss's bodyguard, it was better to stay out of the boss's business too much and just do his job. He said instead, you go and find a few more powerful female bodyguards. Female bodyguards? Brother, you don't think you want to get married too when you see your boss starting to live the life of a wife and child, do you? Xiaoshan asked in surprise. Dashan slapped Xiaoshan on the back of his head. What are you thinking blindly? The boss has a daughter now, and the boss's bodyguards are all male. Do you think the boss would let a male bodyguard protect the ladies? Hurry up and go do your business. Xiaoshan naively touched the back of his head and hurriedly patted his ass. It's still brother who thinks far ahead of things. I'll start searching now. Chapter 030. Protecting his daughter. Lin Yu is handsome. Lin Yu brought his daughters to the computer city. The assistant had already sent the number of the counter with the best electronic products to Lin Yu's cell phone. Lin Yu directly brought his daughters over. While going to the counter, someone called out to Xiao Chushue. Xiao Chushue? It's really you. Great. Come and help me choose a computer. My dad just gave me $8,000 to buy a computer. I'm at a loss as to how to buy a computer. Xiao Chushue's classmate Gu Yudan came over and said excitedly to Xiao Chushue. This kind of excitement was not the excitement of friendship, but rather the excitement as if there was finally a girl who could be used at will to help solve problems. Xiao Chushue frowned and said, sorry, I don't have time today. She is a smart person, and how could she not know which people are true friends and which ones just want to use her for a while? On weekdays, she and Gu Yudan didn't have much to cross paths with, although both of them were classmates in the computer science department. However, Gu Yudan's computer knowledge was poorly learned. Gu Yudan doesn't let Xiao Chushue go. Xiao Chushue, we're classmates. You should at least help me out. You've come here to look at the computer. Looking at it yourself is also looking at it. Helping me to look at it is also looking at it. You're too inconsiderate of the friendship of classmates, right? My sister wants to buy a computer. Where is she free to show you? Xiao Mengyao said without a trace of anger. She hated this kind of person who used morality to pressure people the most. And it was obvious that the tone of this Gu Yudan talking to her big sister was like instructing a little maid, making her dislike this Gu Yudan in front of her. Xiao Chushue wants to buy a computer? It can't be? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Gu Yudan purposely said this sentence in a very exaggerated tone. It's as if this is the big joke of the century. Xiao Chushue, we all know about your family's situation in the whole class. You're still looking for the school to apply for a student loan for your college tuition, and you have to work hard to earn money. Where did you get the money to buy a computer? Today you just helped me choose a computer. I can give you $100 for labor. Generous enough? Let's go. Let's go. I'll buy the computer in the morning, and I have to go to the movies with my boyfriend in the afternoon. I don't have the time to tarry here. Saying that, Gu Yudan is about to reach out and forcefully grab Xiao Chushue's wrist and leave. Only, Before her hand could touch Xiao Chushue's arm, it was opened by a strong and powerful hand. Her entire person also took several steps back because of it, only to see the tall and powerful Lin Yu protecting his 2 daughters behind him, coldly looking at Gu Yudan. My daughter has already refused your request. I still hope that you have the self-awareness. Is the computer here expensive? $100 for labor and you want my daughter to choose a computer for you? You deserve it too. I'll put my words here today. From now on, if anyone asks my daughter to help you fix or choose a computer, don't come to my daughter without $1 million. My daughter's time is not to be wasted on you poor people. In fact, he didn't hate the poor, because he himself had developed from being penniless to being worth trillions today. But, damn you for being poor, and even bullying my daughter in such a justified manner. Then don't blame him for hating Gu Yudan. Just after Lin Yu's words, the whole room went quiet. Gu Yudan was even more frightened by the powerful and serious aura emanating from Lin Yu. She had never seen such a stern person when she was growing up. You, do you know who my boyfriend is? How dare you say that I am poor? Don't think that just because you're handsome, tall, and Xiao Chushue's father, you dare to say such unbridled and absurd things. Gu Yudan thought of her boyfriend's identity and immediately used her milky courage to stammer back. Chapter 031, 3 Sisters Shock. Dad, how rich are you? Who is your boyfriend? Tell me. I'd like to see how bullish your boyfriend is to make you bullish like this. Lin Yu said coldly, completely with an attitude of not being afraid of anything. Although the 3 sisters of the Chow family felt especially dignified at this moment to be so defended by their dad, the heart is particularly cool. However, they are a bit worried about their dad, especially Xiao Chushue, because she knows who Gu Yudan's boyfriend is. It's Chang Dayo, the schoolboy of Fudan University, a standard second generation of rich people in Zhonghai. His family is a demolition household, and I heard that there are dozens of houses. It's awesome. Money and face value. This Chang Dayo just on the sophomore. Love to bubble freshman schoolgirls. As far as she has heard, Chang Dayo has been attending the school for more than a year and has already picked up at least 30 girls. Changing girls is like changing clothes. It's simply an extreme scum. However, his family is rich and hears that he has some official connections. So many people in the school don't dare to mess with him. She was a little worried that her own father would mess with this Chang Dayo. However, at this moment, she definitely would not pull her own father's leg. Therefore, her lips were pursed tightly. The small hand clenched into a small pink fist. In her heart, she said to herself, she must work hard and excel, protect her sisters and dad, not letting her sisters and dad be bullied by others outside. Gu Yudan was once again intimidated by Lin Yu's aura. This aura, it was too intimidating. Just when she was about to wimp out, her eyes suddenly lit up and she saw her boyfriend Chang Dayo coming over. She hurriedly and excitedly waved her hand towards Chang Dayo, and shouted loudly accompanied by a crying voice, "Brother Yao, you finally came. Ooh-hoo. Your little cutie is being bullied. He said that I'm poor, and he also said that you bullied, and said that the 2 of us are garbage and trash." The last 2 sentences were completely added on by her, in order to stimulate Chang Dayo's manhood, so that Chang Dayo can help her get back the game here. She can't lose face in front of Xiao Chushue. As she said that, she desperately squeezed out a few tears and looked at Chang Dayo in an aggrieved manner. Every now and then, she even choked a few times, looking as if she was indeed aggrieved. Chang Dayo immediately put his arm around Gu Yudan and said in a domineering manner, "Who dares to say that about me? Who dares to say that I, Chang Dayo, am trash? Garbage? Ha? Is it because you don't know how many sweets and connections our family has?" Gu Yudan's heart is happy. Sure enough, she didn't pour the oil wrongly, and immediately raises her hand to point at Lin Yu's direction. It's that man, the one standing beside Xiao Chushue in the black suit. Chang Dayo followed his girlfriend's finger and looked over, and saw Lin Yu, and then, "Brother Yao, you must do it for me. He called both of us trash in front of so many people. He really didn't give you half face." Her words had just finished, when suddenly, she felt that something was wrong, because she felt Chang Dayo's hand around her waist release. Then, she saw Chang Dayo, who was rampaging around the campus and spending money like gold in the mall, running to Lin Yu with a doggy face plus an apologetic smile, bowing, bending over, nodding his head to Lin Yu, extremely fawning. "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, misunderstanding. This is a big misunderstanding. I didn't know you were here. Right, I'm just trash. I'm just a talentless piece of trash. You are right to scold me. By the way, that girlfriend of mine has messed with you. Feel free to scold me as much as you want." With that, Chang Dayo grabbed Gu Yudan and came to Lin Yu, slapping Gu Yudan's face. He scolded, "You eyeless thing. You still don't know to make amends and apologize after you've rushed Mr. Lin. Hurry up, apologize." Chang Dayo was genuinely afraid of Lin Yu. So the slap that hit Gu Yudan was struck with 12 points of force. It directly made Gu Yudan's face red and 5 slap marks appeared. "Gu Yudan, shocked and unbelievable, covered her sore face and looked at Chang Dayo. You hit me. You even hit me. Chang Dayo, how dare you hit a woman? What's wrong with me hitting you? Don't you beat me. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. Seeing that Guyudan dared to talk back, Chang Dayo slapped Guyudan down again, causing a large red slap mark on the other side of her face as well. Guyudan's eyes directly turned red with shame and anger. Chang Dayo, I'm not done with you. After yelling, Guyudan covered her face and ran away. Chang Dayo wanted to go after Guyudan, but thinking that Lin Yu was still here, he didn't dare to go directly. He hurriedly continued to change his fawning little face to apologize to Lin Yu. Sorry, Mr. Lin, it's me who won't control my woman. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Saying that, Chang Dayo bowed deeply towards Lin Yu, then he slapped his face again. After hitting more than 10 times, Lin Yu frowned and spoke. Get lost. Who was this person? He hadn't even seen him before. But it didn't matter, as long as the other person knew him. Yes. Thank you Mr. Lin for being kind. I'll just mellow out and roll away. When Lin Yu said roll, Chang Dayo really didn't dare to understand it as go, but rather as the literal meaning roll. So after Chang Dayo finished speaking, he immediately laid down on the ground, and then started rolling on the band, rolling out of Lin Yu's sight of them. The people around them were shocked beyond belief. Mom, that person just now seems like a dog. Can dogs roll too? A pure little girl with no bad intentions asked her own mom curiously. This mom was startled and hurriedly covered her daughter's mouth, so she hugged her daughter and ran away. A child didn't understand the world, and didn't know the importance of her words. She is an adult but she understands. Although Chang Dayo was groveling like a dog in front of Lin Yu, Chang Dayo was covered in luxury brand names, not something they could afford. It is better to run away quickly. The guests did not dare to look any further. They peeped at Lin Yu in awe, memorized Lin Yu's face in their hearts, and warned themselves that when they saw Lin Yu in the future, they must stay away. And then they all dispersed. After everyone dispersed, the three sisters of the Chow family looked at Lin Yu in shock. Dad! 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 The three sisters all shouted out different trills. Dad! You? How rich are you? Xiao Chushue asked with a trembling voice, because she felt that Chang Dayo's family is really rich now. After all, there are a lot of local college students from Zhonghai and Fudan University, and there are not a few whose families are rich and powerful. However, Chang Dayo is walking horizontally. No one dares to mess with him. This shows that Chang Dayo's family status in Zhonghai must be extraordinary. However, such Chang Dayo, after seeing her father Lin Yu, even directly into a licking dog face, all kinds of reparations and apologies, and finally really roll away. This, simply too shocking for her. Chapter 032 We are the second generation of the rich. Xiao Mengyao also blinked her eyes and asked, Yeah, Dad, just how rich are you? That scene just now, it was really shocking. Dad, you're so awesome, Xiao Mengyao said with great relief. Xiao Chuxia blinked her eyes, super wanting to ask if that Rolls-Royce Huiying worth $100 million was Dad's, but this was not something she could ask. If it was Dad's, it was fine. If it wasn't Dad's, it would be a bit awkward and out of place. However, she knew that her dad was really super rich, should be at least a billionaire. It could even be a billionaire yet. After all, the rolling position of that licking dog just now really looked too good for her. Lin Yu originally wanted to showdown with his daughters, but thinking about what the system required, he had to hide the identity of the trillionaire for a week after choosing the reward. It was only the second day, but the system didn't say that he couldn't say he was rich. Before, when he told his son that his family had money, the system didn't react either, which meant that it was fine. Therefore, he opened his arms and doted on his three daughters into his arms, smilingly saying, your father, am rich. As for how rich, I don't know how to describe it. All in all, you guys know that your dad, me, is super rich, and you guys are the second generation of the rich. In the future, if there are any problems that can't be solved, you can all come and find your dad, and he can help you solve them all. Xiao Mangyao wow screamed with excitement. Xiao Chuxia hugged Lin Yu and was also biting her fingers in excitement, letting the pain on her fingers let her know that it was all true. She really did have a mega rich, and dirt poor, father. She had become a rich second generation. Ha ha ha, rich second generation She became a real rich second generation. It's so cool. Every time she saw something she couldn't afford, or when her family was extremely short of money, she dreamed and fantasized that she was a second generation rich girl, but it didn't come true every time. So then, she took that thought and put it into a novel. The novels that were created, one after another, were very popular among readers. Although she wasn't the most popular novel writer, she could earn several $1,000s every month. She felt that she was already pretty awesome yet, especially in the past. She saw an author who suddenly cut off his work, saying that he would not write any more novels and would go back to inherit his family's fortune. She was okay with envy, didn't realize that now. Ha ha ha, she didn't need to be envious, because her dad is super rich. She is the second generation of the rich. She no longer had to worry about breaking a dollar into pennies. Comfortable all the cells in her body are screaming in ecstasy. Xiao Chushui is the slightly more calm one of the three sisters. When she saw her dad last night, she knew that his identity was definitely not an ordinary person, but she also didn't expect her own dad to be so bullish. Overnight, she became a rich second generation, no longer a poor college student. This feeling, to be honest, was really cool. Let's go. Dad will take you to buy electronic products, and buy all the ones that you five sisters need to use, Lin Yu said with a big, bright smile. It was a showdown in front of his daughters. Comfortable. Lin Yu brought his three super excited daughters and continued to walk towards the counter that Special Assistant Zhang had sent him. And over here, after Cheng Dayo went out, he immediately went to find Gu Yudan. Gu Yudan was crying, and when she saw Cheng Dayo coming over, she thought that Cheng Dayo had come to apologize to her. She turned around, turned her back to Cheng Dayo, and huffed, without a Hermes bag, "Don't expect me to forgive you. I want you to forgive? Gu Yudan, is your brain in water? I'm telling you, right now you're going to apologize to Mr. Lin. You want to make a fool of yourself, don't you? Harm me. I almost got my whole family killed because of you. Lin Yu This name is the man who stands at the top of the spire in high society. Even the news media don't dare to divulge his looks and name online. He was also fortunate enough to once go to a party with his mom and dad, and saw Lin Yu from afar. At that time, mom and dad had told him about Lin Yu's power, and told him to learn from Lin Yu, as well as repeatedly cautioning him that when he saw Lin Yu, if he couldn't do it politely, he should stay away, never provoke Lin Yu, because, in the shopping mall, people who messed with Lin Yu, there is only one end, either the family is broken, or people die. Very scary. Moreover, Lin Yu definitely had this capital, so he had a deep memory of Lin Yu's face. As soon as he saw Lin Yu just now, he recognized it, and he still had a kind of fear from instinct towards Lin Yu. Gu Yudan was full of confusion and turned to look at Cheng Dayo. What did you say? I can't understand at all. I haven't asked you yet. Don't you boast that your family is super awesome? How come you wimp out like that when you see a man at work, and you say I'm victimizing you? I think you're just a wimp. Cheng Dayo sneered. Right, you're right. I'm a wimp in front of Mr. Lin, but that's nothing to be ashamed of. Even my parents can only be goons in front of Mr. Lin. Who do you think you are? How dare you mess with Mr. Lin? Do you know what kind of person he is? Do you know how much he's worth? Do you know how many times his family's money can circle the globe? Do you know how awesome his political connections are? I think you don't even know what kind of Buddha you've messed with. Immediately wipe away your tears and go apologize to Mr. Lin. He didn't even dare to call Lin Yu by his name, afraid that the moment he shouted it, there would be a great terror. Gu Yudan was confused and dumbfounded, really completely dumbfounded. But, he said he's Xiao Chushui's father. Is he that bullish? That's not right. Xiao Chushui is an orphan. Her family is poor. No, you shouted him out as Mr. Lin. His last name is Lin and how could he be Xiao Chushui's dad? Did. I just saw the three sisters of the Qiao family walking together with this Mr. Lin. Could it be that the three sisters of the Qiao family have all been adopted by this Mr. Lin, as you said? When Cheng Dayo heard this, he didn't think it was much of a surprise, because with Lin Yu's wealth, adopting triplets, it wasn't a matter of minutes. Although he is still a bit shocked that his school flower Xiao Chushui, who has the reputation of being cold and icy, would be adopted. However, when he thought that the gold master who adopted Xiao Chushui's three sisters was Lin Yu, he then felt that it wasn't even a matter of surprise. I'm warning you, for things like this, just know yourself, don't talk nonsense outside. Besides, I'm breaking up with you now. You hurry up and go with me to apologize to Mr. Lin, or else, don't blame me for not warning you. In the future you won't even know how you're going to die on your own. Chapter 033, The Correct Way to Open a Truly Rich Second Generation. Gu Yudan was dumbfounded. She knew that Cheng Dayo was really not joking with her. The man who had adopted the three sisters of the Qiao family was really bullish. So bullish that Cheng Dayo was very afraid. She was scared. At the same time, she felt that the three sisters of the Qiao family could attach themselves to Mr. Lin, so she, too, could. If she climbed up to this mysterious Mr. Lin, then she wouldn't have to worry about anything in her life. Moreover, the three sisters of the Qiao family didn't know as many poses as she did. She would definitely serve Mr. Lin to the point of comfort. She would be able to grab more of Mr. Lin's favor. At that time, Cheng Dayo still counted for nothing. At that moment, she said to Cheng Dayo in a particularly positive manner, "Quickly take me with you. I want to apologize to Mr. Lin. She simply tore another piece of her skirt to make herself look even more miserable, because she knew that some men, especially older some men, liked that kind the most. The more miserable she was, the more excited the man was, and would be more impressed with her. She couldn't miss out on this path of making friends with powerful men, and she had to fight for a sentence to take down Mr. Lin. How could Cheng Dayo not see the light bubbling up in Gu Yudan's eyes? He snorted in his heart, but he didn't point it out, because he knew that someone like Lin Yu couldn't possibly look at a woman who had already been played with by him. Not to mention that Gu Yudan's face value was completely incomparable to the three Chow sisters. However, he definitely had to bring Gu Yudan to apologize. Otherwise, he didn't know if Lin Yu would make a move against their family. He couldn't afford to gamble. On Lin Yu's side, he brought his daughters to the counter of the Apple store. At this moment, the counter had already been cleared, because what was placed here was no longer those products that Apple sold on weekdays, but all the highest-end Apple products that had been specially delivered for Lin Yu. The shells of all the Apple products were pure gold, not those rose gold or dirt gold that were low at first glance. This is really pure gold. For example, the shell of the Apple Computer MacBook Pro is a full 24 carats of 9,999 gold. An Apple's special logo of the apple next to more to inlay a variety of colors of diamonds. Simply good looking and cool to the extent that girls will look at the degree of screaming. This is not only the Apple laptop, but also the Apple cell phone, Apple iPad, Apple headphones, Apple desktop all-in-one computer, and Apple Watch and other products. All of them, all with solid gold casing. As far as the eye can see, it's all gold. It's so beautiful. Passing customers were stunned at the sight of it, but because there are bodyguards here specifically surrounded, so these customers do not dare close to see. They could only watch from afar. Then there was a woman carrying a Hermes bag and wearing Dior glasses who fell in love with that pure gold Apple laptop as soon as she came over. She saw Lin Yu take the three Chow sisters inside. She also wanted to follow them in, but immediately, she was stopped by the bodyguards outside the door. The woman immediately got upset and said, "What are you doing? What? I want to buy something from your house." "Sorry, this lady, the products here are not for sale to the public," the bouncer said. The woman didn't care at all. "Not for sale to the public? Then you still put it on display here. Do you think I can't afford it?" "No, it's just that these things really aren't for sale to the public." "Then who are they? Why are they allowed in and get to touch the products?" The woman wasn't happy she was being treated so differently. The temper was fiery. The bodyguard said indifferently, "All of these belong to Mr. Lin. I don't believe it. He has to use so many things by himself? Hurry up and let me in. I'm only buying that laptop." That pure gold laptop was the first time she had seen it. She must buy it, so that she could go back and pretend to show off. "Sorry, not for sale." The bouncer saw that this woman still wouldn't leave. His face was still nonchalant, because he had already explained clearly. These were all bought by Lin Yu. It was just placed here for Lin Yu's daughters to pick. The woman was even more upset. "Who are you looking down on? Just tell me, how much is that laptop? You said he bought it. Then I'll pay double what he paid. Sell it to me." The manager saw this side made a mess, worried about affecting Lin Yu's shopping mood. Immediately came over to mediate. Said, "This lady, you want to buy that laptop, also can, but just no goods today. You can wait, and willing to pay double the price. I can for as soon as possible to adjust the goods. A month later can be too. Buy." The woman took out her bank card and said. The manager politely said, "Okay, the selling price of this Pro is $180,000. You paid double. That's $360,000. Then I'll take you to swipe your card now." The woman immediately took back her bank card, her face holding back the color of pig's liver. You're cheating people. A broken computer, and you want $180,000. Miss, if you can't afford it, then please also stop harassing us here, or we'll just have to hire mall security. Energy immediately said coldly. The woman's face was red and purple, and with a grunt of anger, she glared at the manager and the bodyguard, and left in a hurry. The onlookers beside them started to say, "Oh my god, I just checked. This Apple computer made of gold really costs $180,000, and it's still a limited edition, not for anyone who buys it. Crazy, a computer. On weekdays it's just over $10,000. The exclusive model of the tycoons. It's directly more than 10 times the price, but this money is not a pit. You guys see, that shell are made of pure gold, also inlaid with diamonds. It's really worth the price. I can only say, the rich man's world. We can't understand. Yes, my god, how rich is that man?" Surprisingly, he bought so many Apple products made of pure gold, conservatively estimated to be millions. More than that, just look at the laptops. There are 5 of them. That's $900,000. There are others. I estimate it to be tens of millions. That's scary. A tycoon buying computers is just different. They buy them in piles, and they're all gold and diamonds. I'm drooling with envy. Such a day. I was not born in a tycoon family in my life. Is a lifetime never hope to live such a luxurious day? The three sisters of the Chow family who were looking at the computer were shocked by the manager's words. Although they saw these electronic products, they did all use real gold and knew that they should be expensive. But they didn't expect it to be more than 10 times more expensive than the ordinary ones. This, really was too frightening. This was not the same as the rich second generation they had conceptualized. The concept of the rich second generation is that the computer uses Apple's best Pro series, and then all the electronic products are Apple's. But now their dad opened the door for them. However, the way their dad opened up the rich second generation to them now was, all electronic products were made of pure gold and inlaid with diamonds. Chapter 034, can't put it in? It's okay, I've bought both upstairs and downstairs. Oh my god, it's just shocking them beyond words, completely beyond what their brains had ever imagined about having money. Dad, would this be too expensive? Xiao Mengyao pulled Lin Yu's arm and whispered. Lin Yu favored and touched the little girl's little head. Said, it's not expensive. It's just a hairy thing. These are all the things that Dad has already bought. You guys pick your respective favorite styles, and then there's also for Xiao Chen and Xiao Shirhan to both pick out. Each variety you all have to choose. These Dad has already paid for them. They can't be returned. If you guys don't use them, Dad will have to throw them away. This last sentence stimulated the three sisters of the Chow family. Immediately said, Dad, we'll choose. It would be too much of a shame to throw away such an expensive thing. Definitely can't throw it away. Pick. Dazzled. Although they are all made of pure gold, there are still differences in style. In the end, the three sisters all chose their favorite styles, and then chose for Xiao Chen and Xiao Shirhan. After all of them were chosen, they looked at the remaining electronic products. Dad, do we really have to throw these away? No, I'm not throwing them away. I'll give them to you guys for backup. There are still backups for computers and cell phones? Xiao Mengyao was once again refreshed with the concept of the word rich. Lin Yu smiled and said, of course. For example, 2 computers, if there's a power outage, one computer is out of power, the other has a backup that can be used. For example, cell phones, if you log into 2 QQs or 2 WeChats, you don't need to switch numbers, just take another new cell phone directly. Lin Yu said a lot to his daughters, once again opening the door to their new world. Finally, Xiao Chushue gazes to Lin Yu. Dad, but there are too many things, we can't put them in our house, especially the desktop all-in-one computer, one for each person. Home completely unable to put Lin Yu smiled and said, that's not even a problem. Dad has already bought the 2 floors above you, the 2 floors below you, and the next door to you. I've already had them start work there today, to open up all the houses and make stairs, and in 2 or 3 days, it'll be done. Finally, we'll open up the house you live in with the next door, and we'll have a big home. Actually, even such a 3-story house was small for Lin Yu, but he was gradually integrating into his daughter's world. So he used the word very big that his daughters liked to use. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't any big villas for sale in this neighborhood of the university town, he would have just bought a villa. He looked at the nearest property to the 5 children's school, and it was indeed this Longyuan neighborhood that Xiao Mucho had bought for the children. And now the property of Longyuan neighborhood has been bought by him, and replaced it with the best Greentown property. The family lives in a 3-story duplex, which is also very cozy. Xiao Mengyao was so shocked that she looked at Lin Yu. She could barely speak. Dad, you bought all of our 2 floors upstairs, 2 floors downstairs and next door. Oh my god, how much did this cost? I remember when my sister-in-law bought room 901. It cost over $6 million. You bought 5 sets here. How much would that cost? Oh my god, it must be over $30 million at least. Xiao Chuxia and Xiao Chuxua both looked at Lin Yu in shock. Especially Xiao Chuxia, before she speculated that her own father should be in the billionaire. But now, just by buying a house, his own dad had bought more than $30 million. There were also these electronic products that he bought for them that were several $1 million. Spending so much money at the drop of a hat. Is it? That Rolls-Royce Hueying worth $100 million last night. Was it really my own dad's? Dad, Xiao Chuxue actually wants to say that the house is too much to buy. At most, if they buy the next door, it's enough for their family of 6 to live in. Plus the sister-in-law comes over once in a while. It's enough to live in, because a flat is 4 rooms, 2 flats is 8 rooms. Now, when her own father bought 5 flats, it was equal to 6 flats in the house. So that's 24 houses? With this calculation, she was dumbfounded. 24 rooms in the house. What kind of concept is that? Lin Yu patted his daughter's shoulders and said dotingly, we have a lot of rooms in the house. You guys can think about what other rooms you want, when the time comes. Dad can find a specialized soft furnishing designer to design them for you. Xiao Chuxiao was the first to jump up and say, Dad, I want a specialized bedroom. I want to sleep alone. Because she sometimes stays up until 1 or 2 in the morning writing novels, and then it affects her third sister who sleeps with her. Even though third sister didn't tell her about it, from time to time she would notice that third sister woke up the next day with dark circles under her eyes and a look of not having slept well. Every time she would beat herself up, wanting to finish the manuscript earlier, but sometimes she needed inspiration. Again, it was only when it was late at night that her inspiration broke out and she wrote a more exciting plot, resulting in her not being able to write during the day a lot of the time, and only being able to write in the middle of the night. Now that her own father had bought a super house, then the first thing she would apply for is to have a bedroom that is exclusively hers. In that case, even if she was coding in the middle of the night, or if she suddenly thought of a wonderful plot at 3 or 4 a.m., and then excitedly got up to record it, she wouldn't disturb her third sister who was sleeping in the same room as her. Lin Yu favored one person sleeping in one room. This is the most basic. There are 24 rooms in our house. You guys can also think of some other rooms for your hobbies. For example, Chu Xia, you like to write novels, then you can design a separate study room. For example, Schwerer, you like computers, then you can design a separate room dedicated to large computers. Speaking of this, Lin Yu thought that he still didn't know what Meng Yao's daughter liked. He looked at Xiao Meng Yao and asked, Yao Yao, what are your hobbies? Daddy will enroll you in a training class to learn. Daddy, I want a piano room. Is that okay? Xiao Meng Yao asked carefully, because when she was in middle school, she saw a piano in the corridor of her classroom. She wanted to play it, but she didn't know how to play the piano, so she hadn't dared to sit on it. She could only watch from afar as other girls who could play the piano sat up and played beautiful tunes, so she had always hidden such a piano dream in her heart. Lin Yu put his hands on Xiao Mengyao's shoulders, bent down slightly, looked at her eyes, and said with a very serious attitude, Yao Yao, of course you can have a piano room. Our family Yao Yao is going to go to the world stage and perform piano in the future. So, Yao Yao, you have to be confident. Daddy believes that you can become a very good pianist. Chapter 035, Taking Daughters to Buy Luxury Goods. Encouraged by Lin Yu, Xiao Mengyao's eyes, which had been a little timid before, immediately burst out with confidence. She nodded her head vigorously towards Lin Yu. Aha, Dad, I will definitely become an excellent pianist in the future. Cheer up. Lin Yu saw his daughter's confidence. He was very pleased, smiled and made a cheering clawing gesture to encourage her. Cheer up. Xiao Mengyao. Also Ali gave a small pink fist. After choosing the electronic products, Lin Yu asked the sales manager to pack them. While packing, Gu Yudan and Cheng Dayo came over. As soon as Gu Yudan came over, she knelt in front of Lin Yu. She was wearing a skirt today, and she was particularly elaborate when she knelt, purposely exposing her white thighs. The clothes on her shoulders were also torn, and her face was still puffy, crying like a pear. At this moment, if it was a normal ordinary man standing here, it was estimated that he would really be tricked into softening his heart by Gu Yudan's appearance. But who is Lin Yu? Not to mention that Gu Yudan appeared in front of him in this manner. Even if Gu Yudan stripped naked and stood in front of him, he still did not look, because, is really too ugly. He had seen more beautiful women than Gu Yudan had eaten salt. Where could he not see that Gu Yudan was trying to seduce him? He himself couldn't eat after watching it, and the impact wasn't that great. But damn, playing this in front of his daughters, watching it made his daughters nauseous. That is touching his reverse scale. Immediately he dialed 110, reported someone unclothed in public exposure. After making the call, and not caring what Gu Yudan's expression was, he took his 3 daughters and left. Gu Yudan was taken back to the police station for education by the police who arrived. So humiliated, Gu Yudan almost fainted on the spot. She didn't expect Lin Yu to do this to her. In what way was she inferior to the 3 Qiao sisters? After Lin Yu took his daughters out of Brainstorm, he continued to take them to the nearby Hang Lung Plaza to buy clothes. Dad, what you did just now, it was really great. Xiao Chuxia, who had only just returned to her senses, gave Lin Yu a thumbs-up compliment, because in her fictional world, Gu Yudan like that was a. How could she not see that Gu Yudan was trying to seduce her father? She was still anxious at that time, but she didn't expect her own dad to solve the problem directly in a simple and rough way. It really was fantastic. However, she also thought of a problem at the same time. That was that her dad was still single. Her mom, on the other hand, had already passed away. It would indeed be inappropriate if there wasn't a woman to take care of dad. After all, men always have physical needs. This point, she also read the novel, and then specifically searched the information on the internet to learn. But to introduce a woman to her father, she definitely had to introduce a reliable one. Suddenly, a woman's figure emerged in her mind. Her sister-in-law Xiao Muqiu, 28 years old this year, unmarried, and has never had a boyfriend. She was also super pretty, very much like her mom. She was thinking that if her own father would marry a woman in this life, it would be better to marry Xiao Muqiu, because Xiao Muqiu was really good to the five sisters. Although they had only recognized each other for a few months, she could feel that Xiao Muqiu was giving them all of her goodness. For example, she had taken out her savings to buy a house for her five sisters, and had left them a $500,000 bank card in case of emergencies. Xiao Muqiu herself is very frugal. Driving a car is just an ordinary QQ car. The bag is also a very common $100 or $200 bag. The clothes she wore were also not brand name, and every time she came to see them, she wore the uniform issued by the army. Thinking about this, she was galvanized. Dad, why don't we buy some gifts for our sister-in-law later as well? What do you think? Lin Yu smiled dotingly and said, of course. When is your sister-in-law free? Dad is going to invite her for dinner and thank her in person for taking care of you guys. The other thing was that he had a lot of things he wanted to ask Xiao Muqiu about. Xiao Muqiu definitely knew more about Xiao Dai than his daughters. So many years had passed, and the little girl who ran after his ass back then didn't know what she had become now. To be honest, he was kinda looking forward to it. After all, she was Xiao Zhan's younger sister, and when she was young, she looked like Xiao Zhan, and now, she didn't know what kind of great beauty she had grown into. Once Xiao Chuxia heard this, she happily said, my sister-in-law will come to see us every 2 weekends. Last week they came to see us. Next week's weekend, she'll be coming to see us. We'll have dinner together then. Good. The matter of buying gifts for your sister-in-law, I'll leave it to you three sisters. Dad just pays the bill, Lin Yu said with a bright smile. Aha! Lin Yu brought his daughters to Hanglong Shopping Mall. Hanglong Shopping Mall is the most upscale shopping mall in Shanghai. It is also the place where luxury goods are the most numerous, the most complete, and where beautiful women love to shop the most. After entering the mall, Lin Yu asked his daughters, let's go to buy bags first. Which brand of bags do you like? Hermes, Chanel, LV, Dior, or which brands? The three sisters entered such an expensive shopping mall for the first time and were dazzled. Finally the three sisters discussed and went to Chanel. Not only was Chanel's name nice, but there was also the fact that Chanel bags were hot in the girls' circle. Lin Yu brought his daughters into the Chanel counter. Mr. Lin. As soon as the Chanel female store manager saw Lin Yu come, she was so surprised that her eyes were stuck to Lin Yu, and she hurriedly brought her salesman over to greet her warmly, because every time Lin Yu came over, he was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars or more, not only in their Chanel store. In other luxury stores, Lin Yu are super VIP customers. It's the golden father that they have to scramble to serve even on their knees. Mr. Lin, what a blessing. These three ladies, oh my god, may I ask, are they triplets? They look alike. The female store manager, Evan, asked in shock. Lin Yu knew that AI when misunderstood, thinking that this time he brought a female companion, or a girlfriend. He said, these are my three daughters, but not triplets, but quintuplets. Daughters? Congratulations to Mr. Lin, congratulations to Mr. Lin, for being blessed with 1,000 daughters, and it's still quintuplets. Oh my god, Mr. Lin, you are worthy of being the most successful man. Even the children are quintuplets that shocked the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is really the first time I've heard of quintuplets. Mr. Lin, you're too good. Evan was shocked. At that moment, she smiled and said enthusiastically to the three sisters of the Chow family, three young ladies, this way please. I'll show you the newest Chanel bags that we have on here, as well as a full set of sunglasses, sweater chains, earrings, clothes, and so on that go with these bags. It was still the first time for the three sisters of the Chow family to enter a luxury store, although they knew that their own father was very rich. However, they were still a little less accustomed to it. In the end, it was Xiao Chuxia who was the first to react, pulling Xiao Chuxia with one hand and Xiao Mengyao with the other, and said to Irving, okay, we're going to pick something nice. They were now the second generation of the rich, so they couldn't lose face to their father. Even if it's their first time in a luxury store, they can't show any shyness. Chapter 036 Ex-girlfriend comes? Xiao Chuxia with a dad. The three sisters of the Chow family went shopping for bags. Lin Yu sat on the casual sofa and rested, because buying women's bags, he was not good at it, he just had to pay. Irving would definitely serve his three daughters well. All three daughters would buy their favorite bags, jewelry and so on. Lin Yu? While he was drinking tea, a female voice came. Immediately afterward, a delicate figure was situated across from him. He raised his eyes and looked over. It was his ex-girlfriend Lan Ruoling, the fifth daughter of the king of gambling of the Mon Pavilion. Sweet-looking, with a delicate figure, and generous and decent, with a good personality, she was a good girlfriend. It just wasn't his ideal candidate for a wife, so the two broke up peacefully. Aha, Lin Yu nodded. You, I heard that you are single now. Lan Ruoling looked at Lin Yu with a face of infatuation. wanting to renew their relationship with Lin Yu, because men like Lin Yu who were worth trillions of dollars, who were still devoted when they were in love, and who were still considerate and caring to their girlfriends, were almost extinct, so she wanted to fight for it again. If she could get married to Lin Yu and stay with each other until old age, she would be the happiest girl. Just before she finished her latter words, she suddenly thought of something, that is, Lin Yu, a man, would never be able to enter a Chanel boutique without a female companion, and the women that Lin Yu would bring into the mall to shop were all girlfriends that Lin Yu recognized. In other words, she was still one step too late. Lin Yu had a girlfriend again. She would like to see which woman it was that had snagged Lin Yu one step ahead of her. Immediately, she swept around, her eyes landing on the three Chow sisters who were being complimented by the store manager. Evan. Her eyes wavered. Back then, when she came here as Lin Yu's girlfriend, Irving was also so respectful and enthusiastic towards her. But, nowadays, the person who was being complimented by Irvine in choosing a bag was not her. Rather, it was the three female college students who looked only 18 years old. It had to be said that the face value of these three female college students was really high, and they were even prettier than her. Moreover, she suddenly realized that these three female college students actually looked very similar. Could they be triplets? Lin Yu's tastes had changed. Liking triplet female schoolgirls? She looked at Lin Yu in surprise. The words reached her mouth but couldn't come out, and finally changed to a sentence. Lin Yu, if you want to get married, you can consider me. I'll always wait for you. Dad, what are you guys talking about? You help me see. How is this bag? Is it good looking? Xiao Chuxia came over with a white diamond lattice bag, intimately from behind Lin Yu, circled his neck and put the bag in front of him. Only then did she look up at Lan Ruoling, who was sitting opposite Lin Yu. Originally, she could have not come over, but, seeing that there was a woman talking to her own father, and the way the woman was looking at her own father, she looked like someone who liked her own father. So, she came over with excitement, because she wanted her own father and her own sister-in-law to be together more than anything else. That way, their 5 sisters would not have a stepmother, and they would be close to their sister-in-law. Dad, Lan Ruoling looked at Lin Yu in shock. Lin Yu took the bag and said to his daughter dotingly, well, it looks good. The bag that Chusha chose matches well with Chusha. Later let Auntie Iwan help you choose a set of clothes that matches with the bag. Aha, good drop. Then Dad, I'm going over. Oh, right Dad. Saying that, Xiao Chusha joyfully lowered her head and kissed Lin Yu on the face, then took the bag and left. This scene looked at Lan Ruoling shocked and stared wide-eyed. Oh my god, just now Lin Yu's eyes. Were they doting eyes? She and Lin Yu had been in a relationship for 3 months. Lin Yu was a very good boyfriend, but Lin Yu had never looked at her with such doting eyes. This look made her simply crazy with jealousy in her heart. That girl, calling Lin Yu her father? Lin Yu is only 37 years old this year. How could he have an 18-year-old daughter? The relationship between the two. It must be a couple's relationship. Just the name Dad means boyfriend, because the girl did look much younger than Lin Yu. It was normal for the two to play with such a fashionable name like Dad. Lin Yu looked at Lan Ruoling and said, that's my daughter, so don't get your hopes up for me anymore. I, Lin Yu, am not something you women can get. Lan Ruoling was shocked. That's really your daughter? Well, all 3 of them. There are 2 more and not available to come over. They are quintuplets. Lin Yu's face naturally smiled as he talked about the 5 children. 5 children. His and Xiaozhan's children. Moreover, the continuation of his life. It was the beginning of his new life. Lan Ruoling was once again shocked to the point of staring. The whole person was so shocked that he couldn't speak properly. Those are your daughters. Real daughters. Quintuplets. God. Her brain was running fast. These 3 girls looked 18 years old, which meant that a woman had gotten pregnant with Lin Yu's child after she and Lin Yu had made merry 19 years ago, and Lin Yu definitely didn't know about it before, because she had never heard of Lin Yu having a child. In other words, Lin Wu only recognized the quintuplets recently. Lin Yu and the children's mother were together. She was dumbfounded by the shock. Inwardly, she was super impressed that the child's mom was able to conceive Lin Yu's child, and she was smart enough to know to run with the ball, quietly raise the child to adulthood, and then bring the child to her door to identify with Lin Yu. Hiya! This move is simply super high. In fact, she had thought of quietly carrying Lin Yu's child before. However, Lin Yu didn't want a child, so naturally he wouldn't let her get pregnant. Even though she quietly poked a few small holes in the Durex with a needle before the 2 of them played games at night, Lin Yu would only use the Durex he suddenly took out. She also thought about getting Lin Yu drunk and then not using the Durex, but Lin Yu never got drunk. Even when he was lying on the bed, he could still be awake and open his eyes to look at her. She had thought of countless tricks to get pregnant with Lin Yu's child, but Lin Yu had a million ways to poke and prod her tricks, leaving her at her wit's end. In the end, she broke up with Lin Yu peacefully, and she didn't get pregnant with Lin Yu's child, and married Lin Yu with her son. This was the one thing she regretted the most in this year. There were probably not a few other girlfriends of Lin Yu who had the same idea as her, and they probably all failed. Unexpectedly, 19 years ago, there was a woman who did it. Then she was really not destined for the title of Mrs. Lin in her life. She took a deep breath and said to Lin Yu, congratulations on giving birth to a pair of quintuplets. When you get married, remember to send me a wedding invitation. Lin Yu's identity didn't allow her to say words of evil curses to Lin Yu. She could only say words of blessing. As for asking for a wedding invitation, she wanted to go to the wedding to see what kind of god was that woman who was chosen by heaven, and even probably saved the galaxy in her previous life, so that she could successfully rise to the top in this life, marrying Lin Yu and sitting in Mrs. Lin's position. Chapter 037 Lin Yu sees Xiao Muqiu. Lin Yu said faintly, that won't be necessary. Not to mention that now that Xiao Zhen has passed away, let's say that Xiao Zhen has given him quintuplet children, he has no intention of getting married for the time being, because if he got married, the children would definitely not like it. At that time, it would cause more problems, conflicts, and that wasn't the life he wanted. He only wanted to live a cozy daily life with his daughters for now, and cultivate the 5 sons and daughters that Xiao Zhan had given birth to for him into top talents in all walks of life. Lan Ruoling froze for a moment, knowing that Lin Yu was not wanting to have any more interactions with her, and she saw that Lin Yu's face wasn't looking too good. She didn't dare to say more. Afraid of angering Lin Yu, she hurriedly found an excuse and left in a hurry. After Lan Ruoling left, the 3 sisters came over in unison. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxua sat beside Lin Yu on the left and right, and Xiao Chuxia lay on top of Lin Yu. All of them were intimately talking to Lin Yu about the bags and accessories they had chosen and so on, letting Lin Yu give them a reference. Since Lan Ruoling came, the 3 sisters actually didn't have the heart to look at the bags. They were listening to Irving's introduction to them, but out of the corner of their eyes, they were focusing on Lin Yu's side, and all of their thoughts were on that. But because the distance was too far, they couldn't hear clearly what Lin Yu and Lan Ruoling were chatting about. However, it could be seen that their father didn't engage in any flirtation with Lan Ruoling or anything like that. On the contrary, Lan Ruoling seemed to have received some kind of blow in the end, and then left in a hurry. This made the 3 sisters almost shout in unison, finally gone, cool or something like that. So when they arrived at Lin Yu's side at this moment, all 3 sisters had even more to say. When they finally went to choose clothes, the 3 sisters didn't let Lin Yu sit here on the sofa alone, but pulled Lin Yu over to help them as counselors. In the end, when they were choosing a set of dresses for Xiao Muqiu, Xiao Chuxia purposely showed Lin Yu the picture of Xiao Muqiu. Dad, it's my first time coming here to buy clothes, so I don't know which ones are suitable for sister-in-law to wear. Dad, you help choose. This is the photo I took of sister-in-law when she came over to the house to play last time. You see which fall clothes are suitable for sister-in-law. Okay, Dad, take a look. Lin Yu took Xiao Chuxia's cell phone, looking at Xiao Muqiu in the photo. For a moment, it was as if he saw the 18-year-old Xiao Zhan, because these 2 sisters growing up were really too similar. Although they weren't twins, they were better than twins. Xiao Muqiu was wearing a camouflage uniform, no hat on her head, her long black hair all cascading down, and she was sitting there on the balcony blowing her hair. It was captured by Xiao Chuxia. The capture was quite good. Just as Xiao Muqiu turned her head back to look at Xiao Chuxia, and then after realizing that Xiao Chuxia was secretly photographing her, she smiled dotingly. This smile directly warmed into Lin Yu's heart. Little Muqiu is very sweet when she grows up, and the figure was also very good. Although he was sitting and blow-drying his hair, because the posture of blow-drying his hair needed to be slightly tilted, and he also needed to raise his arm to hold up the blow-dryer, so he could clearly see Xiao Muqiu's fully fierceness from the photo. The development was great. There was no way to control it with one hand. Where did he think of? After shaking his mind, he returned the cell phone to Chuxia's daughter and then said to her, Daddy went to pick out some clothes for your sister-in-law. Xiao Chuxia didn't follow him there. Instead, after Lin Yu went to choose clothes, she pulled Xiao Mengyao and also Xiao Chuxua and quietly bit her ear and whispered to them. I just saw a satisfied smile on Dad's face when he looked at sister-in-law's picture. Do you guys think Dad will like this one of sister-in-law? Xiao Mengyao? Xiao Chuxua, you want to make up Dad and sister-in-law? Xiao Chuxia, aha, you see Dad is in his prime now. He definitely has needs in that area, and he definitely has to have a woman by his side in the end. You guys saw the situation just now. Do you want the woman beside Dad to be someone we don't know? Moreover, sister-in-law is so wonderful. Do you guys want her to marry another man? Our dad is so nice, and sister-in-law is single. If Dad and sister-in-law are together, we'll be kissing each other in the future, and we can call sister-in-law by her name without having to change. What do you two think? Xiao Mengyao immediately said, not good. Xiao Chuxua gazed at her eyebrows and said, this idea is fine. Xiao Mengyao was anxious. Mom is still alive. How can you guys set up dad with another woman? Both sisters, Xiao Chuxue and Xiao Chuxia, looked at Xiao Mengyao. Xiao Chuxia spoke. Second sister, don't be a stick in the mud. Mom is still alive, that's our fondest yearning, but we are living in reality. They all knew that mom had actually really passed away. It's just that they don't want to believe it, so they all say that mom is definitely still alive. But they knew that the truth was that mom had passed away. There was no way to change that fact, because it was different from dad, who was unaware of their existence and so hadn't shown up until now. Mom, on the other hand, was aware of their existence all along. On that mission 17 years ago, the whole army was wiped out. No one survived, including grandma's daughter, who had raised them, who had also died during that mission. Xiao Mengyao dropped her little head, her mood low. Xiao Chuxue comforted Xiao Mengyao. Second sister, mom is in heaven and is wishing for us all to have a happy life. Don't be sad. And, we do have to look at reality. Dad is rich. There are too many women who want to marry dad, but it's not like we know anything about those women. In that case, why don't we pick a sister-in-law that we know, and who is nice to us, and who is also related to us? Auntie is also considered our second mom, even though sister-in-law has only just found us. These days, she's treating us well with all her heart. Mengyao, you should feel it, right? Little auntie wants to give us the motherly love that mom didn't give us. Little auntie is single again, and dad is so high quality, so we can indeed set the two of them up together. In that case, our family, in the future, will all be happy and joyful. In this way, mom will also be happier in heaven. Xiao Chuxia also said. Second sister, at dad's age, he really needs a woman by his side, or else should he let dad go to a KTV to look for that? Not only is it easy to catch a disease, but it's also illegal. Listening to her sister's words, Xiao Mengyao gradually changed her mind as well. She nodded her head and finally looked at Xiao Chuxue and Xiao Chuxia and said, I agree with dad taking another wife, but, you guys shouldn't blindly set up a marriage, lest it will make both dad and sister-in-law embarrassed at that time. Chapter 038, my daughter wants to set me up with their sister-in-law. Xiao Chuxia immediately gestured an okay gesture and said sweetly, don't worry, we definitely won't mess around. Moreover, I'm telling you, just now when I showed dad the picture of my sister-in-law, the expression on dad's face when he laughed, I feel that dad is at least not averse to my sister-in-law. On my sister-in-law's side, I'll try to find out later. Anyway, we're with dad now. There's plenty of time to get together dad and sister-in-law. Speaking here, Xiao Chuxia saw Lin Yu take a set of mauve-colored set of dress over. She immediately put away her words, and joyfully walked over towards Lin Yu. Dad, chose this set of dress for sister-in-law? It's so pretty, it looks so fairy. If sister-in-law wears it, it's definitely super gorgeous. Xiao Chuxue and Xiao Mengyao also come over. When they see this set of mauve-color skirt that Lin Yu chose, both of them nodded seriously. It goes well with sister-in-law's temperament. It's just that they don't know if the sister-in-law, who always wears camouflage uniforms, will wear a set of skirt. They hadn't seen Xiao Muqiu wear a skirt since they recognized her until now. Thinking about it, they were quite looking forward to it. Lin Yu smiled and handed over the chosen set of skirts to Evan, then said, okay, then this is the one to choose. Use size S. Okay, Mr. Lin. Irving enthusiastically took the set of dresses and asked his assistant to go pack them. Dad, then let's choose the bag and shoes that go with this set of dresses for Auntie again. What do you think? Xiao Chuxia hugged Lin Yu's arm and said petulantly, when the time comes, her sister-in-law will be wearing the dress hand-picked by her father, plus shoes and bags, and then she will go on a date with her father. Thinking about it, it's so dreamy and beautiful. Lin Yu, a person who had been there before, how could he not see his daughter's mind? One moment, she asked him to help Xiao Muqiu choose a skirt, and the next moment, she asked him to help Xiao Muqiu choose a bag and other accessories. It was probably because he wanted to set him up with Xiao Muqiu. Thinking of this, he smiled helplessly. To be honest, if he had seen Xiao Muqiu before he knew that Xiao Dai had given him quintuplets, he would have definitely wanted to have a relationship with her, or even, had the desire to marry her. But now, he had just recognized the children Xiao Dai had given him, and for the time being, he didn't have any thoughts of having a relationship with another woman. However, his daughter asked him to help him with reference to choosing a match, so he couldn't refuse. So he agreed. When it came to choosing accessories for women, Lin Yu had a very unique vision. He chose a light white Chanel classic small fragrance style bag, as well as a pair of light purple sheepskin high heels, as well as pearl earrings, pearl sweater chain, as well as a very high-class black veil noblewoman hat. After choosing these things, all three daughters were stunned. Little auntie is absolutely beautiful and glowing when she wears this set, Xiao Chuxia said excitedly. Xiao Mengyao nodded her head as well. Super good looking. Dad is too discerning, the selection is so beautiful and creamy. Xiao Chuxue nods her head. The color scheme matches well. It's very advanced at first glance. Then the daughters have pulled Lin Yu to help them rematch. Lin Yu can only match mature women's clothes, matching clothes for his daughters. He really doesn't know how to do it. In the end, he chose some very conservative long clothes and pants, as well as low-key black bags, for his daughters. The daughters collectively looked at Lin Yu with double-standard eyes. Dad, when you chose for your sister-in-law, you had a unique vision. When you chose for us, how come it's Ao? In the end, the daughters, Xiao Mengyao chose the light pink color system, Xiao Chuxia chose the light green color system, and Xiao Chuxue chose the white color system. Then the three sisters also gave Xiao Shirhan, who wasn't there today, a light blue color. After buying things in the Chanel store, it was already noon. Xiao Chuxue said, Dad, it's almost time for lunch. Let's go back. No more buying? Lin Yu asked. He was originally prepared to bring them to continue buying, but the three daughters shook their heads. Dad, I've bought a lot of things today. No more. If I buy more, my little heart won't be able to take it. Next time, come back to buy next time. Okay, Lin Yu nodded. Then he helped his daughters carry their shopping bags and walked towards the elevator of the underground mall. Dad, are we going to the underground parking lot? Xiao Mengyao asked suspiciously. Lin Yu smiled and said, He didn't drive his own car in the morning because he didn't expect his eldest daughter to call a car first. Having called a taxi, then they would ride together. It was just the right time to review the feeling of riding in a cab. Now that his daughters were tired of shopping, then there was no need to take a taxi back, because the cab he took was still a bit uncomfortable to sit in. He wanted his daughters to have a good rest in the car, so when his daughters were choosing their bags, he had his assistant drive the car over and put it in the underground parking lot. When Lin Yu brought his daughters to the underground parking lot, Xiao Mengyao was directly stunned when she saw the Rolls-Royce Hueying from last night. She hurriedly ran to the place she crashed last night and said in surprise, Dad, it's already fixed. Well, it's not a big deal. It was fixed in a flash. Lin Yu smiled and said, Get in the car. The three sisters got into the car. Today Lin Yu didn't let the driver drive. He drove himself. Xiao Chuxia and Xiao Mengyao sat in the back seat. Xiao Chuxia boldly went to sit in the passenger seat. Just getting into the car, the three sisters were all very formal, because this was a top-of-the-line luxury car worth $100 million that they had found out last night. This luxurious leather seat interior, this starry sky roof and so on, are all symbols of respectability. They all sat very carefully. They did not dare to stick their little buttocks against the seats too much, for fear of breaking the seats. At this moment, the three sisters' heart, there is a very curious voice. That is, this car, in the end is Dad's? Or is it Dad's friend's? After Lin Yu got into the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, turned his head, and saw that his three daughters had filled the car, he had a feeling of great satisfaction. Then he thought that there were 5 children at home, and if the family went out in the future, this 5-seater car would definitely not be enough. He immediately sent a message to Kruger, the current chairman of Rolls-Royce. Kruger, customize a 9-seater nanny car for me. Okay, Mr. Lin, send it to the Dragon Kingdom in 3 months. Is that okay? Kruger said back, okay. After sending the message, Lin Yu said to his 3 daughters who were sitting in a formal manner, dotingly, Schwerer, Yao Yao, Shu Xia, you can sit as you like. This is Dad's car. It's also our family's car. Yao Yao, last night Dad told you that this is a friend's car because he didn't want you to have a psychological burden. I didn't expect to find out in the end that you are my daughter, so there's no need for Dad to hide it from you guys. The system only said to hide the identity of the trillionaire for a week. It didn't say that he couldn't say that the car was his own. And at that time, he also asked the system, as long as he gave his sons and daughters pocket money at a time that didn't exceed $1 million. So what he said to his son this morning, and what he said to his daughter now, were all fine. When the 3 sisters of the Chow family heard Lin Yu's words, they immediately had all kinds of reactions. Chapter 039, Xiao Muqiu, Brother Lin Yu, as handsome as in memory. Xiao Chuxia excited Ali gave clenched his small fist. Surprised, I speculated last night was really right. This car is really Daddy's. Geez, Dad, how rich are you? This car costs $100 million after we checked. Sure enough, this car, it really was my dad's. Even my own father's car cost $100 million. Oh my god, how much is my dad worth? 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion? Don't dare to think further. Too shocking. Xiao Mengyao patted her little face, then looked at Lin Yu with a face full of shock. Dad, this is actually really our family's car. Oh my god, then I even wrecked our family's car last night. Did the repairs cost a lot of money? Ow. Dad is so nice. The character of his own father was really too good. Such an expensive car was hit by her, without knowing that she was his daughter, but still didn't want her to pay for the repairs. His own father is an invincible good man. He is completely different from those who are arrogant and bossy when they have money. He's so nice. Xiao Chuxue also looks at Lin Yu with a shocked face. Although last night the three sisters talked about this car being Dad's, she also speculated that there is a high probability that this car is really Dad's. But when she really heard Lin Yu's voice, she was shocked. But when she really heard Lin Yu say that this car was their family's car, she was still shocked. Because even a car that bought $100 million, then the family's dad's fortune, how much must it be? Even if she used all her imagination, she felt like she couldn't imagine how rich her dad really was. Lin Yu rubbed his daughters' little heads one by one, and then spoiled them by saying, "You only need to know that your dad, me, is very rich. On the line, in the future, you will know how rich your dad is in the end, because dad himself doesn't know how rich he is in the end in a word. It's super rich. Good boy. Fasten your seatbelt, Daddy is going to drive." Oh, okay. The three daughters were shocked and confused. Dad actually doesn't even know how much money he has. How rich does that have to be? Daddy, do we have to wear seatbelts even if we sit in the back? Xiao Mengyao asked excitedly. After knowing that this car was her own father's, Xiao Mengyao finally dared to use her hands to tentatively touch here and there. But she still touched it very carefully, afraid of messing up somewhere. Because this was their family's car. A car worth $100 million. Ah, Lin Yu nodded. Well, buckle up. Safety first. Okay. Dad Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxue both obediently fastened their seatbelts. Then Lin Yu started to drive. Xiao Chuxue is looking out the car window, digesting the fact that her own father is super rich, so rich that it's unimaginable. Xiao Mengyao was taking pictures, then sending a friend circle and editing the text. The text reads, "Super lucky." Xiao Chuxiao was WeChatting Xiao Muqiu. She sent photos of the clothes and other things that Lin Yu had chosen for Xiao Muqiu today to Xiao Muqiu one by one, then started sending text. "Xiao Chuxia, Auntie, we found Dad. Daddy is super rich. He bought us so many things. There are laptops, cell phones, iPads, Bluetooth headphones and so on, as well as Chanel bags, clothes, sunglasses and so on. Daddy also picked out a full set for my sister-in-law. I'll bring it to her this afternoon." That's right. Our dad's name is Lin Yu. Auntie should recognize it too. This is the picture I took of Dad. After sending the text message, Xiao Chuxia sent Xiao Muqiu the photo of Lin Yu that he took today at the Chanel store. At this moment, Xiao Muqiu had just finished teaching the new recruits and was walking to the cafeteria to eat. Then he heard his cell phone vibrate. Taking it out, she found that it was a message from Xiao Chuxia. She tapped on it. As soon as she saw the messages, she immediately stood still, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The hand holding the phone was even trembling. The real father of her sister's daughters was actually brother Lin Yu. Chu Xia and the others had found brother Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu not only bought a lot of things for Chu Xia and her daughters, but he also bought clothes, bags, and sunglasses for her as well. Oh my god. Lin Wu, the baby's father is brother Lin Yu. Great. Mu Chou, what's wrong with you? Ing Jinjin, the female instructor who was traveling with Xiao Muqiu, saw that Xiao Muqiu wasn't walking anymore and turned back, asking suspiciously. Xiao Muqiu took a deep breath and said to Ing Jinjin, "I have something to do. You go eat first." Ing Jinjin froze for a moment as she saw Xiao Muqiu smile. Xiao Muqiu, who rarely smiled, actually smiled at this time. She came over and asked with an ambiguous smile, "Mu Chou, you're not falling in love with someone behind my back, are you?" "No, what are you talking about?" Xiao Muqiu's little face reddened and she put down her cell phone. Ing Jinjin's gaze fell on Xiao Muqiu's put-away cell phone and said with a snickering smile, still saying no, "If you really didn't have it, you put away your cell phone as soon as I came over? Alright, you have a boyfriend, that's a big happy event. Who are we two with who? No need to hide it from me. Give me your lunchbox, I'll go and get you some food first. Otherwise by the time you're done chatting with your lover boy, I guess the food in the cafeteria will be cold. Ha ha." Saying this, Ing Jinjin took the lunchbox in Xiao Muqiu's hand. When Xiao Muqiu tried to explain, she took the lunchbox and walked away quickly, and also turned her head and winked her right eye at Xiao Muqiu. "Grasp this opportunity. Oh, I can wait to drink your wedding wine. Oh, seize this opportunity to get married early and rush to give birth to fat dolls before you turn 30. The more said the farther away. Xiao Muqiu anxious shouted, "I really did not talk. I know, not talking is talking." Haha. Ing Jinjin's figure disappeared around the corner. Xiao Muqiu patted her small face, which was still a little red. Did she just have the look of being in love? No, right. Who was she in love with? Drop. Finding a location that was a bit more hidden, Xiao Muqiu then took out her cell phone before lighting up the screen, rewatching the message that Chu Xia had sent her. Her beautiful eyes lit up once again. With a trembling hand, she taps on Lin Yu's photo. Looking at Lin Yu in the photo, her heart was trembling. The deer in her heart was even thumping. After so many years in the past, she didn't think that Lin Yu's brother hadn't aged at all. On the contrary, all that emanated from him was a mature male charm. still just across the photo. She was almost screaming with excitement. Lin Yu brother? So handsome. Too handsome. As in memory. Chu Xia and their father is brother Lin Yu. Great. It's really great. When she first met Xiao Chen, she realized that Xiao Chen was somewhat similar to Lin Yu, and wondered if Xiao Chen and the others were the children of her sister and Lin Yu's brother. But because she didn't know who Xiao Chen's real father was, she didn't dare to make any wild assumptions. Now, seeing these messages sent by Chu Xia, it was confirmed that brother Lin Yu was really Chu Xia's father. Great. 1. Chu Xia and their dad had finally found their dad. Great. 2. Chu Xia their dad is Lin Yu, not another man. Great. So good that it explodes. Chapter 040 Smart Xiao Chu Xia. Because if Chu Xia's real dad was someone else, she definitely wasn't at ease. Because if their real dad had a new family on his side, or if he had a new child, then this real dad would definitely not be able to treat Chu Xia and her 5 sisters well. But after knowing that Chu Xia's real dad was Lin Yu, she knew that Lin Yu would definitely treat her big sister's 5 children well. Because brother Lin Yu had always been a very righteous person in her impression. It was just that she didn't know if brother Lin Yu had a new family now. She had just thought of this, when suddenly, her cell phone entered another message from Xiao Chuxia. Xiao Chuxia, Auntie, I forgot to tell you, Dad isn't married right now and doesn't have any other children. Oh yeah. Xiao Mucho immediately Ali gave clenched his little pink fist. In that case, that would be great. Brother Lin Yu only had Chu Xia and their 5 sisters now, and brother Lin Yu could give Chu Xia and their 5 siblings all of their father's love. Chu Xia and the others would live a much happier and joyful life. However, there was one thing that shocked her to the core. She didn't expect that after 19 years of not seeing her, brother Lin Yu was so rich. The things he gave her were all Chanel, let alone the things he bought for Chu Xia and the others. They must be even better. Xiao Chuxia talked to Xiao Mucho again about Lin Yu's side of things. For example, Lin Yu had bought the 2 houses upstairs in their house, the 2 houses downstairs, and the 1 house on their floor. Their house was a 2-staircase, 2-family house, 1 building, 1 floor was 2 houses. So, once Lin Yu bought it like this, when all the rooms were opened up, it was a super big 3-story house, super expansive. Xiao Chuxia also excitedly shared happiness with Xiao Mucho, including Lin Yu's car which was worth $100 million, Rolls-Royce Weiying, and Xiao Menyao's encounter with Lin Yu. Then there was also the fact that Lin Yu helped Xiao Chen fight, and the fact that in the mall today, Lin Yu defended them and disliked her big sister's classmate Gu Yudan, as well as the fact that Cheng Dayo and Gu Yudan came to apologize in the end. Everything was told to Xiao Mucho in great detail. The only thing she didn't say was about Lan Ruoling coming to see Lin Yu in the middle of the day, because she felt that Lan Ruoling didn't have a chance. She didn't mention it. After saying that, Xiao Chuxia summarized, Auntie, my dad is really Superman. Boyfriend power is overwhelming. So many people mistook dad for our boyfriend today. He's super youthful, looking just like 30 years old, and he's so protective of us. He's so nice to us. He's my ideal dad. I'm super happy now. She even typed out the sentence. I'd be happier if my sister-in-law was with my dad. After this sentence was typed out, she hurriedly deleted it again. She was afraid that if she was too hasty, then instead of facilitating a good relationship, she would cause dad and sister-in-law to fall out, and that would be bad. Xiao Mucho, well, your dad is indeed very good and nice. Sure enough, she wasn't wrong in guessing that brother Lin Yu really is good to Xiao Chuxia and their 5 sisters to the point of explosion. Then she was really relieved, because she was on duty in the army, which was militarized and very strict. She only had 2 weeks of weekend time a month to rest. The rest of the time, there was no time. She was a little worried that she wouldn't be able to take care of her sister's 5 children because she was too busy. And now the children had found Lin Yu, and Lin Yu was super nice to them, so she could rest assured. Xiao Mucho, it's just that your father bought so many expensive clothes for my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law can't wear them on weekdays. These clothes my sister-in-law hasn't used. Can you still go and return them on your side? Xiao Chuxia, Auntie, this can't be returned. Oh, it's a gift that dad specially bought for you. Xiao Mucho, how much is it in total? Since it can't be returned, then my sister-in-law will transfer the money to your dad. Can I add Lin Yu's brother's WeChat? She was vaguely looking forward to it in a small way. Xiao Chuxia just wanted to say no need for that, but on second thought that she was preparing to put together her dad and sister-in-law. When the sister-in-law said that she was going to transfer the money to dad, didn't it give the sister-in-law a chance to chat with dad? Immediately, she said, this, sister-in-law, it's not good for me to talk to dad. Dad definitely won't accept your money. If you insist on transferring it to dad, then I'll push dad's WeChat to you, so you can add him as a friend and chat with him. How about it? After sending this paragraph, Xiao Chuxia hemmed and hawed. He himself was really a thief. Jill smart. Ha ha. She's an internet writer. Her brain is just alive. Xiao Mucho didn't expect Chu Xia to really send her a pillow, and she was almost so refreshed that she wanted to laugh 3 times. But thinking that this was a disciplined army, she still held back the ecstasy. Xiao Muqiu, okay. Xiao Chuxia immediately pushed Lin Yu's WeChat name skin to Xiao Muqiu, laughing with a swinging smile. Just at this moment, Lin Yu drove his car to an intersection. He stopped the car and saw his 4th daughter sitting on the passenger seat smiling happily. He smiled and asked, Xu Xia, what's so happy that it makes you so happy? Ah, Dad, I just happened to see a funny episode, so I laughed. Xiao Chuxia hurriedly made up an explanation. Then she scratched her head and said to Lin Yu, Dad, little auntie told me that she wanted to transfer the money from the clothes we bought for her today to you. She originally wanted to transfer it to me directly. I said no, but she insisted, so I let my sister-in-law talk to you, and I pushed your WeChat to my sister-in-law. I guess in a while, my sister-in-law will add your WeChat and talk to you about this. Daddy, am I so stupid that I can't handle such a small thing, and you have to let Dad help? Speaking at the end, Xiao Chuxia looked at Lin Yu in a petulant manner. Lin Yu favorably touched her little head and said, My family Chuxia is very smart, not stupid at all. It's best to leave this matter to Daddy. Daddy and your sister-in-law are of the same generation. It's better to talk. Aha, Dad, you're so nice, then I'll leave this matter to Dad. Dad, my sister-in-law is a very independent and autonomous woman. She never accepts gifts from others casually. I remember last week, we went out shopping with my sister-in-law. We met one of my sister-in-law's suitor. That man saw my sister-in-law. He wanted to send my sister-in-law roses. My sister-in-law refused it very firmly and told that man to stop bothering her. After listening to his daughter's words, Lin Yu said with a smile, Your sister-in-law seems to be very sought after. It was estimated that there were quite a few suitors. After all, from the photos, it was obvious that the face value was super high, plus a mature demeanor. Just an old driver like him couldn't help but be moved when he looked at it, not to mention other men. Chapter 041, Xiao Muqiu plus Lin Yu's WeChat. Auntie's suitors are indeed many, but Auntie hasn't had a boyfriend since she was a child. Now she doesn't have one either. Xiao Chuxia said, immediately picking up the conversation. Xiao Chuxia, who was sitting in the back seat, quietly gives a thumbs up towards Xiao Chuxia. Xiao Chuxia blinks, having eyes at her. Lin Yu took in the interaction between his 2 daughters, laughing. Ha ha, it seems like his daughter still wants to get together with her and Xiao Muqiu. Just at this moment, his cell phone dripped, and he took it to have a look. It was a WeChat friend request from Xiao Muqiu. Xiao Muqiu's WeChat name was Xiao Muqiu, and the photo was her formal dress photo. Compared to the soft photo of her blow-drying her hair that he had seen earlier, this formal photo was valiant. He clicked agree to add as friend. Just now the green light was on. He put his phone down, held the steering wheel with both hands and drove calmly. The car was carrying his 3 precious daughters, so driving safely was of the first importance. Xiao Muqiu sighed. After she saw that Lin Yu passed her friend request, she was immediately so excited that she bounced in place several times, and if she hadn't seen a soldier coming not far away, she would have continued to bounce a few more times. She immediately resumed her high-flying, serious look, and then pretended to be watching the national news like she was serious as she clicked on Lin Yu's friend circle. How come there's not a single friend circle? Is it set invisible to me? Thinking of this, Xiao Muqiu immediately went to QQ browser to search for the situation, then realized that being set invisible was different from this interface she was seeing now. This interface she saw was that Lin Yu hadn't sent any friend circles. Not a single one. Looks like Lin Yu's brother doesn't have a penchant for sending out friend circles. Not seeing Lin Yu's friend circle, Xiao Muqiu continued to click on Lin Yu's avatar. The avatar was an azure sea with 2 seagulls on the sea. 2 seagulls, not 1 seagull. There's someone in Lin Yu's brother's heart. Is it a sister? Or another woman? After thinking about it for a while, she didn't think much about it, and continued to click on Lin Yu's profile to look at Lin Yu's microsignal. The microsignal is LY777. Is LY the first letter of Lin Yu's brother's name? What does 777 mean? Xiao Muqiu tilted her little head in thought. Back then, sister liked brother Lin Yu. I could tell. But does brother Lin Yu like sister? Brother Lin Yu had quite a few girlfriends back then, but none of them lasted long. The longest one was 3 months. Brother Lin Yu hasn't gotten married until now, and he also likes the daughter that sister gave birth to him. Brother Lin Yu must like sister in his heart as well. It's just that, hey, elder sister, passed away. If the sister is there, then their family can be reunited. I just don't know why back then, my sister refused to say out that the baby's father was brother Lin Yu. Was she worried that dad wouldn't agree? Or do you think that at that time, brother Lin Yu was only 18 years old and too young? Or maybe something else? Xiao Muqiu shook her little head, then clicked on the dialog box with Lin Yu. Then she started editing the text in the edit box. Brother Lin Yu, it's me, Xiao Chuxia. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be the father of Chuxia and their 5 siblings. Unexpected, and at the same time, It makes sense to me. I realized that you two were alike when I saw Chao Chun. I saw a lot of things written about you from my sister's diary, so I know that sister likes you a lot. It's just that my sister passed away 17 years ago, leaving behind Chuxia and their 5 children. Little Chuxia hopes that brother Lin Yu can take care of them. I'll visit them often too. After editing all the text, Xiao Muqiu read it again from beginning to end, and then read it again. After reading it over and over again for 5 times, and confirming that there was no mistake, she then tapped the word send and sent the paragraph of the message. Chapter 042. Lin Yu personally went to pick up his third daughter. On Lin Yu's side, he was driving and didn't have time to look at his cell phone. Xiao Mengyao, who was sitting in the back seat, was sending messages to Qiao Shirhan, sending the things dad bought for them today, and the things they chose for Qiao Shirhan. Xiao Shirhan, I have a super big tycoon dad. Xiao Shirhan was sitting in the hall room of their old home at this moment. The old home was a house made out of all wood. It was a long time old, and before that, it was the house where their grandmother who raised their 5 siblings lived. And after their grandmother passed away, their 5 siblings had been living in this house. Although the house looked shabby from the outside, Xiao Shirhan felt that this house had a more artistic feel to it. Sitting in the hall room also made her feel more at ease. Even though it was raining outside at the moment, she felt a sense of tranquility in her heart. It's just that this piece of tranquility sets off big waves after learning that her own father is actually a super tycoon. Xiao Mengyao, well, super rich. Dad said he doesn't know how much money he has. In short, it's just that dad is super rich, so rich that we can't imagine. So hurry up and come back. You should still focus on school now. Don't do any more short videos to make money. She was worried that her third sister would affect her studies because she wanted to do short videos to make money. Xiao Shirhan, I'll come back tomorrow, but I'll still do this short video, because she had always had a small dream of publicizing her hometown. Over the years, the fact that all 5 of their siblings were able to afford to go to school had a lot to do with the local government's help in alleviating poverty. Plus, it was the fact that after she had spent more than a month studying in Shanghai, she realized that she liked the life and air of the countryside even more. Xiao Mengyao, okay, let's talk about it when you come back. After sending the message, Xiao Mengyao told Lin Yu, Dad, third sister will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Monday. We have classes to attend, so I'll have to trouble Dad to pick up third sister then. Once Lin Yu heard that his third daughter is coming back, and Mengyao's daughter even asked him to pick her up. At that moment, he smiled and said, Yao Yao, it's not troublesome. Dad is free every day now. Just tell Dad the model and time of the car Shirhan is riding in. Daddy promised to pick Shirhan up safely tomorrow. Thank you Daddy, I'll tell Daddy later after third sister buys the train ticket. Xiao Mengyao said joyfully. Lin Yu asked, how long will it take to come by train from home? He had taken the train a long time ago. It was a green train at that time, and it took at least several hours to ride it once. It was very slow. Also, the seats of the train were hard and uncomfortable to sit on. She didn't want her daughter to suffer this, so she was prepared to ask for information. Xiao Mengyao said, it's a 12-hour ride. Third sister should arrive in Shanghai in the evening. 12 hours? Yao Yao, where is your hometown? Lin Yu asked. In Longhui Township, Pingshan Village in Zicheng City under Chen City in Xi'an Province. Lin Yu immediately asked the car navigation. Xiaodu, check. The airport near Zicheng City in Chen City, Xi'an Province. Okay, master, check that there is an airport in Chen City. After Lin Yu got this news, he said to his daughter, Yao, how about this? It just so happens that Dad hasn't been to your old home yet. This time, Dad will go directly to your old home to pick up Shirhan. Go by airplane. Return by airplane. The 3 daughters were shocked. Daddy, will this be too much trouble for you? Yes, Dad. Why don't we just let third sister take a plane back? If Dad wants to go to our old home, he can wait until we're on vacation and we'll go back together. Chao Chuxia also said. Lin Yu drove while dotingly saying, it's not troublesome. It only takes 2 or 3 hours to go to the whole country by airplane from Shanghai. It's even closer to Chen City in Xi'an Province. You can get there in 2 hours. Xiao Chuxia looked at the cell phone screen and said, Dad, it's better to listen to the words of the second and fourth sisters. We don't have a direct flight from Shanghai to Chen City. We need to change planes from Xincheng, the capital city of Xi'an Province, before we can get to Chen City, and it will take 8 hours. It's too long. It will tire you out. Lin Yu smiled and said, Schwerer, Dad has an airplane. No need to go to Star City for a connecting flight. Later on, Dad will just directly ask his assistant to apply for a flight from Shanghai to Chen City. The 3 sisters of the Qiao family were once again shocked. Xiao Chuxia was the first to exclaim out in shock. Dad, you have a private airplane. Oh my god, Dad, you're too rich. We're really rich. I never thought I would become a real rich second generation, or the kind of rich second generation that has a private jet at home. Dad's bravado once again inspired her to write. She also had to arrange private airplanes for the male protagonist's home in her novel, so that the male protagonist would be pushy. The readers would only like it more. She had previously felt that she had already been very pushy by arranging a Rolls-Royce for the male lead. I didn't think it was possible to arrange a private jet. OMG. If it wasn't for the fact that her own dad was driving at this moment, she really wanted to just pounce on him and give him a kiss. Dad is simply the maker of her inspiration. So happy. This new novel of hers this time, she had a premonition that it would definitely explode into the sky. Xiao Mengyao also cheered. Daddy. Ow 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 daddy. She was already so excited that she didn't know what to say. It's so tempting to skip class and go fly in daddy's private jet, but forget it. Wait for next time. Skipping class, it would affect her image in daddy's heart. Ouch. After Xiao Chushu froze, she said, Dad, if you take a private jet, then 2 hours can arrive. Is his own dad a 10 billionaire? Too rich. Really, really too rich. She felt like she was floating. Luckily, she had fastened her seatbelt, or else she would really be floating. Xiao Mengyao said, Dad, then I'll tell Shirhan right now to stop buying train tickets. Saying this, Xiao Mengyao looked up again and said heatedly to Lin Yu, Dad, let's give Shirhan a surprise then. I'll have Shirhan wait at home. Say that you've arranged a special car for her. At that time the special car will pick her up and take a plane back. How about that? At that time, if third sister found out that the person picking her up was her father, third sister would definitely be even more touched and surprised. Maybe the third sister would recognize Dad on the spot. Thinking about it, she felt very surprised, unexpected and romantic. Lin Yu didn't realize that his daughter was still so good at preparing surprises, and immediately agreed with a bold smile. This can be had. He was also looking forward to seeing his third daughter's surprised expression after seeing him, now that he has recognized 3 daughters plus his son. Only the third daughter has not been recognized. When the third daughter is recognized, then their family of 6 will be reunited. Chapter 043 Neighbor Shock. The father of the 5 siblings of the Qiao family is super rich, super handsome. Things were finalized and Xiao Mengyao messaged Xiao Shirhan. Xiao Shirhan wasn't too skeptical because she knew her own father had money, and thought that this should be a special car arranged by her father. Lin Yu drove the car to the underground parking space of Longyuan neighborhood. After getting off the car, the family entered the elevator carrying big bags. Just ran into a resident of the building that he knew, Auntie Wang. Auntie Wang's eyes were straight on Lin Yu, or when Xiao Mengyao coughed heavily, Auntie Wang withdrew her sight. Smiling, she looked at the 3 sisters of the Qiao family, and after her eyes fell on the shopping bags they were carrying in their hands, she was directly shocked in an exaggerated manner. Heavens, Xiao Yi, Xiao Air, Xiao Si, you're carrying Chanel shopping bags, and carried so much. Is this a super duper purchase at the Chanel counter? Because the 5 siblings of the Qiao family were quintuplets. There were so many names that Auntie Wang couldn't remember them for a while, so she ended up calling out the 5 siblings of the Qiao family with Qiao 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Well, Dad bought it for us. Xiao Mengyao shook the shopping bag in her hand and said cheerfully, Dad? Auntie Wang was once again shocked. Earlier, she had asked about the 5 siblings of the Qiao family being orphans now. Well, I'm the real father of Mengyao, Schwerer, Chu Xia, Shirhan, and Qiao Chen. Lin Yu opened his mouth and said, he knew that the big mom in the neighborhood was extraordinarily fond of gossiping anymore, so he made his identity known at the first opportunity. Lest this big mom go outside and spread some bad words, let the daughters in the neighborhood buy others with different eyes. He also purposely increased the volume on the word pro in prodad. Auntie Wang was once again shocked. You're their father. Heavens, he had just thought that this was a handsome son from some family, and was thinking of doing a matchmaking or something, but he didn't realize that this man, who was so handsome that he had no boundaries, was actually the prodad of the Qiao family's 5 siblings. Too shocked, she immediately changed her words and said with a smile piled on her face, Congratulations, this is great. Mengyao, you guys have found your own father. Congratulations, your father is very rich. To you guys bought so many good things. Chanel, this is a luxury item. Because Lin Yu's aura was so powerful, Auntie Wang didn't call Qiao Mengyao Qiao San anymore. She directly called Mengyao's name. Our dad is indeed rich, Xiao Mengyao said proudly. Not only did Dad buy us Chanel, he also bought us computers, and a house. Our house, the 2 upstairs, the 2 downstairs, and the 1 next door to our house, was also bought by my dad. Auntie Wang was once again shocked with her eyes full of sparkle. My goodness, I just heard today that someone trenchantly bought 5 suites in our building, and it was also bought at a price higher than the market price. I didn't expect that it was your father who bought it. It must be at least $30 million or more. Your family, too rich. Right, just now when I passed by the garage, I saw a Rolls-Royce. That car, it can't be your family's too, right? I didn't even see such an expensive car in our garage before. Xiao Mengyao smiled and said, "Well, it's our family's car." Auntie Wang was completely stunned and dumbfounded, and her entire body was excited. She still wanted to talk to the three sisters of the Chow family, but with a ding, she reached the fourth floor, the floor she lived on. She could only wave bye-bye to the three sisters of the Chow family as well as Lin Yu, and then went home with a face full of excitement, ready to share this heavenly news with her old partner. In the owners group today, many people were talking about the mysterious person who bought 5 suites, because this is related to the price of their neighborhood. There are a lot of people who bought the houses here, not to live by themselves, but to invest, or to rent, so they are very concerned about the real-time transaction price of the houses in the neighborhood. After learning that 5 sets of houses, each set sold 7 million, they have said in the group, this mysterious big tycoon, how did not fancy their house? If they fancy, they directly sold, earn 1 million more because the current market price is 6 million a set. Lin Yu directly above the market price of 1 million, bought 5 suites, because if you don't buy above market price, you still have to grind a lot of things in the middle. Waste of time. So Lin Yu's assistant, directly extra 1 million. Today and the owners to the real estate center to the house transfer things to be done. Tomorrow you can start smashing the floor, doing the stairs, and breaking through the 5 houses. With money, things are really super fast. When Xiao Mengyao and the others returned home and put their things away, Xiao Chuxia said excitedly, "Dad, let's go see our new house." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Good." The assistant had already installed combination locks on the doors of all 5 suites, and the password was set to the number he gave. This number was exactly the year, month and day of yesterday, because yesterday, he met his daughter and learned that he had quintuplets. It was a very memorable day. Xiao Mengyao scratched her hair and asked with some choice syndrome, "Shall we go look upstairs first, or downstairs, or should we look next door first? Because all 3 of these places have their family's house. So hard to choose." Xiao Chuxia said, "Let's go see next door first, then downstairs, then upstairs." Lin Yu smiles and says, "That's fine." It seems that the eldest daughter has always been the youngest head of the family. All these years, it's been hard on the eldest daughter. In the future, he would double the favor to them. Lin Yu brought his daughters to the door of room 902 next door. Then while entering the password, he told his daughters the password. As soon as the daughters heard this password, they looked at Lin Yu with excited eyes. "Dad, the password you set was yesterday." Dad, this password is too memorable. I remembered it right away." "Me too, very memorable. Because that day yesterday was also a very special day for them. It was the day they found their dad. It was the day they finally had a dad. When they opened the door to their room and went inside, the house was finally decorated and the owner hadn't moved in yet, so there was no other furniture. The layout was the same as their room 901, only the direction had changed. Lin Yu pointed to a wall and told them that when the time came, they could smash down all the facing walls, and then the 2 suites would be connected, and will first decorate 5 suites, connect all 5 suites, and after the decoration, then smash this wall, together with the whole suite, and it will only take 1 day to smash this wall as well as to make the upper door cover for this wall. It won't affect everyone's move-in. After hearing this, the daughters said excitedly, "This is great, otherwise we'll have to go to a hotel to stay, and it'll be too much of a waste of money." "Dad, you've arranged this very well. I can't wait to see what our big 3-story house will look like." "Dad, I want to have a room for writing novels here, and then this room can be used as my bedroom. I want to open a door between the study and the bedroom, so that way, even if I write a novel until very late, I can finish it and not have to go out and go straight back to my bedroom to lie down and sleep." Chapter 044, Still Calling Me Brother? Brother-in-law. Lin Yu took out his cell phone and seriously recorded this idea of his 4th daughter, then said with a smile, "Yes, no problem. Later on, Dad builds a group, then pulls the designer into the group. Any ideas you guys have, you can talk to her. This is great." Dad Xiao Chuxia clapped her hands joyfully. Xiao Mengyao was also very happy and was searching for her piano room. She originally wanted to search for one here, but thinking that her 4th sister was going to be coding on this floor, she was better off choosing downstairs, so that she wouldn't disturb her 4th sister when she practiced the piano at that time. "Dad, let's go look downstairs then." "Good." Lin Yu brought them to the downstairs. The house types were all the same as the 901 and 902 rooms upstairs. They were also all finely decorated houses. No furniture and appliances or anything like that. Xiao Mengyao chose a room and said to Lin Yu, "Dad, I want to choose this room as a piano room. Is that okay?" Lin Yu smiled favorably and said, "Of course." This room was facing south. When the sunrise rose in the morning, it was a nice room, and the room is also big enough. It was fine for Mengyao's daughter to practice piano or dance. "Dad, is there any way to decorate this room in such a way that if I close the door and practice the piano, it won't disturb the people upstairs and downstairs or in other rooms?" Xiao Mengyao bit her finger and asked, because when living in a high-rise, if there was a family with someone playing the piano, the upstairs and downstairs would hear it, which would then affect the neighbors, thus causing neighborhood conflicts. Lin Yu spoiled and said, it can be solved. When the time comes, Dad will let the designer give your piano room a good soundproof effect in all aspects. The door of the room will also use a silent door, and the windows will also have soundproof hollow glass. At that time, when you are practicing in the piano room, even outside the door, you won't be able to hear it, Lin Yu said while recording this entry on his cell phone. Once Xiao Mengyao heard this, she joyfully hugged Lin Yu's arm, stood on her tiptoes, and then kissed Lin Yu's face, and said painfully, this is great, then even if I don't play well, I won't be embarrassed by people hearing me, and it won't disturb others. Oh yeah, then I can practice the piano without fear then. Lin Yu looked at his daughter happy as a little child. He was satisfied. He had finally found the joy of making money. That was to make money and then give it to his sons and daughters to spend. So making money was motivating and fun. Before, he spent alone. Spent a long time. Life after day. Feel too boring. The whole person can't get excited about life. Now, he is full of energy. His sons and daughters are truly his treasures, and his daughters are truly his joys, a source of joy. After looking at this floor, Lin Yu takes his daughter to room 1001 and 1002 again. On this floor, Zhao Chuxue chooses 2 rooms. Dad, when the time comes, I want to open up these 2 rooms and make a big computer room, as well as my study. Is that okay? A general computer is relatively small. A desk is fine, but a specialized computer, the footprint is huge. Lin Yu said favorably, of course it's okay. When the time comes, Dad will go and purchase a specialized computer for you that is suitable for home use. Thank you, Dad, said Xiao Chuxue gratefully, because ordinary computers run at a speed that is nowhere near as fast as a professional computer. After his daughters have chosen their beloved rooms, Lin Yu brought them back home, then opened WeChat, preparing to build a group. He saw a message from Xiao Muqiu. He clicked in. Then he saw what Xiao Muqiu had sent. It seems like back then, Xiao Dai still really liked me. Surprisingly, there's also a diary. He wanted to see this diary. Wanted to see what Xiao Dai wrote about him in the diary. Immediately, he replies back, Little Qiu, don't worry. Brother Lin Yu will take care of Chuxue and their 5 siblings. The diary your sister left behind. Where is it placed now? Xiao Muqiu was sitting in the dormitory at this moment, eating the meal that her girlfriends had beaten for her. Hearing the ringing of her cell phone, she immediately took it out. When she saw the message from Lin Yu, she immediately put down her chopsticks, and her 2 small white tender hands took the phone and started typing on it. Xiao Muqiu, sister's diary is here with me. I've been carrying it with me. She would look through it every day when she was free. Before she found Xiao Chuxue and their 5 siblings, this diary became the only way for her to miss Xiao Yan. Lin Yu, are you free next weekend? I'd like to invite you over for a meal. Xiao Muqiu, I'm free. Brother Lin Yu, I'll bring the diary. Lin Yu looked at the reply and smiled. What a good boy. Lin Yu, good. Xiao Muqiu, that, Brother Lin Yu. I heard Chu Xia say that you bought me something that can't be returned. Can you tell me how much it cost in total? Lin Yu, little Qiu, you are Xiao Zhan's sister. That makes you my sister. It's not reasonable for me to buy something for my sister and still charge for it. Xiao Muqiu, Brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu, still calling brother? Xiao Muqiu, sister, brother-in-law. Lin Yu smiled and typed, little Qiu. Then Brother Lin Yu will go and get busy first. The matter of money, don't mention it to brother-in-law. When the time comes, you remember to bring your sister's diary over. Xiao Muqiu looked at this and finally typed the word OK on the screen and sent it over. Since Brother Lin Yu doesn't accept her money, then, in the future, she'll make a gift with her own hands, and when the time comes, next Tuesday, she'll give it to Brother Lin Yu with her own hands, as a return gift. But, what is good to send? Brother Lin Yu is now super rich, so he probably doesn't lack anything, right? Xiao Muqiu was tilting her little head in thought, when suddenly, a hand reached out in front of her and shook it. She looked up and saw Ing Jinjin's face with an ambiguous smile. Muqiu, are you in heat? Ing Jinjin asked with a smile. Yeah, what are you talking about? It's okay, at your age, it's normal to be in heat. If you say that again, I'll take the novel you wrote and tell your mom. Xiao Muqiu said owlishly. Ing Jinjin immediately wimped out. Don't be like this, we're good friends. Don't you think so? I just gave you a meal and didn't let you go hungry. You can't tell my mom about the novels I wrote. Those novels she wrote. If her family saw them, she really don't want to see people. She had covered them up before. It was one time when she sent a contract for the novel and website signing. She accidentally spilled the paper on the ground by the courier, and it just so happened that Xiao Muqiu passed by at that moment. Help her pick up the paper. Just Xiao Muqiu pick up that piece of paper. Just wrote her pen name and book name and real name of the paper. From then on, Her secret was known by Xiao Muqiu. Chapter 045, Xiao Chen goes to pick up Tang Qingyi. Xiao Muqiu suddenly thought of something, then said, "It's okay if you don't tell your mom. However, you have to help me." "No, help my friend solve a problem. As long as you don't tell my mom about me writing a novel, even if you have 100 problems, I, Ingzhenjin, will help you solve them. Say, it's not me, it's my friend." "Fine, a friend without a center. Say it, I'll help you out." Ingzhenjin moved a small bench and sat right in front of Xiao Muqiu, joyfully chatting with her. She had been friends and comrades in arms with Xiao Muqiu for 8 years now. She had never seen Xiao Muqiu actually laugh over a WeChat, and then she would also look at the WeChat and giggle, as well as typing with that sweet, adorable smile all over her face. This look, wasn't it the expression that was often written in novels, when the female lead met the male lead, that made her heart flutter? So she was especially curious to know what kind of god was the man who could make the cold flower Xiao Muqiu, who had never moved her heart, move her heart in the army. Xiao Muqiu knew that it wouldn't work if she wanted to make a friend out of nothing, so she didn't hide it anymore. She said, "I want to give a very thoughtful gift to a very important person. This important person, who is a man, is then in his late 30s, older than me. He's very rich, he bought me a lot of things, so I want to give him a thoughtful gift in return. What do you think is a better choice?" Ingzhenjin stroked her chin and strung these messages together. The male god of Xiao Muqiu was a rich brother, and also took the initiative to give Xiao Muqiu a gift, which meant that the other party was also interested in Xiao Muqiu. Immediately, she said, "This is a good idea. I'll recommend a gift for you, guaranteed to amaze your male god brother." At that time, on Lin Yu's side, after finishing his chat with Xiao Muqiu, he pulled his daughters into a group. The name of the group was Decoration Design Group. Then he sends a message to his assistant to find a top designer. The gender should be female. Special Assistant Zhang, "Okay, boss." "Lin Yu, apply for a flight from Zhonghai to Chen City in Xiang Province tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I need to make a trip to Chen City." Special Assistant Zhang, "But, Mr. Lin, you pushed off the meeting with Wanda Group's Wang Jinjian today. Tomorrow morning, it's the meeting with Sure Group. Do you want to push it off as well?" "Lin Yu, put it off. Nothing is as important as him going to see his daughter." Special Assistant Zhang was shocked, because in the past, although Mr. Lin would also push off meetings occasionally, but not as frequently as these 2 days, it seemed like Mr. Lin was really winding down and preparing for marriage this time. So everything was being prepared for the marriage. Immediately, he replied back, "Okay, boss." Xiao Chen sighed. He had been looking at Tang Qingyi's cell phone number for a morning. He had also searched for the cell phone number on WeChat, and found Tang Qingyi's microsignal, as well as her avatar, and WeChat name. The avatar was a cute little cat. WeChat name was, Qingyi Who Wants to Get Rich. However, there was no way to look at Tang Qingyi's circle of friends, because Tang Qingyi had set it not to be seen by non-friends. Xiao Chen didn't click apply to add Tang Qingyi as a friend, because he felt that would be too reckless. "Xiao Chen, going swimming or not?" The roommates called out to Xiao Chen. "Not going. You really don't want to go?" "I heard that Tang Qingyi, the school beauty of Fudan University, will go to Earl's swimming pool to swim today. Such a good benefit. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Jing Baoming walked to Xiao Chen's side, patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Shuahao also patted the other side of Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Xiao Chen, go with us. There's nothing to be afraid of when you fall out of love. Maybe you'll go to the swimming pool today and have a love at first sight with Goddess Tang Qingyi and directly take down Goddess Tang Qingyi. That'll be a big treat." Today they saw Xiao Chen pondering in class, looking at his cell phone from time to time. They thought that Xiao Chen must have been distracted after learning that Lu Yeye had talked about her boyfriend, and had a look of lost love on his face. That's why he purposely got the information that Tang Qingyi was going to swim at the Earl's swimming pool later on, just to cheer up Xiao Chen. Xiang Shan chimed in. "Yeah, Tang Qingyi is 100,000, 10,000 times better than Lu Yuyu. Let's go, Xiao Chen. In our dormitory, you're the most handsome. If you don't go, we don't have the courage to go over there. This is the news that we've managed to scout out. It'd be a shame if we don't go see it." Tang Changyi? When Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately looked at the dormitory trio. Right, the school goddess of Fudan University. A goddess 10,000 times better than Lu Yeye. Xiao Chen, pick her up and punch Lu Yuyu in the face. Xiao Chen immediately put away his cell phone and said with a loud laugh, "Go, go." This was great. Really thinking about how to approach Tang Qingyi to appear unobtrusive. And the roommates sent pillows. Too cool. Make sure to pick her up, Xiao Chen said to his roommates. When the roommates saw that Xiao Chen had regained his vigor, they were all pumped up as if they had chicken blood, and they all began to give Xiao Chen advice. Although the roommates were all single dogs, the 3 ignorant cobblers were better than 1 Zhuge Liang, and in the end, the whole method was really feasible. "Xiao Chen, when you really pick up Tang Qingyi, you have to treat us to crawfish." "Yes, I want to eat spicy, garlic, and steamed crawfish of all flavors. Xiao Chun waved his hand bashfully and laughed. No problem. Not to mention eating crayfish. It's no problem to treat you all to the UV ultraviolet restaurant. Xiao Chen, you're floating. This is what you said. Don't be unable to afford us to eat at UV ultraviolet at that time. The meals there are more than $2,000 per person. Xiao Chen thought of his own dad's words, saying that as long as he surpassed Tang Qingyi, then he could be a candidate for his dad's heir. His own dad was rich, casually giving them hundreds of thousands of dollars in pocket money every month. By the time he really conquered Tang Qingyi and took her down, he would still have no money to treat his roommates to a £2,000 UV? At that moment, he smiled extra broadly. $2,000 a head. Is it expensive? Xiao Chen, can't afford it? Ha ha, indeed it's not expensive or expensive. Brother Qiao is the best. Brother Qiao is the best. Brother Qiao is mighty. A group of people arrived at the Earl's swimming pool. They were about to take the money that the four of them had crowdfunded and run a membership card. When the manager saw Xiao Chen, he immediately smiled and said, "May I ask if it's Mr. Xiao?" "It's me." Xiao Chen nodded, his heart suspicious. How did this person know his last name? The other three people in the dormitory also looked at Xiao Chen in a cloud of suspicion. "Mr. Xiao, this is a free membership card for the four of you from this store. In the future you can all come over here to play when you have time. Swimming is free." Xiao Chen and the four of them were holding a membership card each, their hearts filled with clouds of doubt. Chapter 046, In the Swimming Pool, A Hero Saves a Beauty. It wasn't until the four of them walked to a place where no one was around that the roommates gossiped and asked Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, what's going on here? Does the owner of this swimming pool know you?" Hearing his roommates ask this question, Xiao Chen thought of his dad being rich, so he must have a lot of assets and companies. So, he nodded his head and said, "Well, that should be the case. Xiao Chen, you're awesome. This Earl swimming pool is the biggest and most luxurious swimming pool we have in Shanghai. It costs $1,000 to open a card once. Now the other party is giving us 4 membership cards for nothing. It's so cool. Xiao Chen, we've made a fortune following you this time." Xiao Chen actually had doubts in his heart and decided to ask his own dad when he went back. Right now it was important to find Tang Qingyi first. So, he smiled and said, "Find the schoolgirl." Because this swimming pool was huge. It was all indoor heated pools. There were communal ones as well as single-user ones. Xiao Chen speculated that Tang Qingyi must be swimming in the single-use pool, so the four of them split up to look for her. At this moment, in the Tang family's mansion, Tang Shiais received a phone call, and after listening to the other party's report, he was overjoyed. "Ha ha, Xiao Chen really came? Great thing. Immediately arrange for it to go down. Have Xiao Chen find where the young lady is swimming. After Xiao Chen goes in, block off that place and don't allow anyone to go in." "Yes, Mr. Tang." The manager of the swimming pool immediately led the order. After hanging up the phone, Tang Shiai's wife, Shen Xiuqin, immediately came over to Tang Shiai's side and asked in surprise, "Awesome, old Tang, how did you know that Xiao Chen would come?" Tang Shiais took a drag on his cigarette and laughed harshly. "I still understand that little bit of the boy's heart. Ha ha, it was simple. He checked Xiao Chen's name through the phone number Lin Yu gave him, then found out the university that Xiao Chen attended, then checking into Xiao Chen's roommates. Then with an unobtrusive maneuver, he spread to Xiao Chen's roommates the fact that his own daughter went to the Earl's swimming pool to swim today. As a man, he could understand the culture in the boys' dormitory too well. Therefore, he concluded that Xiao Chen would definitely come to the swimming pool. After Shen Xiuqin heard this, she immediately gave Tang Shiais a thumbs up and said heatedly, "Old Tang, it's still you who's great. If I were to force Qingyi and Xiao Chen to meet, presumably, both of their little children would resent each other. But, after such a clever arrangement, the meeting between the two of them is an unexpected encounter, romantic and beautiful. It's just a little bit of a pity. If only we didn't send Qingyi to learn swimming. In that case, Xiao Chen could teach us Qingyi to swim, and with this teaching, there would be physical contact. Xiao Chen's looks, cool like Lin Yu, handsome, our daughter will surely fall easily. Ha ha, it won't be long before we can hold grandchildren." Tang Shiai saw that his wife was happy. He also smiled and opened his arms. "Well, don't think about these details, those small details things, just leave it to the young people. Let them play freely. The matter of holding grandchildren, now we can indeed go and think about it." Shen Xiuqin joyfully got up and said, "I'll go check which is the best moon center. I have to go early to make good arrangements." Tang Shiais laughed and didn't stop him. It was good to keep his wife busy. Otherwise, if his wife interfered too much in his daughter's relationship matters, just like what Lin Yu said, it would easily cause the child's rebelliousness. On Xiao Chen's side, he opened the doors of several single swimming rooms without opening them. Then he found an auntie who was doing cleaning and hygiene and asked where there was a single swimming room that could be opened, and he wanted to go there to swim. The cleaning lady immediately pointed him in the right direction. He went over, pushing open 2 doors, neither found Tang Ching-yi. Pushing open another one, suddenly, he saw a pretty figure emerge from the water, eyes closed, letting the water droplets shower down. The small body even swayed a few times. The boobs, which were large enough to be size E, rippled around in the turquoise pool, so much so that Xiao Chun couldn't help but gulp. Tang Ching-yi. It really didn't occur to me that the body of Tang Ching-yi in her swimsuit, the Tang Ching-yi as a lotus flower, was so good that it exploded. It was his favorite type, whether it was her face value or temperament, or her body. She was more than 10,000 times better than Lu Yeye. Ah! Suddenly, the young girl cried out in shock, her entire body fluttering in panic on the surface of the water before her entire body sank. Xiao Chun secretly sighed that he really deserved to be the chosen son. Surprisingly, there was a bridge that allowed him to heroically save the girl. Immediately, he rushed in, quickly took off his jacket, and directly and wildly jumped into the deep water area where Tang Ching-yi had just sunk. The water level here was 5 meters deep. There were lights in the pool. So, after drilling in under the surface, Xiao Chen was able to see the underwater situation clearly. With precision, he found Tang Ching-yi's location. Then he quickly swam towards her. By now, Tang Ching-yi had already sunk to the bottom of the water. He picked up Tang Ching-yi, and then fed air into her mouth. Then he held her in his arms and swam upward with all his might. But she was wearing a tight swimsuit and was underwater. Like a loach, too slippery, couldn't even hold her. In the end, he could only get offended, grabbed her big bear, clamped her arms, and brought her upward, because this time was a time of life and death. So he didn't care about that, just wanted to hurry up and save the person. After bringing the person up to the shore, he immediately began to use the first aid he had learned before. He quickly pressed on Tang Ching-yi's chest. After seeing Tang Ching-yi spit out several mouthfuls of water, he immediately bent down and did artificial respiration on her. Blowing, pressing, artificial respiration. After doing this 3 separate times, Tang Ching-yi spat out another large mouthful of water, then weakly opened her eyes. When Xiao Chen saw that she had woken up, he let out a sigh of relief, picked her up, put her on a lounge chair by the shore, covered her with a dry towel again, and then said to her, "You've woken up. That's fine. I'm going to go and call out for someone." After saying that, Xiao Chen called the emergency number inside the swimming pool on the wall. Not long after, 3 rescue women came. After the rescue women came, Xiao Chen left, because he was afraid of being punched and kicked by Tang Ching-yi, who woke up and came back to her senses. After walking out of the swimming pool, his entire body was excited, looking down to his right hand, which had previously grabbed the young girl's. Then he touched his lips again, having just touched the young girl's pink lips. Oh my god, it was the first time he, Xiao Chen, had touched a girl in these places. He was so excited, he forgot to call his roommates and went straight home in a huff, ready to tell his dad and sisters about the great thing he did to save someone. Lin Yu was sitting on the balcony at this moment, chatting with Tang Shiais. Tang Shiais was telling him about the swimming pool. "Old Lin, this is truly a destiny from heaven. Your son saved my daughter." Chapter 047, Friend Shock. Lin Yu, your cooking skills are so good. Lin Yu smiled with understanding when he heard the 5 words heavenly destiny that Tang Shiais had specially emphasized. Unlike him, who was a trillionaire who started from nothing and had exploded with luck and heaven's blessing all the way to become a trillionaire, Tang Shiai's family had been in business for generations, and the family legacy had been passed down for hundreds of years. Experiencing the chaotic war in the Dragon Kingdom 70 years ago, Tang family heir of the competition is also very fierce. Tang Shiais can sit firmly in the position of the Tang family, relying on the power of the intellectual struggle. Therefore, he didn't believe that the meeting between his own son and Tang Ching-yi was a destiny. It must have been arranged by this old fox, Tang Shiais. However, the fact that his own son had saved Tang Ching-yi was really a coincidence, because Tang Ching-yi herself was a strong swimmer. Drowning wouldn't have happened at all. This time, the drowning just happened to be because Tang Ching-yi's calf cramps were too strong, causing her to drown. And it just so happened that my own son was there, coming to the rescue. Not bad. It seems that my son and Ching-yi are really destined to be together. Tang Shiai smiled and said, "Old Lin, this time our 2 families are really going to be close." "Ha ha, how is Ching-yi?" Lin Yu asked. "It's already fine." That said, this time I really didn't expect her to have calf cramps. It seems like I need to give her more calcium. If it happens again, it will be too dangerous. Tang Shiai said with some afterthought. "Okay, I'm going to prepare dinner, so I'll hang up now." He also had to take care of his sons and daughters' nutritional mix. He couldn't let his own sons and daughters appear to have leg cramps while swimming. It was fine if there was someone next to them, but if there was no one, he didn't even dare to think about that kind of consequence. "Wait, Old Lin, You're going to prepare dinner? Isn't your cook doing it? I'm at my daughter's house now. Of course I'm the one cooking. Besides, it's a bit more assured that I'll be cooking, because he had activated his chef skill. The skill included dietary nutritional matching. Tang Shiais was shocked to the point of, Old Lin, did I hear it right? You cook? You cook? Or do you stir fry? Do both. You know how to stir fry? He had known Lin Yu for more than 10 years, but it was the first time he knew Lin Yu could cook. Is it hard to stir fry? Lin Yu asked back. Really hard. My wife many times wanna cooking, either the vegetable pot to burn, or the kitchen to burn, but she still do not die. Last time and once again in the kitchen, but did not burn where, have experience, but do out of the dishes. That is called a dark cuisine. She also forced me to eat it all, and forced me to praise her. It was really hard for him. He almost thought he was going to die of poison that time. Lin Yu laughed. That's because your wife doesn't have a talent for cooking. I do. I made a breakfast table for the kids this morning. They ate it all and licked their plates clean. It was delicious. They even sent a friend circle. Ha, send it to you. Saying that, Lin Yu took a screenshot of the friend circle that Meng Yao's daughter posted about the meal he made this morning, then sent it to Tang Shiais to see. There was an element of showing off. Tang Shiais was shocked as he looked at those food pictures. Old Lin, are you sure you made this? It's not the breakfast you had your family's chef send over? Still just looking at the pictures, he had the feeling that he wanted to eat it. Moreover, the main thing was that this breakfast was exquisitely made. If it wasn't a professional chef, or a woman who cooks a lot, who could make such an exquisite breakfast? Look at the purple petal dumplings. The pinching is too nice. It must have taken a pair of skillful hands. He didn't believe that this was made by Lin Yu, who had just learned to cook. Lin Yu, I did it. Well, not much more to say. Off to cook. After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. The corner of his mouth raised in an arc. In a very good mood, he got up and went to the kitchen, skillfully tied his apron, and began to cook and wash the vegetables, preparing the evening meal to match. Tonight, his son should be back for dinner, so he had to cook more rice. Tang Shiais on the other end of the phone was so shocked that he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Old Lin has said so. That breakfast must have been cooked by him. But, his gaze fell on the exquisite breakfast picture and he couldn't help but marvel. This meal is also too well done, right? Old Lin's entire talent has burst forth after having a child. This is for the sake of the children to start working hard. For Old Lin to even be able to make a meal this good, that would definitely feed Xiao Chen's stomach. And a woman who wants to grab a man, first has to grab his stomach. We have to enroll our daughter in an advanced cooking class, and we also have to enroll Xin Xiuqin in one as well. And our mother-in-law's meals have to be delicious as well. Immediately, he called his assistant and asked him to scout for the best advanced cooking class. At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Chen returned. As soon as he returned, he excitedly shouted, Dad, where are you? I'm back. Xiao Chen, Dad is in the kitchen. Did you win an award today? Why do you look so excited? Xiao Mengyao, who was in the living room organizing the shopping bags of the things she bought today, asked with a smile. Xiao Chen was just about to reply when his eyes landed on the shopping bags that Xiao Mengyao was organizing, and immediately he rubbed his nose in front of her. Picking up a Chanel shopping bag, his face was full of shock. Second sister, you guys went to buy Chanel? And so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So many shopping bags. Where's mine? Where's my present? Where? I need to see it too. The ones I bought for you are on the table on the balcony. Go and look. Xiao Mengyao pointed at the Apple electronic products placed on the folding table in the balcony and said with a smile, I have them too. It's too good. Ha ha. Xiao Chen excitedly ran over to look at the gifts. This was immediately followed by a series of loud, refreshing laughs from him. Ha ha, it's an Apple laptop. Oh my god. This color, the color of gold. It's real gold, right? It's so high class at first glance. Xiao Mengyao smiled and said, it's real gold yet, so you must be careful when you use it, and don't use it outside, lest you get snatched by thieves. Xiao Chen said, don't worry, I'm sure it's precious. Wow, there's also Apple's latest model cell phone. It's also gold. Oh my god, who is this cell phone for? I'll take the laptop. It's for you too. What? It's for me too? This happiness came all of a sudden. Everything on that table is for you, Xiao Mengyao said. Xiao Chen was so excited that he jumped 3 feet in the air. His hands unfolded to take everything into his arms. It's all for me. Ha ha, it's all for me. Oh my god, not only is there a laptop, a cell phone, but there's also Apple's Bluetooth headset, an iPad, an Apple Watch, all made of gold. Oh my god, this set is too gripping. Chapter 048, Dad, marry your sister-in-law. I'll raise all 4 limbs in favor of it. He loved it so much. The feeling of having a tycoon dad was simply awesome. He immediately took a picture with the cell phone he got from the phone bill charge. took the picture and sent it to his friends. The text content is, a complete set. Thank you, Dad. This friend's circle was sent out. Immediately people in his dormitory have liked plus comments. Jing Baoming, do Apple's electronic products have such a style? Please tell me downstairs. Shuahao, a laptop. It's only 180,000. Right, and it's not for public sale. It's all only available to people with status. Xiangshan, a laptop computer casing is also inlaid with 24 carats of 9,999 gold. Student A, what? The metal casing of a computer that's inlaid with gold? Student B, scratch that. A laptop is $180,000. That's the down payment for a suite in a small county. Absolute. Qiao Chen, you're rich. Qiao Chen, your father? You found your dad? I'm going. Qiao Chen, you're actually a rich second generation. A whole set of Apple electronics. And they're all made of real gold. Who's richer than you? Qiao Chen? Cowardly. Brother Qiao, take me with you. This whole set must cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? That's scary. Compared to Brother Qiao, those other rich kids who bought a full set of Apple electronics are just fake rich kids. Brother Qiao is the real rich kid. A full set of electronics would be enough to put a down payment on a suite in Shanghai. Cowardly. Can Liu Yu's new boyfriend afford to buy a whole set of pure gold Apple electronics? I don't think so, right? Who's going to tell Liu Yu that our brother Qiao has developed and is no longer a man she can get? I've forwarded it to my class group. Liu Yu said that brother Qiao is bragging, saying that brother Qiao can't afford to buy her an Apple computer, but also a full set of Apple electronics worth hundreds of thousands of dollars made of pure gold. Lying to ghosts. Then Liu Yu's eyes must be blind. Ha ha, brother Qiao, when are you coming back to the dormitory? Brother Qiao, when are you coming back to your dormitory? I came to your dormitory to watch these equipments of yours. It's too bullish. I've never seen such high-grade stuff. Let me gain insight. Qiao Chen saw these comments, especially seeing that thing about Liu Yu. He laughed. Liu Yu called him a braggart? Ha ha, Liu Yu, I, Qiao Chen, am now the man you will never get again. After sending the friend circle, Qiao Chen didn't indulge in playing with his cell phone. Instead, he put away his cell phone, and then excitedly ran into the kitchen, calling out to Lin Yu, Dad, I'm back. What are you doing? It's dash. Rice flour goose? Qiao Chen was surprised to the point of seeing the dish Lin Yu was frying. This was because rice flour goose was a specialty practice only found in their hometown, Zicheng City. They hadn't eaten rice flour goose for a long time since they came to Middle Sea University. In the past, in order to eat this dish, it would also need to be during the New Year's festivals before his big sister would kill one of the geese that her family raised to make rice flour goose. Little did he realize that tonight, he would be able to eat rice flour goose, and it was still made by his own dad. How good Lin Yu's cooking skills were. He had experienced it when he had breakfast in the morning. Moreover, with the meat flavor wafting out from the vegetable pot right now, he didn't need to eat it to know that this rice flour goose was absolutely delicious. Looking at the nearly ready rice flour goose in the vegetable pot, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Well, it's rice flour goose, Lin Yu said with a smile. Dad, you can make rice flour goose. You're really too good. Dad, where is your hometown? Qiao Chen asked in a series of words. When he asked, his eyes were still on the vegetable pot. Also Xiang Province, in Shao City. Shao City. Oh, I know. My sister-in-law said that before she and Mom grew up in Shao City. So Dad, do you know my sister-in-law? Your mom's sister. Of course Dad knows her. Qiao Chen suddenly thought of something, smiled and looked at Lin Yu and said, Dad, although it is said that quite a lot of children don't want their dads to get married for the second time, however, I'm enlightened. As a man, I understand very well that a man definitely needs to have a woman by his side to be able to do so. So, Dad, I support you to remarry. The only small request is that the woman Dad marries, we have to see it first and we are satisfied before we can do it. Being joked about his son's feelings, Lin Yu laughed and freed a hand to give him a pop. What are you thinking? Dad has no idea about marriage for the time being. Qiao Chen was knocked on the head, naively stroked a head of yellow hair and said, Dad, it's better not to miss out on meeting a good woman. By the way, my sister-in-law isn't married and doesn't seem to have a boyfriend. I'll help Dad to ask later. My sister-in-law looks a lot like Mom. If Dad marries my sister-in-law, I'll definitely raise all my limbs in support. You brat, did you do something today that you dare to joke about Dad like that? Lin Yu picked up the rolling pin on the table and punched towards Qiao Chen. The son was really talking more and more boldly without punching. His daughter didn't even dare to say so bluntly that she wanted him and Xiao Muqiu to get married. It was just a very subtle hint. Qiao Chen dodges while running towards the door. After running to the door, he picks at the door cover again and continues to playfully talk to Lin Yu in the kitchen. Dad, I'll tell you something. I did something amazingly big today. Lin Yu saw the brat change the topic, then put away the rolling pin. Continue to stir-fry the rice flour goose. while knowingly asked, "Oh, what's the big deal? I'll go call out to big sister and fourth sister and tell you together." With that, Xiao Chen went to call out Xiao Chuxue, who was reading in her room, and Xiao Chuxia, who was coding on her new computer. "Xiao Chen, what are you going to tell us? Why did you pull us all out? Quickly say, quickly say." "I'm using the new computer and my writing mind is flowing. I'm going to explode more," Xiao Chuxia said urgently. Xiao Chen stood in the doorway of the kitchen and said, "Dad, big sister, second sister, fourth sister, let me tell you, today I was shouted at by my roommate to go to Earl's swimming pool for a swim, and guess who I met?" "Who?" Xiao Chuxia utilized his writer's mind. "Don't tell me that you met Tang Qingyi?" Xiao Chen immediately snapped his fingers and laughed. "Right, fourth sister guessed right. And then?" Xiao Chuxia asked nosily. "You guys guess." "Xiao Chen, don't sell the story. Hurry up and say it," Xiao Chuxia urged. Xiao Mengyao was peeling an apple, so she wasn't in a hurry. She just didn't ask Xiao Chen and waited for him to say. Xiao Chuxue also calmly went to the kitchen to help Lin Yu wash the vegetables. Lin Yu zoled leisurely and calmly served the fried rice noodle goose into a big dish bowl, then washed the pot and heated it up in one go. Words from my little sister. Warm tip, the 5 siblings of the Qiao family. Eldest daughter, Xiao Chuxue. Second daughter, Xiao Mengyao. Third daughter, Xiao Shirhan. Fourth daughter, Xiao Chuxia. Fifth son, Xiao Chen. Chapter 049, remember to wrap up tightly when you go to school. Xiao Chen saw that only the second sister was anxious to know, while dad and the eldest sister and the fourth sister were not anxious. He originally wanted to sell a secret. At this moment, he directly did not sell the secret, and heavily told the matter in the swimming pool today. Of course he didn't say that he and his roommates went to see Tang Qingyi swim on purpose, only that he just happened to want to go swimming, then said that coincidentally he pushed open the door and saw the swimming Tang Qingyi, then saw Tang Qingyi drowning. He heroically jumped down and came to the rescue. He didn't say the details of the rescue. After all, it was a bit colorful. However, he said that he did artificial respiration on Tang Qingyi and woke her up. When he said this, he still had a dejected look on his face. "This should be Tang Qingyi's first kiss. I snatched it away first. Ha ha." The 3 sisters of the Qiao family were all quite shocked. Lin Yu wasn't shocked because he already knew the reason for it. However, in order to blend in with the family atmosphere, he complimented, "Xiao Chen, you also know how to do first aid. Not bad." If it wasn't for Xiao Chen's sudden appearance today, the odds were that Tang Qingyi's situation would not be optimistic. He didn't know how to do first aid before, but after activating the life mini skill, he could do first aid. He also knew that first aid required a standard operation, and if it wasn't done in a standard manner, it wouldn't be able to save a person from waking up. The fact that Xiao Chen saved Qingyi from waking up meant that Xiao Chen's first aid was done in a standard manner. After Xiao Chen was praised by Lin Yu, he naively scratched his head of yellow hair and said, "It's big sister who made our family learn this, and I also learned it many times before I learned it." In order to learn this, their family also bought model people that specialized in practicing first aid measures. He was the slowest learner among the 5 siblings. Originally he thought that this skill, he could never use in his life, but he didn't expect to use it today. Not only did saving someone make him feel proud, but also, he hugged Tang Qingyi, and what's more, he kissed Tang Qingyi. Right now, he could still feel the scent of Tang Qingyi's pink lips lingering on his lips. It was cherry flavored. There was also the large palm that could still feel that softness. Really, really soft, with a very nice feel. No less than milk in the slightest. Lin Yu was slightly surprised. He didn't expect his own eldest daughter to be very far-sighted. This kind of first aid skill was really something that needed to be learned. He didn't learn it before because the family doctor was resident at home. Truly worthy of being my Lin Yu's daughter. Just smart. Xiao Chuxue gives a thumbs up towards Xiao Chen. Not bad, Xiao Mengyao said in surprise. Xiao Chen, so you not only took someone Tang Qingyi's first kiss, but you also hugged her? TSK, the ravishing luck isn't bad. Did she beat you up? Xiao Chuxia said in awe. Novels don't even dare to write like this. Xiao Chen, you're so lucky. Did Tang Qingyi beat you up pretty badly when she woke up? Second sister, fourth sister, why do you guys always think of me in a bad direction? Don't I have any charisma in your brother? Why don't you guys say that Tang Qingyi was so touched by your brother's heroic rescue of me that she wanted to give her body to me? Xiao Chen said olishly. The whole family laughed when this came out. Lin Yu also couldn't help but say, while frying the last oatmeal dish of the night, it's probably still a bit difficult to give your body in return, but it's definitely true that Tang Qingyi remembers you. When you go to school tomorrow, remember to wrap up tightly. Chapter 050, the children are shocked. Dad, your hometown food stir-fry is really fantastic. Xiao Chen thought about what he did to Tang Qingyi. Okay, he admitted that when he did artificial respiration on her, he kissed Tang Qingyi for a few dozen more seconds after seeing her wake up, and also stuck out his tongue. but that was all because he couldn't help himself. He couldn't control himself. He didn't do it on purpose either. He was just a bloodthirsty teenager. What bad thoughts could he have? Dad, even if she wants to come and beat me up, she can't beat me. I'm a man. As he said this, Xiao Chen even made a point of showing off the muscles on his arms. Lin Yu said with a smile as he sautéed the oatmeal. If I remember correctly, Qingyi should have gotten a black belt in Taekwondo last year. Taekwondo black belt. Xiao Chen was so shocked that his mouth fell open. It was as if he could already feel the image of himself being beaten up furiously. Dad! Dad! Xiao Chen hurriedly drilled into the kitchen and pampered Lin Yu. Dad! You're strong in martial arts. Teach me. I also want to be like Dad. Fight all over the world. While saying this, Xiao Chen also oohs and ahs and waves his fists, making the martial arts moves from the TV series. Are you sure you want to learn martial arts? Learning martial arts is very hard, Lin Yu said. He hadn't forgotten Tang Xiai's previous friend circle of his daughter learning martial arts. Either today, his daughter's arm was bruised from practicing Taekwondo, or her ligaments were strained, as well as the fact that she had to get up early in the morning to run and train even on a snowy day, and so on. Everything is showing that practicing martial arts is hard, and because he had the system, he directly mastered the fighting skills in seconds, so he didn't experience the pain of practicing martial arts. It was good that his son had the idea of practicing martial arts. Xiao Chen waved his fists hard. Even Tang Qingyi can train to a black belt in Taekwondo. Xiao Chen, can too. Good. Worthy of being my Lin Yu's son. Tonight Dad will let Dashan instruct you. Who is Dashan? Dad, aren't you teaching me yourself? I'm going to get a black belt in Taekwondo. You can't just assign me someone to teach me. Lin Yu laughed and said, you'll know who Dason is when you meet him tonight. Dad doesn't have time to teach you. Teaching his daughter was fine. Teaching his son to practice martial arts, he really didn't have time. Before Dashan retired, he was an ace special forces soldier in the army, and he was invincible. It was no problem at all to be a coach for Xiao Chen. Moreover, Dashan was strict and would use military-style teaching on Xiao Chen. Thinking about his son's future life of learning martial arts, Lin Yu's mood suddenly became better. Brat, this is you yourself bumping into the door to learn martial arts. It's not Dad forcing you. Xiao Chen waved the fist in his hand and said, okay, meet Dashan tonight. Dad, you have to promise me, if Dashan isn't good, you have to help me choose another good coach. Okay. When the three sisters of the Qiao family saw that Xiao Chen wanted to practice martial arts, Xiao Chuxia also chimed in and said, Dad, I also want to learn martial arts. Dad, me too. Xiao Mengyao also said. Xiao Chuxia also nodded her head. Lin Yu smiled and said, alright, Dad will personally teach you three sisters. When Xiao Chen heard this, he immediately felt like he was double-crossed and exclaimed, Dad, didn't you just tell me that you don't have time to teach me? How come you're free to teach your sisters? Dad, your double standard is too serious. Your son feels like he was picked up, not his own. The three sisters of the Qiao family were beaming with joy when they heard that Lin Yu was going to teach them personally. Xiao Chuxia laughed out loud. Xiao Chen, you're the one who was picked up, right? Xiao Mengyao laughed and agreed. Xiao Chuxia said, Xiao Chen, you're the man of the house. Dad found you a specialized martial arts coach, and it must have taken a lot of time. The sisters are girls and are just learning for fun, so naturally Dad will be free to teach us. As soon as Xiao Chen heard this from Xiao Chuxia, he immediately wailed and moved. Still, big sister is the best. This glass heart of mine almost broke. Lin Yu looks at the lively picture of his sons and daughters playing around and smiles. This day, it's really comfortable. He served the fried oatmeal onto the dish, smiled and said to his children, prepare to start dinner. Okay, Dad, I'll help you serve the dishes. Dad, I'll serve the rice. Dad, I'll help you serve the food too. The family sat on the dining table and started eating. Tonight was the main meal. Lin Yu made 6 dishes and 1 soup. The 6 dishes, all of which were famous dishes in Zicheng City: rice flour goose, hand-torn farm chicken, salmon, fried chili with skin egg, cumin inch bone, dry pot banded duck, and a fish soup. The salmon and fish soup were made with fresh live fish flown in directly from the city's Shijiang Lake. Because this was the first official meal Lin Yu made for his sons and daughters, he made it very elaborate, in order to let his sons and daughters eat the real taste of their hometown. It smells so good. Dad, when did you learn all these dishes? So many. In the past we all only ate a table of such delicious dishes during the new year. Xiao Chen looked on as he was swallowing his saliva one by one. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Chuxia had taught him that Dad is the head of the family, and that they can only move their chopsticks after Dad has moved them first, he really couldn't wait to eat the food right away. The other dishes that were made before were put in the warming box and he didn't even see them, but now that he's seen them all, he's really craving for them. His stomach was croaking. What shocked him the most was that his own dad could cook so many of the city's famous dishes. The 3 sisters of the Qiao family were also shocked. Dad, Did you learn it on purpose? Lin Yu favored his daughters. Well, you guys came out to study for more than a month. You should really want to eat the delicious food of your hometown. Dad specially learned it. It's still the first time I've made these dishes. I don't know if it's to your liking. Start. Saying that, Lin Yu, as the head of the family, moved his chopsticks first, chucking up a piece of duck meat. Xiao Chuxia follows closely. Xiao Chen next. Xiao Mengyao follows closely. Xiao Chuxua last. 2 misses. Too delicious. Oh my god. This is definitely the best rice flour goose I've ever eaten. Oh my god. Dad. This cooking skill of yours is absolute. The first time you made it. It's so delicious. This dry pot duck. It's just so good that it explodes. It's the best I've ever eaten. Dad. This skin egg, into the flavor of chile, super delicious, is the best I've ever eaten. Xiao Chuxia ate his mouth full of oil, completely no effort to speak. One hard head down and gnawing on the inch bones. His eyes were bubbling with green light. What was the meaning of food on the tip of the tongue? This was it. So delicious that it's going to blow up the universe. No wonder so many multidisciplinary food texts are hot. Because eating, for humans, is really something irresistible. Especially food. The girl's favorite. In front of food, losing weight or anything else can be put on the back burner. Eat this meal and then lose weight. No wonder after she set up the male lead with the skill of knowing how to cook this time, some readers started to reward her novel. The saying that novels come from life is really true. Dad is simply her inspiration maker. Chapter 051, Pocket Money for Children. $500,000 each. A dinner. Eat. The 4 little ones are finally holding the small stomach left the table, and then Guyu lying on the sofa, one and all satisfied smile. Lin Yu. This meal is also a big appetite. Enough to eat 3 bowls of rice. The city of Zicheng and his hometown of Shao City, both in Hunan province. Although there are some differences in the practice of hometown dishes, however, spicy and these flavors are interchangeable. This was really the best meal he had ever eaten in his life. He really didn't expect the system to be so awesome. It was still only the primary cooking skill that he had activated, and he was able to make such a delicious meal. If he activated the intermediate cooking skill, wouldn't that be awesome to the heavens? Cool. After resting for a while, Xiao Chuxua takes her sisters to clean up the dishes. Xiao Chen urges Lin Yu urgently to go to martial arts practice. Lin Yu said that after his sisters finish washing the dishes, the family will go out together. Dad, then where are we going to practice martial arts? Xiao Chuxua, who was washing the dishes, said, Dad, go downstairs to the square there. I know there is an open space over there. It's big, not a lot of people. It's very convenient to practice martial arts. Xiao Chuxia said, I know which place big sister is talking about. Dad, just go there. It's enough for us to learn martial arts. It just so happens that it's a cool fall day. It's comfortable to go to the square. Lin Yu was originally preparing to bring his children back to his villa to practice martial arts. Hearing his daughters say to go to the square to play, and it's really a bit far away from his villa. If he drove, it would take an hour's drive. A round trip would be 2 hours, and the children would still have to go to school tomorrow. Going to the nearby square to practice martial arts is really good if there is open space. Today's weather was also cool. It had just started to fall. Lin Yu smiled and said, okay, go to the square there tonight to practice martial arts for fun. Then Lin Yu asked Xiao Chuxua to give him a copy of the 5 children's bank card numbers. He sent the children's bank card numbers to his assistant and asked the other party to call $500,000 to each bank card. When Lin Yu asked Xiao Chuxua to send the bank card numbers, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia and Xiao Chen were thrilled to know that their dad was going to give them pocket money. Ding, 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 ding. The 4 siblings' cell phones rang at the same time. Immediately afterward, there was the sound of surprise as Xiao Chen jumped 3 feet in the air. I received a lot of money. Xiao Chen was thinking that he was the son, and the pocket money his father gave him should be more than his sisters, so he didn't say how much money he received, lest his sisters feel unbalanced in their hearts when the time came. OMG, $500,000. His own dad had given him $500,000 in pocket money. How rich is his dad? The richest person in their dormitory, Xiang Shan, had only $3,000 a month in pocket money from his family. But for them, this $3,000 is already the rich second generation in the dormitory. I didn't expect to receive $500,000 of pocket money myself. How to spend it? How to spend it? There was a sense of vertigo from being hit by happiness. Xiao Chuxia exclaimed, Dad, I received $500,000. Did Dad call me? Xiao Mengyao's face was filled with giddiness. I received $500,000 as well. Oh my god, $500,000. Xiao Chuxua also didn't expect her own father to call their 5 siblings for pocket money, but he actually called $500,000 each. Dad, I also received $500,000. In that case, Dad gave their 5 siblings too, $5 million in pocket money in one go. With this amount of money, they could all put a down payment on a good-sized commercial house in Shanghai. Ding! Her cell phone rang. It was a message from her third sister, Xiao Shirhan. Xiao Shirhan, big sister. I suddenly received a huge sum of $500,000. What should I do? Someone must have transferred it to my bank card by mistake. Shall I call the police now? Xiao Shirhan, who was far away from her hometown in the city of Zicheng in Xiang province, was completely at a loss as to what to do, because she had never seen so much money before. When she received the money, she thought it was a fraudulent text message. Then she clicked on the bank app to check, and there was really an extra $500,000 in her bank card. The company that showed the transfer was the Heaven's Blessing Foundation. She never knew any God Bless Foundation. It must be that the other party called the wrong money. Xiao Chushui immediately wipes the water on her hands dry and then returns to Xiao Shirhan. Third sister, this is the pocket money that Dad hit us with. The second sister, the fourth sister and my younger brother and I each received $500,000. When Xiao Shirhan saw this message, she was directly shocked and dumbfounded. Trembling with her rounded fingers, she typed on the screen, Dad hit us with pocket money? $500,000? Although during the daytime today, Big Sister had said that Dad was very rich, so rich that there was no way for them to imagine, as well as that Dad had bought them a full set of golden Apple electronics, as well as a full set of Chanel. But she thought it might be Dad trying to make up for all the years of fatherly love that hadn't found its way to the 5 siblings. She thought that was enough. Unexpectedly, Dad actually gave each of their 5 siblings another $500,000 in pocket money. It directly knocked her out. Having such a trenchant father, she suddenly felt that the pressure of life no longer pressed her to breathe. As if the whole person was opened up the 2 veins. Her body was soothed. There is infinite strength. The future life is also full of yearning and expectation. With this $500,000 of pocket money, she could build a very good live broadcast team. There was no need to go work for a guild as an anchor, but to be her own boss. Build a live broadcast team by herself. This $500,000 was even more attractive to her than the Apple electronics and the full Chanel set from before, because she was not a materialistic girl. Electronic products as well as bags and clothes, she felt that as long as it was enough, it was fine. However, building her own live broadcast team had always been something she wanted to do. She had previously thought of working for the guild for a few years, then when she had saved up enough money, she would build her own live streaming team as a boss. Now, after having $500,000 of pocket money from Trench Horizontal's father, she could totally be her own boss. LOL. Immediately, she sends a message to Xiao Chushui, Big Sister, help me thank Dad. This $500,000 of pocket money has really come at the right time for me. Xiao Chushui saw her third sister's words and knew that the third sister on the other side of the phone was very happy at this moment. She smiled and said, good. Then she said to Lin Yu, who was sitting in the living room drinking tea, Dad, third sister asked me to tell you, thank you. This $500,000 pocket money came in time for her. Lin Yu smiled and said, this is your pocket money for this month. There's more for next month. The 4 siblings of the Chow family were once again shocked. A month's. Xiao Chun before was still a little bit of a heart over the fact that he actually had the same amount of pocket money as his sisters. After all, he is the son of a son. Now as soon as he heard Lin Yu's words, he was like doping, singing and dancing in the living room, and singing a jingle. Dad, welcome, waiting for the wind and rain to wait for you. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's bringing gifts, he's coming. He's coming, 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 he's coming. Dad's heaven, Dad's earth, Dad can stand up to the sky. Dad's wind, Dad's rain, Dad can call the wind and the rain. Chapter 052. The first step in learning martial arts is to be beaten up. Lin Yu was amused by his son's jingle. The daughters who had finished washing the dishes also followed out and sang together. This joyful scene was much more fun than the women singing at these top KTVs in Shanghai when they were spreading their money in Guangwei before. Although those women would still sing while dancing close to him. However, it was still comfortable to watch his sons and daughters singing so joyfully, warm and sweet, instead of being paper drunk and materialistic. Go, practice martial arts. Lin Yu smiled and waved his big hand, leading his sons and daughters out the door. Arriving at the square, Lin Yu made a phone call, and Dashan, who was secretly protecting Lin Yu's safety, came out. Boss. Dashan was tall, bowing and saluting as he walked up to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded, then said to Dashan, Dashan, this is my son Xiao Chen. He wants to learn martial arts from you. Teach him. When Xiao Chen saw Dashan, he was satisfied with this coach Lin Yu chose for him, because at this glance, he was a practicing martial artist. Immediately, he jumped into action and said to Dashan, Uncle Dashan, teach me now. What's my first step? Running? Or zamabu? Or carry water? These were the things he had previously seen those who practiced martial arts in TV dramas often do. Dashan looked at Xiao Chen, didn't reply to Xiao Chen's words, but asked Lin Yu, "Boss, your son hasn't practiced martial arts. Should I let Xiao Shan teach?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he became unhappy and immediately said, "I don't want Xiao Shan to teach. I want you to teach. Big Mountain, Little Mountain." As soon as he heard the names, he knew that Big Mountain was more powerful than Little Mountain. He, Xiao Chen, was not stupid. Of course he wanted a great coach to teach. Lin Yu knew what Dashan meant. Not only was Dashan's kung fu stronger than Xiao Shan, his requirements for the soldiers under his hand were also much stricter than Xiao Shan's. And that training method, it was even more overbearing. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Xiao Chen chose you, so you'll be the one to teach. Just follow your way." "Okay, boss." After confirming, Dashan said solemnly to Xiao Chen, "Xiao Chen, which one do you want to learn? Dragon Kingdom martial arts, Taekwondo, Karate, Kendo, Sansho, Combat. You pick one." Xiao Chen thought to himself that Tang Qingyi was learning Taekwondo. He definitely wanted to be surprised. Moreover, when he watched the TV series, he was extremely fond of his own Dragon Country's martial arts, and immediately said, "I'll learn Dragon Country's martial arts." "Okay." Dashan nodded his head, and then began to instruct the excited Xiao Chen on the stance of standing stakes. After pointing, Dashan violently punched and kicked Xiao Chen. "Pain, pain, pain. Stop, Dash." The three sisters of the Chow family looked dumbfounded as Xiao Chen runs to wail and complain to Lin Yu. "Dad, he punched me. He sincerely went to practice martial arts, and Dashan actually beat him up realistically. It's abominable." Lin Yu said with a face like normal. "Dad saw that Dashan only used 1 point of strength to beat you up. He didn't hit you hard. No harm done." Xiao Chen's eyes were full of confusion. Lin Yu explained, "The first step in practicing martial arts is to take a beating. This is to train you not to be afraid of being beaten. You only have to not be afraid of being beaten, so that you can practice the skill of winning every fight when you fight with your opponents, so that you can pull out the enemy's roots and thwart the enemy's sharpness. Think about it, if you're afraid to fight, then in terms of momentum, you'll lose." Dashan said, "Boss is right. This beating is just light. There is even tougher training behind." "Xiao Chen, think about it first. Do you want to learn real kung fu from me? Once you decide to learn from me, then I won't release you until you're out of the class. Even if your father personally asks me to release you, I, Dashan, won't agree to it." Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. He thought that learning kung fu was just a very beautiful way to play the moves, and then at most, it would be the more tiring work of staking, carrying water and running. Unexpectedly, the first step was to be beaten up. Moreover, the few times Dashan had beaten him up just now, it really hurt. It still hurts now. Moreover, Dashan even said that the training behind was even more grueling, and just now, his own father said that Dashan had only used 1 point of strength. He could already see his future path of martial arts training, unusually painful and difficult. To learn, too, he is Dad's only son, is determined to give Dad as the heirman. There is nothing he cannot do. Moreover, a man, indeed, must have some physical strength. Otherwise, how to suppress women? Tang Qingyi is a black belt in Taekwondo. Dad wanted him to surpass Tang Qingyi, so in terms of hands, he had to beat Tang Qingyi as well. So, he bit his lip. His eyes were no longer the same kind of excitement that he had before simply because he was going to play a novelty, but he was solemn and serious. He said to Lin Yu, "Dad, I've thought it over. I've decided to learn martial arts from Uncle Dashan. I will definitely be a master. The path I choose, I will finish it even if I bite my teeth. This is the truth that Big Sister taught me." Seeing that his son chose to continue learning martial arts from Dashan, Lin Yu felt very pleased, solemnly patted his son's shoulder and said, "Well, Schwer is right. A man is a man. The road he chooses, he will finish it even if he bites his teeth." "Aha!" Xiao Chen nodded his head vigorously, then turned around and bowed to Dashan. "I'm sorry, Uncle Dashan. I was rude just now. Please continue to teach me, Uncle Dashan." Dashan nodded appreciatively. "Go." Dashan took Xiao Chen to the side to train Xiao Chen's ability to take a beating. The three sisters of the Chow family, who would shake their shoulders in pain when they looked at the beaten Xiao Chen, ended up not being able to bear to look at it. "Dad, then, still don't learn martial arts," said Xiao Chusha, conceding. Right now, without looking over there, one could hear Xiao Chen shouting in pain. If this iron fist smashed on them, they still don't know how painful. "Don't dare to learn." Wimped out. Xiao Mengyao, on the other hand, leapt to her feet and said, "Dad, I want to learn. You come and beat me up. I can carry it." Xiao Chushue also nodded. "I can too." Their own father is so rich, they, who are daughters, can't do much to help their father, but they can raise their own force value and not become their father's weakness. Because on TV, she saw quite a few children from rich families being kidnapped, blackmailed and so on. She didn't want such things to happen to their family. So, The only way was to raise their own force value. When Xiao Chuxia saw that both of her sisters actually wanted to practice martial arts, she asked, "Aren't you guys afraid of pain?" Xiao Mengyao said, "Xuxia, look at others. Tang Qingyi is a black belt in Taekwondo. Her family is also very rich. Our family is also very rich right now, and Dad is willing to teach us, so of course we need to practice martial arts for self-defense as well." Xiao Chuxia froze for a moment, as if her second sister was right. Their family was now extremely rich, not an ordinary family anymore. According to those dog-blooded stories in novels, bad guys love to kidnap the children of rich families to extort money from them. Immediately, she changed her mind and said to Linyu, "Dad, if my sisters are learning, then I want to learn martial arts too." Moreover, she thought of a good idea. She could add martial arts skills to the heroine of this new book of hers. Ha ha. That way, when the heroine encounters a bad guy, she can coolly fight all the bad guys herself, instead of waiting for the hero to come and put out fires, save people, and all sorts of rescues. Wow, she really exploded with inspiration after following her dad. It's so cool. Chapter 053, Linyu who preferred daughters to men. After Linyu saw that his daughters all wanted to learn martial arts, he smiled and said, "Okay, then Dad will teach you guys to stand on piles first." Xiao Chuxia asked in a daze, "Dad, are you going to start beating us up?" Xiao Mengyao, "Dad, you can beat me up as much as you want." Xiao Chuxia, "I can take it too." Linyu smiled and said, "Schwerer, yao yao, Xuxia. You don't need to be beaten up with the martial arts that Dad taught you. Son with thick skin and flesh, no problem to take a beating. Daughter is delicate. He can't even wait to love her. He can't afford to beat her." The three sisters of the Chow family froze. "We don't need to be beaten? But Dad, you just said." To Chao Chen, "Your brother's nature is different. He needs to be punched in order to become more composed. Come on, Dad will teach you guys how to stand on piles." The three sisters of the Chow family looked at each other and smiled happily. Their own father didn't favor boys over girls, but rather girls over boys. Great. When they were young, they had seen many families that favored sons over daughters, and there were even families that ended up only letting their sons go to school while their daughters went to work to earn money because they didn't have much money. Their father doesn't emphasize sons over daughters. That's great. Chao Chen, this younger brother, really should be given a good beating. Just because Chao Chen dared to borrow a high-interest loan last time, he must be beaten up properly to make him remember. Otherwise, if Dad gave Chao Chen $500,000 of pocket money, Chao Chen would still have to float to the sky. On this side, Lin Yu began to instruct his daughter on staking, and on the other side, Chao Chen was still getting beaten up. When he was resting, he glanced over at Lin Yu's side. He was directly dumbfounded. The sisters have already started to learn the stances after Dad. The sisters aren't getting beaten up by Dad. Why am I, on the other hand, getting beaten up? Because I'm the son. Well, that must be it. Dad values me more, so he gave me to Dason to teach. And the sisters are girls. They don't even need to practice too powerful martial arts. Just learn some fancy kung fu for show. Right, that must be it. Come on, Chao Chen. Dad values you the most. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen was so beaten up that he couldn't wait to lie down on the ground and roll around. But he still insisted on sitting on the stone bench to drink water and rest. On Lin Yu's side, the three daughters were almost done with standing stakes and were learning boxing from Su Chen. Many people around were watching. Not only are there three beautiful women boxing, the main thing is that the coach is also a super handsome man. The coach teaches, punches, tigerish, very powerful. At first glance is a practitioner, so it attracts a lot of big mothers and small children to watch. The young people are usually at home to work overtime, or laundry, cooking, cleaning and lying down. Only the Amazons and small children were free and had the energy to stroll around the square. Isn't this the three sisters of the Chow family? A big mom exclaimed. I heard that the 5 sisters and brothers of the Chow family have found their father. Could it be that this big handsome man is their father? Because it was very shocking to see quintuplets living in one building. Many of the owners in the neighborhood knew about the Chow family's 5 siblings, and after meeting the 5 siblings of the Chow family, they would never forget their looks again, because they were too beautiful and too handsome. The proper blooming face of someone else's children. Yes, he's the father of the 5 siblings of the Chow family. Oh my god, I didn't expect him to be so handsome when he fights. The shirt is bursting. The older woman who had seen Lin Yu in the elevator before said with her eyes emitting green light. The big mom next to him was immediately surprised. Oh my god, it's really the father of the 5 siblings of the Chow family. This man is remarkable. 5 babies in one birth. This reproduction power is heaven-defying. And he's still so young. If Auntie Wang hadn't said that this handsome man is the father of the Chow family's 5 siblings, I would have thought that he's their older brother or the boyfriend of one of them. I heard that the Chow family's 5 siblings' mom died a long time ago, which means that their dad, now, isn't married? Oops, My sister has a daughter, 30 years old this year, still unmarried, has a car and a house. I don't know if the father of the quintuplets will look at her. My sister has a daughter, this year 28 years old, doctoral students, returnees, also not married. Later I have to go to ask the quintuplets' father's contact information. Set up a match. The big mothers looked at Lin Yu, have begun to think about which outstanding girl among their relatives is still unmarried. They have to hurry to take Lin Yu down. Maybe in the future they can also give birth to quintuplets. That would be a big happy event that would shock the whole village. When the three sisters of the Chow family saw that the onlookers were getting more and more people, Xiao Chuxia stopped, ran to Lin Yu's side, and said, "Dad, there are so many people. Why don't we just practice until here tonight?" Most of all, she found that the big moms who surrounded her, even one by one, wanted to introduce her dad to someone. Her dad could only be her sister-in-laws. All other women step aside. She would never let other women get their hands on her dad. Time passes so slowly. It's not even next weekend yet. There are still 6 days to go before next Saturday. It's next Saturday before her sister-in-law is free to come over. She didn't even see her sister-in-law when she went to drop off her clothes this afternoon. Her sister-in-law's roommate told her that her sister-in-law had gone out on an errand and wouldn't be back until late. She originally wanted to brag about her dad to her sister-in-law in person after meeting her, but she didn't expect to see him. Then she would have to wait until next Saturday to meet. She had thought it was okay before. But now, seeing that the Square Amazons were trying to introduce her dad to someone, she was anxious. She couldn't wait for her sister-in-law and her own father to meet now, but she also knew that things couldn't be rushed. It was easier to make mistakes or turn people off or something like that. She could only wait. Lin Yu looked at the people around him, and indeed, the eyes of the Amazons, one after another, were hungrily placed on him. He had known before that he was well featured, but that was in the pile of women. At this moment, in the pile of Square Amazons, he smiled very helplessly after realizing that he was also appetizing. It seems that I, Lin Yu, am not only a teenage girl killer, but also a young milk killer. Okay, let's train here tonight. You guys still have classes tomorrow. Go back early and take a shower. Just go to bed and rest. Lin Yu nodded. Xiao Chuxua and Xiao Mengyao also came over. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the three sisters looked at each other. One left, one right, one back to protect Lin Yu. When an ama tried to come over to ask Lin Yu for his contact information, Xiao Chuxia was just about to say that his own father had a girlfriend, when he heard Lin Yu say to the ama, "Don't have the habit of memorizing phone numbers. Then do you have a cell phone with you? Add a WeChat." Big Mom insisted. "Cell phone is broken," Lin Yu said. The Big Mom was still not dead, and Xiao Chuxia immediately shouted loudly, "Look, the Big Moms from the next neighborhood have come to rob our square." At the sound of their voices, the Big Moms immediately turned around and ran, because there were indeed a few Big Mothers from the next neighborhood who saw that the Big Mothers from Longyuan neighborhood were not dancing in the square where they were before, and immediately went and grabbed the land and started to line up type of dancing. Chapter 054, Butler Shock, Master. You slept well last night. This can put the Big Moms of the Hanglung neighborhood to be anxious. Have run over to dry fight to reclaim the turf. Xiao Chuxia, on the other hand, cleverly covered her laughter and led Lin Yu quickly out of the square, then let out a loud laugh. "Dad, your quote is too good. Next time I can't bring you to the square to teach us martial arts practice." After Xiao Chuxia finished laughing, he looked at Lin Yu with an aggrieved look and said. Xiao Mengyao said, "I think we can clean up the living room and practice martial arts in the living room." Xiao Chuxia nodded. "This is good. There are too many mosquitoes outside." Lin Yu knew his daughter's thoughts, which made him feel sweet in his heart. He spoiled his 3 daughters. Good. Next time, we won't come to the square to practice martial arts. In these few days, we will finish all those 3 houses. You guys remember to communicate your ideas with the designers in the group. The soft furnishings will be done in a day. Tomorrow we will do the hard furnishing work first, knock down the walls, fix the stairs and so on. In the afternoon, the assistant found a female designer. Then Lin Yu pulled the designer into the decoration group, sent the previous daughter's ideas to the designer, and then let his daughters chat with the designer. Once Xiao Chuxia heard this from Lin Yu, she immediately came back to life with full blood, nodding her head excitedly. "Aha, Dad, our house has so many houses. Let's make a whole spacious gym. We can practice in the gym in the future." "Yes, no problem," Dad talked to the designer. Lin Yu went back first with his 3 daughters. The daughters went to take a bath. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and used his cell phone to deal with today's official business. Knock knock. The sound of the room door rang out. Lin Yu got up and went to open the room door. The one who knocked on the door was Lin Yu's family's personal housekeeper, Dong Yufei. "Mr. Lin, this is your usual change of clothes." Dong Yufei handed the handbag to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the bag. Dong Yufei asked with concern, "Master, You didn't go back to the villa to sleep last night, do you need me to stay here tonight? She was also Lin Yu's personal hypnotist, assisting Lin Yu to sleep. Speaking of this, Lin Yu smiled and said, no need, last night was the most comfortable sleep I've ever had. The feeling of sleeping until dawn was really too comfortable. When he got up the next morning, his entire body was also refreshed. There was absolutely no after effects such as headaches and lack of energy from not being able to sleep. His daughter is really his treasure. Dong Yufei's eyes were full of shock. As Lin Yu's personal hypnotist, she knew that Lin Yu's inability to sleep at night had reached the state of becoming a disease. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu in this tiny house, without using her assistance, he was able to fall asleep, and also slept exceptionally well. What kind of person lived in this tiny house? She was curious, super curious. However, despite her curiosity, she didn't ask too many questions as she nodded and said, then congratulations master, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave. Well, go, Lin Yu said dryly, because he now knew his own daughter's nature, and didn't want him to have too many dealings with other women, except for their sister-in-law. Dong Yufei was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses in seconds, bowed deeply towards Lin Yu, then left. Lin Yu closed the door of his room behind him, and just as he turned around, he saw Chao Mengyao who was rubbing her hair while walking out of the bathroom. Dad, you went out? No, Dad's housekeeper sent over Dad's change of clothes. Aha, okay, Dad. I'll go blow dry my hair then. Xiao Mengyao pointed to her wet hair and said. Lin Yu walked over and put the bag on the sofa, dotingly said to Xiao Mengyao, Yao Yao, go sit there on the balcony. Daddy will blow dry your hair. Your hair is so long, you'll be too tired if you always hold your hand up to blow dry your hair. Chapter 055, Mr. Lin's golden house hides a daughter. Yes, Xiao Mengyao nodded joyfully. Dad was too good to her. So thoughtful. Oh, her hair was almost up to her waist, and every time she took a shower, she had to blow dry her hair for more than half an hour. After blowing with her left hand, she switches to her right hand. After blowing her hair, the whole person is tired and exhausted, just want to lie on the bed and rest. So, when she heard Lin Yu say that he wanted to help her blow dry her hair, she was simply too happy. Immediately, she went and moved a small stool, then sat on the balcony. There was an outlet on the balcony, so Lin Yu plugged the hairdryer into the outlet and then started blowing her daughter's hair. The hairdryer was still heavy and rehabilitated, but the wind was strong. The heat was also okay. It's just that it's too tiring for a girl to keep blowing her hair with such a heavy hairdryer. I'll have my assistant go buy 4 of the best and lightest hairdryers later, one for each daughter, as well as combs, curling irons, and so on, all arranged in full sets. Dad, you're blow drying second sister's hair. Then I wanted to. When Xiao Chuxia came out of the bathroom, he saw Lin Yu blow drying Xiao Mengyao's hair and hurriedly ran over. Lin Yu smiled dotingly and said, Good, good, Daddy is blowing your hair all the time. Xiao Mengyao hurriedly said, Xu Xia, don't make a scene. Don't let Dad blow your hair tonight. Next time, Daddy already blew my hair for 20 minutes. If I have to blow your hair for half an hour later, Daddy's hands will get tired. Lin Yu said, Not tired, Yao Yao, Daddy can do it. If he was holding the hairdryer for an hour before he had activated his primary fighting skill, he would definitely get tired. But now, with the activation of the fighting skill, his physical quality had also improved greatly. Even if he held the hairdryer for a whole day, he wouldn't feel his arms getting sore. Xiao Chuxia blinked, then said, In that case, Dad, you go take a rest. I'll blow dry second sister's hair, and when second sister's hair dries later, Dad will blow dry my hair again. 10 minutes of blow drying is almost enough. I can blow dry the back myself. She doesn't really want Daddy to dry her hair. She just wants to enjoy the Daddy brand hairdryer that her second sister also enjoys. Xiao Mengyao nodded. In that case, yes. Xiao Chuxia immediately went to take the hairdryer in Lin Yu's hand, and said to Lin Yu, Dad, you go sit and rest at the sofa first. I'll blow dry second sister's hair. Seeing his daughter insisting on operating like this, Lin Yu smiled and gave her the hairdryer, and then asked her, Is there another hairdryer at home? Because at this moment, Xiao Chuxia's hair was also wet, although the little one had used a dry hair cap to put up her long hair. But, in this fall weather, it was easy to catch a cold if her hair was wet for too long. No more, Daddy, Xiao Chuxia said. Lin Yu nodded, then walked over to the sofa, sat down, took out his cell phone and sent a message to his assistant, asking him to buy 4 of the best and also the lightest hairdryers as fast as possible. Deliver them within 20 minutes. Special Assistant Zhang was confused when he saw this message. 4 hairdryers? However, he didn't ask much and immediately replied, Okay, boss. Immediately, he made arrangements. 15 minutes later, the door to the room rang, and Lin Yu went to open it. Mr. Lin, this box is full of Dyson hairdryers, because we don't know Mr. Lin's preferred color. so we took all the colors. The Dyson sales manager said respectfully. Good. With money, others would arrange everything in a meticulous manner. The charm of having money. He had forgotten that hairdryers had color categories. A girl's mind is delicate. From the smallest ballpoint pen to the largest bed, she has to choose her favorite color, and she can even get entangled in the choice of color for a whole day. Mr. Lin, then let me help you carry this box in. It's quite heavy, Dyson's sales manager said. Lin Yu waved his hand. No, you go back. At home were his daughters who had just taken a bath and were wearing fall pajamas. He didn't want another man to go in and visit. Dyson's sales manager froze for a moment, then nodded and led his men away, afraid that if he asked more questions, he would easily say the wrong thing instead. Mr. Lin wasn't something that small people like them could afford to offend. This box was huge, and he not only put in a hairdryer, but also a hairstyler set, in every color. The hairdryer and the hairstyler, both had 5 colors. For 4 sets, there are 40 of them. He was using a large 2 cubic meter box that weighed 160 pounds. They were carried up by 3 grown men. Originally he wanted to send them into the room, but Mr. Lin said he didn't need them to send them, so they had to go. But he was still a little worried that Lin Yu couldn't move it, so he quietly looked back again. Then at a glance, he was directly stunned. Geez, did he have blurred eyes? He actually saw Mr. Lin lifting the big box with 1 person and 2 arms, and it was still the kind of lifting that was easy, not like they were straining to lift it. Geez. Then he also heard the young girl's voice. Daddy, what's that? Daddy, is this heavy? Do you want us to help? Daddy, come on in, put it here in the living room. Every voice is different, and they were all goddess voices. Just by listening to these voices, I can tell that these 3 young girls are all 3 goddess level. Geez, no wonder Lin Yu said he wouldn't let them move the boxes in. So it's a golden house, and it's still 3 beautiful maidens in hiding. It's really worthy of being a trillionaire, Mr. Lin, even though he has already reached the age of 37. But his body is just strong. 3 teenage girls in one house. Thinking about it, he revealed an envious look. He was only 32 years old this year, and already, because of the pressure of his job was too much, resulting in every month was forced to pay the public grain. Moreover, he would be drained by his wife every time he paid his rations. In the end, he would also be knocked on the head and pulled by the ears by his wife. It's getting shorter and shorter. On Lin Yu's side, he moved the big box to the most spacious place in the living room. Xiao Mengyao was in charge of closing the door to the room. Xiao Chuxue was in charge of moving the stools in the living room, and Xiao Chuxia was in charge of going to help support the box that Lin Yu was holding. Chuxia, let go of your hand. Dad is going to land the suitcase. Lin Yu said. Good. Xiao Chuxia let go of her hand and asked curiously, Daddy, what's in here? Because when she helped, she didn't feel how much force she was bearing, so thinking that everything in here should be very light, Lin Yu smiled and said, open it and you'll know. This time Xiao Mengyao, who closed the door, brought scissors. Dad, I'll open the box. On weekdays when he purchased things online, Xiao Mengyao's favorite thing was to go and open the package, because there will be a sense of surprise. Lin Yu smiled favorably and said, good. He gave his place to Mengyao's daughter. Xiao Chuxia's eyes were also full of curiosity as she stared at the box, curious about what was contained inside. Chapter 056, My daughter doesn't have to make a choice. Through and through. When Xiao Mengyao unwrapped the package, the 3 Xiao sisters were shocked to see the neatly yards of boxes inside. Oh my god, it's a Dyson hairdryer, and a Dyson hairstyler. So many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 20, 21. Ah, can't even count. Dad, how did you just lift it? So many things, it must be super heavy. Xiao Chuxia looked at Lin Yu with a face of adoration and asked. Lin Yu smiled and said, not bad, not very heavy. Your dad, I'm an expert. Dad is the best. Xiao Chuxia shoots rainbow farts. At this moment, Xiao Chuxia unwraps a hairdryer box, surprise in her beautiful eyes. It's white. Xiao Mengyao also unwrapped one and exclaimed out, this hairdryer of mine is pink. Oh my god. I said, why did Dad buy so many hairdryers? So there are so many colors. Is it for us to pick? Xiao Chuxia also hurriedly unwrapped the box and unwrapped a purple one. She said joyfully, whoa, this one of mine is purple. I can't believe there's a purple hairdryer. This Dyson hairdryer is so beautiful. It's so much better looking than that heavy-duty hairdryer from Convoy that we used before. The main thing is, this is so light. It's probably not even half as heavy as that conifer hairdryer. Xiao Chuxue, who had just searched the price of Dyson's hairdryer with her cell phone, was shocked once again. Oh my god, this hairdryer, it's even $990. The Convoy we bought before was only $100. This hairdryer is nearly 30 times the price of our hairdryer. A hairdryer can buy a laptop. So expensive. although Lin Yu had already bought them hundreds of thousands of computers, tens of thousands of Chanel bags, and given them $500,000 of pocket money. However, she still felt that this $990 a hairdryer was really expensive. Is it made of gold? She couldn't even resist putting it on her mouth and nibbling on it. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu dotingly patted Xiao Chushua's little head and said, "What Dad uses for you guys is of course the best. This hair dryer. Not only is it light, but the face value is also very nice. When blowing your hair, it doesn't harm your hair, and it doesn't carry static electricity after blowing your hair. Expensive things, there are reasons for expensive things." Xiao Chuxia said joyfully, "Dad, it's really great to have you. This rich second generation day. So comfortable. The face value of this hairdryer is really super high. I never knew that the original hairdryer could also be made so beautiful and make so many colors. And there are so many efficacies as you said, Dad. That's simply a godsend for us girls to free our hands. Especially in the summer. We have to shower and wash our hair every day. And blow drying our hair is really a tear." Xiao Mengyao also nodded in agreement. "Yes, I've had several impulses to get a short haircut, but with short hair, it's not pretty, and that's why I haven't made up my mind to get a short haircut. Now with this hair blow dryer, Dad no longer needs to worry about my hands getting sore from blow drying my hair. Super happy. It's really cool to have a dad. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, what's this? Is this a curling iron? Big sister, second sister?" Xiao Chuxia unwrapped a box and picked up something inside that looked like a curling iron and asked Xiao Chuxua and Xiao Mengyao. Xiao Chuxua took a picture and directly searched with Taobao. Once she searched, she found it. Then once she saw the price, she was shocked, dumbfounded once again. This is indeed a curling iron. The full name is Dyson Hairstyler. Surprisingly, it costs $3,990 for a set. A normal curling iron is only a few dollars off. This one costs almost $4,000. Lin Yu didn't know much about curling irons because he hadn't told his assistant that he wanted to buy these things, but the person under his hand had put his heart into it and sent the girl's favorite hairstylers along. Rather resourceful. Next time, you can invest in a Dyson. The last time Dyson's owner, Janie Dyson, even sent him hope that he could get an equity stake in the Providence Foundation. At that time, he couldn't see eye to eye with a company that did small business like vacuum cleaners and curling irons. Today, though, their staff did their job with such thoughtfulness that he got a series of surprise smiles from his daughters. That alone was worth his investment. "Daddy, I have this white hair dryer and styler set," Xiao Chuxua said as she took out 2 boxes. Xiao Mengyao had a bit of choice syndrome. "This pink one looks good. This big red one also looks good. This purple one also looks good. What color do I choose? And this orange color. It's super nice too. I love every color. How do I choose?" Xiao Chuxia suggested. "Second sister. You can cast lots to choose with your eyes closed, and choose whichever one you catch." Ha ha, I'm going to do the same, because all of these colors she was super fond of as well. With 5 colors, there wasn't a single one that didn't look good. Pure white, passionate fire, mysterious purple, spirited orange, and girly pink. These 5 colors, she also loved them all. Lin Yu favored his daughters. "Schwerer, Yao Yao, choose Ya. You don't need to choose. You have a set of each model and each color. These are all bought for you guys. It's already paid for. You can't return it." Knowing that his daughters would definitely feel extravagant and wasteful and ask him to return them, he blocked the words in advance. As his Lin Yu's daughters, there would be no need to make a choice. Through and through, the 3 sisters of the Chow family were stunned. Xiao Mengyao couldn't even speak properly. Dad, these colors, we, all, have a set? And I can change my hairdryer to a different color every day. It's so trenchant. A daddy brand hairdryer. It's just different. Sweet spoiled. The days are so happy. Xiao Mengyao is also super joyful and hugs Lin Yu as well, expressing her joyful knowledge. Although Xiao Chuxua only chose a white color. But, actually, as a girl, she also likes other colors. After learning that her dad said that these hairdryers and hairstylers can't be returned, she accepts the fact that she's about to have 5 sets of hairdryers in different colors and 5 sets of hairstylers in different colors. After a good half a second, she reacted, and then she also jumped over and hugged Lin Yu, her little body slightly trembling from excitement. "Thank you, Daddy." Dad was really super nice to their 5 siblings, especially to their daughters. He was beyond words. This kind of meticulous goodness was the most overwhelming to her. In the future, she must study hard, earn money, and honor her dad. Chapter 057. Third daughter looks forward to seeing Lin Yu. The 3 Zhou sisters excitedly began to open the packages one by one. 10 each. 5 colors of hairdryers, 5 sets of colors of hairstylers. After unpacking them out and arranging them in a row, Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia took pictures. And Xiao Chuxua was also taking pictures. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia excitedly sent their friends circles after taking the photos. Xiao Mengyao, from now on, my dad no longer has to worry about my hair not drying. Xiao Chuxia, with this, I should be able to code faster. After the two's friend circle was sent out, it directly blew up the friend circle. Xiao Chuxia, I'm going. Mengyao, you actually bought so many Dyson hairdryers. Every color is arranged on it. And there are hairstylers in every color too. Geez, is this the way a super big tycoon opens up? Oh my god. Real name drooling with envy. I used all my pocket money and it wasn't even enough to buy a Dyson hairdryer. And Mengyao actually bought every color. It's simply boundless. Mengyao, do you still lack pendants? Why don't I come and babysit for you? Dyson hairdryer, ah, the Hermes of hairdryers. Xiao Chuxia's side of the circle of friends. Chuxia, did your book sell out? Surprisingly, you have money to buy Dyson's hairdryer. And you bought every color. There's also the styler. This set has to be big 30,000, ah. I don't even have this much in a year's writing fees. Sister Chuxia, update quickly. The blades are already on their way to your house. Congratulations Chuxia sister into the landlord. Do not be too tired. Take a good rest. A day more of 5 or 6 million chapters on the line. I will not rush you. I am your most adorable readers. Love you oh. After Xiao Chuxue took the photo, she didn't send it to her friend circle, but sent it to Xiao Shurhan. Xiao Chuxue, Hanin, Dad bought us 4 sisters, each of us, a Dyson hairdryer and a Dyson hairstyler, and there's one of each color. Look. Xiao Shurhan had just finished blowing her hair at this moment. The voltage in her old home was relatively low, and the hairdryer at home was an old hairdryer that had been used for 10 years. The wind power was particularly small. She blew for a full hour before she could dry her hair. Now her hands were so sore that she just wanted to lie down. It was only when she heard the sound of WeChat that she took her cell phone and scratched the screen to look at it. Then she saw a message from Xiao Chuxue. Immediately, her entire body jumped up from the bed and zoomed in to see the picture. Xiao Shurhan, oh my god. So many hairdryers. Dyson hairdryers? It seems like I've heard of it somewhere. Is it good? Xiao Chuxue, I haven't used it yet. It should be super good because it's thieves expensive. A hairdryer costs $2,990. A set of hairstylers costs $3,990. I looked it up. This brand of hairdryer and styler is the best. I'll let Chuxia test it out. She just happens to have hair that hasn't been blown out yet. After saying that, Xiao Chuxue shouted for Xiao Chuxia to go blow dry her hair and try the hairdryer. Xiao Chuxia joyfully agreed and threw away her phone. So she picked up her favorite purple hairdryer and went to blow dry her hair. While blowing her hair, she said her experience hands down. Dad, big sister, second sister, this hairdryer is really good ah. The wind isn't very fierce. It's softer. And all of a sudden this strand of hair I grabbed was dried. The drying effect is awesome. And, Xiao Chuxue sends Xiao Chuxia's experience tips to Xiao Shurhan. Xiao Shurhan also took the time to check out Dyson's hair care products. Then the whole person got excited. Big sister. I want it. I have a full set too right? This is great. A godly weapon to free your hands. If she could instantly move. She really couldn't wait to instantly move to her home in Shanghai. Look at this hairdryer. But it didn't matter. Tomorrow she could go back to Shanghai. Really looking forward to going back to Shanghai more and more. And even more looking forward to seeing Dad. Dad was simply too good to the 3 sisters. Meticulously good. Although she hasn't met Lin Yu yet. But, her impression of Lin Yu is already very good. Xiao Chuxue wanted this result. She smiled and said, you have it too. 5 colors of hairdryers, 5 colors of hairstylers. Shurhan, you have to come back tomorrow, so go to bed early and don't stay up late to brush short videos. Xiao Shurhan, okay. She has to get her strength up and show up in front of Dad tomorrow at full strength. Give Dad a super good impression. Being Dad's most adorable daughter. Tonight, the 4 sisters of the Qiao family all went to sleep happily, and Lin Yu also fell asleep comfortably. Qiao Chen, on the other hand, was lying on the hardboard bed in his dormitory, unable to sleep, because he was in pain all over his body. Turn over, it hurts. Not moving, it also hurts. When he took a shower just now, he screamed and grimaced, and his roommates all thought that he had been beaten up in the toilet. They were concerned about him, and he just reported a smile and said, it's okay, I accidentally hit my knee outside today, and it hurt when I took a shower. 3 roommates have expressed disbelief. The lights in the dormitory had automatically gone out at this moment, but the 3 roommates couldn't sleep. They were lying on their beds, looking in the direction of where Qiao Chen was, and opened up with special gossip. Qiao Chen, when we were at the swimming pool today, we heard that someone saved Tang Qingyi, and also did artificial respiration on Tang Qingyi. That person. It couldn't be you, right? Yes, Qiao Chen, wasn't it you? At that time, the 3 of us were looking for Tang Qingyi. We couldn't find her. Then you left the swimming pool. Is it true that you saved Tang Qingyi? And then after doing artificial respiration on Tang Ching-yi, you were woken up by Tang Ching-yi who gave her an enmity and beat her up? I heard that Tang Ching-yi Taekwondo is a yakuza. Can be fierce, purebred rose with thorns. Xiao Chen, do you want me to accompany you to the hospital tomorrow? Don't get beaten up and suffer internal injuries. Listening to his roommates, Xiao Chen bragged, because he found that bragging could make himself excited, and then that pain was reduced. Ha ha, you guys guessed right, it was indeed me who saved Tang Ching-yi. Not only did I do artificial respiration on her, I also, ha ha, hugged her. As soon as these words were said, all of a sudden, the three people in the entire dormitory were shocked and dumbfounded. They were excitedly gossiping. I'll go, Brother Chow. I'm calling out to you to call out to Brother Chow. Quickly tell us, how did you heroically save Tang Ching-yi? Tang Ching-yi should know how to swim, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to the pool. Brother Chow, you actually not only did artificial respiration on Tang Ching-yi, but you also hugged her. I remember that when girls go swimming, the bathing suits they wear can be close-fitting. Brother Chow, when you hugged her, did you eat her tofu? Ha ha. Xiao Chen didn't say anything for a moment. Realizing that the pain was sweeping back up, he immediately continued to brag. Ha ha, I did everything you guys wanted. From today onwards, Tang Ching-yi is my Xiao Chen's woman. Chapter 058, Fairy Xiao Mucho. The roommates were up in arms. Brother Chow is mighty. Brother Chow is awesome. Brother Chow, did your sister-in-law beat you up with the injuries on your body? But it's okay, beating is kissing, scolding is loving. Xiao Chen smiled and said, no it's not, she can't wait to love me. How could she possibly beat me up? I really just accidentally bumped into this. Ha ha, get it, get it, get it. Brother Chow, isn't your dad super rich? Surprisingly, he bought you millions of Apple electronic products. My mama the cell phone, laptop, and iPad are surprisingly all made of pure gold. Speaking of this, Xiao Chen had a lot to say. My dad is indeed super rich. I'll be a proper rich second generation from now on. Ha ha, you guys follow my brother? I'll cover you. Shwahao, Brother Chow, I really envy you. I dream of becoming a rich second generation. I haven't made my dream come true yet. On the contrary, Brother Chow, you've made it true first. Congratulations. So it seems like your father treats you well. Does he have another family now? Speaking of this, Jing Baoming and Xiang Shan also asked with concern. After all, Xiao Chen hadn't found his dad until now. There was a huge possibility that Xiao Chen's dad already had a family. In that case, Xiao Chen's dad's kindness towards Xiao Chen might just be momentary. Moreover, Xiao Chen's father's wife would definitely be particularly repulsed by Xiao Chen, thinking that Xiao Chen was there to compete for the family's property, and it would be very likely that a bloodthirsty family property competition would be staged later on. They got worried. Xiao Chen coolly waved his hand. Immediately the pain made him grimace. He forced himself not to shout out the pain, because he was pretending. He smiled and said, my dad doesn't have a family right now. There are no other children besides me and my 4 sisters. I'm still thinking about introducing my dad to someone. Trying to introduce my sister-in-law to my dad. The roommates were relieved to hear that Xiao Chen's dad didn't have a family yet, nor did he have any other children besides Xiao Chen's 5 siblings. Congratulating, they said, that would be really great. Brother Chow, I realized that after you stopped chasing after Lu Yu, you're on your way to the peak of your life. Either you had a skinship with the goddess of Fudan University, Tang Ching-yi, or you found a tycoon father and became a veritable true rich second generation. Envy, envy, envy. Brother Chow, if you succeed in getting together your sister-in-law and your father, then in the future your siblings will really be comfortable. Ha ha, your sister-in-law is half of your own mother, and your sister-in-law is so good to your siblings. After she found you, she bought you a house and gave you money. Damn, that makes me really envy you. Xiao Chen was blown away by his roommates. His mood was particularly blah, and the pain in his body, he couldn't even feel it anymore. He was secretly thinking, so little, and you guys are envious? Then by the time Xiao Chen became my dad's heir, then you guys are still envious to the explosion. Ha ha, thinking about it, it's especially cool. Xiao Mucho's side. On Xiao Mucho's side, she came back in the wee hours of the morning. After she came back, she was full of fatigue and prepared to take a bath and go to bed. When Yingjingjin, who had woken up, called out to her, Mucho, your niece sent you something today. I put it on your desk for you. Remember to take a look. After saying that, Yingjingjin closed her eyes and continued to sleep. Xiao Mucho, who was preparing to go take a bath, heard this and paused, then looked at the desk and indeed saw a large cardboard box sitting on top. She put down the bath basket in her hand, took a pair of scissors, and unwrapped the box. Then, after seeing what was inside the box, she was shocked. This was the complete Chanel set that Lin Yu had given her, including a light purple skirt, a white sheepskin bag, light purple sheepskin shoes, as well as Chanel Double C pearl earrings, a pearl sweater chain, and a black veil noblewoman's hat. A complete set. This full set down at least several tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Yu just gave it to her. Too generous. I don't know if brother Lin Yu will like the return gift she is going to give him. With a burst of joy, she closed the cardboard box and quickly went to take a shower. While showering, her mind floated to the photo of Lin Yu that Xiao Chuxia had sent her. In the photo, Lin Yu was really handsome. Sitting on the sofa, his two long legs were very explosive, holding up his suit pants. His body, it must be super awesome. Thinking about it, she almost went weak in the knees, rushing to hold onto the wall so she wouldn't fall. She closed her eyes and let the water from the shower fall softly. It was as if she felt like brother Lin Yu was right next to her. Can't think about it anymore. Otherwise there's no way to take a shower standing up. After taking a shower, Xiao Muqiu went back to her room. She first looked over at Ing Jinjin's side, who was already hugging the quilt as she huffed and puffed. She brought the cardboard box into the living room and then gently closed the bedroom door. First, she blew her hair dry. After blow drying her hair, she couldn't wait to change into the full set Lin Yu gave her. After changing on, looking at her brand new self in the mirror, Xiao Muqiu was dumbfounded. At this time, suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and Ing Jinjin rubbed her eyes while coming out to prepare to go shush. Suddenly, she saw Xiao Muqiu who was standing in front of the full body mirror looking at it. Fairy? Ha? A fairy? There's a fairy in our dormitory? All of a sudden, Ing Jinjin's entire body came to her senses. After Ing Jinjin, who had come to her senses, saw the fairy clearly, her eyes were filled with amazement. Oh my god, Muqiu, it's you! I just thought that a fairy had come to our dormitory. I didn't expect it to be you. The fairy, this whole set of yours is also too beautiful. It matches well. It's full of nobility. It's really too beautiful. Fairy fried, a true beauty of the world. I used to know that you're very beautiful. Muqiu, you're the military flower of our army. But tonight, I think you look 10 times better than those heavily beautified movie queens and singing queens on TV. If your family's male god were to see you now, he would definitely fall in love with you immediately and even want to pounce on you. Say, these things aren't given to you by your god, are they? After all, this is all Chanel. Chanel shoes, bags, earrings, the sweater chain. This dress is definitely Chanel too. And this poodle hat you're wearing must be too. Mamma mia, your boy god is too good to you. Whenever he gives you a gift, he gives you tens of thousands of dollars. He's so generous. It seems like your guy's a real rich guy. Xiao Muqiu was praised by Ing Jinjin. Her small face slightly flushed, a little embarrassed. Then she blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Ing Jinjin. You say, he sees me now. Will immediately fall in love with me? Will still want to pounce on me? When she said the last sentence, Xiao Muqiu was biting her lip and saying it in a low voice, because it's too bashful. Chapter 059, Departure. Going to Xiang province to pick up his third daughter. Ing Jinjin suddenly came to Xiao Muqiu and said, "You're in the spring again? You want your male god so much. Next time directly pounce on him. Experience that taste. I heard it's very soulful." Xiao Muqiu reacted. Originally she was shy and wanted to push Ing Jinjin away, but the ghost of the gods, she said in a provocative way, "Ing Jinjin, you're also a virgin. Can you know that taste is very soulful? It's not like you've experienced it. Don't talk nonsense here with your eyes closed." Ing Jinjin was really provoked, and immediately patted her chest and said, "I haven't experienced it, but that doesn't stop me from knowing it. Can't you see that so many bars and nightclubs are bursting with business every night? Why? Because men and women need it. Passionate. It must be very sexy. And have you ever heard of the saying, women are like wolves in their 30s and tigers in their 40s? You're on your way to your third year now. He. Then you still haven't said anything about the specific pinning method." Xiao Muqiu continued to provoke, because she was still really a bit curious about this. Previously, there was no idea at all, and it was even particularly repulsive, and the moment she heard about it, she would seriously set her face to teach people a lesson. Now, after seeing Lin Yu's photos, and learning that Lin Yu is still single now, she then had thoughts about Lin Yu. Boing, so shy, definitely can't say it. Ing Jinjin snapped her fingers and said, "Let's go, take you to see the treasure I've been collecting for years." Saying that, Ing Jinjin moved out her laptop, then clicked on her hard disk and clicked into a folder named 300 Tang Poems. Then she saw that it was densely packed with all TXT documents. The first and foremost was The Golden Lotus Plum, then Lady Chatterley's Lover, Rainbow, The Golden Age and so on. Xiao Muqiu looked at the blushing heartbeat, especially want to move away from the line of sight. Do not look at Ing Jinjin these 300 Tang Poems, but the eyes simply do not listen to the call, as if by the strong blue to the same. How to not be able to move away from the line of sight. In his mind, he quickly memorized all these names. As Ingjinjin rolled the mouse, the names of one document after another came out. The Overlord's little lowly, the Overlord's heart's favored, Uncle's wild rose, and so on. Xiao Muqiu realized that her memory was at its highest point ever, and she actually memorized the names of one after another. Flipping to the end, Ingjinjin dejectedly looked at Xiao Muqiu. How about it? These books, any one of them for you to read, would make you die of lust. Do you want me to pack them up and forward them to you? Xiao Muqiu averted her eyes and said, I don't read such vulgar things. Alright, so sleepy, go to sleep. After saying that, Xiao Muqiu got on the bed and then pulled the mosquito net. She immediately excitedly took out her cell phone and started to record the names of the books she had just memorized one by one. Tonight, she would first choose a book to read. She's not going to tell anyone about such a shy thing. She's a pure girl. She doesn't read pornographic books. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up early, because today, he was going to Qin City in Xiang province to pick up his third daughter, Shi Han. When he picked up his third daughter, then their family would really be completely reunited. He was looking forward to it. Looking at his handsome fried self in the mirror, Lin Yu was very confident and made a yes gesture to the mirror. Then he said, Lin Yu, you're the most handsome. You are the most handsome dad. Shi Han's daughter will definitely like you. After some cheering, Lin Yu went out to buy food at the market, because he would be picking up his third daughter back today, and everyone could have a big reunion meal at home in the evening. Lin Yu prepared to make tonight's meal a bit more sumptuous. He bought a trolley in the food market that was specialized in putting vegetables, and then bought chicken, duck, fish, crayfish, hairy crabs, crawling shrimp and so on. Fish and crayfish, he did not let the people in the market to deal with, because only eat tonight, so you have to first raise, and then deal with the evening cooking. Meat is more delicious. The hairy crabs and crawling shrimp were also all live. Only let the market handle the chickens and ducks. Then purposely asked them to pack the duck blood because tonight he was going to make a special dish of Xiao City for his daughters to eat. After buying these meat and vegetables, he went to buy dumpling skins, because in his concept of a family reunion, eating dumplings was something essential. A family sitting in the living room making dumplings. That image, thinking about it, made him feel super cozy as well as full of motivation and longing for the future life. After buying all the vegetables, Lin Yu pushed the cart back to the house. Dashan and Xiaoshan were protecting Lin Yu from the shadows. When Lin Yu entered the door of his room, Xiaoshan said to Dashan, Brother, have you noticed that the smile on the boss's face is getting bigger and bigger these 2 days? Well, having a child is different. Dashan said, Is it so good to be a baby daddy? Big brother, isn't it time for you to find a mother-in-law too, and have another baby doll? Xiaoshan was a bit itchy to try his hand at having a baby, but he hadn't had enough fun himself and didn't want to get married just yet, so he encouraged Dashan to get married and have a baby. Big brother, you are the boss of our family. You have to take the lead first. Our mom can every time in the house to urge you to hurry to get married and have a baby. Didn't bring the boss's son out of the division. I don't have the heart to find a woman. You want to have children. You go find a woman to marry yourself, Dashan said. Speaking of Lin Yu's son, Qiao Chen, Dashan came back with interest. Big brother, last night I saw that this little guy Qiao Chen is quite capable of resisting the beatings. It's really worthy of being the boss's son. It's just perseverance. Before I looked at his dangling appearance, I thought that after learning for 10 minutes, he would be crying out for help. I didn't expect him to stick with it until the end of the training. Let me teach him tonight. Dashan glared at Xiaoshan. This is the boss's son. Can you just teach him? With your little skills, you want to be the instructor of the boss's son? Oyama, before I retired, you were number 1 and I was number 2 alright. Oyama, then you were second too. Oyama, boss have another son out. I'll be an instructor for him. And then I'll make sure my students beat your students. Ha 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 ha. After Lin Yu and his daughters had breakfast, his daughters went to school while Lin Yu took a car to the airport. He picked it up. Old Lin, I didn't have time to sit down and have tea yesterday, so I should be free today, right? This project of ours is really good. You can make money just by investing in it, and there's a 100% rate of return on the bottom line. Wang Jianjian said on the other end of the phone. He couldn't eat this project alone. He had to find a well-funded person to eat it together. So he was eager to talk to Lin Yu. Chapter 060, Shirhan. Your father is so rich. I'm not available today. Lin Yu refused. Wang Jianjian was extremely surprised. Old Lin, how come you're not interested in this money-making thing? This project is really good. It can allow you to eat into $1 billion. And again, it's a steady stream of money. I'm going to pick up my daughter today, Lin Yu said. He didn't even know exactly how much money he had. There was already so much money that he wouldn't be able to use it up in this life. The next. The attraction of making money to him was naturally not as important as picking up his daughter. Daughter? Wang Jianjian was shocked. He had never heard of Lin Yu having a daughter. Well, without further ado, we'll have tea together next time when we're free. After saying that, Lin Yu hung up the phone. Then he opened his cell phone memo, which recorded the things that Shirhan's daughter liked to eat that Meng Yao's daughter and the girls told him this morning. There were stinky tofu, sugar oil poop, fish powder, yellow peaches, loquats, barbecued meat, and so on. He sent all of these to his assistant and asked him to have the people in Chen City prepare these things in advance. Once he arrived in Chen City, he would need them to be delivered to him hot and fresh. Special Assistant Zhang, okay, boss. Special Assistant Zhang was a bit puzzled by his own boss's behavior lately. Previously, he thought it was the boss who was chasing after a girl, and it was the kind that he wanted to bring into the marriage hall. However, wasn't this new girlfriend that the boss was chasing after in Zhonghai? Why did the boss go to Chen City, Xiang Province again? And these snacks, like what girls like to eat? Could it be that the boss is talking to several girls at the same time? When he thought of this, he felt more and more that it was this possibility. Previously, the boss bought Apple products and also bought them in sets of 5. And before that, he thought that the boss bought them for the family of his new girlfriend. But last night, the boss bought hairdryers again, and he bought 4 sets at once. It's impossible for a family to use 4 sets of hairdryers, right? So, it's just a possibility that the 4 sets were bought for each of the 4 girls. And then, it's extremely likely that this one that I'm going to see in Chenshire today is also a girl. One of the 5 girls. My god. After realizing this, Special Assistant Zhang was shocked. Although the previous boss's woman's destiny will not be broken, but has always been one at a time. Each time is also a serious talk. This time, he even talked about 5 girls at a time. Cow. The boss's fighting strength was also too strong. Oh my god. The boss is a man who is about to run into his 4th year, but he can still talk about 5 in one breath. It's no wonder the boss has no time to talk business with the Wanda group and the Sure group. If this was on him, he would only want to get drunk on a beautiful woman's knee and not talk business. It really made him envious. At this time, in Chen City's Zicheng City's Pingshan village, Xiao Shirhan's old house, Xiao Shirhan had already gotten up, closed all the doors and windows in the house, made sure the fire on the stove was out and the briquettes were out, and then looked in the mirror and dressed herself. At the age of an 18-year-old girl, with a face full of collagen and skin as white and tender as water, she didn't even need to put on makeup. It was a natural race to make up. She just used an eyebrow pencil to trace her eyebrows slightly, because her eyebrows were a bit light. After tracing her eyebrows well, her entire human features appeared more three-dimensional and bright. Lips that were not dotted with red, instead of carrying a bit of reddish-purple color like some people. This one of hers was brilliantly red. It was even more beautiful and natural than when people wore lipstick. After tracing her eyebrows, she began to tie her hair. In the past, she was directly tying a high ponytail with a headband, refreshing and at the same time saving and convenient. But today, because she was going to meet Lin Yu's father, she was going to braid a Korean-style Moroi girl's hairstyle. On weekdays, because Chao Chuxia loved to let her braid her hair, so for braiding hair, she did it skillfully. In less than 5 minutes, she had braided it. Looking at herself in the mirror, Xiao Shirhan smiled with satisfaction. After smiling, she was a little apprehensive. I wonder if Dad will like me. This time, big sister, second sister, and fourth sister and fifth brother are all at home, and they've all already acknowledged Dad, but I'm the only one who hasn't. Will Dad think I don't want to recognize him? See him then? Xiao Shirhan, go for it. You can do it. Then Xiao Shirhan went out of the room and moved a small stool to sit under the eaves of the doorway, looking at the blue sky. The sun was already out. The temperature was a bit warmer than the sudden drop in temperature 2 days ago. Shirhan, you're so beautifully dressed today. Are you going back to school? Auntie Zhang, who had returned from releasing the ducks, greeted Xiao Shirhan with a smile. Going back today. Xiao Shirhan nodded her head. Before, their family also raised chickens, ducks and pigs, and this year, after the family's 5 siblings all got into college, they sold the chickens and ducks to save up for tuition. Shirhan, I heard my daughter Hohat say early this morning that your 5 siblings found their father? Aunt Zhang came to Xiao Shirhan's side and casually sat on a rock, chattering with her. People in the countryside were simple and didn't have many things to do, especially Auntie Zhang. Her son and daughter had all gone out to school, so there were just the 2 of them at home, and after putting out the ducks, they just fiddled with the flowers and plants on weekdays, so there is a lot of free time. When she called her daughter this morning to ask if she had enough money to pay for her living expenses, she heard her daughter talk about how Xiao Shirhan's 5 siblings had found their father, and she said that the father she found was very rich, and had bought a lot of expensive things for the Qiao family's 5 siblings. This was a great thing, because the Qiao family 5 siblings live in their house next door to the next door, is a neighbor. They were neighbors. They were also elders who had watched the Qiao family's 5 siblings grow up since they were young. They knew how hard it was for the 5 siblings. Now that they can see that they have found their father, And the father has also bought a lot of expensive things for the 5 siblings. They know that these elders are really happy for the 5 siblings of the Chow family, because this way, the 5 siblings of the Chow family didn't have to work so hard to study and work at the same time. She thought that if her own son and daughter were half as smart as the Chow family's 5 siblings, she and her husband would be able to relax a lot. The Chow family's 5 siblings had always been the children of other people's families in their 8 villages. Xiao Shirhan nodded. Well, found Dad. Dad bought us a lot of things. There are cell phones and computers and clothes and bags and hairdryers, and also gave us pocket money. Auntie Zhang patted her knees in great joy. This is really great. How much pocket money did your dad give you guys? $500,000 a month for one person. Xiao Shirhan also had a surprised expression when she said this, because knowing and saying it were different feelings. Saying it, the excitement, was stronger. Really surprised. $500,000. Really a lot of money. And it was only a month's pocket money. Auntie Zhang was directly shocked to the point that she jumped up from the stone. Heavens! Your father gave your 5 siblings a month's allowance of $500,000. And it's still $500,000 a month for one person. $500,000. This can buy a 130 square meter big 3 rooms in the best neighborhood in our city of Xicheng. Chapter 061, don't believe it? Think it's bragging? The main thing is, you 5 sisters, one of you is $500,000 a month. That shall not be a month's allowance is $2.5 million. How rich is your father? Auntie Zhang was already so shocked that she didn't even know how to imagine how rich Linyu was. Xiao Shirhan said, I'm not quite sure how rich my dad is. Auntie Zhang, what are you yelling about? What $500,000? What $2.5 million? Yang Ju from the next village happened to be in town today to buy vegetables, and on her way back, she passed by Xiao Shirhan's house just in time to hear Auntie Zhang yelling at the top of her lungs. She is very sensitive to money. She didn't hear the others, but heard $500,000. 5 million. Immediately came to ask. Aunt Zhang saw Yang Ju come over and flattened her mouth, obviously not liking Yang Ju, but still returned. Nothing, it's just that Shirhan, their father, gave their 5 siblings pocket money, a person of $500,000 a month. Yang Ju froze for a moment, then came over, put down the basket of vegetables in her hand, and said with a laugh, Auntie Zhang, you believe this too? Shirhan, is your family short of money? If you're short of money, tell Auntie, and Auntie will give you money to subsidize your 5 siblings' education. Auntie Zhang knew what Yang Ju was thinking, and immediately said, your family's money is better left for your son to get a wife. Shirhan's family is rich now. Where would they be short of money? Shirhan's family now has so much money that they have no place to spend it. Yang Ju's family has a son. I heard that he is working in Yangchang, is engaged in computer, very profitable. A year has 500,000 to 600,000 annual income. That is, the person looks too ugly, walks with a limp. And then to the girl's family is still very high requirements. Must be beautiful. Yang Ju's daughter-in-law's requirements are even higher. Put the word, not only to be beautiful, but also have to have a heavy university diploma, but also the city girl. She can't even look at the rural ones. The whole 5 years, her son did not get married, and now are already 35 years old, still a bachelor. Then, coincidentally, this year, 3 girls in the Chow family got into the university. Yang Ju immediately put the word to the outside world that their requirements for daughters-in-law can be put aside. Good-looking, with a heavy university diploma on the line, regardless of whether the city or the countryside. When a discerning person hears this, he knows what Yang Ju means. This is to value the Chow family's 3 girls who have been admitted to the university. The people of Zhangjia village were so disgusted that they switched paths when they saw Yang Ju, because for the people of Zhangjia village, the 5 siblings of the Chow family were the children of their village, and they didn't want their own children to marry Yang Ju's old and ugly son. Moreover, the Chow family's 5 siblings are the pride of their village, and they all hope that the Chow family's 5 siblings will develop well in Zhanghai in the future. Don't be in a hurry to talk about boyfriends and get married. Study hard and make money later. That's the way to go. What's more, now that the Chow family's 5 siblings have found their father, who is also very rich and generous to them, the Chow family's girls can be more assured that they can study well. Therefore, as soon as she heard Yang Ju's words about subsidizing the Chow family's siblings to study, but actually wanting to find a daughter-in-law for her son from among the Chow family's sisters, Auntie Zhang immediately dismissed it. When Yang Ju heard this, she didn't get angry, but continued to say with a smile, I did save a lot of money for my son to get a wife. I'd rather have a wife than a wife. Now my son has bought a house in Yangchang, and he is preparing to buy a car this year. The woman who wants to marry my son is really going to break the threshold of my house. But I froze and couldn't see a single one. Speaking here, Yang Ju looked at Xiao Shirhan again. Her face piled up with a wrinkled smile. Shirhan, among your sisters, Auntie likes your temperament the most. Hardworking, but also a fairy. Calm and not cold. Xiao Shihan knew what young Ju was going to say below, and directly interrupted her. I still have some homework left to do, so I'll go back to the house to do my homework first. Auntie Zhang, you guys take your time to chat. After saying that, Xiao Shihan got up and went back to the house. Yang Ju wasn't angry either, knowing that it was normal for a talented and beautiful girl to be high-minded. On the contrary, she liked Xiao Shihan's nature even more. After Xiao Shihan left, Auntie Zhang lowered her voice and said, Yang Ju, you don't have any ideas about the girls in our Zhang village. Don't you have any idea what your son is like? Do you want me to tell you? What's wrong with my son? My son wants to marry the Xiao girl. I want Xiao Shihan as my daughter-in-law. What's wrong with you? You have a problem with that? If you have a problem, keep it to yourself. The 5 sisters of the Qiao family are all in college now. Tuition fees, living expenses, and work pressures will all overwhelm the 5 siblings, and as long as Xiao Shihan marries my son, our family will be able to pay for the 5 siblings to study until they graduate from college for free. Buy them the best of everything. Aunt Zhang couldn't stand it, took out her cell phone and clicked on the electronic products and hairdryers that her daughter sent her this morning that Xiao Shihan's father had bought for their 5 siblings. Told you still don't believe me. I'll show you. This is a screenshot of the circle of friends that Xiao Chan and Chu Xia sent. There's a cell phone, a laptop, a hair dryer. Look at these things, see if they're expensive. Her daughter told her this morning that these things were super expensive. Yang Ju instantly recognized the Apple phone, Apple computer, this hair dryer. She didn't recognize it. What brand is it? But no matter what brand it is, a hair dryer is just a hair dryer. Tops $300 to $400 each. At that moment, she said, are these things expensive? Apple cell phone tops $10,000 a piece. Apple computer tops not even need $20,000 a piece. Hair dryer, it's even cheaper. These things, our family can completely configure it for their 5 siblings. In order to marry the best girl for her son, she was also very willing to spend money. Aunt Zhang said, this is no ordinary Apple phone and computer. My daughter told me that this computer costs 180,000 yuan. It's made of gold. The cell phone costs 80,000. It's also made of gold. And this hair dryer, I heard my daughter say it's a Dyson. It costs $990 a piece. Xiao Shihan's father bought 5 colors of Dyson hair dryers for each of their sisters, and hairstylers that cost 990 yuan for a set. Also 5 colors for each. Use your own brain to figure out how much these things add up to. Your son's pre-tax paycheck from a year's worth of work now. It's just a month's allowance that Shihan's dad gave each of their sisters. In your family's situation, you still want to hit Shihan with your ideas. I think you really want to eat farts. Yang Ju froze for a moment, then proofed and said, I'm not going to chat with you. You're really blowing this cow skin to the sky. I'll go back first. After saying that, Yang Ju shouted towards the house. Shihan, Auntie will go back first. I will come to you later to have a good chat. Chapter 062 Lin Yu's strong attack. Who dares to marry my girl? No need. Xiao Shihan's person didn't come out. Her voice did. Yang Ju was unimpressed and felt that Xiao Shihan was being reserved. Now that Auntie Zhang is here, it's not convenient for her to say too much to Xiao Shihan, and she didn't bring any gifts or money, so when she goes back and comes over with gifts and money, she doesn't believe that Xiao Shihan, who's in trouble, will still be able to reject her. Thinking that Xiao Shihan would soon become her family's daughter-in-law, Yang Ju was especially happy. Carrying a basket of vegetables, she hummed a tune and left. Auntie Zhan was furious, pointing at Yang Ju's back and cursing, you're so thick-skinned. People Shihan had refused so obviously, and she had also made her words so obvious, but this Yang Ju still didn't die. It really made her heart uncomfortable. No, she had to go home and call out more people to come over, and play mahjong and word cards at Xiao Shihan's house this morning, and when Yang Ju came over, she would directly dislike Yang Ju to death. Have to find a few women who are good at cursing to hold down the fort. When she thought of it, she went to do it, and after greeting Xiao Shihan, she went to find the village people. Not long after, Xiao Shihan's courtyard was very lively, with 4 tables set up, 2 tables playing mahjong, 2 tables playing Chinese character cards. There was a clear line of mothers-in-law and small children. It was very lively. Xiao Shihan also came out and sat there, accompanying the children to play. Her earlier comment about having homework to do was just an excuse for not wanting to chat with Yang Ju. At this moment, the village people came to play in her yard, and she was also very happy, because her second sister told her that she had arranged a special car for her to pick her up, and today she took a plane back to Shanghai. If she took a plane to go back, it would be much faster than taking a train, and she checked last night, she should be able to arrive in Shanghai in the afternoon. By then she would be able to see her father. Thinking about it, she was filled with anticipation. The smile on her face became even bigger and brighter. The grass in her hand also came to life, and under her skillful hands, she wove a living grasshopper. It drew the 4 children squatting beside her to cry out in surprise. Wow! Sister Shirhan, you're amazing! This grasshopper looks just like a real one. Sister Shirhan, I want a grasshopper too. Sister Shirhan, I want a flower. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Youngju came, bringing her husband, Zhao Quanhua, along with her. Both of their hands were full of various gift boxes, all smiles on their faces. The two went to the road in front of Qiao Shirhan's house and saw that the courtyard of Qiao Shirhan's house was filled with women playing cards. First they were stunned, then Yang Ju said with a smile, "Everyone is here. That's great." Shirhan and her family of 5 siblings went to the Middle Sea University. It's not easy to come back for a trip, and then they have to leave again. I have to send her some things to bring back to the Middle Sea. Second Aunt Zhang glanced at those things, and then said indifferently, "Our family Shirhan doesn't lack these things. Good intentions are appreciated. Take the things back with you." Second Aunt Zhang, "I know that this stuff of ours is not worth much, but at least it is our family's intention. What we took out, where is the reason to take it back?" Saying that, Yang Ju took her husband towards Qiao Shirhan's family's hall. Immediately, the more than 10 people who were playing cards, stood up and stopped Yang Ju and her husband. "What? You don't accept your gifts, but you still have to give them? Yang Ju, don't hit our Qiao sisters over the head with your son's marriage. Don't even look in the mirror. Your son is around older than our Qiao family's girl, and has a disability. Just such a toad. Also want to eat swan meat? Do you guys only know how to dream all day long?" Auntie 5 of the Zhang family, who spoke with a venomous tongue, directly said the most unpleasant words, because the other party was shameless. Then there was no need for their side to give the other party face. Yang Ju's face really changed, because she disliked it when people said that her son's crippled leg was a disability, and immediately said angrily, "What's wrong with my son? My son now earns hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Which of your sons can compare? My son bought a $5 million house in Yangchang. Whose son can afford it? My son graduated from a university. Which one of your sons did? Isn't my son just a bit older than Xiao's girl? Isn't it fashionable nowadays to have young and old couples? If the Qiao girl marries my son, she'll be well fed and never have to worry about money again. Isn't that good? I'm doing a good deed. If you guys keep blocking and stopping, don't blame me for flipping out." Previously, although Yang Ju was interested in the Qiao sisters, she had never said anything about this in front of the Qiao sisters. Now that Yang Ju had said it openly in front of Qiao Shirhan naturally wouldn't sit back and wait for it to happen. Immediately, she stood up and threw her voice back. "Auntie Yang, you're looking for the wrong person. My sisters and I, right now, we only want to study, and after we graduate, we only want to make money, and we're not interested in getting married and marrying someone at all. Whether your son is rich or not is also of no significance to us at all, as it has nothing to do with it. Whether our future life will be one of running around laboring for money, or one of rising all the way to wealth and prosperity, also has nothing to do with your family, and please go back with your gift. This is something that our Qiao family does not accept." The women of the Zhang family chimed in. "Yang Ju, Zhao Quanhua, see, our family Shirhan has spoken. You guys hurry up and carry your gifts back. I told you guys a long time ago, our family Shirhan's family has found a father. Her father is very rich. People give their 5 siblings a month's living expenses, as well as the things they buy for their 5 siblings. It's enough to buy a house in Yangchang with full payment. Not to mention that your family's son's house was only bought with a down payment of $2 million. And there's still a loan of more than $3 million to be repaid for more than 20 years in the back. Carrying such a heavy mortgage, and still showing off and bragging here. What's the point of being smug? That's it." Yang Ju's face changed drastically. She was also high-minded and proud. She completely tore her face off on the spot, and coldly grunted, "Ha, good Qiao Shirhan, my son is willing to marry you. That's because your Qiao family has burned high incense for 8 lifetimes. Now you're still shameless even after giving you face. Very well. Then I'll have to open my eyes to see if your Qiao family is really going to prosper. College student? Oh, nowadays the college students, not to mention the college students of the university, is the graduate students of the university, graduated, no ability, as usual, $3,000 or $4,000 a month, a catch-a-lot. When the time comes, if you Qiao family girls want to marry into my family and be my daughter-in-law, I don't want them either." Suddenly, a penetrating voice came from the sky. "Who dares to marry my family's girl?" It was a voice shouted through a loudspeaker. The entire Zhang family village, including the Zhao family village next door, heard it. And, at the same time, the sound of buzzing helicopter propellers resounded in the sky. Chapter 063, the third daughter called Linyu father. Everyone looked up to the sky and saw a cool helicopter landing from high in the sky, and at the same time, a rope came down from the helicopter in the sky and landed in the courtyard of the Qiao family. A handsome man, like a god in the sky, descended from the helicopter, directly following the rope. At this scene, Everyone at the scene was shocked and dumbfounded. In the village and other locations of the people, whether they are busy in the hands of agricultural work, or in the sun, or in the house playing cards, they have all run out to watch, because the helicopter's appearance in the countryside was really a particularly grand and eye-catching event. Oh my god, it's a helicopter. Whose relatives? It's such a big show. Look, the helicopter is hovering as if it's above the Chow family. Go and take a look. This morning I heard Auntie Zhang say that the 5 siblings of the Chow family have found their father, and that their father is super rich, giving them pocket money of $500,000 a month for each of them. And now there's a helicopter over the Chow family. That must be the Chow family's father sending someone to pick up Chow Shirhan. Too generous. The scene at the Chow family's courtyard. First Aunt Zhang, second Aunt Zhang and the girls were all stunned by this gesture of Lin Yu's descent. Oh my god, who is that man? So handsome. Handsome blasted. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome man. All those movie stars and kings on TV, what Joe, what Hikari, are not as handsome as him. Who is he? He just called Shirhan his family's girl. Could he be Shirhan's their father? As soon as this sentence was said, the entire room was once again shocked. Xiao Shirhan was also shocked to the point that her beautiful eyes were wide open because she had fantasized about Lin Yu, thinking that Lin Yu should be a successful man who was running for, had a big belly, was bald, and wore a suit, because most of the successful people on TV were like that. It was hard to see any good-looking ones, either bald, fat and ugly, or short, bald and ugly. In short, not good-looking. But now this man who fell from the sky was so handsome, the golden sunlight gilded his body, making his entire body look even more handsome, like a god descending from the heavens, so handsome that the planet was about to explode. Not only was he handsome, but his figure was also bursting with goodness. His height was a full 186 centimeters, completely the type that was thin in clothes and fleshy out of clothes. As he descended downwards, the muscles on his arms, as well as his long legs, were reflected in her eyes. This was a man who was even cooler than the male lead in a drama's hero saving a woman's life. This man was her father. Her heart, at this moment, was about to scream out. Her own father was not only rich, not only was he willing to spend money on the 5 siblings, but also, he was handsome. Most of all, Dad even came directly to the village to pick her up. Last night Dad was still in Shanghai, and early this morning, he was here, and still airborne. The surprise and shock that this brought her surpassed any time in the past. Even more so than when she learned that she had been admitted to Shanghai University. Young Ju and her husband, Zhao Quanhua, were also shocked on the spot. Unbelievably, they looked at the man who was coming from the sky. This man had just said that Chow Shirhan was his family's girl? Could he really be the father of the 5 siblings of the Chow family? Super rich pro-dad? At this time, Lin Yu had already slid down from the rope to a position 1 meter from the ground, and he directly jumped down from the rope in a cool manner to the ground, then ignored everyone, with only Chow Shirhan, who was surrounded by the stunned children, in his gaze. He walked over towards Chow Shirhan with big strides and a smile on his face. Shirhan, Daddy's here to pick you up. With this sound, it was completely confirmed that Lin Yu was Chow Shirhan's dad. The whole scene once again set off 1,000 layers of surprise. The women of the Zhang family, they couldn't stop talking. Oh my god, it's really Shirhan's dad. Too handsome. He's so young. He's not even 30 yet. And the main thing is that his body is too well maintained. In the words of the novel, this is the ultimate handsome man. And he's also extremely handsome. No wonder he gave birth to such high-value children as the Chow family's 5 siblings. The Chow family's father himself is super strong. Chow Chen is somewhat similar to the Chow family's father, but Chow Chen doesn't have the domineering demeanor of the Chow family's father. The 5 siblings of the Chow family have truly found a father. And not only is their father super rich, but he's also super handsome and explosively fit. It's really worthy of being the man who gave birth to a litter of 5 babies. Strong fried. When Chow Shirhan saw Lin Yu who walked in front of her, she was a little bit rushed and nervous for a moment, but as soon as she saw the warm smile in Lin Yu's eyes that was like a spring breeze, she immediately summoned up a heavenly courage, jumped into Lin Yu's arms, hugged Lin Yu, choking voice shouted, "Dad." The voice was super loud. Everyone in the courtyard clearly heard this. Dad. Once upon a time, when she was aggrieved and bullied, she had fantasized that one day her own father would step on the 7-colored auspicious clouds and fly here to help her out and support her. She didn't expect that now. All of this had actually come true. She felt so happy. Super happy. That's why when she shouted for Lin Yu to call out Dad, she shouted very hard. Hearing his third daughter call herself this father, Lin Yu felt filled with strength. The whole person seemed to be complete at this moment. 5 children, all recognized. Great, a family reunion. He patted his third daughter's shoulder soothingly and said softly, "Well, Dad is here. With Dad here, no one dares to bully you." Saying that, he turned around with Chow Shirhan in his arms. then looked sharply at the two people, Yang Ju and Zhao Quanhua, who were staring at him dumbfounded. The thug in the suit, plus the pressure of the authority, as well as the aura of a fighting expert, directly pounced and pressed towards the two Yang Ju and Zhao Quanhua. The two of them were so frightened that they shivered, as if they had fallen into an ice cave in the middle of winter. Cold, cold, cold. Their legs trembled so much that they directly kneeled on the ground full of gravel. It hurt so much that they both bit their lips and didn't dare to let out a cry of pain. Your family wants to marry my daughter? Yang Ju and Zhao Quanhua both immediately shook their heads like a rattledrum. Their vocal cords were directly scared out of their voices and they couldn't speak. The Lin Yu at this moment was too appalling. It was much stronger than those gangsters in the dramas they had seen. This was a real-life version of a big brother. They were really too well informed before. They actually thought that Auntie Zhang's words about Xiao Shihan's dad being super rich were bragging. Unexpectedly, this was so real that it couldn't be any more true. Moreover, Lin Yu's level of wealth was definitely far beyond what Auntie Zhang had said before. Because ordinary rich people in riffraff didn't have such a strong aura. It was too intimidating. Chapter 064 Shock. Xiao Shihan's dad, surprisingly, has so much power. Get lost, Lin Yu said coldly. Yang Ju and Zhao Quanhua both immediately rolled and crawled ready to run. Only just ran 2 steps. Lin Yu snapped again. Bring back the garbage you brought with you. Don't dirty my home entrance. Yes, yes, yes. I'll bring the garbage and roll right away. Yang Ju was scared out of his wits, hurriedly ran back, grabbed all the gifts they brought today, and rolled out of Lin Yu's line of sight with a roll, enough to run back home. The two of them were still heart-stricken and sweating, trembling hands drinking to suppress the shock. Yang Ju asked Zhao Quanhua in fear, Hubby, did we offend the great immortal here? Geez, I didn't know that the 5 siblings of the Chow family had actually found their father, and their father is so rich and powerful. Will this affect our son's future? Zhao Quanhua continuously drank several mouthfuls of wine, and then said, Don't talk nonsense with that crow's mouth of yours. The father of the Chow family's 5 siblings is powerful and bullish, but not so bullish that he only has his hands to cover the sky. Our son is working in Tingshuan Group. Tingshuan Group is a supergiant internet conglomerate. Where can just anyone interfere? After hearing this, Yang Ju was relieved. That's right, our son is working as an engineer in Tingshuan Group. Where is it possible for ordinary rich and powerful people to influence him? Just as her words were finished, her cell phone rang. It was her son Zhao Jiang calling. Mom, you and Dad clean up the house. I'm going to come back and tie the knot along the way. You're coming back? Didn't you say you had to work overtime recently? Yang Ju asked in surprise. Overtime what? I was dismissed. Zhao Jiang said annoyed. Sacked? When was that? Yang Ju asked in shock. At the same time, Zhao Quanhua, who was smoking with a trembling hand, was also shocked to the point that the cigarette in his hand fell directly onto his leg, burning him so much that he jumped around in the hall. 5 minutes ago. I don't know what happened. The supervisor called to tell me. Because of my work mistakes, resulting in a large single signing unsuccessful, and now the company not only dismissed me, but also comprehensively blocked me. No one in the computer industry in Yancheng dares to use me. It's really bad luck. I don't know who I've offended, Zhao Jiang said with annoyance. In the previous hour, he even felt that he was expected to be promoted this month. His annual income was also expected to break through to $800,000. But, who knows, 5 minutes ago, he was suddenly called into the office by the manager and dismissed. He then called the headhunter who wanted to poach him, but the headhunter said that he didn't dare to poach him, and implicitly told him that the whole industry had blocked him now, and he was blacklisted. He asked why, but the headhunter's side hung up the phone in a hurry as if he was afraid of encountering something unknown. His whole body was dumbfounded. There was no way to even accept such a fact, especially when the company's co-workers thought he was called into the office by the manager because he was going to be promoted, and they all said congratulations to him. He was losing face all over the place, and didn't even know how to tell his co-workers that he had been fired. It was so humiliating. What? Yang Ju was greatly alarmed. Could it be? Is it really? Xiao's father made a move? Mom, what are you talking about? Zhao Jiang didn't think that it was his own parents who had offended someone, causing him to be dismissed, because his own parents were just rural people. So if they offended someone, how big of a person could they offend? At best, it was a small thug in their own city. That couldn't affect him in Yancheng at all, much less cause Tencent to sack him, as well as the entire computer industry in Yancheng to block him. No, nothing. You come back first. First go home and get married. Yang Ju seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant, completely lost half of the essence. The hair was also messy. Well, on the side of the Chow sisters, what did you guys say? Of the 3 girls from the Chow family who got into heavy universities, I still like Xiao Shihan the most. Zhao Jiang said. Son, stop it, don't ever say this again. The Chow family, it's not something as small families can climb up to. Yang Ju hurriedly shouted in horror. What do you mean? Zhao Jiang frowned. Anyway, it means that you should stop thinking about the Chow family's girls. Their father, big time, super strong, Yang Ju said in horror. How powerful was the Chow family's dad, that he could really influence her family's son who worked at Tingfeng Flood Group, and that he could block her son industry-wide. This strength, too terrifying. No wonder the pocket money given to the 5 siblings of the Chow family could all be given to $500,000 a month. No wonder the electronic products bought for the 5 brothers and sisters of the Chow family are all made of pure gold. No wonder the helicopter parachuted directly into the Chow family to pick up Chow Shirhan. No wonder, the father of the Chow family, the aura is so powerful. Zhao Jiang frowned and asked, what do you mean? Mom, tell me clearly. Not only had he been dismissed now, but also, he couldn't even marry the girl he had his eye on. It was simply that life had reached its darkest moment. Yang Ju didn't want to say anything yet, but in the end, it was Zhao Quanhua who grabbed the cell phone and finished the story with Zhao Jiang. Zhao Jiang was dumbfounded after hearing this. The Zhao family is surprisingly so rich, then my dismissal must have something to do with the Chow family. Dad, Mom, you two hurry up and go find Xiao Shirhan and beg her for help, saying that our family will never dare to think of the sisters again, and begging her father to let me go and not block me. He just remembered that he still had a mortgage to pay. Without his high-paying job, how could he pay the mortgage on his house in Yangcheng? If he couldn't pay the mortgage, the house would be repossessed by the bank. By then, not only will he lose his house, but it will also be auctioned off by the court at a low price, and he will even be blacklisted by the bank, so it will be impossible for him to buy a house and take out a loan in the future. The more he thought about it, the more scared he was. The more he thought about it, the more scared he was. He told Zhao Quanhua and Yang Ju what was at stake. When Yang Ju and Zhao Quanhua heard about this, they were once again shocked and dumbfounded. They didn't expect that their son's dismissal would involve the house that their family had already bought in Yangcheng. The two of them were so scared that they were busy running towards Zhao's house without stopping, wanting to go and beg Lin Yu to spare their family. However, the Zhang family was at the village gate and directly stopped them, not allowing them to go in. They said all the good words, and even began to sell their misery in the end. But the men of the Zhang family store just ignored them, guarded the intersection, and did not allow them to go through. If I had known this, why would I have done it in the first place? Poor people must have hateful things. On Lin Yu's side, the Zhang family aunts knew that Lin Yu and Xiao Shirhan had just been reunited and had a lot to say, so they were very understanding and took their children, packed up the table and mahjong and left, leaving space and time for Lin Yu and Xiao Shirhan. Chapter 065, The Chow Family. Lin Yu got a text message into his cell phone at this time. It was a text message from Ma Tang, the president of Tang Flood Group. Mr. Lin, we fired Zhao Jiang and blocked him industry-wide. Lin Yu replied back with a single word, aha. After replying, he put his phone into his pants pocket. 50% of Tingzhong Group's shareholding was in Southern State Meat Holding Group, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of one of his Tianyu Foundation. Equivalent to that, he held 50% of Tengfeng Group and was the largest shareholder of Tengfeng Group. A small employee working in Tingzhong Group even dared to fantasize about his daughter. Yang Ju even dared to scold her daughter. Humph, then he will fix his son. Let's see what arrogant capital she still has. Dad, are you thirsty? I'll go get you some water. Saying that, Xiao Shirhan joyfully went into the house. Lin Yu followed him in, because he wanted to see the home the children had lived in all these years. The overall house, he had already seen it outside. In an environment surrounded by reinforced concrete houses with red brick walls, or tile-pasted walls, his children were still living in a very old-fashioned wooden house. Even one of the large round pillars used to support the wooden house had been infested with insects and was a bit crooked. The wood was blackened. At a glance, it was clear that this wooden house had a history of several decades. Walking into the house was clean. There was not a single cobweb, and the arrangement is very cozy. The wood was covered with cozy wallpaper, or painted with white wood paint. Very bright. Although the furniture looked old, it was obvious that it was well maintained and would not give people a very worn-out feeling, but instead gave people a kind of vintage beauty that was purposely made old. Plus the cozy dress in the house. When you go in, it gives you a very comfortable feeling. With the facade, it's completely different. When you come in, you feel warm. Wooden house with 4 rooms. Dad, you came in. The house is a bit simple. Xiao Shirhan scratched her hair in some embarrassment and said coyly, it's not sketchy. Dad thinks it's quite good. It's cozy. Lin Yu took the glass water cup in Xiao Shirhan's hand and said with a smile, introduce the home to Dad. When Xiao Shirhan heard Lin Yu say that the home was cozy, a sweet smile immediately appeared on her face, very joyfully introducing to Lin Yu. Dad, this is the big sister's and second sister's room. This is the fourth sister's and my room. This is the fifth brother's room. And this is the room where the TV is put in. It's considered a guest room. This is the kitchen. Lin Yu looked at the kitchen stove, and the firewood neatly yards behind the stove. He asked, "Did you guys move these firewood back?" "It was my younger brother who carried it back and then chopped it up," Xiao Shirhan explained. Lin Yu nodded. "Shirhan, I heard your big sister say that you came back. You are preparing to shoot short videos?" "Well, Dad, I think our village is especially nice. I want to make a short video that records the beautiful idyllic life of spring plowing and fall planting in the countryside." Xiao Shirhan said her idea longingly to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took a sip of water and said, "Tell Dad about your idea." "Like, what exactly to shoot?" Xiao Shirhan moved 2 small chairs, one handed to Lin Yu, one she sat by herself. "Dad, I want to shoot some, for example, a gourmet food. I'll start shooting from planting the raw materials of this gourmet food, then start processing these raw materials, and finally to making these raw materials into a gourmet food." Chapter 066, Daddy's the best. Now a lot of small children in the city don't know how a dish is made, and I can also promote it abroad, so that people abroad will know how to make the various specialties of our Dragon Kingdom, as well as various traditional crafts and so on. There's a short video platform called OilTube in foreign countries. I see a lot of anchors doing short videos on it, and I heard that it's very lucrative. Dad, what do you think of this idea of mine? For the first time, Xiao Shirhan talked to someone about her business idea. Previously, she and Xiao Chuxue and the girls had only said that they wanted to make short videos, and didn't specifically say how she wanted to do it. This was because she was afraid that if she said it, her sisters wouldn't be able to understand it, and instead of supporting her, they would also forbid her from doing so, because now there is no such short video platform in China. However, she felt that short videos would be a windfall in the future. There is also the fact that after a trip to the big city of Shanghai, she is even more yearning for an idyllic and quiet life. Her friend on the oil pipe told her that the short videos she made could earn up to 5,000 Longwood dollars a month. It just reinforced her idea of making short videos. Lin Yu didn't know much about short videos, but this idea of his daughter's, he thought it was very good. And when his daughter was talking to him about these things, the bright and longing smile on her face for the future was so beautiful, he had no reason not to support her. Because, people need to have dreams, and with dreams, people have vigor and aura. At that moment, he doted on Xiao Shirhan and said, "Dad supports you, but if you do short videos alone, Dad is worried that you won't be able to keep busy. Dad is going to set up a professional team for you. You only need to do what you want to do, and leave the other things to the team. This is more efficient." It would also allow his daughter to be more mindful. When Xiao Shirhan heard this, she was overjoyed. She originally wanted to find a team by herself with the $500,000 of pocket money her dad gave her, but she didn't expect her dad to directly say that he would find her a professional team. The team that Dad found for her was definitely much more professional than the pheasant team that she went to find on her own. Plus, Dad was the first person to say he supported her, and before that, Big Sister had said that Dad was rich and told her not to do short videos and to come back and study hard. When she just said her idea out, she was actually a little worried in her heart that Dad would think she was not doing her job. Unexpectedly, Dad not only said he supports her, but also wants to set up a professional team for her. Awesome! She excitedly hugged Lin Yu's arm, and said in a sweet and pampered manner, "Dad, you're too good to me. I need professional photographers, choreographers, editors, sound engineers, stylists, and those who do miscellaneous things. I want female ones for all of these. Is that okay?" "Of course," Lin Yu said favorably. Then he picked up his cell phone and sent a message to his assistant. "Prepare a top-notch team of short video professionals, as well as those who have the strength to do farm work. All of them need to be female." Special Assistant Zhang froze when he saw this message. "Boss, this is to do short videos?" It was true that short videos in foreign countries were developing very hot, but this had to do with the full coverage of free Wi-Fi in foreign countries. But the domestic short video has not yet developed. Cell phone internet are very expensive. No one will spend traffic to watch short videos. Even 10-cent video, the cell phone daily active number is also very low. Thinking of this, Special Assistant Zhang slapped his brain. How did I think of business directly? The boss is chasing girls. It's not like he's going to vigorously develop the short video segment. Having money, chasing girls is different. A girl likes to do short videos. Directly give her a full range of professional team to serve her. The girl will surely be moved to give her life tonight. Right? Really envious of the boss. He immediately replied back. "Okay, boss. Dad, are we leaving now? I still want to take you to see the mountains, water, and crops in our village and so on, so I can explain to you in great detail what I have in mind." Xiao Shirhan blinked her big eyes at Lin Yu and said, it was like a person who had a big dream, suddenly found someone who could understand her and support her, and then she was extra excited to tell the other person about her idea, and take the other person to see what she wanted to do. "There's no rush. Dad came on our family's own airplane, so he can board the plane back to Shanghai anytime. Lin Yu said favorably, then patted Xiao Shihan's shoulder and said, "Let's go. Take Dad to take a look outside." He also wanted to see the village where his sons and daughters had lived, the ridge they walked on, the fields and land at home, and so on over these 18 years. He also wanted to hear his daughter's outline of her future short video career. This would allow her to get to know her sons and daughters better. Aha! Xiao Shihan nodded her little head joyfully. Then she closed the door to her room at home and led Lin Yu out of the house. "Shihan, when it's time to make a short video, are you going to do it on this side of the house? Or are you going to go to other places to take scenes and choose a location to do it?" Lin Yu asked. "Dad, I want to do it at home." "Do it at home? It's more feeling, and I'm also familiar with this place, the land and water here, and the villagers are all very good to us 5 siblings. I'm very affectionate to this place," Xiao Shihan said. Lin Yu nodded. "Okay, then Dad find someone to repair the facade of the house, clean the yard at the entrance. Do I need to lay marble?" Xiao Shihan thought about it and said, "Dad, I have ideas for these. You can introduce the designers to me, then I'll talk to them about my ideas. For the yard, I don't want to pave marble. Paving marble will be less of that countryside earthy atmosphere. Just need to clean up these messy stones, then do a simple cement self-leveling, easy to clean up." Seeing that his daughter's idea is very different from his, Lin Yu nodded his head and said, "Good, then when the time comes, Dad will push the designer to you, and you can talk to her about any ideas you have." "Aha, okay, Dad." Xiao Shihan nodded her head joyfully. She liked this kind of dad so much, wouldn't think her ideas were bad and force his ideas. Instead, he would respect her ideas and let her design and repair it according to her own ideas. That's great. In that case, there won't be any quarrels. Moreover, there was more harmony. No wonder her own big sister, second sister, fourth sister, and also fifth brother, all said that her father was super nice after meeting him. After she experienced it herself, she also really felt that her dad was super great, will give her support and help, but without interfering with her ideas. He doesn't try to be a teacher, gives her total freedom and space to play. It's great. When one is in a good mood, a smile appears on one's face and the corners of one's mouth turn up, even chirping like a cheerful magpie. She was beside Lin Yu, introducing the situation of the village to him. Chapter 067, bringing the third daughter home for a reunion. "Dad, this is Auntie Zhang's house. This is Auntie Zhang's house. This is..." While talking, father and daughter walked up the hill. "Dad, this is our family's land. In the spring it will be planted with string beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, pumpkins, squash, eggplants and all these, because we 5 siblings went to Middle Sea in September to go to school, and for this month, it's all the ants that watered it for us. The tomatoes are bearing so many red fruits. Dad, do you want to eat them? It's very sweet. We didn't use pesticides, and the fertilizer we used is our own homemade organic fertilizer made from fermented chicken manure and duck manure. It's very green and healthy." Lin Yu looked at the neatly planned land. A row is specially planted tomatoes. In the ground inserted a uniform specification of bamboo sticks, convenient for tomatoes to hang fruit. The tomatoes on the bamboo sticks, one by one, are very large, very red, very colorful, ripe, ready to eat. Next to the land, there is a row of cucumbers, also with a uniform specification of bamboo sticks for support, to facilitate the hanging of fruit. There are also squash, pumpkins, and eggplants. A vegetable patch with 6 pieces of soil, each planted with a different kind of vegetable, was pleasing to the eye at a glance. It was full of idyllic atmosphere. And then look into the distance, is a field that has been harvested rice, and in the distance green smoke curls up. There are egrets flying in the fields. The air is also very fresh. The sky is pure sky blue with white clouds. Although the houses are built irregularly, but irregular has the beauty of irregular, and most of the houses are not repair how high, the highest construction of 3 floors. Looking at such a scene, compared to the high-rise buildings lined up in the city, and the sky that could not always be clean and had a kind of fog, this place was like a paradise. He withdrew his gaze and said to Xiao Shihan, "Okay, Daddy wants to eat the tomatoes Shihan planted." Aha! Xiao Shihan went to the field, picked 2 big and bright red tomatoes, wiped them with her sleeves, then put one in her mouth to nibble by herself, and handed one to Lin Yu. Lin Yu nibbled a bite. This tomato was half as sweet and tasty as those organic ones in the international supermarket. "Very sweet," Lin Yu said. "Dad, later on, let's pick some tomatoes, and eggplants, winter squash, and pumpkins to bring back to Shanghai, right? Growing here, they'll go bad if we don't pick them away. That would be a waste." Lin Yu agreed quickly. "Yes, pick away all the ripe ones. Dad is going to build an airplane pad near here. In the future, our airplane can fly directly from Shanghai to here. It will take 2 hours to get here, since his daughter wants to make short videos here, and his other sons and daughters are studying in Shanghai." Weighing the situation, the best way is to build an airplane apron near here, convenient to park his private plane. That way, if you want to come over here to see your third daughter, you come over. If you want to pick up your third daughter and go home for a reunion, it's also very convenient. And when it came to the weekend, it was also possible to bring Shwer and the others back to the village to feel the familiar environment, breathing fresh air. It was also excellent. Dad, Xiao Shirhan looked at Lin Yu in shock. You're going to build an airplane pad here? In the future, it will only take 2 hours for us to come here from Zhanghai? Well, like it? Lin Yu looked at his daughter's shocked look, dotingly pulled the hair that the wind blew down behind her ear, then looking around, pointing to a wide, deserted place, only a few hundred meters away from the Chow family, he said, fix it there. Shirhan, what do you think? It's fine, it's just that, Dad, it should cost a lot of money, right? Money is just a number to Dad. It's most important that our family is happy. Daddy Xiao Shirhan smiled even sweeter. She was full of anticipation and longing for the future. One morning, Xiao Shirhan showed Lin Yu this big mountain and village where she lived. In the end, the two of them carried baskets to pick vegetables. Kainans came along to help, and others brought in vegetables that they had grown at home and that Xiao's family hadn't planted. There were also duck eggs, fresh fish caught from the reservoir this morning, and old hens and ducks fed with rice bran. Very enthusiastic. Riding on the helicopter, Lin Yu took Xiao Shirhan and left with a big bag. On Xiao Chen's side, he was preparing to go to the cafeteria with his roommates. Yesterday, he got $500,000 of pocket money, and today at noon, he was going to treat his roommates to a big meal. Unexpectedly, right at the entrance of the school's most expensive Xin Yuan restaurant, he bumped into his ex-girlfriend. Can't be said to be an ex-girlfriend, can only be said to be a female friend, Lu Yu, who he chased for a while and then failed to catch up with. Lu Yu was at this moment walking with the richest fish she had selected from the fish pond. As soon as she saw Xiao Chen, she immediately snorted disdainfully. Xiao Chen, the meals at this Xin Yuan restaurant aren't normally expensive. Can you afford it? Last night, several male classmates said in the group in a conspiratorial manner that she was a gold digger, pitting Xiao Chen to buy her things and not being Xiao Chen's girlfriend. They also said that Xiao Chen is now developed, and that she, Lu Ye, is not good enough for Xiao Chen, and so on. She was disgusted. Can Xiao Chen be rich? The sun must come out from the west. If she hadn't seen Xiao Chen's handsome face before, where would she have received Xiao Chen's gift? She received Xiao Chen's gift. That was Xiao Chen's blessing in 3 lifetimes. She was said to have cheated Xiao Chen of his money. A bunch of us just can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour. Immediately, Xiao Chen put away the smiles he was making with his roommates and looked coldly at Lu Yu. Is this restaurant expensive? If you can't afford it, then don't go in. Be careful of eating overbearing food and being beaten out by others. Lu Yu looked like she had heard a great joke. Her expression was particularly exaggerated as she pointed at Xiao Chen, and then pointed at the restaurant. You're saying I can't afford to eat the food here? You're saying that I'm eating overbearing food? Xiao Chen, you dare to talk to me like that. It seems like you got hypochondria after not being looked at by me. Not dreaming and bragging that you're a rich second generation. Just saying that the Xin Yuan restaurant isn't expensive. It's true that this place isn't expensive. It's just a meal with a per capita of $300 to start with. Can you guys afford to eat? 18-year-old boys are all at the age of blood and vigor. This time, before Xiao Chen could speak, his roommates couldn't stand still. Shuahao said coldly, is $300 per person expensive? Only buskers would find this expensive, because after all, if they want to make money, they have to pick up customers and earn hard-earned money. So of course they would find $300 per capita expensive for a restaurant. Xiang Shan also said coldly, our brother Qiao used to be blind to think you're good looking. Compared to Tang Qingyi, the schoolgirl of Fudan University, you're just a pile of poop that reeks of stench. Let me tell you, my family's brother Qiao, not only is he a rich second generation, he's also a super rich second generation. Moreover, his girlfriend is 100 times better than you. Lu Yu, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Chapter 068, Shock. Xiao Chen was too trenchant. Xiao Chen didn't want to fight a war of words with Lu Yu at the entrance of the restaurant anymore. It would be too much of a fall out of his pussy. Immediately, he patted his brothers on the shoulder and said, go, I'll treat you today. What's expensive? Order what? With that, he greeted his brothers and went in, not giving a single corner of his eye to Lu Yu. Lu Yu angrily stomped her foot, then her mouth flattened, looked at her current boyfriend Fong Jianxiong, and said with aggrievement, Baby Fong, Baby Moon, I was bullied by them. You have to help Baby Moon get back the scene. Fong Jianxiong nodded. Must, my treasure. Go, let's go in. He didn't like to fight with people's mouths, and his favorite way to prove it was with practical actions. Because his family had a little bit of money, his father had taught him since he was a child that more words were useless. Doing was more effective than saying. Lu Yeye heard Fang Jianxiang this, immediately nodded joyfully, and even not at all shy tiptoe, right in front of everyone, kissed Fang Jianxiang's cheeks a mouthful, and then shyly blushed and bowed his head. The most beautiful side is left to Fang Jianxiang to see. Fang Jianxiang looked at Lu Yeye's blushing face. Immediately, the heart of the heart, immediately, Special boldly rapped Lu Yeye, the momentum of the full into the garden restaurant. Xinyuan restaurant has 3 layers. Each layer, the price of the dishes will double. The dishes on the 3rd floor were the most expensive and the most delicious. Xiao Chen and the others came directly to the 3rd floor. Then after the waiter delivered the menu, Xiao Chen trenchantly told them to order with their eyes closed and not to consider the price. The 3 buddies knew that Lu Yu and the others would definitely follow them, so they didn't say much and immediately ordered the most expensive ones. A full 20 dishes were ordered. The idea in the hearts of the 3 roommates was to pretend to be a pussy first, and then later on, before the checkout, they would all pool their money together. In front of Lu Yu, their dormitory style must be up. Have to help brother Xiao Chen support enough face. Wildly hit Lu Yu's face. They just finished ordering. Lu Yeye and Fang Jianxiang came up. Lu Yeye sneered at Xiao Chen and their side, and sat down at the next table next to Xiao Chen and theirs. Then she called out to the waiter and pointed at Xiao Chen's table and said, "What did they just order? Order it all for me." The waiter looked at the fact that there were only 2 people on Lu Yu's side and kindly reminded, "The table over there just now ordered 20 dishes for a total of $5,000. Are you sure you want to order on your side?" Lu Yu, who was about to continue ordering dishes over Xiao Chen's side, froze when she heard this. What? Xiao Chen and the others had ordered $5,000 worth of food? It seemed like Xiao Chen and the others were really going to eat a kingly meal. She immediately looked at Fang Jianxiang with a soft gaze. Fang Jianxiang also froze, not realizing that Xiao Chen and the others had ordered $5,000 worth of food. However, $5,000, he could still afford it, especially at this time. He nodded towards Lu Yeye, who immediately gave Fang Jianxiang the menu, and said to the waiter disdainfully, $5,000, is it expensive? We're not only ordering these 5,000 yuan dishes, we're going to keep ordering more. Fang Jianxiang ordered 10 more of the most expensive dishes. Although he said that he couldn't eat them all, he wanted to spend more money than Xiao Chen, so that Lu Yeye would have a face, and he would have a face as well. Okay, classmate, you ordered a total of 30 dishes, totaling $8,000. Well, go prepare the dishes, Fang Jianxiang said indifferently. Lu Yeye immediately glanced towards Xiao Chen's side, then said to Fang Jianxiang, "Baby, the unit price of the dishes here is too cheap. After ordering so many, it's only $8,000. So cheap." The roommates on Xiao Chen's side couldn't sit still once they saw the situation, because for them, $5,000 was already the sum of all their living expenses for the rest of the month, and if they added more money down the line, the 3 of them would really have to eat a king's dinner by then. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the life achievement system. By reaching an achievement, you can obtain a reward. The current achievement that the host is about to potentially complete is hanging the girl Lu Yu who chased, but didn't get it. By completing this achievement, the host can receive a $50,000 cash reward. Hearing the system voice in his head, the smile on Xiao Chen's face froze. It was because he was too excited. Didn't even know how to manage facial expressions anymore. He liked to quietly read novels on his phone when he couldn't listen to what the teacher was saying in class. Naturally, he knew what the system was. That could all be the protagonist saw. He didn't realize that he had activated the system as well. Haha, life achievement system. So cool. In the future, he could properly shock his sisters and dad. Thinking of his dad's expression when he was shocked by himself made him especially excited and expectant, as well as filled with motivation. It's just that the rewards given by his system seems a bit small. How did it only give a reward of $50,000 at a time? When he was reading novels, the rewards given by the system could all be the opening signing of $100 million, the opening signing of $1 trillion, the opening signing of a supercar, and so on. Well, although his own system was a bit poor, but, well, at least there was a system. Moreover, as long as he hangs Lu Yu now, he can get 50,000 cash rewards. Is there anything better than this? He didn't even need to spend $50,000 now. By spending $20,000, he could beat up Lu Yu, a sure thing to do. Brother Qiao? The 3 roommates saw that Xiao Chen's face didn't look too good and asked with concern. Even Shuahao took out his cell phone and opened Alipay's chanting, ready to borrow a 20,000 out to help protect Xiao Chen's face. After Xiao Chen came back to his senses, he smiled at his 3 roommates and said, "I'm fine. I just thought that my dad gave me $500,000 of pocket money, and I'm worried that I don't know how to spend it. Now that I think of it, this Australian Big Lobster, we can't just order one. Waiter, give me 11 more. For Australian Big Lobsters for one person. Of the 20 dishes, the most expensive was the Australian lobster, one for $1,000. 11 Australian lobsters, that's $11,000. The moment these words came out, it directly shocked the entire room. Originally, when Xiao Chen and Lu Yuyu fought, the students who were eating on this floor looked over curiously, but everyone had pride in being able to eat on the third floor, so they didn't look too specifically at Xiao Chen and the others here. But now when they heard that Xiao Chen added another 11 Australian lobsters in one breath, they were directly shocked. 16,000 for one meal. For them who were still students, this was simply extravagance to the heavens. Who is that guy? Why is he so trenchant? He ordered 11 more Australian lobsters. This can be openly eaten Australian lobster. Ah, I envy his friends. No need to spend money to eat 4 Australian lobsters. He's a freshman and the school bully of this term. Xiao Chen. I didn't expect his family to be so rich. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Chapter 069. Lu Yuyu's face was swollen. He doesn't have a girlfriend. I heard before that he was chasing after Lu Yeye. Lu Yeye felt that he was poor, and after letting him give him an Apple cell phone, she just turned around and got along with Fang Jianxiang, who's doing business with her family. I go, where is Fang Jianxiang as handsome as Xiao Chen? Lu Yuyu is blind? This is great. Girls, I'm going to get on. I didn't discover this handsome schoolmate Xiao Chen before, but now that I have, no one can stop me. Let's go. Let's go over and share a table with the schoolmates together. Saying that, this girl brought the 3 girls beside her and walked towards Xiao Chen's side. As for Lu Yuyu at this moment, after hearing that Xiao Chen had dared to trenchantly add 11 Australian lobsters, she looked at Fang Jianxiang anxiously. Fang Jianxiang's face was very ugly right now, because he only had $10,000 left in his pocket money now. Eating a meal and spending $8,000, he already felt that it was very expensive. However, he didn't expect that Xiao Chen would dare to order $16,000 worth of food, which was directly double his amount. If he followed suit, he didn't know how high Xiao Chen would raise the price. Today, it was clear that Xiao Chen was going to have the absolute advantage, but he didn't believe that Xiao Chen could afford to pay so much. His dad gave him $10,000 a month to live on, and he could basically beat up 99% of the students at school. Xiao Chen could afford to pay $16,000? Oh, ironically, people are too young, in order to pretend, regardless of everything. Later on, he was bound to eat a king's dinner and would be beaten to buy the shopkeeper. Thinking about how Xiao Chen's handsome face would be beaten into a pile of, he immediately looked forward to it. Immediately, he ignored Lu Yuyu's eyes that told him to keep ordering. Baby, Lu Yuyu pouted. Fang Jianxiang continued to ignore Fang Jianxiang. When Lu Yuyu saw that Fang Jianxiang didn't pay attention to her, she got upset and directly shouted Fang Jianxiang's name. She also wanted to add more dishes. The dishes she wanted to order were more expensive than what Xiao Chen ordered. Otherwise face would fall all over the place. Stop it. They can't afford to pay. Fang Jianxiang opened his mouth and said. When Lu Yeye heard this, she froze for a moment, then laughed. Yeah, that Xiao Chen. The apples he gave her were all bought with installment loans, and when she asked him to give her an Apple computer again, he directly said that he didn't have any money. How could someone like that afford to order 16,000 yuan of food? She was really overwhelmed by the desire to win just now. Immediately, she said to Fang Jianxiang delicately, Brother Xiang, you are still the smartest. Fang Jianxiang smiled with a confident smile. The waiter saw the 2 tables of people ordered such expensive dishes, reported to the manager, worried that there are students eat king's dinner, so the manager let the waiter first collect the money before cooking. The waiter went to collect the money from Fang Jianxiang's table first. Fang Jianxiang very boldly swiped Alipay. Alipay arrived at $8,000. After making the payment, Lu Yuyu dejectedly, as well as with a face that looked at Xiao Chen's side, she felt that the restaurant's pay in advance function came too timely. The waiter finished collecting the payment from Fang Jianxiang's side, then walked over to Xiao Chen's side and politely said that he would collect the money first before doing the dishes. When Shuahao and the others saw the waiter collecting money from Lu Yuyu's side just now, they already knew that they had to pay first, so Shuahao borrowed 20,000 yuan from Alipay's borrowing in advance. Prepare to make the payment. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen knocked down his hand and said with a smile, Brother, it's all been said. This meal is my treat, so of course I'll be the one to pay. Immediately, Xiao Chen took out his own cell phone and swept the WeChat payment code on the payment code. WeChat arrived at $16,000, because everyone was focusing on this side of things. Plus there were really few affluent students eating on the 3rd floor, so when this electronic voice came out, it was very loud, and all the students eating on the 3rd floor heard it. Lu Yuyu also heard it. She looked at Xiao Chen in shock. She didn't expect Xiao Chen to actually pay 16,000. How could this be? Being slapped in the face, she looked at Fang Jianxiang anxiously. Fang Jianxiang also didn't expect Xiao Chen to actually have $16,000. His face was extremely embarrassed. Brother Xiang, we need to order more. Order 20 Australian lobsters. More than the money on Xiao Chen's side. Fang Jianxiang didn't have that much money. After paying 8,000 just now, he only had 2,000 left, and a meal costing $8,000 is already too high. And according to Xiao Chen, this posture, if he dares to price, Xiao Chen is bound to add. Xiao Chen added. Lu Yeye let him add, over and over again, and finally cannot be confused. A meal to eat 100,000 yuan. Not to mention that he does not have so much money. Let's say he went to borrow money to eat. If his dad knows, his dad will break his legs. Moreover, looking at Xiao Chen's posture, plus just now, Xiao Chen said that his dad had given him $500,000 of pocket money. Before, he thought that it was just Zhou Chen bragging. But now, seeing Xiao Chen smacking down Shuaihao's hand who was ready to pay, then without hesitation, he swept the code to pay with WeChat. Alipay can still pay with chanting, but WeChat payment, that's actual cash. For one meal, it was $16,000. Xiao Chen is so willing to spend money, he can't even afford it. But Xiao Chen was willing to do so. It's obvious that Xiao Chen really might have found a bully dad. $500,000 of living expenses. That's definitely bragging. But 20,000 to $30,000 of living expenses, Xiao Chen is estimated to have. The people are more angry than the people. This made him, who was still super superior before, instantly feel that this meal didn't smell good anymore. Plus Lu Yuyu was still looking at him with pitiful eyes, trying to get him to order more food. He suddenly felt that Lu Yuyu was a bit stupid, didn't even know to find a step down for him, only thinking about climbing with Xiao Chen. Immediately, his face darkened and he walked away with a black face on the spot. Fang Jianxiang, you're not allowed to leave. Lu Yeye was anxious. She hadn't beaten Xiao Chen yet. Fang Jianxiang couldn't leave. You want to order food? Pay for it yourself. Old me. I won't be accompanying you. Fang Jianxiang immediately threw off Lu Yeye's arm and coldly walked away. Fang Jianxiang, what do you mean by this? How dare you talk to me like this? I want to break up with you. Break up then break up. Who cares? Fang Jianxiang, you. Lu Yuyu was so angry that she exploded. Then she didn't have the face to continue eating here, covered her face and ran away. But the direction of running was not the stairway, but the kitchen side of the cafeteria, because since this meal was not eaten, she had to get back the $8,000 for the meal. Fang Jianxiang this goon. Break up just break up. She still can't see. Lu Yuyu can still find a more bullish one. Must find a richer than Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sighed. The three people in the dormitory directly poofed and laughed. Ha ha, that's too good. Brother Qiao, did you see Fang Jianxiang's iron black face? And that Lu Yuyu, that gold-digging girl? She was directly dumped on the spot by Fang Jianxiang. Cool. Lu Yeye ran to the back kitchen, 99% to ask for the $8,000 she paid before. Ha ha, too cool. Xiao Chen's system's voice was ringing in his head at this moment. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, dangling the girl Lu Yuyu who chased, but didn't get it. Special reward for the host $50,000. $50,000 has been hit into the host's bank card. The source of funds is safe. Chapter 070, Xiao Chen's wingman. Hearing this sound, Xiao Chen immediately took out his cell phone, and saw that a bank text message had really entered his phone, prompting his bank card to enter $50,000. In order to make sure that this was true, he tapped into the mobile banking app again and saw that there was indeed an extra $50,000 in the account details. He directly laughed out loud with pleasure. Cool. Having a system was just cool. After spending only $16,000, not only could he treat his roommates to a big meal, but he also ruthlessly slapped Lu Yuyu's face. The main thing was that it also got $50,000. It was equal to not spending anything on this meal and netting $34,000. Cool. This student Xiao. Hello, may I ask if we can share a table with you for dinner? Four beautiful women came over. A pair of eyes on Xiao Chen. The roommates whistled at Xiao Chen. Brother Qiao, lustful fortune has come. Brother Qiao, sharing a table? The roommates were all single dogs, and seeing the beautiful women come to the door to share a table, and also the beautiful sisters who all had 5 points of face value after dressing up, the puberty hormones in the roommates' bodies had been dumbfounded. Xiao Chen said boldly, table sharing? No problem. After he had the target Tang Qingyi in his mind, his face value level for girls had risen by a large margin. He couldn't even bring himself to be interested in a beauty with a score of 8.5. However, when he saw his roommate's eyes that were glowing green, He knew that his roommates were craving for girls. He, Xiao Chen, definitely wouldn't break it up. Eat together. When men and women ate, the rice smelled even better. During the meal, true to form, the topics of conversation were all more daring. In the end, I don't know which one mentioned Tang Qingyi, and the topic came to Tang Qingyi. After a meal, everyone was happy. Xiao Chen was also happy, because he got Tang Qingyi's dormitory roommate's microsignal from the sisters. The heavens had really favored him today. Thinking about how to approach Tang Qingyi next, directly with Tang Qingyi's roommate's microsignal. Then you can first learn about Tang Qingyi's preferences and so on from Tang Qingyi's roommate here. Even with Tang Qingyi's roommate good relationship, let the other party as his wingman. Then he took Tang Qingyi's speed. Absolutely is like a rocket. Whoosh! Getting Tang Qingyi's roommate's microsignal, he applied to add the other party. The other party's nickname is Mustard Cat. Personality signature is, I don't do who's princess. Also don't do who's consort. I want to do my own queen. This signature, very tap into her circle of friends. Surprisingly a circle of friends content are not. Is it a new number? Or do not like to send a circle of friends? Without much thought, Xiao Chen directly sent a message to Mustard Cat. Xiao Chen, excuse me, are you Tang Qingyi's roommate? Mustard Cat, Xiao Chen, do you know that Tang Qingyi was kissed yesterday? Mustard Cat? Xiao Chen, that person was me. Mustard Cat, then what? Xiao Chen, I'm going to be responsible for her. I'm going to chase her. Mustard Cat, so you're still a good man? Xiao Chen, that's a must. The 3 good men are me. 24 filial piety good husband is here. Mustard Cat, Tang Qingyi doesn't fall in love. Xiao Chen, that was before. She wants to talk now that she's met me. You're so confident? Must be. There are a lot of boys who have a crush on Tang Qingyi, and there are a few boys who aren't afraid to die trying to chase after Tang Qingyi. Not long ago there was a douchebag who, under our dormitory building, placed 99,999 roses all over the place in the shape of a heart, confessed to Tang Qingyi, and in the end, was rejected by Tang Qingyi, who said that men would only affect the speed at which she could make money. In that case, do you still dare to chase? What's there to not dare? Who am I? Xiao Chen? A purebred man who isn't afraid of the sky or the earth. And, let me tell you, I will absolutely chase after Tang Qingyi. She's already my intended wife. It was even stamped yesterday. After sending this message, Mustard Cat didn't reply back to him anymore. Xiao Chen didn't feel anything either. Instead he turned off his cell phone in an excellent mood and hummed his way to class. Taking down Tang Qingyi was a process, and he didn't monkey around with it. Step by step, let's attack Tang Qingyi's roommate first. I made $34,000 today. What's a good thing to buy for my dad and sisters? But how do I explain earning all this money? Can't think of it, so don't think about it. Just buy something straight back. I, Xiao Chen, am no longer someone who only knows how to use my dad and sister's money. I'm a man who knows how to earn money to honor my dad and sister. Roar! On Lin Yu's side, he arrived at the airport in Chen City by helicopter with Xiao Shirhan. Xiao Shirhan just remembered that she didn't seem to have bought a plane ticket yet. When Lin Yu wanted to take her through the security check, she hurriedly pulled Lin Yu's arm and lowered her voice. Dad, we haven't bought a plane ticket yet. Lin Yu favorably patted her shoulder and said, no need to buy a plane ticket. Flying on our own family's airplane. What air ticket to buy? Our own family's airplane? Xiao Shirhan was shocked and filled with giggles. She had never thought that the airplane she entered the airport to sit on would be her own family's. The helicopter was relatively small, but, going from Chen City to Shanghai, such a long distance, surely she thought she would have to buy a ticket to take a big airplane. Unexpectedly, her own father told her, they don't need to take a civilian airplane, directly take their own family's plane back. Geez, just how rich was her own father? She suddenly thought of the previous time in the mountains of the home. Dad said to repair a piece of apron in the home side. Could it be that when the time comes, it is the family's plane, directly from the middle sea to fly to the apron? No need to go to other airports to transfer. God, no wonder Dad said that when the apron is repaired, it will only take 2 hours to get from Shanghai to his hometown. When Lin Yu took Xiao Shirhan to the special VIP channel to go through the security check, Xiao Shirhan still had a face that didn't come back to her senses. It wasn't until after the security check that she came back to her senses and immediately ran over to Su Chen's side, saying excitedly, Daddy, what does our family's airplane look like? Being with her dad once again refreshed her knowledge of the world. It turns out that the truly rich do not need to sit in the first class of the airplane, but directly sit in their own family's airplane. Originally, the real rich, back to their hometown, is not to take the plane, and then take a cab rolled over to the old home, but directly in the old home to repair a tarmac, and then from the middle sea to take their own plane directly to the old home. This, simply too trenchant. Having a super rich dad is simply awesome. Let's go. Dad will take you to see our family's airplane. Only one airplane will be open today. When we arrive at Zhonghai Airport, Dad will take you to see Dad's other airplanes. Which airplane you sisters like? We will travel by which airplane in the future? Lin Yu said favorably. Wow. There are so many other airplanes. Xiao Shirhan was stunned. Choosing an airplane was actually the same as choosing clothes now. She can't wait to go back to Zhonghai to see her dad's airplane. Words from my little sister. Handsome boys, guess who Mustard Cat is? He. From today onwards, my little sister is going to be a good little girl with 2 chapters a day. If you don't think this book is enough to read, you can read my little sister's old book 5 School Goddesses Blocking the Door and Calling My Dad. Author, Cupid's Arrow. There have been a lot of words. Wow is the dog food sweet article. After reading The Mood of a Good Day. Chapter 071, Xiao Shirhan is shocked. $5 billion for this airplane of Dad's. The world's most luxurious. The surrounding travelers were stunned when they heard the conversation between Xiao Shirhan and Lin Yu. Oh my god, those two have such a high face value. Are they a couple? I'm the face dog of the two of them. Not only do they have high face value, but they're also mega rich. Oh my god, I thought that the most a rich person could do is to have a private jet at home, but I didn't expect that their family would have so many private jets. Oh my god, is this the world of the real tycoons? Too envious. In the midst of the envy, Lin Yu brought his daughter into the special VIP boarding gate. This was a boarding gate specifically for VIP passengers of private jets. There was no need to queue up and board the plane with a direct ticket check. Ordinary gates, you need to wait in line for the plane there, and when the plane arrives, you have to wait in a long line to go through the ticket gate and then board the plane. After Lin Yu brought his daughter into the gate, he took a special battery car and went to the location of his private jet. Not long after, the battery car drove to the location of Lin Yu's airplane. Xiao Shirhan was shocked, dumbfounded as she looked at the large airplane in front of her that was not in any way smaller than those large airplanes next to her. Dad, this is our family's airplane. She thought that private airplanes should be the smaller kind, at least smaller than those passenger planes in civil aviation. But this airplane in front of her eyes was not smaller than those passenger planes in the slightest. Even when she looked at the entire airport, she found that this airplane of her own was actually the largest airplane in the entire airport. Not only was it the biggest, but also, the shape and appearance was the most beautiful and eye-catching. This airplane, it was so cool, high-tech senses full of it. Lin Yu said to his daughter favorably. Well, it's our family's plane. Its academic name is Boeing 747-8. It's Dad's special plane when he goes on business trips. Boeing, I've heard of this one. It's the most powerful company in the world that makes airplanes. Although Xiao Shirhan had never flown in an airplane or seen one up close nowadays, she had still heard the name Boeing, knowing that it was the company that made the most awesome airplanes and created a lot of records. I didn't expect that my father's private airplane was actually bought by Boeing. It must be super expensive. Dad, this airplane of ours, how much does it cost? Xiao Shirhan asked with a face full of curiosity. $5 billion, Lin Yu said. Xiao Shirhan instantly turned her head to look at Lin Yu in shock. She couldn't even speak properly. $2.5 billion. Oh my god, an airplane actually cost $5 billion. She wouldn't be able to earn this much money in her entire life. Unexpectedly, one of her own father's airplanes was this much money. Moreover, her dad had told her earlier that there were many more airplanes at home. Oh, my god, how rich must my dad be? Too shocking. Well, go in and take a look, Lin Yu said with a spoiled smile. When he first bought this airplane, he was quite fond of it, but as he sat on this airplane every time he traveled, he got tired of sitting on it and bought other airplanes. In the end, the feeling of riding this airplane was the same as riding a normal car. There was no sense of excitement. But now, seeing his daughter's shocked eyes and full of excitement, he felt that this airplane was not bad. Rekindling his interest in this airplane again, he prepared to go in and properly introduce the functions of this airplane to his daughter. Dad, let me take a picture first, then I'll go in. Xiao Shirhan excitedly took out her cell phone and began to take pictures around the airplane excitedly. Oh my god, this was the family's $5 billion airplane. Chapter 072. It feels so good to have a father. After taking the photos, Xiao Shirhan was excited like a little magpie as she followed Lin Yu onto the airplane. After getting on the plane, she was directly shocked and dumbfounded when she saw the picture inside the plane, because she knew that she was going to fly home today. Last night, she used her cell phone in advance to search how to sit on a plane, as well as the seat map inside the plane, preventing herself from getting on the plane at that time and not knowing how to find a seat. She even searched for the location and difference between first class, business class, and economy class, lest it would be embarrassing to find the wrong place when the time came. Regardless of whether it was first class or business class or economy class, they all came with seats, and the most spacious first class cabin only had an extra crib. Business class is only slightly more spacious than economy class. it still gave people the feeling of being a bit crowded. However, at this moment, seeing the construction of her own father's airplane, this completely refreshed her knowledge of airplanes. This, sure it's an airplane, and not a set of commercial house? Because the first thing she saw was the luxurious living room. The layout was the same as the living room at home. A set of 1+2+3 sofas, plus a coffee table, and a 65-inch oversized LCD TV. The interior cabin walls were all done up with soft furnishings wrapped around them, and there was not a bit of cold metal to be seen at all. And this layer of soft furnishings, but also very well insulated from the aircraft engine humming, as well as propellers, exhaust, jet fans and so on the noise generated. It was so quiet in here that you could hear a pin drop. If she hadn't walked in from the outside herself, she would have mistakenly thought she was in her dad's house, not in his airplane. This was nothing like what she'd imagined the inside of an airplane to be like. Daddy, this is so luxurious. It's totally a house and there's no noise at all, Xiao Shirhan said as she turned her head to look at Lin Yu in shock and surprise. Lin Yu smiled dotingly and said, "Go, take you to see the restaurant." The restaurant there was the focus, because he had asked his assistant to prepare Shirhan's daughter's favorite snacks and fruits in advance, and had already put them in the restaurant. It was all freshly made snacks, and freshly picked fruits. Aha! Xiao Shirhan nodded her little head vigorously. When Lin Yu brought her to the dining room, he saw that the large rectangular table, which was wide enough to sit 14 people, was filled with all kinds of snacks and fruits, and those snacks and fruits were all her favorites. She was so surprised that she ran over to them while screaming, "Whoa, Daddy! This is stinky tofu, this is sugar oil poop, this is fish noodle, this is grilled chicken wings, grilled chicken thighs, grilled chicken fillet, grilled ham sausage, woohoo, and lots of fruit, loquats, grapes, cantaloupe, wow, these are all my favorites. Dad, did you prepare all these for me specially?" Xiao Shirhan turned around and asked Lin Yu in surprise. Lin Yu looked at her surprise, smiled and nodded his head. "Well, do you like it?" Xiao Shirhan took 3 steps, ran to Lin Yu, then directly jumped onto Lin Yu, like a tailless bear. Her hands circled around Lin Yu's neck, and on Lin Yu's face, she gave a hard kiss, and said joyfully, "Daddy, I super like it. These are all my favorite snacks and fruits. It's the first time I've seen all of my favorite snacks and fruits on the dining table. So happy." Dad was really too careful and considerate. Surprisingly, he prepared such a big surprise for her on the table. She really likes it so much. Is this what it feels like to have a dad? It felt so good. If she had to put a time limit on this feeling, she hoped it would be for eternity. Lin Yu looked at his daughter's happy face. He was also happy, carrying him to the dining table and letting her sit down. "Shirhan, it's almost noon. Let's eat these first. We'll serve the main meal later." "Daddy, no need for the main meal. I'm fine with these." "Dad, are you used to eating this food from our hometown? This stinky tofu, it's super yummy. Even though it smells a bit stinky, it tastes really flavorful and crunchy. Dad, you eat a piece." Saying that, Xiao Shirhan clamped a piece of stinky tofu and put it to Lin Yu's mouth. Looking at his daughter's smiling eyes curved by the crescent moon, Lin Yu's mouth opened and he ate this piece of stinky tofu. Although he was from Hunan province, he had really never eaten stinky tofu before. In the past, because he was poor, he couldn't afford to buy it. Later on, because he was too rich, a snack like stinky tofu never appeared on his table. Now, his daughter feeds him, no matter it is stinky tofu or fragrant tofu, he eats it first. After entering his mouth, this stinky tofu was really crispy, and because the stinky tofu had absorbed a lot of soup inside, one bite, and the soup filled his mouth. Between chewing, the flavor of the stinky tofu came out. It's really delicious. It really deserved to be the signature snack of Xiang province. Almost all the people who traveled to Star City of Xiang province would go to the pedestrian street and order a bowl of the famous stinky tofu. "Dad, is it good?" Xiao Shirhan asked with a smile. Lin Yu nodded. It's delicious." Xiao Shirhan smiled cheekily, then also chucked a piece into her mouth and ate it joyfully. After finishing a piece of stinky tofu, Xiao Shirhan pushed another bowl of fish noodles in front of Lin Yu and said, "Dad, this fish noodles is also very tasty. Try it." Saying that, she also brought a bowl of fish flour in front of her. Good. Lin Yu accompanied his daughter to eat her favorite food. In the past, he didn't like eating rice noodles. He liked eating noodles. Now that he accompanied his daughter to eat rice noodles, he felt that the rice noodles were quite delicious, especially since there was fish soup in the rice noodles. It tasted good with the flavor of fish. Zicheng City, because there is Shijiang Lake. Shijiang Lake water is clear, is a natural mineral water. Shijiang Lake fish is Zicheng City's specialty, and thus also developed the use of Shijiang Lake fish boil to make the soup base, and then make their special food, fish noodles. The father and daughter finished their meal with a smile and a laugh. and then Lin Yu took Xiao Shirhan to see the bedroom. Although Xiao Shirhan had already seen the wide and extravagant living room and dining room, she was still stunned once she saw this wide and extravagant bedroom. She didn't expect that on an airplane. There could be such a large bedroom for sleeping. This airplane is really a proper moving palace. Shirhan, it will still take more than an hour to return to Shanghai, so you can rest on the bed first. This airplane is only made with one bed. In the future, Dad will order another airplane and put in a few more beds to make it easier for you to rest when you're on the airplane. Because he was the only one who flew on this plane before, he only customized a 2-meter king-sized bed with Boeing. Now that there were daughters, and there were still 4 daughters and 1 son, then there would definitely be a need to make a few more bedrooms to facilitate resting during the journey. Chapter 073, the 5 siblings finalized the change of surname. After Lin Yu went out, Xiao Shirhan excitedly edited the photos she took today into a 9-panel grid and sent them to her friend circle. The text content was, "My family's airplane." Once this friend circle was sent out, it directly bombarded the friend circle. "Shirhan, this is your family's airplane? Oh my god. This is too luxurious and expansive. Oh my god. You've become a top rich second generation? Oh my god. This private jet is actually Shirhan's family's. This plane is Boeing's VIP private jet, the Boeing 747-8. It's also the second largest passenger airplane in size. It's expensive. It costs a full $2.5 billion. I didn't expect it to be bought by Shirhan's family. Oh my god. Shirhan, how rich is your family?" I cracked up laughing. "My family has 7 private airplanes like this, and they use several batteries every day. My family also has, there is a super large airfield, air, land and sea, 4 non-fu batteries a month. Upstairs, you contracted me a year's worth of laughs." Xiao Shirhan, want to pretend not to send such, your family's situation. Who does not know? Hurry up and delete it. Don't let your high and cold goddess persona fall apart. Xiao Shirhan, where did you find these pictures? I can't find any internal pictures of the Boeing 747-8. I'm borrowing this set of pictures. I'm going to go to my friend's circle to pretend to be a bully. Take a look at the 8th picture. The table in the luxury restaurant on the top luxury airplane worth $2.5 billion has stinky tofu on it, sugar in oil poop, rice noodles, roasted meat. Nanny, are you sure you're not kidding? This is also too out of character. Please, when Xiao Shirhan's classmates picture it to match better. Upstairs, Xiao Shirhan is so poor that she has to take out student loans, and the most luxurious meal she can imagine in her head is these things. Do you still want her to pee out the feeling of a fancy restaurant? You think too highly of her. I can't, my stomach hurts from laughing. Xiao Shirhan, next time you picture, please let me help you. I don't charge any money and I definitely won't let others pick out flaws in the pictures you post. Looking at these comments, instead of getting angry, Xiao Shirhan even laughed, because before she sent this friend circle, she had thought that there would be people who would think she was pretending. Drip drip drip. The private chat message on her cell phone exploded. She directly tapped into their 5 siblings group. Xiao Chuxia, oh my god, this is Dad's private jet? I'm shocked to the core. I thought that private airplanes were the kind that were smaller and had a narrow space, like the helicopter kind, but I didn't expect it to be such an oversized airplane. It's so shocking. This completely opens up my understanding of private airplanes. I'm also going to give the hero in my novel a private jet that's so extravagant and trenchant. Ha ha, Xiao Chuxue, a Boeing 747-8? Xiao Mengyao, big sister, what's a Boeing 747-8? Xiao Chen, infinite screen swipes. Xiao Mengyao, Xiao Chen, if you keep brushing the screen, I'll have big sister kick you out. Xiao Chen, second sister. I'm shocked. Boeing 747-8 is the model of the airplane. It's the model of this private plane of Dad's. Do you know how much this airplane costs? Xiao Mengyao, it should be very expensive. Last time, Dad's car cost $100 million. This airplane, it should cost $500 or $600 million, right? When sending this message, she was already utilizing her greatest knowledge of money, thinking that saying 5 or 600 million shouldn't be less. But the next second, Xiao Chen, 5 billion. Xiao Mengyao was shocked. Oh my god, 5 billion. Xiao Chuxia, 5 billion. I feel like I'm floating right now. Never seen so much money before. At Xiao Shirhan, third sister, tell me, is this airplane of Dad's made of gold? Xiao Chen, that being said, big sister, second sister, third sister, fourth sister. Now that Dad has received third sister, shouldn't we put changing our last name on the agenda? He's going to take his dad's last name and be called Lin Chen from now on. That way, in the future, when he said his dad's name was Lin Yu, no one would question that he was bragging. And in the future, when Dad introduces their 5 sisters to his friends, when he introduces them in a row, Lin Chen, Lin Chu Xue, Lin Mengyao, Lin Shurhan, Lin Chuxia. No one will suspect that they're not dad's real sons and daughters. Xiao Chu Xue, well, we'll go to the Public Security Bureau at 2 p.m. tomorrow to change our surnames. If any of you have classes, remember to ask for leave in advance. Xiao Mengyao, I don't have class from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Xiao Chuxia, I don't have class tomorrow after class until the evening. Xiao Shurhan, I finished all my classes this year, so I'm free anytime. Xiao Chen, I don't have classes either. Actually, he had classes, but where was the importance of changing one's last name in class? He skips it. Xiao Chuxue, okay, then it's settled. Xiao Chen, you come back for dinner tonight. Xiao Chen, it's a must. After eating dad's cooking, I feel like the food in the cafeteria really tastes like chewing wax. After sending this sentence, he immediately and excitedly sent a message to Lin Yu. Dad, what do you like to eat? Today he had earned a large sum of money, and he was ready to properly honor his dad. Just like many people who earned their first paycheck and wanted to honor their mom and dad, he now had the same mentality. Ding! Detected a change in the brainwave of the host's son, Xiao Chen. Scanning complete. Xiao Chen is bound to the Life Achievement mini-program. Lin Yu, who was sitting on the sofa looking at his cell phone, heard the system's voice in his head. Life Achievement mini-program? Yes, host. Life Achievement small program. Can't be called a system, it's just a small program. The performance is quite a bit lower than a system, and there are limitations on the items rewarded. But this Life Achievement small program is especially suitable for the host to cultivate his son, because it's different from the host's system. The host's system is one that has generous rewards as long as choices are made easily. The Life Achievement applet, on the other hand, is that you need to complete an achievement before you get a reward. For example, the host's son, Xiao Chen, just reached an achievement today, and received a reward of 50,000, crossing out 16,000 expenses, netting him 34,000. Lin Yu asked, you can detect all this? No wonder this kid, Xiao Chen, suddenly messaged him and asked him what he liked to eat. It looked like he had made money and wanted to honor him as his dad. Ha ha. It was estimated that this kid would have to brag to him tonight when he came back. The system replied back, yes, host. Lin Yu smiled. He was thinking that cultivating an excellent heir would take several years, or even a dozen years or decades, but he didn't expect his own son to activate the small program, and his own system could detect this small program at any time. It was cool. Ha ha, that would save a lot of trouble. May I ask if the host would like to make some adjustments to the small program? I can still make adjustments to it? Yes, you can, as long as it doesn't go against the purpose of the applet. The main purpose of this applet is life achievement. For example, the first achievement that Xiao Chen has already accomplished is hanging on to the girl that he chased, but didn't get to. Lu Yu Yu. What kind of achievement is this? Adjustment. It must be adjusted. Lin Yu said immediately. Adjustments had to be made in the direction of the heir. It just so happened that he was free at this moment to make a list of achievements out. Chapter 074, a list of achievements for my son. Achievement list table. 1. Make money on your own. 2. Martial arts improvement. 3. Aik Tang Chinese progress. For examination of certificates, vehicle license, private aircraft license, certified public accountant certificate, financial risk certificate, actuary certificate, simultaneous interpreting certificate, international senior financial manager certificate, judicial qualification certificate. 5. Participate in the board of directors. 6. 3 months to plan a money-making project. 7. Drinking, 1,000 cups never drunk. 8. Resistance to the temptation of beauty. 9. Cooking level. For the time being, he wrote here, and when he was done, he said to the system in his head, System, move Xiao Chen's life achievements in these 9 directions. Okay, host, modifying the life achievement applet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, modification complete. Lin Yu nodded, then asked, in this world, are there other people with systems, or small programs? System, currently scanned, only you, the host, have a system, and only Xiao Chen has a small program. What is the opportunity for Xiao Chen to own a small program? It has been checked, because Xiao Chen has the host's bloodline in him. He has obtained the small program. Then will my daughters also obtain small programs? No, I finished scanning the entire blue star where the host is located, and there is only one minor program for life achievement. No other minor programs. No one will get the system or the applet in the future? Yes. How did you get here? How did I get here? I'm sorry, host, I can't answer that question. How long have you existed on the blue planet? From my program diary, I have survived on the blue planet for 4.6 billion years. 4.6 billion years? It had only been 4.6 billion years since the birth of the blue star, which meant that this system, from the time the blue star was born, had existed. How long has the Life Achievement mini program existed on Blue Star? Lin Yu asked. Existed for 4.6 billion years, but the awakening time is today. Lin Yu basically understood. It seemed that both the system and the small program were products that accompanied the birth of the Blue Star. As for what exactly the system and the small program were, he wasn't interested in knowing for the time being. He only wanted to live his own little life now. With the Life Achievement mini program, he didn't have to do everything himself by the book to train his son, and he even had to supervise his work. All he had to do was wait for the results. Just like a rice cooker. If he wanted to make a pot of rice, all he needed to do was to pan the rice and press the Make Rice button, and the rice cooker would work automatically and finally make fragrant rice. The Life Achievement mini program was similar to a rice cooker, and the panned rice was similar to the achievement list table that he had listed out, and the mini program was turned on by pressing the button Cook Rice. This greatly shortened the time it took him to cultivate his son. LOL. Haha. His eyes fell back to the message interface from Xiao Chen in his cell phone. He replied back, "You know how to cook?" Xiao Chen, "No. I'll buy it back for Dad." Lin Yu, "That's not necessary." Xiao Chen froze for a moment when he saw this reply from Lin Yu. Could it be that Dad wanted to eat his handmade meal? But he doesn't know how to. Ding. System has been upgraded. Upgrade complete. The system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Upgrade? Become more powerful? Ding. Congratulations to the host for facing the achievement mission. Make a dish that can be eaten. Completing this achievement will allow you to obtain the common practice skill for this dish. Failure of the achievement requires accepting the punishment. The punishment is, make this dish 10 times. If the punishment is not completed, this system will stop serving the host. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Xiao Chen exploded. How did it become harder even after upgrading? Wasn't it that before you were faced with achievements that you could choose for yourself if you wanted to complete them or not? How did it become an achievement task now? There are rewards for completion, and if you don't complete it, you even have to accept the punishment. Rub. System, are you sure you've upgraded? Not downgraded? This system has been upgraded and completed. Please ask the host to do this task within today. If it exceeds the time limit, it will be counted as an achievement failure and the host will need to accept the punishment. Xiao Chen was confused, stupefied. He was very rebellious and wanted to leave this system alone. However, thinking about the rewards given by the system, before, when he easily reached the achievement, he was rewarded with $50,000, and this time, if he reached the achievement, he could obtain the common practice skill of making this dish. Although this skill didn't seem to be of much use to him, however, if he didn't care about the system this time, he would have to accept the punishment of having to make 10 dishes, and if he didn't, the system would stop serving him. Aha! The system something that only the protagonist had. He had it. How could he possibly give it up? He was determined to be an heir to his father. It's just a matter of cooking a dish. How hard can it be for him? What's more, Dad is so rich. What kind of food in the world hasn't he eaten? And Dad's own cooking is super delicious. No matter what he buys, Dad probably won't like it very much. However, if he personally made a dish and honored Dad, then Dad would definitely like it, because it meant something different. Thinking of this, he immediately got motivated and sent a message to Lin Yu. Dad, what kind of dish do you like to eat? I'll make this dish tonight. I want to honor Dad. Lin Yu smiled when he saw this message, because the system in his head had already told him that Xiao Chen's side had released an achievement task for cooking. This one was pretty good. If he asked Xiao Chen to do the dishes, there was no need to think that Xiao Chen would definitely rebel and not want to do it. Now, with the little program in place, without him having to say anything, Xiao Chen would take the initiative to do the dishes. Haha, how cool. Lin Yu, let's have a tomato scrambled egg then. This dish, to say it's difficult is not difficult. To say it's not difficult, it's also difficult, because it's a test to control the fire of the eggs and tomatoes. If the eggs are fried for too long, it's too hard to eat. If the tomatoes are cooked too long, they'll be overcooked and unpalatable. You need to fry the eggs just right, and the tomatoes just right, to make the eggs soft and tender, and seeped into the tomato juice. A good dish that is delicious in the mouth. Xiao Chen, okay, Dad, wait for me to show off my cooking skills tonight. Lin Yu didn't return his message. Xiao Chen immediately opened Baidu and looked up the recipe for this dish. Then after looking at it a few times, he felt that he could completely accomplish it. He even thought that if he reached the achievement today and then gained the skill for this dish, in the future, he would have a specialty dish. Maybe even making it would be as good as Dad's. Haha. When he thought of the shocked expressions of his father and sisters, he was especially looking forward to today's lesson to be finished in a hurry, because after the class, he would have to go back to learn how to make this dish. Dropping. Sound. A new message came into his cell phone. It was from Mustard Cat. Mustard Cat, when are you going to start chasing Tang Qingyi? Chapter 075, Xiao Chen's Little Talent. Zhou Chen, it's already started. Mustard Cat? Xiao Chen didn't reply to the message anymore because he was wondering where to buy tomatoes and eggs later. With 4 sisters at home, he had never cooked. When he was in his hometown, he would often help his sisters to carry vegetables, knowing that it was the food market that sold them. However, after arriving at Zhonghai, he has been living in the dormitory and has not yet helped his sisters carry vegetables, nor does he know where to go to buy vegetables. Mustard Cat, angry? Xiao Chen, no. I was thinking about where to buy tomatoes and eggs. Mustard Cat, buy those. What are you going to do? Xiao Chen, make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Mustard Cat, you know how to scramble? Xiao Chen, that's a must. Anyway, it wasn't bragging with Tang Qingyi, and besides, he wasn't bragging. All he had to do was make an edible tomato scrambled egg tonight. Then he would gain the skill for the dish. That is, he would be able to stir fry. Mustard Cat, if you buy tomatoes and eggs, go directly to the Jingdong supermarket to buy them. Look at the delivery time when you choose, and choose the ones that will be delivered today. Xiao Chen could shop online, but he hadn't bought vegetables online yet. There were still vegetables for sale online? He suspiciously clicked into the Jingdong app, then clicked into the Jingdong supermarket, searched for tomatoes, and it really came out. Delivery time, delivered within 2 hours. This Jingdong express service is good. Speed. He searched for eggs again and picked one that was delivered within 2 hours. Then he placed an order. The delivery address he wrote is the neighborhood of the vegetable bird station, so that, after he finished the class, directly to the vegetable bird station to get it, and now there are 3 hours from the end of his class. The time is perfectly fine. Bought a carton of 20 eggs for 36 bucks, and a pound of Provence tomatoes for 9 bucks. That's a total of 45 bucks, plus a $5 delivery fee. Together it was 50 bucks. This service, cool. No need for him to look for a food market and then go to the market to choose vegetables. Directly use the cell phone to shop, and then easily pay to get it done. Saves too much time. Mustard Cat, how's it going? Did you buy it? Xiao Chen didn't reply to the message immediately because he suddenly thought of a business opportunity. He continued to look for vegetables in the Jingdong supermarket, inputting for seasonal beans, and found that this one was surprisingly not available. Inputting pork, this one was available, but the delivery time needed 3 days. Then he entered some commonly eaten vegetables, meat and so on, found that easy to preserve there, such as tomatoes and eggs. These belong to the easy to store, not easy to bad. There is within 1 day to the service. However, oatmeal, fruits, pork, and so on, there was no service that arrived in 1 day. They all took many days to arrive. What does this mean? It means that the Jingdong supermarket site on the Zhonghai side does not store these things. Need merchants to receive the order, the same day delivery to the customer who placed the order. The merchants, on the other hand, were spread all over the country, and logistics took time, so it resulted in buying these things and needing more than 3 days to receive the goods. That would be inconvenient for someone like him who wants to cook immediately. One would then want to go to the market to buy food, which would then lead to no competitive advantage in buying vegetables and fruits, etc. Online. If, Mustard Cat, you haven't gotten it yet? Then go to the vegetable market and buy it. This is the location of the nearest vegetable market near your school. Geographic location. Seeing Mustard Cat's message, Xiao Chen tapped into the WeChat box. Xiao Chen, bought it, thanks. Then he taps into Lin Yu's chat box and sends Lin Yu his thoughts excitedly. Because his dad is super rich, then he can pay for these ideas. He had similar ideas before, but because his family was poor and didn't have any money, so those ideas he had, he never said them out, because it was hard to move an inch without money. Now it's different. Now that his dad is super rich, then he can't wait to tell his dad about these ideas, because now these ideas are extremely likely to become reality. He was now super excited to send Lin Yu his thoughts on the grocery shopping piece. The general idea was that if an online shopping platform for vegetables and fruits was established that could deliver every other day, 1 day, or even 1 hour, the future would be very promising. Lin Yu hooked his lips and smiled when he saw this message from his son. Lin Yu, how did you come up with this idea? Xiao Chen told Lin Yu that he was going to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and then he had to go grocery shopping, and then his friend recommended that he buy groceries on Jingdong and so on. Lin Yu smiled after listening. Really worthy of being his son. This business sense. Sensitive. Now the internet is very developed, and the sales records of online shopping platforms have been constantly being broken to new heights. The internet has become a mega market where capital giants fight. Selling vegetables this piece. There is no capital big money to kill. This idea of his own son is really good. Lin Yu, write a detailed project report to me. Xiao Chen saw this reply and immediately typed back excitedly. Okay, Dad. Cool. Ha ha. Having a rich dad is awesome. He then sent a message to Mustard Cat, because this idea was thought up after Mustard Cat told him to go to the Jingdong supermarket to buy groceries. So, he is ready to pull Mustard Cat people team. Dad asked him to write a project report. He thought in his heart that this project can definitely be done successfully. So, with this idea in mind, he wants to make this project report the best. Mustard Cat on the Beijing East Supermarket grocery shopping understanding. That pull her into the group. Then, you can together discuss a better project program. At that time, if this project is really successful, Mustard Cat is his subordinate. At that time, let Mustard Cat be his wingman. Chasing after Tang Qingyi, it's a total breeze. Ha. Moreover, Mustard Cat would definitely help him put in a good word in front of Tang Qingyi. Cool. Immediately, he told Mustard Cat about his idea to pull her into the group. Mustard Cat, you bought a vegetable and thought of running an internet vegetable selling app? Xiao Chen, aha, don't worry, my dad is super rich. We just need to get this project report done. There's a huge probability that we can make the app work. Want to do it with me? Be my team member? Mustard Cat, I'll think about it. Xiao Chen, what else to consider? The opportunity to earn $100,000 a month, $1 million a year, and be your own queen is right in front of you. You don't want to miss it, do you? Mustard Cat, typing doesn't communicate much. Xiao Chen, let's meet and talk. Mustard Cat, I'm afraid of meeting a stranger. Xiao Chen, then video chat. Mustard Cat, let's talk by voice. Xiao Chen, okay, after my class, I will give you a voice chat about this matter. No matter whether this project is successful or not, you work with me. I will give you 5,000 a month salary. How about it? Mustard Cat, aha. Chapter 076, Goddess Voice. On Lin Yu's side, he sent a message to his assistant, asking him to go and do a specific research report on selling vegetables on the internet. Special Assistant Zhang, okay, boss. Then he sends a message to Dashin to go and find 8 female bodyguards and 2 male bodyguards. 4 daughters, 2 female bodyguards each. Sons, 2 male bodyguards. Dason, okay, boss. After doing this, Lin Yu started reading today's company's report again. After reading it, there was nothing wrong with it, and after approving it one by one, he turned off his cell phone and went to sleep. On Xiao Chen's side, after class, he called Mustard Cat on a voice call. At first, it didn't pick up, and the ringtone rang for more than 10 times before it was connected. Hey! As soon as he connected, a very nice, goddess-like voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Hearing Xiao Chen's full blood, it slightly stagnated for a moment, then shook his head, said in his heart, really worthy of being the goddess's roommate, the voice is so good. It is estimated that the long is not bad. Estimated conditions at home. There is certainly no way to compare with the goddess Tang Qingyi's family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known that there were vegetables for sale in the Jingdong supermarket. After all, like Tang Qingyi's family, certainly do not have to cook their own meals. Buy vegetables even more do not have to worry about their own. There are specialized nannies are responsible for doing. The family conditions are generally good, because he now has money. Smashing money is the fastest way to bring each other closer. Moreover, it can also make Mustard Cat more motivated to plan this program of selling vegetables with him. After all, when a college student can earn $5,000 a month, it's a very dignified thing to say. The salary he gave was very generous. Hey, it's me, Xiao Chen. What do I call you? Xiao Chen opened the door and said, call me Cat. Cat, you like cats a lot? Aha. Does Tang Qingyi like cats? This, Cat, look at me. When I came across such a good money-making program, I called you along. I'm treating you well enough. Tang Qingyi also likes cats. Xiao Chen laughed and continued to ask, then what color and breed of cat does Tang Qingyi like? Why are you asking this? Could it be that you want to give her a cat? This suggestion is fine. I'll get a cat with her, so I can find a chance to see her at the same time as I go see the cat. Are you really going to get her a cat? She loves the Brahma-colored ragdoll cats. Brahma-colored ragdoll cat. Joachim wrote down in a memo, then continued to Mustard Cat. Let's start talking about the food selling app. Have you found any other software with food selling functions besides Jingdong so far? The others are not there yet. Jingdong is because there is a specialized courier. All do a little bit of business in this area. Do you have any suggestions for the operation mode of the food selling app? When are you going to send Tang Qingyi the Brahma-colored ragdoll cat? We'll talk about this issue when the time comes. Let's talk about the project first. Tang Qingyi likes cats that are 3 months old, too big to keep. Xiao Chen put 3 months down. Then he continued to chat with Mustard Cat about selling vegetables. While chatting, he carefully took notes. This was the first project he had told his father about, and he had to do it well and successfully. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu's airplane arrived at Zhonghai Airport. Lin Yu took Xiao Shirhan to see his rented cabin in the airport that was specially for private planes. Zhonghai Airport is a super big airport. Plus there are a lot of rich people in Zhonghai, and when there are a lot of rich people, then there are a lot of private airplanes bought, and the location where private airplanes can be put is the airport. so there are a lot of rich people over here who rent space for their private jets. The annual fee is calculated according to the size. The bigger the space, the more expensive the annual fee. For example, the cabin fee for parking only one private airplane, $2 million a year. For a supergiant tycoon like Lin Yu, who could park the slots of 20 private airplanes, it would be even more expensive. And the annual management fee would be $200 million. When Xiao Shihan learned about this management fee, she was directly stunned. Oh my god, Dad, just to park an airplane, there's a management fee of $200 million. $200 million, for an ordinary family, this could really be a heavenly price. Then she asked Lin Yu in shock. Then Dad, how much would it cost for us to fly once? This hasn't been specifically calculated. The fuel cost is 50,000 per hour. The route cost is 20 cents per kilometer. For example, if we stopped at the airport in Chen City before, and stopped for 3 hours, the cost is 10,000 yuan. Xiao Shihan broke her fingers and did the math. Arriving in Zhonghai from Chen City, it was a 2-hour flight, a total of 300 kilometers. She checked last night when she checked the airfare. It equated to 100,000 yuan for fuel, 260 yuan for route costs, plus 10,000 yuan for downtime. That's 260 yuan. That's still just the cost of her trip back, plus her dad going to Chen City to pick her up. That's 2 round trips of 100,000 and 2 round trips of $260 for the route costs. A total of $260. After calculating it out, she was shocked and dumbfounded. Dad had come to pick her up and had crossed off over $210,000. And if she took a plane back to Shanghai, buying the night special ticket, all together, she only needed $500. Dad, next time don't fly a plane to pick me up. It's really expensive. Xiao Shihan said to Lin Yu with a lot of meat pain. Lin Yu dotingly rubbed her little head. Shihan, Daddy has money, of course I want to give you the best. Sitting on our family's private plane, and sitting on the civil aviation company's plane, that feeling is completely different. Xiao Shihan thought about it. Indeed, when she took Daddy's airplane, she didn't feel the crowded, noisy, and uncomfortable feeling when the airplane lifted off and landed that the netizens said. None of this, just like at home to sleep, and then open your eyes, just to the middle of the sea. Is this the life of the super rich? Awesome. It's just too expensive. Dad has money. Dad wants to give her the best. Do you want Dad to take the civil aviation company's airplane? To pick her up? In that case, Dad is rich and has to suffer. No way. But if we keep spending like this, will the family still have savings? What if there is a crisis in the future? She asked Lin Yu this little question. Lin Yu favored said, Shihan, this point you don't need to worry. Dad's savings are many. Exactly how much? Dad hasn't counted. Anyway, you just need to know. No matter how you 4 sisters spend your money, you won't spend all of Dad's money. Okay, let's go look at airplanes. See which one you like, and use it as your private plane in the future. My private airplane? Xiao Shihan asked in shock. Well, in the future, after Dad builds an airplane pad at the place where he drew a circle in your village today, you can take an airplane back and forth when you travel between your hometown and Shanghai. It's very convenient. So go pick an airplane you like, Lin Yu said with a smile. Chapter 077 Aircraft Piloting Skills. After Xiao Shihan learned that her own father did have a lot of savings and didn't have to worry about money, she was excited to hear that she could go pick out an airplane of her own. Immediately, she ran to see it with gusto. Looking at the different sizes of airplanes and helicopters in the warehouse, Xiao Shihan felt like she had entered a private airplane showroom. But this was not a showroom, but her own family's airplane warehouse. In the past, all she could imagine of a rich family was having a parking garage the size of a soccer field with all sorts of sports cars parked inside. She had never imagined that a truly rich person's home would have a huge warehouse for private airplanes that was far too big for a soccer field. She was really shocked. It felt like her own concepts were being broken step by step. Reacquainting herself with the world of the rich, she finally chose a small private jet with a pure white body. After choosing the plane, she couldn't wait to take a picture of this plane that belonged to her and then sent it to the sibling group. Xiao Shihan, Dad took me to choose the airplane. This will be my ride from now on. Xiao Shihan, picture. Xiao Shihan, picture. Not only did she post a picture of the exterior of this airplane, she also posted the interior of this airplane. The interior wasn't as extravagant and trenchant as the Boeing 747-8 that she had been on before, nor was it as big as the Boeing one. But to Xiao Shihan, it was perfectly adequate, and it was already super spacious. The layout was the same as the Boeing airplane, with a living room, dining room, and bedroom. Super nice. Xiao Chuxia, wow. So wow. Third sister, you picked the airplane. I'm going to pick it too. Oh my god, One is already a teenage girl who can own a private airplane. This, too, is too shocking. Xiao Shirhan sends pictures of an entire warehouse of airplanes. Xiao Chuxia, so many airplanes. Are they all dad's? Xiao Mengyao, oh my god, how rich is dad? Xiao Chuxia, third sister, ask dad if we can all pick an airplane too? Xiao Shirhan, all of them, one for each of us 5 siblings. I'm wondering if I should get an airplane pilot's license. That way, it'll be more convenient for me to travel between Shanghai and my hometown in the future. She thought that if she asked her dad to hire a pilot to fly the plane for her, she would need to pay the pilot an extra salary. It's a bit of a waste of money. Even though dad said that his family was rich and he didn't need to worry about savings, she still thought that she would save some money if she could. Besides, it would be better if someone in the family knew how to fly airplanes, so they wouldn't have to rely on someone else. Growing up poor had taught her to take care of things on her own if she could, and a pilot was a very important position. What if this pilot had bad intentions? Then the family wouldn't feel at ease sitting on the plane. Therefore, it was better to leave the position of pilot to their own people. It just so happened that she used airplanes more often than her big sister and the others, so it was most appropriate for her to take this license. Xiao Chuxia, great, wow, long live daddy, daddy YYDS. When this weekend comes, I'm going to the airport to pick out an airplane too. Xiao Chuxia, Shirhan, if you often go back home to do live broadcasts, you can get an airplane license. Xiao Shirhan, I'll talk to dad about it. Xiao Mengyao, I feel like I'm still dreaming. Someone pinch me. I can actually own a private airplane too. Geez, I was riding a bicycle to deliver takeaways the day before yesterday, and now, I have a private jet. It's getting so fast. Xiao Shirhan, dad is mega rich. Second sister, you're not dreaming. This is all real. She also felt like this was all a dream, but she had just quietly pinched herself and it really hurt. So this was definitely real, yes. Not dreaming. After sending this message, she told Lin Yu about her desire to get an airplane license. Ding! Congratulations to the host who was faced with a choice. Choice 1. Agree to Xiao Shirhan's test for an airplane license and arrange an instructor for her, rewarding the host with airplane piloting skills. Choice 2. Reject the matter of Xiao Shirhan taking the airplane driving license and reward the host with yacht driving skills. One was an airplane driving skill and the other was a yacht driving skill. Both skills were good, but comparatively speaking, the number of times he had flown in airplanes was far greater than the number of times he had flown in yachts. Of course, having mastered this skill, it wasn't necessarily necessary to fly an airplane, but once the airplane encountered any problems in the sky, he could use the acquired airplane piloting skill to give solutions. Although it was said that the chances of air crashes were extremely low nowadays, it was still necessary to be prepared just in case. What's more, Shirhan's daughter did want to take the airplane pilot's license very much, so there was no need for him, as a father, to refuse. At that moment, he said to Xiao Shirhan, no problem, dad will arrange a coach for you. You look at your schedule, and you determine with the coach the time you will learn to fly an airplane. Wow, dad, you promised. Great. I must get my airplane license as soon as possible. Xiao Shirhan was excited like a little rabbit flying around in the empty warehouse. Looking at his daughter's excitement, Lin Yu smiled gently. This is probably the feeling of father-daughter bonding. Seeing his daughter happy and excited makes his whole being happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice, hereby rewarding the host with airplane piloting skills. May I ask if the host activates the skill now? Activate. As his words fell, a large amount of knowledge and skills about the specific operation methods of the operation panels of airplanes and helicopters, as well as the operating principles of airplanes, as well as the maintenance of airplanes, and so on, were brainlessly input into his mind. 15 seconds later, he opened his eyes, and the airplane in front of him fell into his eyes, and suddenly it was completely different from before. Before he saw an airplane, then this was an airplane. Now when he saw the airplane, what he saw was no longer an airplane, but the various parts of the airplane. It was as if this airplane in front of him was penetrated by him. Seeing the entire formation of the airplane, knowing how many engines this airplane had, and how it flew, and how it was different from other airplanes, and so on, this kind of feeling was simply great. He could even take the airplane apart and put it back together again. It's just like the block games you played when you were a kid. Cool. Haha, it's really worthy of being a skill produced by the system. It's just bull. A piloting skill that not only let him know how to fly an airplane, but also let him know how to build and repair airplanes. Bull. Please ask the host to specify where to place the various models of airplane driver's licenses. Various types of driver's licenses? Yes, host. Aircraft driver's license is not the same as automobile driver's license. Aircraft driver's license is a model, corresponds to a driver's license. For example, this private plane in front of you is with 3 engines, That corresponds to the driver's license of 3 engines. Another example is the Boeing 747-8 that you are riding in today. This plane has 6 engines. That corresponds to a 6-engine license. Chapter 078, Daughter Shock. Dad, you can fly an airplane. Okay, the driver's license is not assigned a place to put it for now. Lin Yu said. He had a professional pilot, but he hadn't carefully asked about the other person's driver's license, because all these small things were arranged by the assistant. Now that he heard the system explain, he realized that the original airplane driver's license was so complicated. Having a system is good. The system directly took care of all the driver's licenses for him. Comfortable. Dad, are we going back now? Xiao Shirhan ran back to Lin Yu and asked joyfully. Yes, go, Dad, fly the helicopter back. Lin Yu said very boldly. Xiao Shirhan thought she might have heard wrong. Dad should have said go back by helicopter. Then she thought of a problem. Dad, there's no tarmac near our neighborhood. There is a helicopter pad on the roof of the clubhouse in the neighborhood. Lin Yu said. However, all the neighborhoods managed by his property company had helipads to facilitate his inspections. Although it was said that his property company had only handed over the property of Longyuan neighborhood the night before, it had also made the helipad ready in the fastest time possible. This item was mentioned in the report sent by his assistant when he looked through it at noon today. The helipad had already been constructed on the roof of the clubhouse of the Hanglung neighborhood and was ready to be used at any time. There's a helipad on the roof of our neighborhood's clubhouse? Xiao Shirhan asked in astonishment. Well, go, pick a helicopter and let's drive back. Lin Yu smiled dotingly. Xiao Shirhan scratched her little head, thinking that maybe she hadn't paid too much attention to the neighborhood, so she didn't know that there was a helipad on the top floor of the neighborhood clubhouse. She hurriedly followed and chose a white helicopter. After Lin Yu told her to sit down and prefer the seatbelt, Xiao Shirhan thought Lin Yu would also sit with her, but she didn't expect Lin Yu to get into the driver's seat. She suddenly thought of what her dad had said before. She thought she had misheard him at the time, but Dad was now sitting in the pilot's seat and hadn't called for the pilot to come over. Could it be that? Her eyes widened in shock as she asked, Dad, are you flying the plane yourself? Well, let you experience the feeling of Daddy flying an airplane. Lin Yu closed the cabin door and sat in the right seat of the cockpit. Looking at the operating console in front of him, he was just like an old driver with decades of airplane driving experience. Which key to start first? Which key to start later? All very skillful. Once Xiao Shirhan heard this, she turned her head excitedly, lying on the seat, and asked Lin Yu, Daddy, you have an airplane license? Aha, Lin Yu said with a smile. Dad, then this seat on the left, can I sit? Xiao Shirhan asked as she jumped at the chance. Because she was going to take the airplane license test, she was also very interested in flying airplanes, wanting to know how airplanes fly. Yes, you come and sit on the left, Lin Yu said, although this was his first time to fly an airplane, but he, who had activated his airplane piloting skills, had no problem flying large airplanes, not to mention this kind of small helicopter. It was completely so easy. It was the same as a driver who had driven a large bus and then drove a small car. No problem at all. Flying an airplane was a new attempt for him. Very refreshing. Of course, at his age and status, if he was asked to go and relearn to fly an airplane, then he definitely wouldn't go. But with the system in place, making the choice easily and letting him learn how to fly an airplane, then he loved it. Wow. Okay. Xiao Shirhan excitedly jumped down from the back seat, then closed the hatch of the back seat, sitting in the left seat of the cockpit again, looking at the operating levers and stirrups in the position. She was half afraid to move and asked Lin Yu, Dad, can I really sit here? How did she feel that the left cockpit seat was also the pilot's position? Yes, that's the co-pilot's seat. It's just as well that you're going to learn to fly an airplane. Daddy will teach you later, Lin Yu said with a smile. Teach me to fly an airplane? Yes. Xiao Shirhan was excited and nervous, and a little bit scared. This was different from sitting in the passenger seat of a car. The passenger seat of a car didn't have things like brakes and gas pedal. Instead, the passenger seat in the cockpit of an airplane has stirrups and a driving stick. For the pilot's convenience in flying the airplane, the stick was between the two legs. Xiao Shirhan was so afraid that she would touch the stick. The footstools were fine. If she didn't step on them, she would be fine. But she couldn't bear to leave this place and sit at the back, because sitting here, she could see her father flying the airplane more intuitively. It's like sitting in the passenger seat in a car. You can see the driver driving more intuitively. Also, the overhead view is most visualized by sitting in the cockpit. Because there was a large, unobstructed piece of glass in front of her, she could see the view in front of her and underground most intuitively. That's why, despite her little fear and nervousness, she sat on the passenger seat. Shirhan, fasten your seatbelt, Lin Yu said. Okay, Dad. Xiao Shirhan fastened her seatbelt. Lin Yu began to explain the operating console on the helicopter to Xiao Shirhan. Shirhan, before we fly the airplane, First check its lights. If all of them are on, then check the gasoline. If it's enough for the next part of our journey, then it's time to tap the start button. As soon as the button was activated, the sound of the helicopter buzzing came out. Because the helicopter that Lin Yu was driving was a $60 million Bell 429, wildly shrugging off those multi-million-dollar helicopters, the sound it made after starting it up wasn't a noise, but rather a sound wave that was very comfortable to listen to, similar to the sound when starting a supercar such as a Ferrari, unlike the sound of an ordinary car starting up. Dad, the airplane started, Xiao Shirhan said excitedly. Although she had ridden in a helicopter with Lin Yu before, she had sat in the back seat. She had never seen the driver's seat, let alone how to fly a helicopter. Now it felt so amazing. Lin Yu smiled and said, well, then there's turning on the lights and the radio. These buttons were the lights. This button was the radio. Turn on the radio for what? Xiao Shirhan asked suspiciously. To announce to the tower that our plane is about to take off. Dad, show it to you. Saying that, Lin Yu pressed the button on the operating stick, directly able to communicate with the tower. Tower, hello, turn holes 8, turn holes 3, hover blocks checked and ready for takeoff. Tower, okay, copy that. Tower, turning hole 8, turning hole 3, ready for takeoff. Lin Yu, roger. Then Lin Yu released this intercom button, waiting to hang up the phone with the tower. Sure Han, we can take off now. When we take off, first fill this total distance lever with oil. You see Dad's hand gesture, counterclockwise direction to fill the oil. After filling the oil, we pull up the total distance lever. The airplane takes off. Lin Yu operated while explaining to Xiao Shirhan. Chapter 079. The whole neighborhood is shocked. A super tycoon in our neighborhood has landed in a helicopter. Lin Yu operated the airplane and drove it out of the hangar, then gradually flew up into the sky. After reaching the sky, the operation is much simpler, almost the same as driving a car. Only need to operate the driver's stick and foot pedals on the line. The driver's stick is similar to a steering wheel, to adjust the direction. If you want to operate the helicopter to turn left and right, you just need to step on the foot pedals. Dad, the view is so wide open. It's much more than what you can see sitting in the back seat, Xiao Shirhan said as she excitedly looked ahead. Lin Yu was also piloting an airplane for the first time, and this feeling, it was really good. Just about to pass by a lake, Lin Yu lowered the helicopter and swept it low over the lake, looking at Xiao Shirhan so excited that she shouted, wow, Dad, this feels great. Can I take pictures? Sure. Xiao Shirhan excitedly took out her cell phone and clicked. This experience was simply fantastic. By the way, Dad, when you were talking to the tower just now, what did you mean by what turn? What hole? That was about our airplane number. Turning hole 8, turning hole 3. Dad, how come the numbering has words like abduction and hole? So amazing. Lin Yu smiled and explained. Actually the numbers are all numbers. Abduction hole 8, abduction hole 3 is 708,703. Because of the noisy sound in the cabin, plus the possibility of sound distortion in radio calls, the numbers that are easily confused have been changed to other words. 7 was changed to abduction, 0 was changed to hole, 1 was changed to youngest, 2 was changed to 2, and the pronunciation of the other numbers remained the same. Xiao Shirhan heard and understood, and said excitedly, so that's how it is, then I'm going to write it down as well, and in the future, if I'm flying an airplane, I'm going to need to communicate with the tower as well. Aha! The feeling of teaching his daughter, great himself, a high school graduate, could actually teach the daughter of a heavy university, cool. Xiao Shirhan was also very cool. In the air on the way home, Lin Yu flew the airplane, and she once again excitedly sent a friend circle. The picture of the circle of friends is the appearance of the helicopter she is now sitting in the picture, as well as she did in the position of the passenger seat, overlooking the picture below. This picture only shows out the dashboard of the aircraft as well as the glass and the lake. The content of the circle of friends is, the first time to sit in the cockpit. The feeling is awesome. After this circle was sent out, some people marveled and liked it, while others felt that Xiao Shirhan was bragging just like last time. Others said that the picture looked high grade and borrowed the picture to forward it to pretend to be a pussy. Xiao Shirhan didn't refute those who thought she was bragging, because, soon they would know that her family really had so many airplanes. She, too, was really going to get an airplane pilot's license. Thinking about their shocked expressions at that time, it would be very wonderful. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, both Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia got out of class. There were no more classes today, so the two of them returned home one after the other. Xiao Mengyao was sitting on the balcony looking at the flowers and plants. Chuxia, have you noticed that these succulents we raised? Their colors have gotten prettier in the past 2 days. Let me take a look. Xiao Chuxia came out with her own laptop and came over to Xiao Mengyao's side. Looking at the rows and rows of succulents, she said in surprise, it's still true. The colors are even brighter. before they were about to turn green. Now they all have color. Red for red, purple for purple, and gray for gray. What did you do to them in the past 2 days? Xiao Mengya shook her head. I didn't do anything. They don't need to be watered often. And I didn't care about them. I don't know if it's because the sun came out in the past 2 days, so the color became beautiful? Xiao Chuxia seemed to remember something and said, I saw that Dad took care of them in the morning. Dad? Aha! Xiao Chuxia nodded. I wonder if Dad gave them something to eat? That's why their colors became so nice? That's a possibility. No one in our family knows how to raise succulents. This succulent has been turning green since we bought it, and now that it's suddenly starting to regain its color, it should be because Dad took good care of them. Xiao Mengyao said, Dad is too good. He even knows how to raise succulents. Xiao Chuxia said with a face full of admiration. After saying that, Xiao Chuxia's eyes glared as she looked out the window and said, Second sister, look, what's that? An airplane? An airplane? Xiao Mengyao looked over in the direction Xiao Chuxia's finger was pointing, and saw a pure white helicopter that was slowly descending down to the roof of the clubhouse in their neighborhood. She also looked dumbfounded. Then thinking of something, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and looked through the helicopter's appearance picture in the circle of friends that Xiao Shirhan had sent, then clicked on it. Putting it in front of her eyes to compare, she excitedly said to Xiao Chuxia, Chuxia, come and see, that airplane in the sky. Is it the same airplane as the one that Shirhan sent? After repeated comparisons, Xiao Chuxia excitedly shouted, Yes, yes, oh my god, it's Dad and them coming back in an airplane. What a speed! Just when did the roof of our neighborhood clubhouse have a tarmac? Xiao Mengya shook her head. I don't know. Xiao Chuxia opened her cell phone WeChat's owners group and saw that so many people in the owners group were discussing this. I'm going. Our neighborhood is high up. There's even a helipad. Look, this helicopter landed on the top floor of our neighborhood clubhouse. It's so cool. The helicopter. This helicopter is the world's largest light twin-engine helicopter. The Bell 429, worth $60 million. It's the seat of a super tycoon. I go. There's a super tycoon in our neighborhood. Identification is complete. Surely a super tycoon has moved in. Otherwise why would our previous property company have suddenly changed to such an awesome nation's no? One Greentown property company? And the clubhouse top floor apron. Before there is no apron. Before that piece is a piece of empty land. I also propose to let the property owners to plant all the vegetables. Beautiful at the same time can also give us owners to send vegetables. But before the property refused to. Lazy dead individuals. So this apron was made in the past 2 days. Oh my god, what level of tycoon is living in our neighborhood? Not only did they directly change the property company to Greentown Property, but they also made such a high-class helipad. The price of our neighborhood has skyrocketed by 10% in just 2 days, and those who sold their houses before are regretting it all. After word gets out about the helicopter coming to our neighborhood today, it will skyrocket again. This tycoon is really great. The moment he came, he raised the compulsion of our neighborhood, and brought out the difference between our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods all of a sudden. Ka-ah. Chapter 080, a small reunion of 5 fathers and daughters. Photo, is the owner of this $100 million Rolls-Royce Y Shadow in the group? Can I discuss something with you? Tears running emoji. Please take my parking space. Give some money on the line. Tears running emoji. I have too much pressure in the past 2 days. I immediately made up the commercial insurance last night. Made up the highest grade. I parked far away from you. I'm afraid to scrape you. I want to really scrape you. I'm telling you, my car plus parking space is not enough to give you a car repair. Tears running emoji. I know who this car belongs to. It's the father of the 5 siblings of the Chow family. I saw them driving back earlier. The father of the Chow family's 5 siblings is so rich. Surprisingly, he drove a car worth $100 million. I saw it. The helicopter is also the Chow family's. Oh my god. The one driving the helicopter is the father of the Chow family's 5 siblings. He came down with Xiao Shirhan. How rich must the father of the Chow family's 5 siblings be? So handsome and so rich. Oh my god. We've dipped into the blessings of the Chow family. Just now the agent called me and asked if my house is for sale and added another $100,000. The group chatted feverishly. Xiao Chuxia hurriedly showed the message to Xiao Mengyao and said excitedly, Second sister, do you think that the matter of changing the property in our neighborhood has anything to do with our dad? After all, the apron on the top floor of that clubhouse can only be built by the property owner, and now that the apron is built, the first helicopter that will be parked is our dad's. Xiao Mengyao said, just ask Dad when he comes back later. How soon will Dad and third sister arrive home? I want to see Dad so much. Xiao Chuxia said excitedly. She hurriedly put the Apple computer in her hand back into the room. Because Dad is back, she can't have time to code. There are so many words she wants to say to Dad. On Lin Yu's side, after getting off the airplane, Xiao Shirhan said with eyes full of shock, Dad, I remember this wasn't the tarmac before, because this neighborhood are all high buildings above 15 floors. and then the clubhouse is 5 floors. Chow family lives in 9 floors. You can see the roof of the clubhouse from the balcony of Chow family. Lin Yu smiled and said, well, it's true that this wasn't a tarmac before. It was just repaired in the past 2 days. Xiao Shirhan blinked her big eyes, thought of a possibility and asked, Dad, I heard my big sister say that the property in our neighborhood has been changed to a very awesome property company, and the clubhouse is being managed by the property. Could it be that this very awesome property company is Dad's? After knowing that her father was extremely rich, Xiao Shirhan's thinking also spread out. Previously, she never dared to think about the things of those tycoons around her that would be related to her. Now, she totally dared to think about it, because change property is actually very troublesome. The original property company does not want to replace them, then you need the owners committee to convene the owners meeting, as well as government approvals and so on. In many large neighborhoods, there is even bloodshed when the property company is replaced, but this time, the neighborhood property company, but changed overnight. This speed, this efficiency, it was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Yu nodded. Well, you guys live in this neighborhood. Dad has to make sure you're safe. Make sure this neighborhood's greening, services and so on have to be online. That's why it's more reliable to switch to our own property company. Xiao Shirhan was stunned and gave a thumbs up towards Lin Yu. Dad, you're really too good. The previous property company, we were really super headstrong, but because they were a pre-existing property, and also had interests with some people in the owners committee, causing us to not be able to replace that property company at all. I didn't expect that when Dad came, he easily replaced that property company. Dad, you're too good. Big sister said that after replacing the property, no matter whether it's cleaning, or security, or greening, it's all exceptionally better. And people in the owners group have been in our home's property is good. Lin Yu smiled and brought Xiao Shirhan home. The vegetables and fruits brought from Xiao Jia's old home as well as the chickens, ducks and fish sent by the townspeople were driven by his driver. Driving wasn't as fast as flying an airplane, so it would take a while before they were delivered. As soon as Qiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxia heard the doorbell, they immediately ran to open the door, opening the door to the room. As soon as they saw Lin Yu, the 2 young girls shouted excitedly, Dad, Dad, you're back. Just now did you and third sister come back by helicopter? We saw it at home. Xiao Chuxia chattered like a happy little bird talking nonstop. Dad, there's also, third sister wants to get an airplane license. I also want to go. In this way, it will be convenient for me to write novels better. For example, which city I want to go to, directly eat dinner, drive a plane over there, look for inspiration, and then after I find the inspiration and write the chapters of the novel, I will drive back the next day, think about it and feel super nice. And also, I sometimes need to use a lot of field material to write my novels. I can also go around the country to learn about local folklore and customs and so on, to write fine novels that are even more spiritual and close to reality yet above reality. Lin Yu smiled favorably and said, yes, however, your time you have to arrange it well. Aha, I will too, good Dad promised me. Third sister, I'll go to school with you. Second sister, do you want to learn how to fly an airplane together as well? Xiao Mengya shook her head. I'm not going to learn. Learning to ride an electric car took her 2 years to learn, and learning to fly an airplane, she felt that was too far away from her, and she didn't need to fly across the country, even if she went out. Getting a motor vehicle license would be enough. Yao, Dad found the best piano teacher for you. You arrange your time, and go with the teacher to learn piano at that time. Lin Yu said, aha, okay, Dad. Xiao Mengyao was more interested in learning piano. The door of the room resounded with the sound of the key turning. Once the door of the room opened, it was Qiao Chuxue who came back. As soon as Qiao Chuxue saw Lin Yu in the house, she shouted in surprise, Dad, you're back. Aha. Lin Yu smiles and nods his head, then gets up and says to his daughters, Daddy, go to the kitchen and take care of the crayfish, so you can fry it later. Dad, let me help you. Daddy, I'll help you too. Dad, I'll come too. Dad, and me. The 4 daughters went into the kitchen with Lin Yu. Although the crayfish were expensive, costing more than $10 a pound, but when the 5 Chow family siblings were in the Chow family's old home before, they would buy some crayfish seedlings every year and put them into the family's pond to raise them. So also 8 crayfish will handle crayfish. Father and daughter 5 people together. The speed of handling crawfish greatly increased. Chapter 081. 3 daughters are shocked. Dad wants to build an airfield in his hometown. Lin Yu is responsible for cutting off the head of the crayfish, because this job is the most dangerous. If you don't master it well, it is easy to get caught by the big pincers of the crayfish. If you get caught, it is really super painful. Xiao Chuxia is responsible for using a toothbrush to brush the head of the crayfish, as well as to pick out the shrimp stomach. Then Xiao Chuxia was responsible for handling the shrimp threads, a job that required skill. Finally, Xiao Mengyao is responsible for the clean crayfish cut its back. Convenient to cook crayfish. 5 spices and anise chili pepper and other ingredients can be better flavored into the shrimp meat of the crayfish. Xiao Shirhan is responsible for cleaning the 5 spice anise, dried chili, perilla, green onion, ginger and garlic will be used later to cook crayfish. Very lively and cozy. The speed was also great, because there are 6 people to eat tonight. According to the portion of 4 pounds per person, Lin Yu bought a full 24 pounds of crayfish. If one person handled it, it would really be a case of handling it until his fingers broke off. But when father and daughter 5 people handled it together, the speed would be awesome. After Xiao Shirhan washed the dishes, she helped Xiao Chushue handle the shrimp threads together. In less than an hour's work, all 24 pounds of crayfish were processed. Lin Yu shouted for everyone to take a break together. While drinking tea in the living room, the doorbell rang. It was Lin Yu's driver delivering something. After seeing the chickens, ducks and fish, the daughters came to help. After all of them are put in the house, Xiao Chushue says, "I'll go boil the water first, and kill the chickens and ducks first, or else they'll poop at that time and make the house smell worse." Mengyao, you mentioned the chickens and ducks to the bathroom first. Okay, big sister. Xiao Mengyao went to mention the chickens and ducks. Cluck, gaga. The chickens and ducks fluttered their wings and made noises, resisting Xiao Mengyao from grabbing them. But Xiao Mengyao wasn't afraid of them. Since she was a chicken and duck herder since she was little, she had a chicken in her left hand and a duck in her right hand, and by grabbing their 2 wings, she subdued them, and then lifted them to the bathroom. Xiao Shirhan and Xiao Chuxia were in charge of handling the other stuff. Wow! Third sister, are these the tomatoes grown in our family's own land? Xiao Shirhan nodded. Well, there's also these beans, eggplants, squash, and cucumbers that are all from our family. Today Dad flew a helicopter over to the house, so I thought I'd pick all of these and bring them back with me, or else it's too much of a waste to rot in the ground. These corn, Chinese cabbage, bitter gourds, chickens, ducks, fish, and sun-dried prunes are all from the ants. Dad also said that he wants to build an apron in our village. When we go back to the village, we can fly a plane directly from Zhonghai to our home. It's especially convenient. It only takes 2 hours, and the round trip is 4 hours. At this moment, Xiao Chuxue and Xiao Mengyao, one came out from the kitchen, one came out from the bathroom, and when they heard Xiao Shirhan's words, they were shocked and dumbfounded, then looked at Lin Yu in unison. Dad, you want to build an apron in our village? Lin Yu smiled and nodded his head. Well, Shirhan is doing live broadcasts in your hometown, so it will be convenient for her to come back and forth to her home at that time. And the other thing is that it will be convenient for you guys when you want to go back to take a look. And there's also the fact that I think the air in your village is indeed very good, so in the future our family can go back on weekends to have fun. Although the city was beautiful, hip and high-tech, today's Lin Yu, instead, preferred the idyllic life and air and quietness of the countryside. Of course, the main thing was that it was his daughter's hometown, which he liked even more. When the 3 sisters of the Chow family heard this, they were so excited. Xiao Chuxue was also extremely happy. Dad, the vegetables in the city are too expensive. If we go back on the weekends, then we can eat homegrown vegetables without having to go buy them. Xiao Chuxia said excitedly, although the city is prosperous, I still prefer the air at home, the air in Zhonghai. I always feel that there is some haze. It's not very good. If we can go home on weekends, that's great. We can inhale fresh air. Xiao Mengyao also said super excitedly. Then we can go back home to fish and pick fruits from time to time. Lin Yu looked at his daughters' happy faces and said with a smile, aha, money, spent on his daughters. Seeing the joyful smiles on their faces, made him feel an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. The tarmac in his daughter's old home must be taken care of early. He sent a message to his assistant to send someone to talk about capitalizing on the construction of a private jet apron in the city's Pingshan village, as well as recommending a female private jet instructor. Assistant Zhang was stunned when he saw this message. Oh my god, this is the time he saw boss chasing after a girl with the most dedication and willingness to spend money. Because building a private airplane apron wasn't cheap. It's not the same as a helipad. Private planes are much bigger than helicopters, especially Lin Yu's private plane, not at all smaller than those planes that carry more than 300 passengers. The helipad that would be built would be the equivalent of building a small airport. It would take at least $1 billion. Boss chased after the girl this time. He was using his heart. He immediately replied back, okay, boss. Xiao Chuxue and Xiao Mengyao also helped to organize the vegetables and fruits together, all sorted into categories so that they can be put into the refrigerator for storage at that time. Because if you don't organize it up and put it directly into the fridge, firstly, it looks messy, secondly, it will be bacterial infections and so on, and thirdly, the fridge isn't big enough to put it in. While his daughters were organizing the ingredients, Lin Yu also discovered the problem of the size of the refrigerator. This refrigerator at home is before Xiao Mucho brought 5 siblings to buy. Bought a $3,000 3-door refrigerator. The capacity is only 253L. It was enough for the 4 sisters to use before, because they wouldn't buy too many dishes. They ate frugally. Now after Lin Yu came, he would go to the food market in the morning and buy a lot of vegetables, filling up the refrigerator. And then today there were so many vegetables and fruits and chickens and ducks and fish to be slaughtered. If you can't eat it all tonight, you definitely have to put it in the refrigerator to freeze it and cook it for dinner tomorrow. Lin Yu immediately sent a message to his assistant to order a large refrigerator of the best quality and have it delivered as soon as possible. Then he went to the kitchen to handle the hairy crabs. Handling hairy crabs requires brushing the hairy crabs, then splitting the hairy crabs, then coating the split hairy crab splits with starch, and then putting them into a pot filled with hot oil to fry. Xiao Chushue was worried that Lin Yu couldn't handle it alone, so she left the sorting of vegetables to her 3 sisters and came to the kitchen to help Lin Yu. She was in charge of coating the hairy crabs with cornstarch and frying them in the frying pan. The hairy crabs in the city were very expensive, sold by the piece, and the ordinary ones cost more than $20 a piece. She has never bought one, but at home, in the summer, Xiaochen likes to go to the small river to catch crabs, catch back the crabs. She is responsible for handling the burning. The family likes to eat spicy crabs, so this dish she will also do. Knew how to handle the crabs. Dad, I have something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. We 5 siblings are all surnamed Xiao now, but Dad's surname is Lin. We want to change our surname to Lin. Dad, what do you think? Chapter 082, Xiao Chen, only Dad believes in me. Lin Yu, who is brushing the hairy crabs, pauses for a moment, turns his head to look at Xiao Chushue, and discreetly asks, are all 5 of your siblings confirmed? Xiao Chushue nods her head. Lin Yu was overjoyed and said with a smile, good. Where are your 5 siblings' accounts now? We moved out from our home with our school before and landed in our respective school's collective account. Xiao Chushue said. They didn't move their household accounts to this house because if they moved their household accounts to this house, then there was no way to transfer them back to their hometown in the future. If the account was just in the school, then after graduation, they could still transfer it back to their hometown. The reason is that it was a requirement of the school to move the Huku to Zhuhai to facilitate the 4 years of university study. The hometown is in the countryside, and it is easy to move the Huku from the countryside now, but it is not possible to move the Huku back from the city. They still had land, mountains and fields as well as a homestead in their old home, so they didn't move their account to this house at that time. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, fall into the school's collective account. Then you can handle changing your surname at the Public Security Bureau over here in Zhuhai. When are you 5 siblings free? Tomorrow at 2 p.m. everyone is free as they don't have classes. Dad, how about we go tomorrow at 2 p.m.? Is it convenient for Dad? Xiao Chushue asked. Convenient? Of course it's convenient. Ha ha. Lin Yu said with a bright smile. In a good mood, all 5 children are willing to change to his surname, and they even took the initiative to come and mention this to him. This could be great. This represented that all 5 children had recognized him as their father. Good, good, good. Xiao Mengyao and the girls who were handling the vegetables in the living room heard Lin Yu's words and immediately ran to the kitchen door and said with great joy, Dad, then where are we going to gather tomorrow? Should we gather at home first, or go directly to the Public Security Bureau in our area to gather all? Gather at home first, then everyone will go to the Public Security Bureau together. Lin Yu said, aha, 2, our school is very close to home, 10 minutes away. Great, I'm going to change my last name tomorrow. I'll be called Lin Mengyao from now on. Lin Chu Xia, Lin Shurhan, Lin Chu Xue. The 4 sisters were all talking about their new names. What are you guys talking about? So happy? It just so happened that at this moment, Xiao Chen had just opened the door to his room with a large bag when he heard the laughter in the house. Xiao Mengyao told Xiao Chen about going to change his last name tomorrow, and Xiao Chen immediately said joyfully, yes, finally, he was going to go change his last name. In the future, he would be Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, what are you carrying in your hand? Why are there so many? Xiao Mengyao asked as she took the things in Xiao Chen's hand. I bought some eggs and tomatoes. I'm going to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes for Dad tonight. Also bought some snacks and fruits that you guys love to eat, because today your brother I made big money. Ha ha, made what big money? Xiao Mengyao asked curiously as she took out the contents of the bag. Xiao Chushue and Xiao Shurhan and Xiao Chusha also looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen coughed, then purposely stood to the kitchen doorway, where Lin Yu could hear, and said, you guys will know later. I'm doing a big project now. Dad gave me a big project. By the time it's done successfully, it will definitely make super money. Xiao Chushue said, that means you haven't made any money yet? Buying us all these snacks and fruits with the pocket money Dad gave us? Xiao Chen, the water is boiling. You go kill the chicken. Saying this, Xiao Chushue handed Xiao Chen the chopper to kill the chicken. Xiao Chen wailed as he received the chopper and said, "Big sister, all of these things that I bought today were really all bought with my own money that I earned, not with Dad's pocket money. I, Xiao Chen, am already a man who can earn a lot of money on his own. Really, Dad, I really bought all these things with the money I earned." He was in a hurry, not knowing how to explain the money that the system rewarded him with. Lin Yu naturally knew that Xiao Chen was right, because the small program was rewarding Xiao Chen with $50,000, and Xiao Chen had used up 16,000 for his meal and still netted $34,000. He smiled and said, "Well, Dad believes in you." With Lin Yu's words, Xiao Chen felt incomparably happy, and immediately said to his 4 sisters, "Sisters, did you hear that? Dad all said that he believes that I bought all these things with the money I earned. Now, you guys should always believe it, right?" Xiao Mengyao urged, "Believe. You hurry up and go kill the chickens and ducks. I'll carry a dish bowl out to catch the blood from the chickens and ducks." Xiao Chuxia said, "I'll carry the boiling water." Xiao Shirhan said, "I'll get the iron bucket." Xiao Chen, it seems that at home, only Dad believes that he can really make money, and none of the 4 sisters believe him. Ho ho! I, Xiao Chen, will definitely prove it to you all. I, Xiao Chen, am the one who can really make a lot of money, because I, Xiao Chen, am the one who has a system. Xiao Chen went to kill the chickens and ducks. The house was very lively. Lin Yu urged, "Be careful not to get burned." "I know, Dad, killing chickens and ducks, we're very experienced," Xiao Mengyao said back. Next, Lin Yu's family of 6 began to work with a clear division of labor. More people is more power. At 6 in the afternoon, not only were all the things that were brought back today taken care of, but all the dishes that Lin Yu was going to cook tonight were also fried. All that was missing was the last tomato scrambled egg that Xiao Chen was going to fry. "Xiao Chen, are you sure you want to cook?" Xiao Chuxia asked suspiciously, because there were 4 sisters in the family. When Xiao Chen was at home, he did the rough jobs and odd jobs, and things like cooking, he had never done before. However, he could still cut vegetables, because in the past, he often had to cut pigs' vegetables and use them to go feed the pigs, so cutting tomatoes, he still knew how to do. "I can do it, 4th sister, why don't you go out and rest for a while?" Xiao Chen said as he cut the tomatoes. Xiao Chuxia saw Xiao Chen cutting tomatoes and cutting them decently. She nodded her head. "Alright, if you don't know how to do it, just call out to us. Don't worry, I really can." Even if he doesn't know, he won't ask his sisters. He can Baidu look at the detailed steps to make this dish. Xiao Chuxia had a look of disbelief, but still walked away, did not continue to supervise Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen Ali gave a clenched fist. "I will definitely make a tomato scrambled egg tonight that is not only edible, but also delicious." While Xiao Chen was cooking in the kitchen, the large refrigerator Lin Yu ordered arrived. "Dad, you bought a big refrigerator." The 4 sisters of the Chow family were surprised when they looked at the large refrigerator that had been propelled in. "Well, the previous one was a bit small, so I bought a big refrigerator. When those other 5 houses are renovated later, we'll buy a few more big refrigerators," Lin Yu said. With many houses and 3 floors, it was necessary to have at least one large refrigerator as standard on each floor. Not only is it convenient to put vegetables, but also the fruits that his daughters like to eat, the masks and skincare products and healthcare products that they use, as well as the medicines that they always have at home, etc. All need to use the refrigerator to keep them fresh. The 2 masters who delivered the refrigerator heard Lin Yu's words and were shocked inwardly. This is the world of the rich. Rich or not, do not look at the car house. Directly look at his family has a few large refrigerator on it. Chapter 083, The First Course of the Son's Filial Piety. When the 4 sisters of the Chow family heard Lin Yu's words, they were shocked in their hearts, but because the installer was there, they didn't say the shocked words out loud, because that would make their own father lose face. So when the installer installed the refrigerator and left, only then did the 4 sisters of the Chow family start talking. "Dad, are we going to buy several refrigerators in the future? I think this one big refrigerator is enough for us." "Yeah," Xiao Chen said while stir-frying. "Dad's decision was wise. Think about it, by then our family will be on 3 floors. If we want to eat some fruits, do we still have to run to the kitchen on the 2nd floor to get them? Directly put a refrigerator on the 3rd floor. Just get the fruit on the 3rd floor. And if you want to eat popsicles or something like that in the summer, on which floor? Just put a big refrigerator on which floor, so it's easy to eat popsicles. And by the time the other 5 houses are all connected to this house of ours, our house is super big, and it's no problem at all to put a big refrigerator on each floor. This is the standard equipment of a super mansion." The 4 sisters of the Chow family were surprised. Lin Yu smiled favorably and said to them, "Part of what Xiao Chen said makes sense. Dad makes money just to make your lives easier. Putting food in the refrigerator is on one hand. On the other hand, it's to put masks, cosmetics, and skin care products, health care products, etc. that you guys will need to use on a daily basis in the future that need to be iced. The four sisters of the Chow family were once again shocked. Masks, cosmetics, and skin care products. The four sisters had never used these things before. The four sisters' skin was naturally beautiful, and they were at the youthful and hydrated age of 18. Plus the fact that these things mostly required a lot of money to buy. They had never bought these before. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Well, when the time comes, we will decorate 2 rooms specialized in skin beautification, and Dad will hire a specialized beautician for you guys, so you can do skin beautification, sauna and so on at home. Skincare products and cosmetics, all use professional grade products from the hospital line. They won't damage your skin." Although he did not use these things, but there are a lot of women friends who use these. It is true that you can greatly slow down the aging process. 40-year-old women, do a good job of maintaining the beauty of the skin, look as big as a 20-year-old woman. There is a lot of money, you can really grow against your age. Home daughters one by one so beautiful and watery. Of course he wants them to stay young forever. Xiao Chuxia said in surprise, wow, this is great this day, too enjoyable. I am the real princess Ah. There is no girl who doesn't like to dress up and be pretty. Before their family was poor so they didn't have extra money to buy masks, do maintenance, makeup and so on. Now that they have the conditions, of course they want to get it all up. She also wants to be delicate girl. Although Xiao Mengyao, Xiao Shirhan and Xiao Chuxua had little interest in maintenance and makeup, however, joy also appeared on their faces. Every girl had a princess dream living in her heart. They all want to stay young forever, not grow wrinkles, not age, and so on. Having a mega-rich father was simply wonderful. Xiao Chen excitedly turned around and shouted, "Dad, can I use the skin beauty and steam sauna? What would a boy like you use?" Xiao Chuxia said, "I need to stay handsome and young too." Xiao Chen said sharply. Lin Yu laughed and said, "Wait until you're 30 before you start. You're only 18 now. You don't need to do this. It was better for a man to have thicker skin." Xiao Chen felt that his dad's words were reasonable and said, "Right, oh, I'm a man, not a little white boy. I'll wait until I'm 30 before I do anti-aging beauty." The four sisters laughed, then went to get chopsticks and bowls and started preparing for dinner. Xiao Chen's tomato scrambled eggs were also ready to come out of the pot, and when it came to putting in salt, he only put in a little bit. He was afraid that if he put too much, it would be too salty, and if he put less, it was okay, because the tomatoes had already fried the tomato juice, which was sweet, so, putting a little less salt, would not be done wrong. Alright, my dish is fried. Tomato scrambled eggs. Xiao Chen came to the dining room with the served tomato scrambled eggs and said to Lin Yu, "Dad, this dish is my filial piety to you. You taste it first." Lin Yu looked at this tomato scrambled eggs, although he hadn't eaten it yet, but he had cooking skills, so at a glance, he knew how this dish was. It could barely make 3 points. Good. Lin Yu picked up his chopsticks, picked up a slice of egg that had already seeped into the tomato juice, and took a bite. Xiao Chen asked with bawling eyes full of anticipation, "Dad, how is it? Delicious, right?" After eating, Lin Yu said, "It's okay." Getting Lin Yu's review, Xiao Chen was overjoyed, and at the same time, a voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, making an edible dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Special reward to the host for the common practice of tomato scrambled eggs. May I ask the host, does he activate the common practice of the dish? Activate. As his voice fell, a stream of knowledge and skills about the practice of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, including how to select tomatoes, how to handle tomatoes, how to select eggs, how to handle eggs, and the fire to make the dish, etc., were inputted into his mind. After 5 seconds had passed, he opened his eyes, and when he saw the tomatoes and scrambled eggs in front of him again, he realized that there were many problems. For example, his tomatoes were cooked a bit rotten, resulting in too much tomato juice. Another example was that he had put in less salt, and also like the eggs were fried too old and so on. "Dad, I'm going to fry another tomato scrambled egg. I feel like I can fry it better than this dish," Xiao Chen immediately said with an itchy hand. Dad's cooking was so delicious. He also wanted to let his dad eat the dishes he made so well. Lin Yu knew why Xiao Chen said that. He smiled and said, "Good." Xiao Chuxua didn't know the reason, so he said, "Xiao Chen, you can do it next time. This time you made this dish and haven't finished it yet." It was just short of saying, "Don't waste the ingredients." "Big sister, this dish I redid is absolutely delicious. I'll go make another one." "Dad, don't eat this dish for now. Wait for this tomato scrambled egg dish I redid." Absolutely shocking, Dad, your eyes. After saying that, Xiao Chen ran to the kitchen. No one could stop him. Xiao Chuxia said, "Big sister, let Xiao Chen do it if he likes to do it. Our family has plenty of money now. If we can't finish it later, let Xiao Chen eat it all." Xiao Chushua nodded her head. In the kitchen, Xiao Chun hears this and grunts thinking, later on let you all be shocked at your brother's my cooking skills. While Xiao Chen is cooking in the kitchen, the 4 sisters of the Qiao family have already started eating. Tonight's feast was very rich. Not only were there the spicy crayfish that quenched their cravings, there were also spicy hairy crabs, as well as the plasma duck and spicy crawling prawns that were very appetizing to look at, all of which were very powerful dishes. Chapter 084, Buy all the parking spaces next to you. Dad, you're too trenchant. The 4 sisters went for the duck in plasma first, as it was a specialty of their dad's family. They also wanted to eat what daddy's family's specialties were like. Here, I made 4 big duck legs today, one for each of you. Lin Yu favored the 4 big duck legs with chopsticks and pinched them into each of his 4 daughters' bowls. Lin Yu bought 2 ducks, because there were 6 people in the family to eat. 1 duck was not enough. 2 ducks had 4 large duck legs. Duck leg meat, he is first cut with a knife, and deep fried, not only flavorful, but also tender. When battered with duck blood, not only is the color better, but the taste will be even more delicious. After the 4 daughters took a bite of the duck legs, they exclaimed, "Wow, it's so delicious, Dad. This plasma duck is really delicious. It's even better than our dry pot duck. Food, it's too delicious." Following Dad, the days are simply whooshing up like a rocket. This big duck leg is too delicious to gnaw on. After eating the duck leg meat, the 4 sisters ate the rest of the duck meat. One by one, they ate with great gusto. I feel like I can't eat it all with one mouth. It's too delicious. I also want to eat crayfish, hairy crabs, and crawling shrimp. Xiao Chuxia, the snacker, ate the duck wings while her eyes fell on the table full of delicacies. The dish of tomato scrambled eggs that Xiao Chun had made was directly put on the far side of the table by them. Because that dish compared to the dish their father made, they directly didn't want to eat it. Lin Yu looked at his daughters eating with excitement one by one and spoiled them by saying, "Eat slowly, don't get choked by the spicy flavor." Aha! It was the first time that Xiao Shirhan had eaten a meal made by Lin Yu's own hands, and it was so delicious that she didn't say a word the whole time. She just buried her head and ate. Without realizing it, she had a small mountain of bones piled up next to her. Then the chopsticks reached for the crayfish again. When she was about to eat it directly with her hands, Lin Yu reminded, "Shirhan, wear gloves to eat it. It won't be easy to get your hands spicy." Saying that, Lin Yu went to the kitchen to get the disposable gloves specially used for eating crayfish that he bought when he was grocery shopping in the morning. Xiao Mengyao said, "Yeah, so you have to wear gloves to eat crayfish, so that you won't get your hands spicy. In the past, we used to eat it directly with our hands every time, and then after eating it, it's cool, but your hands are hot and spicy every time." Xiao Chuxia and Xiao Shirhan nodded their heads vigorously one by one. Then the 2 of them put on gloves one after another and started eating the crayfish. "Third sister, why aren't you saying anything?" Xiao Chuxia asked Xiao Shirhan after putting on her gloves. Xiao Shirhan had already bitten off the head of the shrimp at this moment, and was eating the head as well as sucking the juice contained in the head. Her small hands didn't waste any time in peeling off the shells of the shrimp tails, and after the shrimp heads were finished, she ate the meat of the shrimp tails that she peeled off. After eating the shrimp tail meat, she opened her golden mouth and said to Xiao Chuxia, "Eat without speaking, sleep without speaking." After saying that, she continued to start eating the second crayfish. Xiao Chuxia said in surprise, "Third sister, you haven't said this before. You used to talk when you were eating, too." Xiao Mengyao smiled and said, "Chuxia, your third sister ate such delicious dishes made by Dad for the first time and ate so much that she didn't have time to talk to you." Xiao Chuxia understood. "Third sister, you're so bad, but tonight Dad made a lot. We can eat slowly and be full. There's no need to rush." Xiao Shirhan didn't reply anymore. They had 4 sisters, and there was that big appetite King Xiao Chen later. She felt that this table wasn't enough food to eat. She'd better eat more first. Eating more would be earning it. Xiao Mengyao suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Yu, "Dad, before in the owners group, there was an owner who said that his parking space was next to our family's parking space, and then every time he drove his car back, he was afraid of cutting off our family's car, and he wanted to ask Dad to buy his parking space." Xiao Chuxia said, Right, I almost forgot about this. Our second sister has a good memory. Dad, your car is too good. They don't dare to get too close, for fear that after accidental cuts and scrapes, they won't be able to afford to pay for it even if they sell their car and parking space. Dad, didn't we buy 5 more houses? Are there parking spaces attached to those 5 houses? Lin Yu said, "This matter, it's good to do. The 5 houses do come with parking spaces, across the street from our family's parking space, as well as next to it. Wait, Dad will have someone go and do this, and buy all the parking spaces next to our family's parking space. Actually, he could have bought them all, but if he bought them all, then the other owners wouldn't have a place to park their cars, and there would be a conflict. So it's pretty much fine. Buy them all?" Xiao Chushue puts down the chopsticks in her hand, looks at Lin Yu with shock, and says, "Dad, we only need 2 parking spaces that are connected together. Just drive the car there, or find other owners to replace the parking spaces. It can be solved too. There are already 6 parking spaces now. If we buy another parking space, it will be too much." Lin Yu smiled favorably and said, "It doesn't matter. In the future, in addition to Dad's car needing a parking space, your 5 siblings' cars will also need a parking space. Buy more parking spaces, and in the future, you can park how you want, horizontally." It is really a very difficult problem for newbies, especially girls, to park their cars in the parking spaces. It just so happened that his second daughter mentioned this matter. Then he had his assistant buy all the parking spaces around him. In the future, the daughters wouldn't have to worry and waste time about parking. It just so happened that at this moment, when Xiao Chen finished the tomato scrambled eggs and brought it out, he heard Lin Yu's words. He immediately asked excitedly, "Dad, you're going to buy us a car?" Lin Yu smiled and said, "Well, when this weekend, Dad will take you guys to see the car, and you guys will learn to drive first." Xiao Chen immediately said with great joy, "Great, Dad, I'll go sign up for driving lessons tomorrow." Xiao Chuxia blinked and said, "Dad, I have a bit of choice syndrome now. Should I go learn to drive or learn to get an airplane license first?" Xiao Chen asked in shock. "Airplane license? Yeah, didn't you read our group news? Third sister is also going to learn airplane driving license. Dad has a lot of private planes. In the future when we go out of town, we can all fly our own planes. Moreover, Dad has built a helipad on the top floor of the clubhouse in our neighborhood, so if we go to the airport, we can just take a helicopter directly to the airport. It's super convenient and high class." Xiao Chen was stunned. After he talked to Tang Qingyi about the vegetable selling app today, he thought about doing the vegetable selling program, and then it was all about buying fruits and food for his sisters as well as picking up tomatoes and eggs from the online store at the and so on. There hadn't been time yet to read the messages from the group on WeChat. Hearing Xiao Chuxia's words, he hurriedly sat down and opened his cell phone to read the group messages. After reading it, he was stunned and looked at Lin Yu with a face full of excitement. "Dad, I'm going to take the airplane license too. I'll take the private car license first, and after I get the private car license, I'll take the airplane license." Chapter 085, Lin Yu, Mustard Cat is Tang Qingyi. "God, why do I feel like I'm becoming super rich? I'm actually going to learn how to get an airplane license." Xiao Chen was super excited, and hurriedly put the tomato scrambled eggs he made in front of Lin Yu, and said fawningly, "Dad, try this tomato scrambled eggs I redid again. It's definitely better than the one I made before." "Good." Lin Yu smiled as he moved his chopsticks and took a bite of the eggs. It was indeed a great improvement from before. If he could score 3 points before, then he could score 6 points now. It seemed that the skills rewarded by the small program were indeed greatly inferior to the skills rewarded by his own system, because the tomato scrambled eggs he made could definitely score 10 points. "How's it going, Dad?" Xiao Chen asked with a face that begged to be praised. "Not bad, fast progress," Lin Yu commented. Being praised, Xiao Chen is especially happy and immediately asks Xiao Chuxue and the girls to taste it as well. Xiao Chuxue and the girls also gave face to Xiao Chen, their younger brother, and after taking a bite of the egg, they were surprised. "Xiao Chuxia, hee, not bad Xiao Chen, you do a good job with this tomato scrambled eggs. It has that flavor, although it can't be compared to the dishes Dad made, but it's not bad. It's also not that bad compared to the scrambled ones I made for your sister. Go. Xiao Chuxue, not bad. There's a lot of growth. Go for it." Xiao Mengyao, it can be. "Brother, I didn't expect you to know how to cook as well." It seems that after having a father who was the god of cookery in the family, even the younger brother has started to actively cook. Good. Xiao Shirhan, improve it properly again. You won't have to worry about getting a wife in the future. Being praised by his dad and sisters, Xiao Chen was even more motivated about cooking, striving to get a better reward next time. Continue to impress his dad and sisters. Now to eat. After eating his dad's cooking and then his own, he felt the obvious difference. Keep up the good work. The family ate and chatted at the same time. Lin Yu had a good time eating. The daughters' plans for themselves also gradually became clearer as they chatted. Xiao Chen and Xiao Chuxia were both learning to drive first, and then learning to fly airplanes when they got their driver's licenses. Xiao Shirhan is directly learning to fly airplanes. Xiao Mengyao and Xiao Chuxue were only going to learn to drive for the time being. Lin Yu also asked them about their favorite brand of car, except for Xiao Chen who said she liked Ferrari. The 4 sisters of the Qiao family didn't have any picture of the brand of the car, and decided to wait until they went to the car city this weekend to look at the car before making a decision, because Lin Yu's cooking was so delicious. In the end, not only did they eat it all, even the soup of the crayfish, the 5 siblings didn't let go of it, and went to put down a bowl of noodles and put it inside the soup to eat. Xiao Chen's 2 tomato scrambled eggs did not eat much, and finally was ordered by Xiao Chushua Xiao Chen to eat up. Xiao Chen directly ate and lay on the sofa, sending a friend's circle. He stole the photos of tonight's food taken by his sisters, plus his own photos of the second course of tomato scrambled eggs he made, and then sent it to his friend's circle. The text read, "Guess which dish I made? I go. Brother Xiao, you just had a big meal at noon, and another big meal at home. So envious that those of us who can only eat cafeteria food are drooling. Brother Xiao, it's unkind to release poison late at night. Brother Xiao, you can cook? Did you make any of this? You're not helping to wash the dishes, just to say there's a dish in there that you made, are you? Brother Xiao, awesome. This is preparing for a beautiful and happy life with your sister-in-law in the future. You're going to start being a chef. Brother Xiao is mighty, as the saying goes, in order to catch a woman's heart, first catch her stomach. Quasi right. Learn from Brother Xiao. This time when I go back from the winter vacation, I also want to learn to cook, go to get the girl, and strive to be able to bring a girlfriend home to celebrate the new year during the university. Mustard Cat sent a message. Mustard Cat, did you make that tomato scrambled egg? Looked good. Was it good? Xiao Chen looked through the comments and not a single person had realized that he had made the tomato scrambled eggs, so he was very happy to see the message from Mustard Cat and replied back. Xiao Chen, delicious. Mustard Cat, today Tang Qingyi also made a tomato scrambled egg. Xiao Chen came to be interested. Xiao Chen, oh, how was it done? Was it good? Mustard Cat, I didn't eat it. I just saw it. A black disc. Xiao Chen, it doesn't matter if the goddess can't cook. I can. It's okay to have someone at home who can cook. Xiao Chen felt that his system was really awesome. See, the goddess doesn't know how to cook, and he does, so that's even more of a plus for himself. LOL. Moreover, Dad said that if he let him surpass Tang Qingyi, he would arrange special training for the heir. So now Tang Qingyi can't cook. He can. Wasn't he just surpassing Tang Qingyi in cooking? This achievement system had come at the perfect time. Before, I thought the achievement system was too pitiful after the upgrade, and there was a penalty for not completing achievements. Now that he looked at it, the achievement system was practically tailor-made for him. With the achievement system in place, he could definitely surpass Tang Qingyi and take her down. At that time, Dad will definitely be shocked by such an outstanding me. Way to go, Xiao Chen. He didn't continue chatting with Mustard Cat, but said to Lin Yu heatedly, Dad, I've won Tang Qingyi in one aspect. You want to talk about your cooking? Lin Yu asked while drinking tea. As far as he knew, not only did Tang Qingyi not know how to cook, Tang Qingyi's mom didn't know how to cook either. Tang Shiais used to spit out to him that Tang Qingyi's mom, Shen Xiuqin, was a kitchen killer. Right, Dad, you're too smart. I inquired that Tang Qingyi also made scrambled eggs with tomatoes today, and then, made a plate of dark cuisine. Oh, how did you inquire about it? Xiao Chen immediately offered his cell phone screen to Lin Yu like a treasure. This, Mustard Cat, is Tang Qingyi's roommate. I asked her to inquire about it. He also inquired about Tang Qingyi's preference for the 3-month-old Brahma-colored ragdoll cat. He was going to go to the cattery in the next 2 days to take a look. Lin Yu looked at Mustard Cat's avatar. It was a big orange cat. Wasn't this Tang Shiai's cat? Looks like this Tang Qingyi's roommate. Interesting. Totally Tang Qingyi herself. Identification complete. But since Tang Qingyi hadn't told his son about this, he didn't poke at it. Youngsters like to play with exciting adventures. Let them play. The next morning, Lin Yu took Xiao Shirhan to the aviation training organization, which was selected by his assistant, the most powerful training organization on this side of Shanghai, and the coaches were all clear female coaches. Xiao Shirhan liked the atmosphere here. Dad, I read that the fastest student to get an airplane license here took a month. I'm going to try to get my airplane license within a month. At that time, I'll fly the airplane and take Dad flying. Chapter 086, officially changing surname to Lin. Lin Yu said favorably, good, Dad believes in you. Xiao Shirhan had plenty of time because she didn't have to go to class now. She customized the time with her instructor and came every day to learn how to fly the plane, starting from 8 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon. After talking about these things, it was also 12 noon. Lin Yu took her back home. Sons and daughters are back. Pack up things. Ready to change the name required identity cards, household pages and other information. Lin Yu drove the Lexus LM nanny car just bought, headed to the Public Security Bureau where the daughter's accounts are located. Because it takes time to customize a Rolls-Royce nanny car, he first asked his assistant to buy a Lexus 7-seater nanny car for emergency use. When the whole family went out, it was definitely more convenient to sit in one car. Xiao Chen got into the nanny car and vigorously played around with the space seat he was sitting on. Dad, this seat is so advanced. Xiao Mengyao was also extremely surprised. I didn't realize that there was such a large space sedan that could sit all 6 of our family. Even if they added my sister-in-law at that time, this car would be completely enough for them to sit in. This could be fantastic. Xiao Chuxia clicked the massage button of the space seat, and then looked at the legs. Squinting his eyes comfortably said, "This is the legendary Star's nanny car. Wow. I also sat on it." 2 words, comfortable. It's so awesome. Xiao Chuxia and Xiao Shirhan both sat in the back seat and were also very happy. In the past, when their whole family went out, they would either take the subway or the bus. For one thing, this saves money, and for another, their 5 siblings can sit in one car. Lin Yu smiled and drove. Soon they arrived at the area government supermarket. The government affairs supermarket included administrative units such as the Public Security Bureau, the Traffic Police Bureau, the Housing Authority, and so on, making it easy for the public to conveniently go through various procedures. The clerk of the Public Security Bureau had received the message sent by Lin Yu's special assistant early, so he was waiting at the door early. As soon as he saw Lin Yu come over, he immediately came over to greet him warmly. "Mr. Lin, hello, I'm Zhang Zhe, the Public Security Bureau clerk of our area. You can call me Xiao Zhang," Zhang Zhe enthusiastically said to Lin Yu. "Aha." Lin Yu nodded his head. The 5 children followed behind Lin Yu. Because today was a working day, and because the government supermarket gathered a lot of departmental units, the number of people who came here to do things was particularly high. No matter what you do, you need to take a number first and then wait for the number to be read out. Sometimes there were so many people that they had to wait for 2 or 3 hours, or even longer. But under Zhang Zhe's leadership, Lin Yu and the others didn't need to take a number and line up, and went directly to Zhang Zhe's office. Zhang Zhe personally came to handle the name change for Xiao Chuxia and the others. "Mr. Lin, this is 5 name change application forms." The 5 children fill them out separately. "Then give me their ID cards and household books for a moment. They need to be retrieved and made brand new ones for the children." Lin Yu nodded and gave the 5 application forms to Xiao Chuxia and the others. Xiao Chuxia took their 5 siblings' ID cards and household books out of an ID bag and gave it to Zhang Zhe. Then he started to fill out the name change application form. The 5 children were all very excited. Taking a pen, they wrote their current names with one stroke: Lin Chuxia, Lin Mengyao, Lin Shirhan, Lin Chuxia, and Lin Chen. Then write their former names, as well as the date of birth and so on. After writing, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and took a picture of the application form. Then he mosaicked his identity information, only revealing his current name and his former name, and then he sent this edited photo to his circle of friends. The text read, "Notice, from now on, please call me Lin Chen." The 4 daughters also posted their friend circles, each with a different text content. Lin Chuxue's was officially renamed as Lin Chuxue. Lin Mengyao's was, "Hello everyone, I've changed my name. From now on I'll be called Lin Mengyao." Lin Chuxia, new name, new start. In the future all you can see is starlight. All the roads you pass through are full of flowers. Go, Lin Chuxia. Lin Shirhan, official announcement, from now on, we will use a new name. The future is promising. Lin Shirhan. Lin Yu liked all the children's friend circles. Xiao Muqiu sent a message. Xiao Muqiu, brother Lin Yu, did Chuxua and the others all change their names? Lin Yu, aha. Xiao Muqiu, so they've all accepted brother Lin Yu. Great. I think this is the scene my sister would like to see. Congratulations brother Lin Yu. Lin Yu, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner on the weekend. Looking at this message, Xiao Muqiu excitedly gripped her phone, then pressed it to her heart with a fantastical face. A picture had already emerged in her mind. She was wearing a full set of clothes, shoes and hat given to her by brother Lin Yu, then sitting in a dessert house with brother Lin Yu. The dessert house was surrounded by pink balloons in the shape of love hearts. She just took a bite of the creamy cake and then looked up to talk to brother Lin Yu, who looked at her favorably and said to her in a super gentle and sexy voice, "Don't move." She looked at brother Lin Yu in a frozen state. Then brother Lin Yu took out a white embroidered handkerchief, and with his fingertips, he wiped off the cream around her mouth a little bit, and said to her dotingly, "Little Chochio, the corner of your mouth is stained with cream." At the thought of this image, her entire body was so excited that her toes curled up. She immediately lowered her head and messaged Lin Yu back. "Okay." After sending this word out, her excitement hadn't yet dropped. She lowered her head and took a hard bite of her meal, then looked up and saw the female soldiers who were training around the playground, as well as the other instructors, all looking at her in amazement. Only then did she realize that she was eating at the playground, because the troops' computer room was attacked today. After she fought off the intruder, she repaired the vulnerability of the computer room as well as upgraded the firewall of the computer room. Did that until 2 in the afternoon. She missed the time to go to the cafeteria to eat lunch, but fortunately, her best friend Ingjinjin gave her a good meal in advance, and just put the meal on this side of the playground, because Ingjinjin was drilling female soldiers on this side at this moment. Ingjinjin was a long way off, scowling at her, smiling in an ambiguous way. Xiao Muqiu hurriedly put her phone into her pants pocket, then stood up with her lunchbox in her arms and swept around with a serious face. The high and cold atmosphere emanated. Immediately, those female soldiers were scared one by one and hurriedly retracted their sight, and the other instructors also hurriedly misplaced their sight, not daring to look at Xiao Muqiu again. The veterans in their unit all knew that even if they messed with the boss of the unit, they couldn't mess with Xiao Muqiu, because if you mess with Xiao Muqiu, you won't be able to go online in the army. Not being able to access the internet and play with cell phones and computers is even more devastating than not having money to buy things to eat, especially for the new recruits. You can't leave the net if you leave anything. Chapter 087. Lin Yu sent a friend circle, 5 more account pages under the account book. Xiao Muqiu was satisfied with the situation, and with her lunchbox in hand, she turned around and walked away. Only when she walked to a place where no one could see her, did she fade away the high and cold look on her face, and turned to joyfully take out her cell phone, then clicked on the chat interface with Lin Yu. Looking at Lin Yu's words about inviting her to dinner on the weekend, she then smiled even more longingly. It was now Tuesday, and there were still 4 days left before Saturday's vacation. Yay! Time is going fast. She can't wait to jump to Saturday immediately and meet with Lin Yu's brother. On Lin Yu's side, after Lin Shushua filled out the name change application form, they are going to take new ID photos. The journey was quick, no need to queue up. After taking the photos, in less than 5 minutes, they got their respective new ID cards and account pages. Their account pages all fell under Lin Yu's account. It was placed in the same account book as Lin Yu. Lin Mengyao excitedly took the account page and joyfully read. Name, Lin Mengyao. Head of household, Lin Yu. Relationship, father-daughter. Lin Chen was also not shy to read. Name, Lin Chen. Head of household, Lin Yu. Relationship, father and son. Ha, he finally made it into his dad's account book. LOL. All that was left from becoming dad's heir was to take down Tang Qingyi. Come on, Xiao Chen. You can do it. Lin Shuxia and Lin Shirhan and Lin Shushuat are also very excited as they read their names. Head of household, and relationship with Lin Yu. Everyone was very happy. Lin Yu put his sons and daughters' account pages page by page into his own account book, and his heart was also moved. Although Xiaozhen was gone, Xiaozhen had given him 4 daughters and a son. He would take good care of them and cultivate them one by one, letting Xiaozhen in heaven feel at ease. He will also take care of Xiao Yan's sister Xiao Muqiu, as well as Xiao Yan's family. The daughters all sent out their friend circles. Lin Yu also wanted to catch up with the fashion, and took a picture of the household shell, so he sent out his friend circle. The text reads, "Today is really a super happy day. From now on I have 5 more account pages in my account book. The matter of having 5 sons and daughters, he is ready to formalize a date, and then hold a grand banquet to formally declare everyone. Lin Chu Xue, Lin Mengyao, Lin Shirhan, Lin Chuxia, Lin Chen 5 siblings, are his Lin Yu's children. He usually does not send a circle of friends. This circle of friends is considered to be the first circle of friends he sent since he used WeChat. As soon as it was sent out, it directly blew up the circle of friends. Countless likes and comments. All of them are small red dots. 5 more account pages? Old Lin, are you married? The other party gave you 4 children? Congratulations to Mr. Lin. Congratulations to Mr. Lin. Special Assistant Zhang was shocked and dumbfounded when he saw this message sent by his own boss. Oh my god. His own boss was simply too awesome. Only 4 days of work this time, and his own boss had taken care of 5 women. He had also taken all 5 women into his account book. Cow. It's true that many super rich bullies nowadays don't choose to get married anymore and choose to live as girlfriends, because there is only one wife, but no limit to the number of girlfriends. Then they move their girlfriend's account into their own account name, and the girlfriends are all relieved one by one. This is a high move. It's really worthy of being a boss. It's bull. I'm so envious. Today he heard the head of the aviation training organization said, Mr. Lin brought to learn to fly the aircraft girl can be very beautiful, especially a kind of classical beauty temperament. At first glance is the kind of people comfortable, and also young. I heard that only 18 years old. Sure enough, no matter how old a man is, he still likes 18-year-old girls. His own boss is no exception. Author's dividing line. Little sister is here with a pot lid. Lately I really don't know what's wrong. I can't sleep at night. I get up late in the morning, and I'm not energized. Oh, it's probably been a long time since I've had a day of rest. Don't worry, my little sister will definitely keep writing this book. Each chapter is my little sister's carefully written plot. The plot progress will be accelerated later, and I will try to start tomorrow to stabilize the 4,000 words a day updates. I love you all. Chapter 088, Taking Children to the Supermarket. Jian Wang, I said how Mr. Lin didn't even have the heart to do more than 1 billion big projects in the past 2 days. It turns out to be a reunion with his children. Congratulations. After Wang Jianjian commented in his circle of friends, he immediately called Lin Yu again. Mr. Lin, congratulations, this is 5 more children. Bull, now you don't have to worry about not having a child to inherit the family fortune. It's just that cultivating a child is a bit of a pain. My son I cultivated for so many years, but also has not been cultivated well. Hey, are planning to train a new number to cultivate. How old is your child? Lin Yu was quite eager to talk about children at this moment. So, smiling, he said to Wang Jianjian, 18 years old, 4 daughters and 1 son, quintuplets. What? I'm going, quintuplets, 4 daughters, 1 son, and all 18 years old. You said that your luck in doing business is so counterintuitive, and in the matter of having children, you are also blessed with luck. 5 babies in 1 birth. Good fellow, this is the kind of luck that needs to be unheard of. No wonder you didn't have time to talk to me about the last billion-dollar project. This is really a super happy event. Is it the intention to make your son the crown prince of your Lin group? There is this intention, Lin Yu said with a smile. With the Human Generation Adoption Minor program in place, it could greatly shorten the training time of the heir. Moreover, it could also better motivate Lin Chen to become his heir, because sometimes, when you force him to do something, he still rebels and doesn't want to do it. But when the small program gives him a task, it's all something he does willingly. Ha ha. He likes the cozy family picture of a loving father and filial son. This little program is coming along great. Save your heart. Save your energy. Save time. Congratulations. When are you free? Go with me to see that program? No? Nowadays there really aren't many projects that can eat 1 billion at a time and make 100% money. This is the infrastructure project of our dragon country. Steady and safe. It only takes 5 years of time. Absolutely 100% doubled. Wang Jianjian continued to talk to Lin Yu about this. For one thing, there is no money loss if you follow Lin Yu in business. And secondly, this project is so big that he can't eat it alone, and he needs to call on an entrepreneur with strong financial strength to come along and eat it. Lin Yu is his optimal choice. So after Lin Yu refused to meet with him last time, he didn't get angry, and still persevered to continue. Lin Yu smiled and said, let's put it on tomorrow morning then. It just so happened that all 5 children had been recognized and their household names had been changed. Although it was true that he didn't lack money now, but, with 5 children at home, he still wanted to save more money for his children. Wang Jianjian was overjoyed. Good, then it's a deal. I'll send you the address of the company I'm going to invest in, and you set the time. I'm free for the whole morning tomorrow. Aha. Lin Yu nodded, then hung up the phone. Wang Jianjian quickly sent him the address location of the company he wanted to invest in via WeChat. The 5 kids were still very excited at this moment, and they all liked the friend circle that Lin Yu had sent. Then seeing that Lin Yu had finished his phone call, he said to Lin Yu, Dad, let's go to the supermarket to buy something, then celebrate tonight. Good. Lin Yu nodded his head favorably. Then he took his daughters and sons and drove to the nearby big supermarket. This time was the first time the family shopped together in the supermarket. The 6 people's face value was super high, attracting people in the supermarket to turn around and watch frequently. The turnaround rate was 100%. This face value is so high. Is it a family? I see that boy looks very similar to that man, and then with the other few girls who are the same age again. It should be a family. I just heard them call that older man daddy, but those 5 kids look all 18 years old. Could they be quintuplets? Oh my god, the quintuplets are surprisingly so pretty and handsome. That handsome man's genes are super good. Not only is he handsome, but he also has super strong reproduction. Being his wife must be super happy. After entering the supermarket, Lin Yu started buying and buying. For example, vegetable pot, rice cooker. See what to buy. Buy the most expensive and best in the supermarket. Seeing Lin Shushu's eyes have been jumping all the time, she quickly said to Lin Yu in a lowered voice, Dad, these we still have at home. We don't need to buy new ones. These are so expensive. A vegetable pot surprisingly costs $2,000. The rice cooker surprisingly costs $4,000. Money grabbing. Lin Yu smiled and said, expensive has its good points. The coating of the vegetable pot at home is already broken. It can't be used anymore, because if the coating of the non-stick pot is broken, underneath it is a layer of aluminum, and although aluminum heating won't poison people, it will destroy the human brain nerves. So as long as it's a non-stick pan and the coating is broken, even if it's broken a little bit, you have to throw it away and replace it with a new one. And then there's the rice cooker. The one at home makes okay rice, but it doesn't smell as good as this one does. Plus this one is a low-sugar rice cooker. Rice has starch in it, which has a lot of energy. And I see that you sisters only eat 1 bowl of rice at a time. You eat too little. You should want to lose weight to maintain your figure. But after using this sugar-free rice cooker, you guys can eat rice without worry because it has very low calories. The calories in 2 bowls of rice are equal to the calories in 1 bowl of rice in that rice cooker at home. And this spatula. Lin Yu began to explain these little life lessons to his daughter. He didn't know all of these things before, but after comprehending the little life knowledge skill, he knew them all. This feeling was simply marvelous. When Lin Yu explained this knowledge, next to the big mothers who were buying vegetable pots also ran over to listen to an ear, and after listening to it, they used their cell phones to check and found that Lin Yu was really right. To them opened up a new continent. One by one, have been thinking about home vegetable pots non-stick coating has not broken, as well as in the consideration of whether to change a low-sugar rice cooker and so on. Lin Shushui and the others were stunned by the knowledge that Lin Yu said, especially Lin Chen, who said with shocked eyes, "Dad, you know so much. I checked with my cell phone, everything you said is true." Gosh, his own dad was a man, and a super rich man, and he actually knew so much about life's little facts. He, on the other hand, didn't know a thing. He felt that a vegetable wok was fine as long as it could fry vegetables. He thinks the rice cooker only needs to be able to make rice. Spatula as long as you can stir fry on the line. I never thought there would be so much common sense in a small home appliance. He admired his dad too much. He was so proud of his dad. 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 He also wants to do his best to become a person who wants to be as good as his dad. Bye. The daughters did not feel hard to spend money anymore, because the health of the body is more expensive than money. After buying electrical appliances and going to the snack area, Lin Chen hugged a dozen beers over and said to Lin Yu, "Dad, how about we drink beer tonight to celebrate?" Chapter 089, I'll give Tang Qingyi a cat tomorrow. It's okay. Lin Yu nodded, because today was the big day for their family of 6 to appear together on the same account. He was excited and thrilled and wanted to have a drink with his children. Beer was just right, with a low degree. Not only could you get the feeling of alcohol, but also not get drunk. Bought 2 Zhang beer. Lin Chuxia brought a bottle of red wine. Joyfully asked Lin, "You can buy a bottle of red wine back?" Not. Girls do not like to drink beer, like to drink red wine. Lin Yu looked at the bottle of red wine, and then said to his daughter, "This red wine is not good. The purity is too low. Later Dad, let someone send a good red wine over. It's the self-produced red wine from Dad's winery. The vintage is long and very mellow." The children were stunned when they heard Lin Yu's words. "Dad, you still have a winery? This is so lofty." "Dad, is the winery in the country, or abroad?" "Dad, are there a lot of vines planted in the winery? When the time comes, can we lie on the recliners under the vines and pick grapes to eat with our hands raised?" Lin Yu smiled favorably and said, "The winery is in the country. There are a lot of vines planted in the winery. When you are free in the future, Dad will take you there to play. The environment there is good. It's a 4-level scenic spot." "Dad, then can we go to your winery to play?" Of course. Lin Mengyao and the others had excitedly discussed which day to go to Dad's winery to play. Some said this weekend, some said next weekend, and some said tomorrow. In the end, the 5 siblings raised their hands and voted to set the time to play at the winery for this weekend, so they could bring their sister-in-law along. Then asked Lin Yu's opinion. Lin Yu said, "Yes, it just so happens that there's still the last batch of grapes to ripen this year. Just in the next few days, when we go over there, we can eat grapes, we can also taste wine, and we can also take a walk in the winery." A dreamy scene suddenly appeared in Lin Chuxia's mind. His own dad and sister-in-law were at the winery, walking hand in hand on the green grass of the vineyard as the sun set. Going to a winery for a weekend is more romantic than spending a weekend at home. It's also a good opportunity to set up a relationship between your dad and sister-in-law. The next step was to buy daily necessities as well as fruits, etc. Lin Chen's cell phone rang and took it out to see that it was a message from Mustard Cat. "Mustard Cat, I'll call you Lin Chen from now on. Congratulations. By the way, you said earlier that you're going to send a cat to Tang Qingyi. How are the preparations going? What day are you going to send it? Or are you just saying that you're high on it and don't actually dare to give Tang Qingyi a cat? I'm still waiting for you to do this big thing that will stir up both schools." Lin Chen saw this message and immediately replied, "Being rich and having a good family is a man's bottom line." He now had a lot of backbone. Even if he was chasing after Tang Qingyi, the schoolgirl of Fudan University, he wouldn't wimp out. "Lin Chen, I'll send it tomorrow." "Mustard Cat, you're so brave. Then I'll be waiting for you to deliver the cat to schoolgirl Tang tomorrow. Oh, and to warmly remind you, schoolgirl Tang's favorite cat is a 3-month-old van-colored ragdoll cat." Lin Chen, okay. After sending this message, he said to Lin Yu, "Dad, I'm going to look at the cattery outside and buy a cat." Lin Mengyao immediately said, "Lin Chen, you're going to buy a cat? Are you raising it yourself, or are you letting us raise it for you?" To give it away. Give it to who?" "Tang Changyi." Lin Chen very stiffly said to his sister with his head held high. Lin Mengyao gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. "Awesome. Sis supports you." Lin Chuxia smiled and said, "Brother, you really want to give Tang Qingyi a cat?" Then do you know what breed of cat she likes? Of course I know. Ha ha. Lin Chente said confidently. Oh, you added her friend? Lin Chushue asked. Not yet, I added her roommate. I'm going to develop her roommate into my wingman. Then my speed in chasing Tang Qingyi is absolutely awesome. Your younger brother, I'm smart, right? Lin Shirhan knocked the dejected Lin Chen's forehead. Older brother. You're more colorful than sister. Tang Qingyi likes cats, so you give them away. Then your sister and I like cats. Why don't you give one away? Lin Chen nervously touched his forehead and said, Send them all. Then let's buy something first and go to the cattery together to choose a cat later. How about it? I'll pay for it. Lin Mengyao said. Good, brother, you must chase after Tang Qingyi. As she said this, she looked meaningfully at Lin Chushue and Lin Chuxia. She had made a bet with the two of them. The bet was whether or not Lin Chen could chase after Tang Qingyi. The loser would have to wear a maid outfit. She would love to see big sister and fourth sister wearing maid costumes. Ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Yu looked at the cozy and playful images of his children and smiled. The children's relationship looked good. Not bad. Lin Chuxia smiled and said to Lin Yu, Dad, do you think Lin Chan really dares to go and give a cat to the schoolgirl of his big sister's school? We'll see, Lin Yu said with a smile. I think he definitely doesn't dare. If he really dares to go deliver a cat, you'll what? Lin Chen said with a grunt. I'll just carry Dad upstairs, from the first floor of our house to the 9th floor. Lin Chuxia said. Lin Chen laughed loudly. Then you wait to carry Daddy up the stairs. Lin Yu patted his daughter's shoulder. He was helpless. His daughter wanted to be filial to him, and he, as a father, had no choice but to suffer. The family bought things, and then winded up pushing the cart to the cat house outside the supermarket. The four sisters of the Chow family all loved cats. They used to keep cats in their hometown, because their hometown was in the countryside and was often infested with rats and snakes, and after they kept 2 cats at home, the rats and snakes had no place to hide. But then, because the 5 siblings were coming to study at China Sea University, the cats wouldn't work if they didn't have someone to feed them. So they gave the 2 cats to a friend before they came to CCSU. Now it's not easy to ask for the cats back, so it's better to buy 2 more cats. Coming to the cattery, there are many breeds of cats here. Persian cats, short-haired cats, Siamese cats, civet cats, ragdoll cats, chinchilla and so on. This cattery was completely different from the cattery that the Lin sisters had in mind. The cattery they thought of would be one where many cats were kept in a cage and then cats were chosen from the cage. Because the cats would poop, they thought the cattery should be smelly. And because there are so many cats, the store certainly won't do all the cleaning. However, after entering the cattery, they really had an eye-opening experience. The cattery was decorated in a very high-grade way, and if they didn't know that their dad was super rich, they wouldn't have dared to set foot in here, because at a glance, they know that the cats here are not cheap. In the past, the cats they had in the countryside were the mother cats of the people in the village who gave birth to cat babies and then gave their family 2 kittens without any money. Chapter 090, 150, 000 cats, bye. The cats here, each one of them, live in a glass room, which has a lot of stuff in it, and the air is so fresh that it doesn't smell half as bad. The room was also very clean and translucent. When the saleswoman saw Lin Yu's family come in, she immediately came over to serve them enthusiastically, introducing the cats here and the environment. There was a 50-meter cul-de-sac built, which allowed each cat to freely travel and crawl through the cul-de-sac. As well as these cats, each cat enjoys 1 to 2 personalized service, as well as will listen to 5 hours of music every day, 2 hours of personalized chat, and each meal will not be less than $50. The breeding specialist will also record the health data of each cat every day. As well, the cats available for sale are all neutered, as well as those that have been vaccinated and vaccinated. Buying a cat also allows you to enjoy lifelong after-sales service to assist in raising cats. After hearing this, the 4 sisters of the Lin family didn't have much of an expression on their faces, but inwardly, they were shocked. This is the world of the rich. Even cats live so well, eating so well. Each meal was no less than $50. They used to be 5 siblings, and the cost of a meal was $6, and the combined cost of a meal for all 5 of them was only $30. Surprisingly, it is not more than the cost of a cat's meal. This is really a cat world paradise. Lin Chen was the most calm, because he had already spent 16,000 yuan in the cafeteria. Plus he had a system in place, as well as a rich dad sitting next to him. He was full of energy. He said lightly to the salesman, "Do you have any 3-month-old Brahma-colored ragdoll cats? There just happen to be 2. I'll take you guys to take a look." The 4 sisters didn't know much about cat breeds and felt that cats were all the same. But after entering the cattery, they realized that there were really a lot of different kinds of cats. At first, the 4 sisters still had a high and cold image, but after seeing a cute cat, a loving glow clearly emanated from their faces. After all, they were still 18-year-old girls with simple minds, and when they saw a cute and cuddly little animal like a cat, it was easy to radiate love. Lin Yu could see his daughter's fondness for cats. He smiled and said, Schwerer, Mengyao, Sure Han, Shu Xia, see which cats you like, we'll buy them all, and when the time comes, Dad will create a big house dedicated to keeping cats for you. When the four sisters of the Lin family heard this, they were brightly asking with their eyes, is it really possible? Lin Yu told them back with his eyes, of course it's possible. Lin family four sisters immediately waved their little pink fists in excitement, and then started to go and choose a cat. In the past, they didn't have the conditions. As long as it was a cat that could only catch mice and snakes, they loved it. Now that they had the conditions, when they saw those cute and pretty soft and cuddly cats, they could choose one of their favorites. That's great. No need to debate about buying that cat, because the four sisters don't have the same preference for cats. Now they can each buy one of their favorite cats. Cool. Lin Shushua likes a snow-white Persian cat sister with snow-white complexion. It lazily lays on the cat bed sunbathing, noble and cold. It matches Lin Shushua's temperament. Lin Mengyao likes a blue and white English short cat sister. Its eyes are amber-colored. Extra cute. Lin Shurhan likes a civet cat sister that is a specialty of the Dragon Kingdom. It has a very domineering expression, and when put together with the Persian cat and the white English short cat, it is the king. She thought that in the future she would often do short videos in her hometown, and she definitely needed a lively, leathery, well-bred, plus domineering cat that could catch birds, mice, insects, and snakes, and the civet cat was very much in line with her aesthetics. Lin Shuxia likes a very special royal cat sister, also known as the White Jewel, Snow White. The most unforgettable is its eyes. One gold, one blue. Is the royal breed of the ancient Siamese cat. Legend has it that it can bring good luck to people. Lin Shuxia is now writing a novel, especially in need of good luck. To make their own novel grades climbing, the best is the fire of the whole network. All kinds of copyright sales. Plus this cat was really special. She couldn't get enough of it when she saw it. Lin Chen also picked out a very good-looking van-colored ragdoll cat sister. When checking out, the saleswoman smiled from ear to ear. Brahma-colored ragdoll cat $25,000. Persian cat $30,000. British short hair $25,000. Civet cat $40,000. White gemi $35,000. A total of $155,000. A discount of $150,000. This is the lowest price of our cattery. On weekdays, our cattery are never discounted. Lin Chen huffed backwards. The sister's eyes are really powerful, especially the third sister. The cat she bought even cost $40,000 a cat. Brother, make the payment. I love this cat. Lin Shurhan hugged the civet cat and raised the civet cat's little paw towards Lin Chen, smiling and waving. Lin Shuxia also hugged her beloved white gemstone and smiled towards Lin Chen. Brother, thank you for the treat. This cat, sister, I'll take it. Boss, we're buying 5 cats, just $5,000 less. It's still a little bit less. The price can't be less. See what else you can give away. The thrifty Lin Shuxia opened her mouth and said to the saleswoman, Send. You must send a dowry. These canned cat food, cat healthcare products, as well as deworming for cats and kittens, one for each cat. You, quickly go prepare 5 of the highest grade gift boxes, the saleswoman said super enthusiastically. Lin Chen once again took a deep breath. 150,000. He had just thought that his sisters would only buy 1 cat. Looking at the price of the cats, he thought to himself, if he bought 2 cats, he'd spend at most $50,000. For him with $530,000 in savings. Sprinkles law. Now, at $150,000, his scalp went numb. In one fell swoop, he was going to spend a small portion of his allowance. His heart ached, his flesh ached, and his breath hurt. But he, Lin Chen, was absolutely true to his word. If he said he'd treat his sisters to a cat, he'd have to keep his word. Moreover, he would be Dad's heir in the future, and with the life achievement system in hand, he would earn more money in the future. So this $150,000 would be a sprinkle for him in the future. Plus, Dad but said he has $500,000 living expenses every month. Even if he spends $150,000 now, there is still $380,000 this month, where he could spend $380,000. Thinking like this, he was full of bravado. His flesh didn't hurt, his heart didn't hurt, and his breathing didn't hurt. Extremely generous took out his cell phone and said to the saleswoman extraordinarily boldly, scan the code to pay. Spend money for sisters, what can't you spare? Buy. If the sisters are happy, he will be happy. The saleswoman smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into a slit as she took out the POS machine to scan the code, and while operating the POS machine, she said with a smile, "Your siblings have such a good relationship, Mr. Lin. You've given birth to 5 good children." Lin Yu was satisfied to see his son's process of buying the bill for his sister's cats, from the initial physical pain to the later surrender. He smiled and said, "Well, the children do have a good bond." After buying the cat, Lin Yu took them to buy cat and kitten supplies, such as a cat climbing frame, cat litter, cat bowls, cat and kitten drinking fountains, automatic cat toilets, foot mats, cat scratching boards, and so on. Chapter 091, New Home Completed. Daughters super love it. Dad, buying so many things, will it not fit in the house? Lin Mangyao looked at the cat and cat supplies that could be piled up in a room, and was both fond of them and a little fretful, because the rest of the house that Dad bought was still being renovated. It wasn't available for the time being. Now that they were living in a home with 4 rooms, after setting up the bed and desk, there was no extra space for these things either. When they bought it, they were excited, but after really thinking about placing these things, they were a bit fretful. Lin Yu favorably bounced on her head and said with a smile, "There are so many houses in the house, how can they not fit? The stairs have already been poured and plastered with marble treads, and your rooms, all of them, have all been decorated according to your previous ideas." The 5 Lin family siblings were shocked when they heard this. "Dad, the home is just decorated?" Lin Mengyao asked in shock. Lin Chen was also filled with incredulity. "So fast, it's only been 3 days. Lin Chuxiao was full of emotion. "This is the charm of money. In the past, when I heard other people decorate the flat floors they bought in the city, they said that the decorators don't come for 3 days, and a small thing can be delayed for several days before it's done, and that a 3-bedroom set has to take at least 2 months to go from rough to finely decorated, not to mention a big house, and that half a year, even a year, or 2 years of renovation, are all possible. I didn't expect our house. It was done in 3 days. Great." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Decoration is not that difficult. The original house is a well-decorated house. Mainly the poured stairs take a little too long. 3 days to get it done. The other soft furnishings. After you guys finalized the design plan, it was done in 1 day. The doorway is also, after punching the doorway, directly wrapped up with a wooden door cover. It's okay, it's done in a few hours." The 5 siblings were pleasantly surprised after hearing this. "Great, Dad, then we need to go back now to see our big new house." "Dad, of all the houses, I'm going to pick 2. One is a bedroom and one is a place for me to practice my martial arts," Lin Chen said excitedly. "No problem." Lin Chen was overjoyed. "I'll come back to live on weekends. I'll still live in the school dormitory on weekdays." "Okay." The family excitedly rode home in the car. There were too many cat and kitten supplies to fit in the trunk. The store owner personally drove a van to follow Lin Yu's car, and sent the stuff to the 10th floor where Lin Yu's daughters discussed, because they were going to make the cat house on the 10th floor, room 1002. The whole set of large rooms were made with whole house fresh air system and central air conditioning, as well as whole room floor heating and whole room water purification system. After entering the room, all 5 siblings were filled with shock, especially Lin Chuxue. Lin Mengyao and Lin Chuxia, who had seen the house before, were the most shocked, because they had seen the house before. They knew the strong contrast between now and before. The flooring was all changed, replaced with a much prettier original wood floor, which was very advanced at first glance. The big white walls that came with the previous delivery were also replaced with white open paint with textured wainscoting and seamless wallpaper. Lamps, also replaced with crystal chandeliers. Living room to the balcony, made a crescent-shaped door cover with Roman columns, especially attached to their aesthetic. The living room is furnished with an emerald leather and log sofa. The curtains are also super nice, with water ripple curtain head. The TV back wall had natural marble Roman columns, as well as a full version of natural light-colored natural marble with texture right in the center of the Roman columns on both sides. 2 round solid beige marble Roman columns were also done under the beam in the middle of the living room and dining room. The color scheme and style is uniform throughout the house, very pleasing to the eye and elevated. 1 word, trench. 3 words, super trench. 5 words, super invincible trench. The 5 siblings' mouths were constantly emitting wow, ka, wow wow wow, and so on with exclamations of admiration. Lin Yu looked at his children's shocked expressions and smiled. These surface decoration actually did not spend much money, less than 20 million. The most expensive in this decoration belongs to the supercomputer bought to Chushue's daughter, spent less than 200 million. It is a small home supercomputer model under the Tianhe system, the largest supercomputer in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Chuxue didn't bother to look at the others. She directly ran to the 2 large rooms that she had previously set up with Lin Yu that she was going to use to put the computer through. After seeing this supercomputer in front of her, Lin Chuxue is directly shocked to the point that she draws a breath of cold air. Dad, she calls out to Lin Yu with a trembling voice, eyes staring straight at the supercomputer in front of her, just like a man seeing a beautiful woman. As a computer lover, Lin Shushue sees the super big computer in front of her, even bigger than the computer in her dream. She was really so excited that she couldn't take her eyes off it. After she walked in and saw the brand logo on this computer, she even exclaimed and ran out of the room, ran in front of Lin Yu, shaking with excitement and said, "Dad, that's supercomputer. Surprisingly, it's under the Tianhe system. Well, do you like it?" Lin Yu smiles and nods his head. Lin Shushue nods her little head vigorously. Super like it a lot. Dad, this supercomputer must have spent a super lot of money, right? Fortunately, it didn't cost much. Lin Shushue in Lin Yu's view of money, didn't spend much money, should have spent at least millions, right? Wow. Dad is really too good to her. The feeling of having a super mega rich dad is simply wonderful. She could use the best supercomputer, and in the future, she would definitely become the new leader in the computer world. She must study and learn well, and give her dad credit in the future. She can even make super data, which can assist her dad's company, to help her dad earn more money more easily. Lin Shushue runs to look at Lin Shushue's computer, and directly shouts in amazement, "Oh my god, Dad, this is a computer? This is a computer?" It's not the same as the computer she remembered. She thought that a computer was a desktop computer, or a little bigger than a desktop computer, as big as a refrigerator. But she didn't expect that this computer, a piece of integrated processor, was literally as big as 10 big double-door refrigerators. The processor on it flashed with green light, and it was so advanced at a glance, she couldn't understand it at all. Lin Shan and Lin Mengyao and Lin Shirhan also ran over to look at it. Lin Shan searched with his cell phone and was directly shocked. "I'll go. A supercomputer under the Tianhe system. The biggest supercomputer in our country is the Tianhe 2. In the field of supercomputers, once 6 consecutive crowns topped the world's first. A veritable national treasure. Dad bought a home supercomputer under the Tianhe system. This thing is simply not available on the market." Marveling to hear, Lin Shan suddenly thinks of the big thing he wants to do, and immediately runs to Lin Shushue and says, Big sister, you hurry up and learn to use this supercomputer, and help me analyze the feasibility of doing a simulation of the group purchasing software for selling groceries at that time. If the project passes, give you a bonus. Chapter 092, Lin Chen, I'll confess to Tang Qingyi tomorrow. What grocery selling group buying program? Lin Shushue asked. Lin Chen quickly explains his idea to Lin Shushue, and finally says, Dad asked me to write a project investigation report. If it's written well, then we'll pass this project, and we can start this project. Speaking here, Lin Chen looked at Lin Yu, smiled that flattering smile, poured a cup of tea and sent it to Lin Yu. Dad, you say, right? Lin Yu looked at this attentive little look of his, smiled and smacked him, took the cup of tea and drank a mouthful of water, then said, well, it is indeed. It's really worthy of being his own son. Buying food online, thinking of running a food-selling software, now seeing Chushue's daughter's supercomputer, thought of uniting the supercomputers to analyze the feasibility of the grocery buying group purchase program faster and more accurately, as well as optimizing this program. Not bad. Flexible mind. Supercomputers, given enough data, can predict all sorts of things, such as weather changes, as well as simulations of influences such as pollution, disasters, terrorist attacks, and even the ability to simulate nuclear explosion tests in the lab, as well as in biology. Performing genetic studies and cell simulations is a great tool to help people find new ways to treat diseases. So using a supercomputer to simulate and project the feasibility of the food selling software was completely okay. On his side, the assistant had already collected the data and put it into the Tianhe 2 supercomputer to calculate. Tomorrow, we will be able to get a concrete feasibility analysis report of selling vegetables online. Lin Shushue said to Lin Chen, I can help you. However, you need to provide me with the raw data before I can analyze it for you. Without data, it would be the same as a skillful woman being unable to cook without rice. No problem. Lin Chen gestured an OK sign, and extra excitedly took out his cell phone and sent a message to his team member. Mustard Cat. Lin Chen, I have good news for you. We now only need to go and collect data on people's willingness to want to buy food online, as well as what kind of delivery service they prefer, as well as data on whether or not the stallholders at the wholesale market selling food accept this new way of selling food online, and so on, so that I can get my big sister to use her supercomputer to simulate the feasibility of this program of ours. Will it make money and so on? Mustard Cat, did you buy a cat? Lin Chen, let's not talk about cats. Let's talk business. Bro. Mustard Cat, if you really go and deliver a cat to Tang Qingyi tomorrow, I'll help you get all this data. How's that? Also, you can call me Cat Cat, or Mordant, or Beauty, but you can't call me brother. I'm a female. Lin Shen saw this and scratched his head of yellow hair, a face full of confusion. Ahem, this wingman, why does he always want to see him go and give Tang Ching-yi a cat? Can't you think of something serious in your career? Are all teenage girls so nosy? Dude, he's talking to her about his career. He's just thinking about the cat. As for Mustard Cat's comment that he would help Tang Ching-yi with the data he said if he delivered the cat tomorrow, he just ignored it. Because how could a female college student possibly get that? He was going to make a questionnaire out of it, then hire someone to send it out, and send home eggs if he reached a good questionnaire, and so on. So, he said to Mustard Cat, you don't have to worry about the data. How about this? Tomorrow when I go to deliver the cat to Tang Ching-yi, you'll tell me Tang Ching-yi's favorite one food. How about it? Mustard Cat, no problem. Then are you going to go deliver the cat to Tang Ching-yi in the morning, or in the afternoon, or go at night? In the morning and afternoon, Tang Ching-yi shouldn't be available, and in the evening she doesn't have classes and lives in the dormitory. Lin Shen, then I'll go deliver it at night. Mustard Cat, go for it. Watch out for you. At night, it's late at night. Take advantage of this rare opportunity. Lin Shen saw this and smiled. If he said any more, he would really be thinking about it. Tomorrow night was truly a heavenly opportunity. It had to be seized. Not to say that he could take down Tang Ching-yi in one fell swoop, but to leave Tang Ching-yi with an unforgettable deep impression. He, Lin Shen, could do it. Mustard Cat, did you buy the cat? Lin Shen, bought it. Mustard Cat, any pictures? Lin Shen sent Mustard Cat the photo of this Brahma-colored ragdoll cat he bought that he took in the cattery. Mustard Cat, Tang Ching-yi will definitely like it. You have a good eye. Lin Shen, that's a must. Mustard Cat, then when you give Tang Ching-yi the cat tomorrow, will you confess to her? I've checked. Tomorrow night's temperature is great. The sky is clear, the night is slightly cooler, and there's a big moon, as well as stars, and shooting stars. It's perfect for confessing. Lin Shen, confess. Don't want to for now. Mustard Cat, aren't you going after Tang Ching-yi? How come you don't want to confess to her for the time being? Lin Shen, the time is not ripe. Mustard Cat, you don't dare, do you? Grinning expression. Lin Shen, who says I don't dare? Mustard Cat, if you dare to confess to Tang Ching-yi tomorrow, then I can tell you another secret of Tang Ching-yi, a very private secret. Lin Shen, no problem. After sending the message, Lin Shen immediately went to get a can of beer, opened the mouth of the easy open beer can, and then hurriedly drank a large mouthful of beer to suppress his shock. He was really young and impetuous. In a few words, he was so excited by Mustard Cat that he was going to go confess to Tang Ching-yi tomorrow. This was a big departure from his previous plan. He is still too young. He can't withstand the excitement. Don't look at whether he is to Mustard Cat or to his roommates and sisters. When it comes to chasing Tang Ching-yi, all say that he is so bullish. However, having experienced being looked down upon by Liu Ye, he actually suffered a great blow in his heart that time. If it was just a matter of giving Tang Ching-yi a cat, of course he dared. But, when it came to confessing, he was a little nervous, afraid of being rejected, because he wasn't good enough to stand on the same level as Tang Ching-yi right now. Mustard Cat, this villain, definitely wanted to see him fail in confessing to Tang Ching-yi and then laugh at him. He wouldn't let her have her way. Oomph, he had a brilliant trick. Lin Shushui and the girls are super satisfied after looking at the house. And right now, room 801, 802, 901, 902, and room 1001 and 1002 are all opened and connected together. It really was a superb home. Lin Manhwa was super satisfied with her piano room. She tried it out, and when she shouted loudly in the room, Lin Yu and the others outside couldn't hear her. It was evident that the soundproofing effect was really superb. In the future, even if she talked about the piano in the piano room how she wanted, it wouldn't affect others. Lin Shuxiao was also super in love with her new bedroom and study where she was writing. It was made exactly according to the kind of feeling she told the designer. There was a large bookshelf, although it was still empty now. It would be filled with all kinds of books that she liked to read in the future. There is also a large desk next to a toffee chaise longue. Yards tired. Then you can go to the chaise longue on the side of the rest, while looking out the window scenery. This life, really beautiful. Chapter 093, Friends shocked. Lin Yu, you're hiding too deeply. Lin Shurhan was also super happy with her new bedroom and study. She specially asked the designer to put a 4-meter-long desk in her study, and then a 65-inch TV set was placed opposite the desk, while a large bookshelf was placed behind the desk. This makes it easy for her to read and learn about various traditional crafts and to watch the TV, then take notes on this long desk, as well as practicing and so on. She had big dreams. She wanted to make short videos of all the traditions of her hometown, and later on, if she got bigger, she would even want to make short videos of the intangible cultural heritage of the Dragon Kingdom and other things, and push them out to the world, so that people around the globe could understand the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Chen is also super satisfied with his bedroom and study, although he did not participate in the design, but he has no requirements for the house's soft furnishing design and whatnot, as long as it is a room where men live, as well as the bed is comfortable and good to sleep, then there is no problem. And what was in front of him clearly far exceeded his requirements for the room. The overall style of the bedroom was sci-fi. Even the bed, which was the first time he had ever seen it in such a way, was actually a supercar. The lights were surprisingly airplane lights with a full sci-fi feel. The room was also decorated with surfboards, astronomical telescopes and other things that were very pushy at first glance. Such a room is simply a boy's favorite. He took a video and posted it to his friends. The content was, new bedroom, super favorite, Jing Baoming, brother Chen. This new bedroom of yours, I'm simply envious and fried ah. The original bed has such a style. The original lamp, there is such a shape. This is the kind of room that a man of steel should live in. I'm envious. Shwahao, my family also has a little bit of money. But, damn it, why is my bedroom compared to brother Chen's bedroom? Like comparing it to the world 1000 years from now. It's too damn advanced. Envious to the point of being purple with envy. Xiang Shan, brother Chen. I'll borrow your picture to send a friend circle and pretend to be a pussy. Saying that my classmate's bedroom is too advanced. I want to go to brother Chen's house to play. After sending a friend circle, suddenly someone applied to add him as a WeChat friend. Clicking on it, he saw that it was written there, Lu Yu Yu. The reason for applying to add a friend was to transfer money from your cell phone to you. Although Lin Chen wasn't short of money right now, but Lu Yaya said she wanted to send him money. There was no reason for him not to accept it. Immediately, he tapped agree. Then Lu Yu transferred $8,000 to him in a hot flash. Lu Yaya, in the future, we don't owe each other. Let the people in your dorm keep their mouths clean. Don't always say that I, Lu Yaya, cheated money. Lin Chen tapped the collection and didn't reply to her words. Directly, he pulled Lu Yu's blackout and deleted her. Then with another drop, Lu Yu applied to add him as a friend. The reason was, again, my current boyfriend is much richer than rich. 16,000 for a meal. Is that a lot? Seeing this, Lin Chen laughed. I didn't want to add you as a friend, but since you're so desperate to find abuse, then I'll fulfill you. Immediately, Lin Chen agreed to Lu Yu's friend request. Nor did he reply to Lu Yu's words, because, in the future, his circle of friends would absolutely shock Lu Yu to death. Exiting WeChat, he didn't chat with his roommates, but instead clicked into Taobao and looked for a store that designed questionnaires, then began to communicate with customer service about the content of the questionnaire he wanted, because he was going to start unfolding his business. After he succeeds in this career, he will, in the future, be worth more than just a few $100,000, a few million, a few tens of millions of dollars. Breaking 100 million will be a breeze. After the daughters saw the house, after the daughters looked at the house, they went to move the cats and kittens to their new homes. All of them were very happy. Lin Yu, on the other hand, carried the dishes and went to the newly made kitchen on the 8th floor. The kitchens of 801 and 802 were next to each other, and the renovation directly opened up these two kitchens. And after the two kitchens were opened up, the kitchen was bigger. There are 16 square meters, built-in whole oven, 2 dishwashers, garbage disposal, seasoning pullouts, corner pullouts and so on. Have done a full set of hanging cabinets filled with lifting pullouts, as well as a whole side of the snack cabinet. The range hood is also the most high grade, will not let the kitchen have a trace of grease and smoke. The ability to absorb grease and smoke is very strong. Even when frying chili dishes, it doesn't make a choking smell in the kitchen or in the house. The refrigerator has been moved from room 901. In the balcony where 901 and 902 are connected, there is also a huge refrigerator, where you can directly raise seafood, such as all kinds of fish from the sea, hairy crabs, crayfish, etc. You can raise them, raise more than 10 days, will not die. The quality of life had indeed been raised by a great grade. Lin Yu tied on his apron and began to busy himself with tonight's meal. Ding ding. The cell phone rang with the sound of a visual call. Lin Yu said to the refrigerator, "She, answer the phone." "Okay, master." Immediately, on the panel of the refrigerator, the figure of Tang Shiai's appeared. Where the refrigerator was placed, one could see Lin Yu, who was currently wearing an apron and starting to cut the beef. "Old Lin, you're cooking again?" Tang Shiai asked in surprise. He had previously thought that Lin Yu's comment about cooking for the children was a spur-of-the-moment thought, and that after a day or two of doing it, he should have the chef do it. He didn't realize that Lin Yu was still cooking meals himself. Was this really going to be a baby daddy? Looking for me for something? Lin Yu sliced the beef. When the kitchen knife came into his hands, it was as if the human knife had become one. Very handy. The image of slicing vegetables. Looking at this end of the video, Tang Shiai was directly shocked and dumbfounded. "I'll go. Old Lin, your knife skills are so good. His home chef's knife work wasn't as sharp and pleasing to the eye as Lin Yu's, either. When culinary skills rose to a certain height, no matter if it was washing, chopping, or stir-frying, it was a screen full of art showing you a hand. Saying that, Lin Yu's left palm slapped the cutting board. At that moment, the beef that had been cut into slices on the cutting board, all of them vibrated and flew into the air, and Lin Yu's right hand brushed and scratched the knife on a slice of beef in the air. Scratching the knife was to make the beef better flavored. This hand, looking at Tang Shiai's dumbfounded, his mouth constantly issued exclamation, bull, cow, masterful, I'll go, old Lin, how come you're so awesome after not seeing you for a few days? Or did you hide it too deep before? It's definitely because you used to hide too deep. Such a great knife work. It's not something you can learn in a month or two. As well as the aroma of the fried beef wafted out. Everything was done in a very smooth and flowing manner. Looking at Tang Shiai's, he sighed in amazement. Chapter 094, Mr. Xiao, are you free tomorrow? In the end, Tang Shiai simply called his wife Shin Shichin over to watch Lin Yu cook. Shin Xiochin was shocked and dumbfounded when she saw it. Lin Yu, you're awesome. You're so much better than the chef from that chef training course I enrolled in. Can I record the video? Can. Lin Yu said with a smile. Shin Xiochin began to record the screen, then moved over a small stool, took a notebook and a pen, and watched Lin Yu stir-frying seriously while taking notes. Tang Shiai saw the scene and smiled with great satisfaction. He hoped that his own wife could learn a little bit of Lin Yu's true skills, so that he could make it for Lin Chen, his son-in-law, to eat in the future. Tang Shiai chatted with Lin Yu about business. Old Lin, recently my daughter told me about selling vegetables online. I think this is very unreliable, and she even asked me to go and collect data for her about people who buy vegetables online now. Have you heard of this matter of selling vegetables online? Heard of it? Can he not have heard of a concept that his own son came up with? Ha ha. So what do you think? Is it promising? I see that my daughter is very optimistic about this piece and wants to do it. I won't comment on this. Lin Yu said. Cough. I knew that this online selling of vegetables is not reliable. Everyone is used to go to the supermarket, food market to buy vegetables. Not only can you buy cheap, but also can buy the freshest, but also can pick the vegetables. Who would like to go to the internet to buy vegetables? Especially those vegetables, especially easy to be bad. Express a few days, to the hands of the buyer. It is estimated that all have been bad, and then you have to lose money to the buyer again. This is completely a money-losing business. Don't support her to do it. Lin Yu smiled and didn't say anything, because things in the business world were just like buying stocks. The other party asks you if this stock can be bought, you say you can buy it. By the time the stock goes up, the other party will only think that they have the vision to pick this stock. If the stock goes down, the other party will feel that they have listened to you and bought this junk stock. You can't be a good person either way. The best way is to laugh, not to talk in detail, not to give advice. On Xiao Muchio's side, she received a phone call. Ms. Xiao, are you free tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock? The call was from Alan, the director of the Central Sea Railway Bureau. What is it? We're preparing to implement face recognition entry and exit travel at high-speed rail stations, which can greatly improve the comfort of travelers on high-speed rail. It's just that when we were debugging the face recognition today, we found that there are still some problems. The accuracy is not enough. We got a pair of twins to do the test, and found that both of them tested the same person. So, I want to ask you, an expert, to come to our bureau to help us look at this face recognition system, how to optimize it, so that we can achieve accurate and undifferentiated recognition. Xiao Muchio said, okay, I'll come over tomorrow at 10 a.m. Alright, if the optimization is successful, I'll apply for a $50,000 bonus for teacher Xiao. Elon said excitedly, aha. It just so happens that this weekend she is going to meet Lin Yu brother in Shushuetham. Besides that special gift she made for Lin Yut, she also wants to buy some precious gifts for them. Precious gifts need money, so this payment, she won't push back on Lin Manhwa's and their side. At this moment, they had already put all the supplies for the cats and kittens into the room and arranged them. The cats, too, were placed in the room. The 4 cats, all small female cats. As soon as they were out of the cage, they were immediately joyful. Some jumped into the cat climbing frame, some ran to the water fountain to drink water, some ran into the cat's nest, as well as some ran to the cat's bed to stretch out and lie down comfortably to sleep. The civet cat that Lin Shurhan had bought was particularly feisty, jumping towards the cabinet where the canned food was kept, its little paws still wanting to go and try to pull open the cabinet door. Meow, meow. As soon as the 4 cats entered the room, they revitalized the entire cat's nest. The 4 Lin family sisters took out their cell phones to take pictures. First, they took a family photo of the 4 cats, and then their respective own cats. All sorts of shots, because when they were in the cattery, the cat breeding specialists had already fed them their midday meal. so it was just a matter of waiting until dinner time to feed them again. Cats can't be fed without restraint, or they will grow fat. Chubby cats are cute, but fatness will lead to various diseases in their bodies. Just like people, people cannot be too fat. Too fat is extremely likely to be accompanied by high blood fat, high blood sugar, fatty liver and other diseases. After taking photos, the four sisters have sent a circle of friends. Lin Shushue, my little white has arrived. Lin Mengyao, my little cutie has arrived. Lin Shirhan, look how dominant my little civet is. It will definitely be a capable houseguard in the future. Lin Shuxia, look at my little Meng, how noble. It will definitely bring me good luck. I want my new book to explode and catch fire in the sky. Once the four sisters' friend circle was sent, it once again shocked the friend circle. Lin Chushue's friend circle replies, Chushue, is this your cat house? It's so upscale. Can we come to your house to visit and jerk off the cats in the future? Too cute these cats. This is a Persian cat. This kind of cat, only rich people can afford to keep it. Too delicate. Lin Mengyao's circle of friends replied, oh my god, Mengyao, your dad spoils you guys so much. He even gave you four sisters a special room to keep cats. It's too extravagant. Nowadays, the price of housing in Shanghai is so expensive. I want to say, cats are treated more comfortably than me. I want to be Mengyao's cat. Lin Chuxia's circle of friends replied, ma'am, when will you update? The blades are already on their way to your house. Mistress, stop jerking off the cat and hurry up to code and update, or else we'll have to lock you up in a small black room, code 1,000 words and feed you a mouthful of rice. Lin Shirhan's circle of friends replied, put, too amusing, a dirt cat, also used to show, but also put his dirt cat pee into a high-grade cattery. I'm going to laugh out all the rice I ate at noon today. Lin Shirhan, your aesthetics is too bad. To pee picture, also want to pee a valuable Persian cat, ragdoll cat and these, even pee a dirt cat into, really is pretending all will not please, next time you pee picture show off your wealth, consult me first, okay? I guarantee that I will make your pee picture perfect and won't reveal your identity as a country bumpkin. Your earth cat and this upscale and cozy cattery are really out of tune. Upstairs, why are your mouths so poisonous? Is it enlightened? This is a civet cat, it's very expensive. This cat costs tens of thousands of dollars. Don't always pander to foreigners. What's wrong with our cats? They're much more loyal than foreign cats. You losers, you're saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. People's Lin Shirhan's family has significantly improved. You guys are still stuck at the previous level of looking at people. You're really low. Little sister's words. Lin Yu and Xiao Muchio are going to meet. Oh he he he. Chapter 095 Drunken Lin Shuxia is too cute. This night, Lin Yu made a very sumptuous dinner for his sons and daughters, and everyone ate and drank together. The atmosphere was extremely lively. One by one, the children chatted about their ideas for the future. Lin Chen wanted to make a detailed research report on the vegetable selling program as soon as possible and give it to Lin Yu. Lin Shushue wants to learn more about computers, participate in various computer competitions, and from competing with other people, learn each other's knowledge like crazy, checking for gaps, etc. Lin Mengyao doesn't have lofty ambitions. Lin Mengyao doesn't have lofty ambitions. She wants to learn the piano after class, and then just practice driving. Lin Shirhan wants to be the first sister of short videos in the future. Saying that in the future, short videos will definitely be the mainstream. Saying that she wants to publicize her hometown and even the culture of the Dragon Kingdom, with all sorts of grandiose ambitions. Lin Shuxia also has lofty ambitions, hoping that he will write a super hot and wonderful novel, and then publish it, sell movie and TV copyrights, animation copyrights, game copyrights, etc., blossoming in all aspects, and even make a TV series and ask his favorite stars to shoot it. Lin Yu listened to the expressions of passion, excitement, anticipation, longing, and warm smiles on the faces of his sons and daughters when they talked about the future, and very warmly drank a glass of wine. Then he looked out of the window at the sky and said in his heart, Xiaozhan, do you see it? The future of our sons and daughters will definitely be a magnificent sea of stars. It would be even better if you were there. That way our family would be a true reunion. Thinking of this, Lin Yu touched the wine glass placed on the dining table in front of the empty seat beside him again. This was the spot reserved for Xiaozhan, placing a wine glass, and a pair of chopsticks as well as a rice bowl. The warm and cozy picture changed as Lin Shuxia quietly mixed red wine and beer together and drank it, because Lin Shuxia was drunk. A young girl who was drunk was really super cute. Getting up, one foot stepped on the chair, one hand extra valiantly patted Lin Yu's shoulder and said, this handsome guy, you look so handsome, it's very unsafe to go out, but there's no need to be afraid when I'm around. You only need to recognize me as big brother. I guarantee that there is not a single person who dares to hit your idea. Walk, I'll send you home. The four siblings of the Chow family were directly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The fourth sister is Drunk? Lin Chan asked in surprise. Surprisingly, she dared to pat her dad on the shoulder and say that she wanted him to recognize her as her big brother. What a good fellow. The guts are really big. Lin Shushue raised her hand to her forehead and pretended not to see it. Lin Mengyao blinks her eyes, then silently turns her head, pretending not to see. Lin Shurhan says to Lin Yu, Dad, fourth sister is drunk. I'll help her to rest in her room. Lin Yu looked at his drunken daughter, crying and laughing, and nodded to Lin Shurhan. When Lin Shurhan was going to help Lin Shuxia waved her hand in a bold manner. I'm not drunk, shouting loudly, I'm really not drunk. I can still drink. Come, paddle. Whoever loses drinks. Go on, ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Shuxia getting drunker and drunker, the three sisters of the Lin family hurriedly subdued Lin Shuxia together and took her from the restaurant to her room. Lin Yu and Lin Chen cleaned up the dishes together. When Lin Yu finished washing the dishes and came out, he saw that in the living room, Lin Shuxia had actually jumped onto the sofa, holding the remote control in her hand, where she was unusually excitedly listening to the coyote disco music playing on the TV, swinging and dancing from side to side, as if life has reached its peak. Life when reached the climax. Mouth also did not stop. In the excitement of the broken voice singing, the flower in the heart, I want to take you home, in that late night bar, who cares if it's true or not. As she sang, she changed her voice again, pointing in the general direction of the other three sisters who had burst out laughing. She continued to sing, the whole room must move in a neat manner with me. Here, on your left, draw a dragon with me. On your right, draw a rainbow. Let's go. Come on your left, draw a rainbow with me. On your right, draw another dragon. When Lin Chen saw this scene, he felt that there would not be an inch of grass in the house tonight. Drunken girls are really too scary. He hurriedly said to Lin Yu, Dad, I'll go home tonight. When the weekend comes, I'll come over to stay. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away, fearing that tomorrow when fourth sister woke up, knowing that his drunken famous scene was seen by him, he didn't know how many little shoes he would have to put on him. Slipping is the best policy. Before he left, he went upstairs and took away the cat he was going to give to Tang Qingyi tomorrow night. Decided to definitely not come back tomorrow, wait for this to pass and then come back. Lin Yu looked at this lovely appearance of his drunken daughter and didn't try to stop her. Let her go crazy. Crazy is also a kind of emotional outlet. He silently took out his cell phone and began to record the video. Decided to give Chu Xia's daughter a good look at her performance tonight tomorrow. He still underestimated the awesomeness of a drunk girl because Lin Shuxia was about to start pole dancing. He hurriedly put down his phone and went to the kitchen to cook her sobering soup. The bursts of laughter from Meng Yao, Shi Han, and Chu Xue's daughter kept coming from the living room. When he cooked the sobering soup and brought it to the living room, Chu Xia's daughter was still continuing to toss and turn, but she was quieter at this moment. But when he saw the lipstick she was holding in her hand, as well as the meowing little cute cat she was holding in her arms, the corner of his mouth twitched. It was because Lin Shuxia was using the lipstick to paint the snow-white little Meng that had a snow-white body, and his mouth was still saying, good boy, after the makeup is done, you'll be the prettiest princess. Dad, Lin family's three daughters shouted when they saw Lin Yu coming. Lin Yu nodded. Dad cooked sober soup for Chu Xia. She is quietly mixing beer and red wine together. Wine can't be mixed. Not only is it easy to get drunk, but it's also bad for the stomach. Here, Chu Xia, this is sugar water. Lin Yu brought the sobering soup to Lin Shuxia. Sugar water. I want to drink. I want to drink sweet sugar water. Lin Shuxia immediately threw down her lipstick and took the soup bowl in Lin Yu's hand. Holding the soup bowl, Lin Shuxia took a big gulp. After drinking it, she put the bowl on the coffee table, wiped the corners of her mouth and said, it's so good, I still want to drink it. Just the next second, she blinked her eyes and collapsed onto the sofa, huffing and puffing as she fell asleep. The three daughters breathed a sigh of relief and gave thumbs up towards Lin Yu. Dad, you're still the best. Fourth sister can be considered to have subsided. Otherwise there's no telling if she'll mess up everywhere in the house all over again tonight. Tomorrow morning when fourth sister wakes up, we'll tell her everything she did tonight. I don't know if she'll want to go bang her head against the wall. Ha ha, I'm looking forward to tomorrow, Lin Mengyao said with a smile. Lin Shuxue and Lin Shurhan both have smiles on their faces. Lin Yu also smiles. Then he said to his daughters with a straight face, Shuxue, Mengyao, Shurhan, from now on, when you are outside, no matter what the situation is, don't drink. The three daughters nodded their heads vigorously. Absolutely don't drink. This drunken famous scene, too scary. The next day when they got up, it was estimated that they would have to regret their intestines. Chapter 096, Mr. Lin is like a different person. Too strong. Early the next morning, Lin Shuxia woke up and after she came into the living room, Lin Shuxue, Lin Mengyao, and Lin Shirhan, who were reading English in the living room, looked at her with strange expressions. Then Lin Mangyao talked about what she had done last night when she was drunk. After also showing her the pictures she took last night, Lin Chuxiao was directly dumbfounded. Then she took a pillow and wailed on the sofa. Oh my god, last night when she was drunk, she was so out of it. Lin Mangyao even told her that last night she tapped Lin Yu's shoulder and asked Lin Yu to recognize her as his big brother, and she was directly in a state of raw disbelief. I'm sudden. Don't yell at me for breakfast. I'll never drink again. After saying that, Lin Chuxiao hugged a pillow, blocked her face, and hurriedly ran to her room. On the way, she ran into Lin Yu, who just happened to come out of his room. With an embarrassed glance at Lin Yu, she hurriedly covered her face and ran straight to her room, quickly closing the door behind her. Lin Yu laughed. Ha ha. After Lin Yu accompanied his daughters to breakfast, and after they all left the house to go to school, he took out his cell phone and tapped on Jin Jin Wang's WeChat. There was an address location lying on the chat interface, the Central China Sea Railway General Administration. This was the address where the project that Jin Jin Wang had talked to him about yesterday was located. It was an infrastructure project for the General Administration of Railways. He sent a message to Jin Jin Wang at 12 noon. Today, his daughters had classes in the morning and afternoon, so they ate in the school cafeteria at noon. He has to make a trip to the company in the morning for a research meeting, because his assistants sent him a message this morning. The feasibility analysis report of that online vegetable selling project proposed by Lin Chen came out. Arriving at the company's office, Special Assistant Zhang hurriedly handed this report to Lin Yu. He hadn't seen his boss for 4 consecutive days, and today he could be considered to have seen him. Sure enough, after not seeing him for 4 days, the boss looked younger than before. The whole person's vitality was very good, energetic, completely different from the past. The old boss was old-fashioned, serious, and rigid. He was so intimidating that people didn't dare to take a second look at him. The current boss, one word handsome, one could even say sunny macho. The corners of his mouth even had a slight smile on them, making people look at him and not be able to take their eyes off him. It was simply a handsome image of a big warm man. Just now the co-workers group have exploded, have been discussing the boss is not still a person. Colleague A, boss is in love? No, when the boss was in love before, he didn't look like this. Colleague B, I heard that the boss is looking for 5 girlfriends, and they're all the kind that are on the boss's account book. Colleague C, really? 5 girlfriends? The boss is too strong, isn't he? My wife can't even afford to pay for her food this month. I've been drained by my work. Tearful expression. Colleague D, the boss deserves to be the boss. It's just not the same. Envious. After Lin Yu quickly read the analysis report in his hand, he let his assistant order a meeting. In the conference room, the backbones of the investment team expressed their thoughts and opinions one by one. Mr. Lin, I think selling vegetables online is feasible. The only drawback is that it burns money. Now that urbanization has become obvious, most of the houses in the city are tall buildings. In neighborhoods, subdivisions can be said to be similar to previous villages, and will be more concentrated than villages, especially those with high-rise buildings. All that's needed is a place similar to a speedy place where couriers are stored. A few chilled machines are placed, and then the groceries are picked up in the same way as they are picked up at the speedy place. In this way, it can greatly save everyone's time. Now a lot of office workers, before going to work to go home but also to go to the market to choose food, queuing settlement, and then go home. If there is an online food selling software, then, they just need to use their free time in the company, using their cell phones in the online order they want to buy food, and then back to the community special pickup place, with the code to pick up their food, greatly saving their food buying time. Saving time is the first point, the most important point. We need to knock down the price of vegetables. Only if the price is really cheap, the quality of the vegetables is over the top, and if we save everyone time, can this thing be a real success? The price war, however, is a very money-burning battle right now, because if we intervene in the online vegetable selling platform, it will steal the neighborhood around the supermarket. Vegetable market, small vegetable store, a lot of business, is bound to enter the price war in full swing. Last year there was a small yellow car price war. The concept is really good. The price is also cheap, but also very convenient for everyone. We also like to use, but burn money cannot afford to burn, resulting in the development of a small yellow car company, and finally fell to the end of the tragic acquisition. Therefore, I think the investment behavior of selling food online is not recommended to join. Mr. Lin, I think it's possible to join. My idea is that it's the internet era, and what's the most important thing in the internet era? It's the users. With users, there's traffic, and there's a constant stream of advertising revenue. As long as we make this market bigger, there will definitely be a lot of followers at that time, and we can cultivate an online grocery habit for everyone, just like the online shopping habit that is cultivated now. If the traffic of our online food selling software reaches a certain number, we can not only sell vegetables, fruits, freshly slaughtered pork in the same city, but also sell household goods, flowers, clothes, and even furniture, home appliances, digital, and so on, all can be sold. Similar to the final can be made into a full category online shopping app big platform. How profitable is the online shopping platform now? Everyone has seen, Taobbao's total annual turnover is climbing. Last year's double 11. Only Tmall platform's single day's turnover is as high as 91.2 billion. So my suggestion is that you can join. Because the online grocery model and the small yellow car are two very different modes of realization. At this moment, in the Shanghai Railway Bureau, Xiao Muqiu did some optimization of the face recognition system on the computer. She said to the director, "Elon, get the twins to test it again. I'll collect the data and make a few more adjustments." Good. Elon called out for twins who looked exactly the same to test the face recognition system that Xiao Muqiu had just optimized once. Although the result was still that the two were one person. But Xiao Muqiu was collecting data and then doing debugging modifications over and over again. In the end, at 12 a.m., Xiao Muqiu optimized a version that could tell that the twins were two people, and could accurately tell which one was the older sister and which one was the younger sister. After testing this, Xiao Muqiu asked Elon to find a person who had undergone plastic surgery to come over and do some testing. This would make the system even more intelligent. On Lin Yu's side, after the meeting, he took a car and asked the driver to drive to the China Sea Railway Bureau. Chapter 097, Lin Yu, this is my child's real sister-in-law. Entering a brand new market was not something that could be slapped down in a single meeting. But this meeting had shown him that his own son was really good at what he did and had a good eye for it. At least, he was optimistic about the market of selling vegetables online. The people under his hand, there were a total of 3 opinions. One was in favor of doing it, one was not in favor of doing it, and the other said to remain neutral. First wait for others to do it to see the effect, and then directly copy the homework. He left these 3 groups of people to do their respective programs. Support to do. Make specific feasibility of the program analysis and promotion strategy. Do not support the do. Make the analysis of the program is not feasible. Those who remain neutral also need to make a list of companies that have already looked at the cake of selling vegetables online and have ideas to do so. He only needs to make the final decision. The specific implementation of the program. All to the company's professional team to do. Ding ding. The cell phone rang. It was a call from Wang Jianjian. Lin Yu picked up. Old Lin, I've arrived at the Central Sea Railway Bureau. Just waiting for you, Wang Jianjian said with a smile. Well, arrive in 10 minutes. Okay. Jianjian Wan was overjoyed. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu's car drove to the entrance of the Central China Sea Railway General Administration. Wang Jianjian had been waiting at the entrance, saw Lin Yu's car coming, and hurriedly walked over with a smile. The two met and walked into the General Administration of China Sea Railway together. The Secretary of Alan, the Director of the General Administration of China Sea Railway, said to Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian with a polite smile, Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang, 2 of you, this way please. Our director is already waiting for the 2 of you in the office. Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian nodded their heads. When the secretary brought the 2 of them to Alan's office, Alan was excitedly giving Xiao Muqiu a big hug and praising him without mincing words. Mr. Xiao, you're really my lifesaver. Ha ha, fantastic, all done. Perfectly optimized this face recognition system. You don't even know that the higher-ups only gave me a week to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, let someone with the ability to get it done. I owe you a big favor this time. Say, what do you want to eat tonight? Order whatever you want. It's my treat, Xiao Muqiu said. No need for a treat. I still have things to do in the army tonight. Then I'll go. With that, Xiao Muqiu picked up her black briefcase and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, she saw Lin Yu and the others walking to the door. Her gaze directly fell on Lin Yu, and finally landed on Lin Yu's face. Her heart, at this moment, suddenly had the feeling of being fitted with a fully charged engine. Poofing out, it almost jumped out of her throat. Her beautiful eyes also stared at their maximum in an instant. The thought in her head was, oh my god, how did I meet brother Lin Yu here? Did I wash my hair this morning? Did I put on makeup? Is my hair messy? Is there anything dirty on my face? Do I look fat in my camouflage? Is my hat on crooked? Did I eat any gum? Does my mouth smell good? Her head was a mess, completely switched off and she couldn't think. She wanted to run away, and then redress and then appear in front of brother Lin Yu in all his glory. Whoa, someone please save her. She thought she was just here today to optimize the system for Alan. Her hair was washed in the morning, but she didn't put on any makeup. Her clothes were in the uniform issued by the troops, and her hair was just casually tied in a simple ponytail. What's more, he brought a black briefcase to go out. it would definitely give off an image of a very serious, stereotypical woman, instead of the image of a small, gentle woman. Aha! The romantic scene she had previously fantasized about reuniting with Lin Yu's brother after 18 years. Just like that, the dream shattered. She wanted to immediately have a hole in the ground appear in front of her and hide in it to hide from brother Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang, you're here. Elon smiles warmly and walks over to greet Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian, then pats Xiao Mucho's shoulder and introduces to the two old bosses. Introducing you to a super excellent computer expert, Teacher Xiao Mucho Qiao. She's a major of the Warblade Special Force stationed in our Shanghai. Young and talented, Teacher Qiao. This is Mr. Lin, the owner of Lin's investment group, with extensive investments, such as Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu and so on all have his investments. A very excellent entrepreneur. This is Mr. Wang, the chairman of Wanda Group. Wanda Plaza is his family group's industry, also a very excellent entrepreneur. Elon gave both sides an introduction to each other. Lin Yu's gaze fell on Xiao Mucho. Just now when he came in and saw her, he thought he saw Qiao Yan from 18 years ago. Then recalling the photo of Xiao Mucho that Chu Xiao's daughter had shown him earlier, he then knew that the girl in front of him was Qiao Dai's own sister, Xiao Mucho. After the little girl saw him, it was obvious that she recognized him as well. Her shocked eyes, paired with her stunningly beautiful little face, had a very strong contrast. Super cute. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a lot of people here, he would have really wanted to pinch this little face of hers and say, little Chosho, long time no see to her. Alan noticed the look between Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho and asked with a smile, Mr. Lin, Mr. Qiao, you two know each other? Wang Jianjian looked back and forth between Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho and said with a smile, no introduction? Lin Yu said, Mucho is my child's own sister-in-law. As soon as this was said, both Jianjian Wang and Elon were surprised to the point of surprise. Wang Jianjian was surprised that Lin Yu's child's own sister-in-law was Xiao Mucho, who looked so beautiful, coupled with Lin Yu's genes. The 5 children of Lin Yu's family must be beautiful to the sky, proper school flowers and school herbs. This made him, who only had one not-so-good-looking son, envious and jealous. Ai Lan was surprised that Xiao Mucho was actually Lin Yu's children's own sister-in-law, meaning that Xiao Mucho was Lin Yu's sister-in-law. She never knew that Xiao Mucho had such an awesome relative. It seemed like Xiao Mucho had been hiding very deeply. No, if Xiao Mucho was Lin Yu's sister-in-law, then Lin Yu was Xiao Mucho's brother-in-law, which meant that Xiao Mucho's sister and Lin Yu had a child together. However, Xiao Mucho's sister, Qiao Yan, had already died 18 years ago. This, however, she was not a talkative master, and immediately said with a smile, so we all know each other. That's great, Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang. I'm going to send Mr. Qiao first, please wait for me you two. Lin Yu opened his mouth and said, Mucho, it's now 12 o'clock noon. There are still 2 hours before you go to work. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's go have a meal first. Director AI, you and Mr. Wang haven't eaten either. Let's go. I'll treat you for lunch today. AI Lan and Wang Jianjian immediately agreed with alacrity, and were especially sensible to walk in front, leaving time and space for Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho. Chapter 098 Mr. Lin, have you changed your taste this time? Both of them were from the past, and they could see at once that Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho should have not seen each other for many years, and had a lot to say. Before leaving, Jianjian Wang made a point to say, Director AI and I will go and order food first. After AI Lan and Wang Jianjian left, there was only Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho in the office. Brother Lin Yu, long time no see. Xiao Mucho looked at Lin Yu, trying her best not to be nervous. Actually, she was really nervous at this moment, because there was absolutely no preparation. Well, do you want to eat a candy? Saying that, Lin Yu took out a mint candy from his pants pocket and handed it to Xiao Mucho. He liked to smoke on weekdays, but since living with his daughters, he tried his best to control himself not to smoke, because the home was too cozy and sweet smelling, but adding the smell of smoke would ruin that feeling. Plus, he also knew that inhaling secondhand smoke was more harmful to a person than a direct smoker. Secondhand smoke, which is the smoke that is passively inhaled into the air by sitting near a person who smokes, is called secondhand smoke. Since he began to control smoking, he carries mints with him. When he wanted to smoke at home, he would eat a mint candy. Xiao Mucho took the mint candy. Slender white fingers slowly peeled off the sugar coating, but in his head, he couldn't stop thinking, why did Brother Lin Yu give me a mint candy? Could it be that Brother Lin Yu is trying to kiss me? I don't know how to kiss. What should I do? I'm going to close my eyes later. Well, that's how it's done in dramas. Just close your eyes. There. Pain. Xiao Mucho hurriedly covered her head and looked up at Lin Yu, who popped her head. Lin Yu looked at her with a smile. What are you thinking about? You don't even know how to peel candy anymore? Saying that, Lin Yu took the mint candy in her hand. then plucked the candy coating and sent the candy to Xiao Mucho's mouth. Xiao Mucho's eyes stared blankly at Lin Yu, obediently opening her mouth. Lin Yu fed the candy into her mouth, then patted her shoulder and said, "Go eat." Xiao Mucho closed her mouth. The coolness of the mint candy in her mouth instantly restored her a little bit of spirit, hurriedly retracting her line of sight, ignorantly following behind Lin Yu. "Little Chocho, just now Director AI said that you're a super excellent computer expert and helped her solve a big problem." "Very excellent," Lin Yu said while walking. "It's okay," Xiao Mucho coyly said back. She was half a step slower than Lin Yu. The corner of her eyes always uncontrollably glanced towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu is an old driver. Where would he not know that Xiao Mucho is peeping at him? After entering the elevator, Xiao Mucho stood to the position of the elevator buttons, but because his head is still in the state of pulp when the machine completely forgot to enter the numbers to go downstairs, his eyes always looked at the mirror in the elevator in front of him, because from the mirror he could see Lin Yu. Lin Yu came over and propped one hand from behind her head in front of her, and the strong male scent that belonged uniquely to Lin Yu immediately swept over her. She looked up in shock, and saw Lin Yu looking at her with a light smile. "Little Chocho, I noticed that your status is not online. What are you thinking about?" Confused, "You forgot to press the elevator." "Ah." Xiao Mucho hurriedly went to press the elevator, but didn't know how many she was going to press. Lin Yu captured her white wrist and just tapped it one, then he let go of her wrist, leaned down to her ear and said in a low voice, "If you want to see me, you can see it openly." After saying that, Lin Yu got up and returned to his previous position. I don't have." Xiao Mucho wanted to retort, but when she looked at Lin Yu pointed to the elevator mirror she was looking at before. Her little face instantly burst into red, hurriedly twisting back to look at the closing elevator door, pretending to be calm. Inside, however, she was constantly reciting the mantra for clearing the mind. Eyes watch the nose watch the heart. Color is not different from air is not different from color is air is color. The two of them went out of the elevator. On the face came a woman who knew Lin Yu. Her eyes fell on Xiao Mucho, then looked at Lin Yu with an ambiguous face and said, "General Lin." This time a change of taste. Lin Yu knew that the other party was misunderstanding his relationship with Xiao Mucho. He said, "It's not what you think." Oh, I get it. I won't bother Mr. Lin for a date. That project last time. I still hope that Mr. Lin can consider our company again." After the woman finished with an ambiguous face, she stepped on her high heels and walked away very sensibly. Xiao Mucho knew that her relationship with Lin Yu had been misunderstood. She unexpectedly felt unusually sweet in her heart. She wanted to quietly look at Lin Yu again, but when she thought of what Lin Yu had just said, she was afraid that she would be discovered by Lin Yu if she spied on him, so she hurriedly stopped herself from wanting to look at Lin Yu. Instead, she looked down at the tips of her shoes. It just so happened that at this moment, a staff member was hurrying over with a bunch of materials, and if it was someone who was walking with their head up, they would have stopped and let this person pass first. But Xiao Mucho was walking with her head down looking at the tips of her shoes, not stopping at all. As the two of them were about to collide, Lin Yu suddenly grabbed Xiao Mucho's waist, and with a spin, carried her to the side. Xiao Mucho looked up in shock, just in time to see the staff member holding a pile of materials walk past. If Brother Lin Yu hadn't carried her away just now, she would have collided with that staff member. "Thank you, Brother Lin Yu," Xiao Mucho said as she hurriedly came out from Lin Yu's arms, not daring to look directly at Lin Yu. Lin Yu helplessly doted on him and said, "Walk without looking at the road. I'll hold you." Saying that, Lin Yu naturally took Xiao Mucho's small hand and walked out. Xiao Mucho turned her head sideways, just to see Lin Yu's side face. The midday sunlight happened to hit his face, gilding a layer of golden light on his body. The whole person looked unusually tall and handsome, just like the male protagonist who came out from the idol drama. Handsome cracked, man exploded. He was her true love. All the way into the hotel, Xiao Mucho's head was still confused. Luckily, before she walked into the box, she sobered up a bit and stood behind Lin Yu while he went to open the door. When Lin Yu opened the door, ready to hold Xiao Mucho's little hand, he found that the little girl had already retreated behind him. It seems like she's shy because she's about to meet someone she knows. Understand. He walked into the box. Ai Lan and Wang Jianjian had already ordered and served the food. The dining table was a rectangular table, with Ailan and Jianjian Wang sitting on one side, and the other two seats, opposite the two of them, side by side. It was as if the seats were specially reserved for Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho. When the two of them saw Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho coming, they hurriedly got up to greet them. Lin Yu and Xiao Mucho sat down. Lin Yu sat across from Jianjian Wang, and Xiao Mucho sat across from Ailan. Ailan was pouring wine for everyone. Xiao Mucho said, "I drove here today. I don't drink." Jianjian Wang smiled and said, "That's okay, let Mr. Lin send you back later." Mr. Lin brought his driver over today. Chapter 099. You two are a good match. Lin Yu was about to open his mouth to ask Xiao Muqiu not to drink. After all, he had seen with his own eyes what Chu Xiao's daughter looked like when she was drunk last night. Who would have expected that Xiao Muqiu, once she heard Wang Jianjian's words, suddenly took the initiative to put the wine glass in front of Alan. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu laughed, then said to Ai Lan, pour less. Alan didn't pour much for Xiao Muqiu. In fact, it was still the culture of the wine table. Talking about business without some wine, it always felt almost interesting. She definitely wouldn't let everyone get drunk. After pouring Xiao Muqiu a good amount of wine, she smiled and said, Mr. Lin, if I pour less for Muqiu, I'll pour it all for you. No problem. Muqiu, Mr. Lin is so good to you, he even helps you drink. Elan said with a smile. Wang Jianjian also chimed in. I've never seen Mr. Lin help any person drink at the table. Miss Xiao has opened my eyes today. When Lin Yu and Xiao Muqiu hadn't come over, Jian Wang had already looked for Ai Lan to set up a conversation. Ai Lan didn't say much, but it did show out that Xiao Muqiu's sister had passed away many years ago. As a man, Wang Jian immediately understood. Immediately, he wanted to set up a good marriage. Hopefully, he could vote for Lin Yu's preference in the future to find Lin Yu to invest. Better talk. On the surface, although Xiao Muqiu let no one see her emotions, always with a high and cold expression. In fact, in the bottom of her heart, she already wanted to go to see Lin Yu for the nth time. She was suppressed by her reasoning, so she didn't make the move of going out to see Lin Yu. At the same time, the deer in her heart was banging around. In her mind, all the voices echoed in unison. Lin Yu's brother had only helped me to hold back the wine at the drinking table. Lin Yu brother has only ever helped me block drinks at the wine table. She was so excited that her body tensed up. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here, she really wanted to sing and dance with excitement. Next, glasses were raised, clinked, drank, and ate. While eating, Alan began to talk to Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian about this time's construction of the Shanghai Trussing High-Speed Railroad, because this was the first time that the Dragon Kingdom invited private enterprises to enter the railroad market to build a high-speed train. Moreover, this Shanghai Trussing High-Speed Railway was also a customized route. Not all routes, private enterprises can participate. So, this time, this opportunity is indeed very rare. In addition, this Shanghai Trussing High-Speed Rail line is in a very developed area in terms of human flow. So basically, as long as this high-speed rail line is built, it will definitely be profitable. Can participate in the investment of this high-speed rail line of private enterprises also need to go through the government review, political examination through, before you can participate in the investment. Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian's enterprises are allowed to participate in the investment. The entire high-speed rail line, 288 kilometers long. The total investment is expected to be 46 billion. All of them will be invested by private enterprises. Elon was the person in charge of organizing this first investment in a high-speed rail demonstration project by private enterprises. Now there are already 8 private enterprises ready to invest, with a total investment amount of $30 billion, and each enterprise invests $75 billion. There was still a need for $16 billion of investment amount. Originally Alan was thinking, still need to pull at least 4 enterprises to participate in the investment. Now see Wang Jianjian brought Lin Yu. She is ready to take Lin Yu down today no matter make every effort. Fight Lin Yu to sweep up all the final payment. Because Lin Yu has this strong capital, wine table to talk about business. Ai Lan has long been the plan ready. One by one, the plan sent to Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian. Look, Mr. Lin, Mr. Wang, this time this project is really rare, and it is definitely profitable. The section of the Shanghai Trussing High-Speed Railroad passes through are all prosperous and affluent areas, and the amount of population movement is huge. Want to not make money are difficult. After a meal, the business is almost done. Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian both said that they will let the investment team make an analysis after going back, and give Elon a call at that time. Ai Lan knew that this was not far from the truth, and smiled from ear to ear. Taking advantage of Wang Jianjian and Lin Yu walking in front, she patted Xiao Muqiu's shoulder, winked at her, and lowered her voice. Teacher Xiao, I really have to thank you today. You are really my nobleman. This high-speed rail line is definitely profitable, and it's still profitable for a long time. It's just that a company is going to come up with billions, or even millions of billions of dollars, and they'll all be cautious and cautious again. Plus, this high-speed rail line passes through the area. The terrain is mainly dominated by mountains and gullies, which also brings difficulty to the construction of the high-speed rail line, resulting in the time for it to be constructed to be significantly more, and the time for the return will be relatively later. The first 8 enterprises. I was grinding my teeth before I was recruited. It took half a year. I didn't expect that it was only after having a meal with Mr. Lin and Mr. Wang that the two had an investment intention, and with Mr. Wang investing 4 billion and Mr. Lin investing 12 billion, I felt refreshed all of a sudden. Speaking here, Alan again glanced at Lin Yu who was walking in front of him, and ambiguously said to Xiao Muxiu, I've just inquired about the news for you. Although Mr. Lin has talked about quite a lot of girlfriends in the past, but every time he talked about them seriously, and every time he broke up peacefully, and none of his ex-girlfriends have said bad things about Mr. Lin after breaking up. This opportunity, you have to grasp it well. A man as good and handsome as Mr. Lin who is still single. After this village, there won't be that store. The main thing is that you are the children's sister-in-law. If you and Mr. Lin come together, then your sister's children won't have a stepmother. What a good thing. And the two of you are a good match as a couple. As a woman, she could see that Xiao Muxiu had thoughts about Lin Yu in that way. She also sincerely hoped that an excellent girl like Xiao Muxiu could find a good home. What type of girlfriend did he have before? Ghostly, Xiao Muxiu asked these words. I'm not sure, but I think Mr. Lin will definitely like you. Look at you. You have white skin, you're talented, and you have an independent personality. Successful men like you the most, Elon said with a smile. Xiao Muxiu's gaze was like a pool of clear water looking at Lin Yu's back. Just at this time, Lin Yu turned around and looked at her. The two people's eyes met in the air. In an instant, she felt her body was numbed by the electric waves generated by Lin Yu's eyes. Muxiu, I'll send you back, Lin Yu said to Xiao Muxiu who could hardly walk. Luckily, Alan took her arm and led her to Lin Yu's side. Then Alan said goodbye to Lin Yu and Wang Jianjian, who also left after saying goodbye to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's driver drove the car over. Xiao Muxiu and Lin Yu both sat in the back seat. Muxiu, do you have something to do in the army in the afternoon and evening? Lin Yu asked. Nothing. Xiao Muxiu completely forgot about Alan wanting to invite her for dinner in the evening before and she refused. In the face of the male god's invitation, even if she wasn't free, she was still free. Time is all squeezed out. Chapter 100, Bringing Xiao Muxiu Home. How about going back to the Longyuan neighborhood? It just so happens that I bought the house around room 901, and now it's been opened up into a 3-story house. So I'll take you to take a look, Lin Yu said with a smile. Xiao Muxiu usually seldom looked at her WeChat circle of friends, so she didn't yet know that Lin Yu had opened up all the other houses. She was surprised and said, beaten through into a 3-story house? Okay, I'll go take a look. Next Lin Yu began to talk to Xiao Muxiu about what he and his sons and daughters had done in the past few days. For example, he went to his sons and daughters' hometown in Chen City, Pingshan Village, and also said that Han's idea of making short videos, he as a father fully supported her. Then, for example, Lin Chu Xue, Lin Mengyao, Lin Chu Xia, and Lin Chen's preparations to learn how to drive, as well as Lin Han's learning to fly an airplane. There were also the things that each of them had outlined for their future. When talking about these things, Lin Yu had a smile on the corner of his mouth. It was very warm. Xiao Muxiu could see that Lin Yu genuinely loved these 5 children her sister had given him, and she was also very joyful in her heart. And seeing her sister's children, one by one, become better, she as a sister-in-law was also very happy, because they really had suffered too much before. Ding! A message came into her cell phone. It was sent to her by Alan. Alan, Teacher Qiao. The funds have been approved. It's been credited to your bank card. Check and receive it. At the same time, a new text message entered Xiao Muxiu's phone. It was a notification from the bank, informing her that she had received a sum of $50,000 in her bank card. She replied back to Elon, received. Then she put down her phone and said to Lin Yu, Brother Lin Yu, I want to go and buy something for Chu Xue and the others. Can you ask the driver to park the car at the Carrefour supermarket near the Hanglong neighborhood? Of course I can. It's just right to let you taste my cooking tonight. Let's go buy some of your favorite dishes, Lin Yu said with a smile. Brother Lin Yu, you can still cook? Xiao Muxiu asked in surprise. Of course, and it's very delicious. Then I'll have a good taste of it. The car drove all the way to Carrefour's open-air parking lot, and since it wasn't that far from home, and it was only a 10-minute walk, Lin Yu asked the driver to take the car back. Later he was going to walk back with Xiao Muxiu. When they came to Carrefour, Xiao Muxiu looked at a store that specialized in selling pots and pans and dishes. Cool color. That Lin Xuxue and the others had looked at several times when she brought them here to shop. At that time, the pots and pans here were so expensive. Without having to walk into the store, you could see the prices marked on them. An enameled pot cost at least $2,000. But these enamel pots were really super beautiful. Not only did they come in every color, but they were very beautifully colored. And the dishes too. At that time, she didn't have much money and couldn't afford to buy such expensive things. But now, she was carrying a whopping $50,000, and it was still money that she had only spent less than a morning earning. Then, bye, boss, this white enameled stew pot should be 30 centimeters flame red. This white enameled seafood pot should be 30 centimeters flame red. This black enameled pot should be 30 centimeters flame red. And this love heart-shaped pot should be 23 centimeters pink. And these ceramic bowls, give me the whole 30 of them. And these secondary vegetable plates, the whole 15 of them. And these dazzling and youthful colors are really pleasing to the eye. Of course, the main thing is that enameled pot stews and roasted vegetables are really delicious. You can do the original flavor of the food, and not only will not stick to the pan, but also can be used for a lifetime no problem. Unlike those pots and pans that have a non-stick coating, after a few months of use, the coating breaks down and you need to get a new pot. Even though the black enameled pot that can be used for cooking is $3.800, if it can last a lifetime, then the price is totally worth it. After trenchantly ordering what she wanted to buy, Xiaomuxiu saw an extra bottle of water in front of her with the cap already unscrewed, which was delivered to her by Lin Yu. Xiaomuxiu smiled heartily and took a sip of the water, then said to Lin Yu, "Brother Lin Yu, this enameled pot is very good. I'll tell you how to use it when we go back later." Lin Yu, who had activated his cooking skill, knew very well how well the enameled pot worked, because the enameled pot was a cast iron pot. As long as it was used properly, the more oil that was eaten inside that pot, the darker and brighter it would become. Another thing was that no matter how long it was used, the bottom of the pot would not appear to be blackened. Unlike other pots and pans, no matter how expensive they are, put them on the gas stove, burn a few dishes, and then the black bottom will start to appear. And with the increase of time, this black bottom phenomenon will become more and more aggravated. Of course, there is no harm to the pot, but only affects the beauty of the pot. There are also people who use a heat-conducting plate, which can avoid the blackening of the pan, but there are all kinds of restrictions on the use of a heat-conducting plate. You can't turn on the heat, you can't do a dry burn, and, as soon as summer comes, the temperature in the kitchen rises, and the use of a heat-conducting plate, there is a possibility that the glass layer on the stovetop may explode due to overheating because the heat-conducting plate presses down on the gas fire, and all of the heat is pressed underneath it. He didn't buy an enameled wok the last time he took the kids to the grocery store because, in his traditional mindset, it's still comfortable to stir-fry in a wok. Because the wok has a handle, you can weigh it as much as you want, and you can also turn up the heat and stir-fry. Enamel woks can only be used with low to medium heat, and enamel woks are very heavy, usually more than 9 pounds to start. Plus the whole wok is a one-piece mold, so you want to move them in the stir-frying. You have to wear heat-insulated gloves, otherwise you will burn your hands. Lin Yu is a man, so he was buying a simple and brutal black iron wok. You don't have to worry about the non-stick layer in aluminum non-stick pans releasing harmful substances after being exposed to high temperatures. And you don't have to worry about the bottom of the pan being burned black because it's a black pan itself. But girls probably don't like to use black iron pots too much. They like to use colorful and beautiful pots. The enameled pot in front of you, from the Cool Color brand, is really good for girls, because of the face value. It was really explosive. There were many daughters in the house, plus Xiaomuxiu would come over to stay on weekends, so it was really good to buy some pots that were suitable for girls to use, to add color to the house. Women decorate the world, men decorate women. This old saying is right. When checking out, Lin Yu is ready to pay. Did not expect Xiaomuxiu press the phone he took out, said to him joyfully, "Brother Lin Yu, I'll pay. This is the gift I bought for your new home." Lin Yu smiled and said, "This is not a small amount, $32,000. I can afford it, I just earned $50,000 today," Xiaomuxiu said in a small dejected manner while scanning the code to pay. Lin Yu smiled and asked, "Helping Alan optimize the face recognition thing?" Lin Yu smiled and complimented. "Really excellent, earned $50,000 in one go. That's fine, this time you pay." Chapter 101, Xiaomuxiu is my woman. After buying the good stuff, because these enameled cast iron pans were really heavy, plus Xiaomuxiu had bought 32,000 at once, the store offered delivery to the house. Xiaomuxiu gave Lin Yu's home address and told them to deliver it in 1 hour. After fixing the gifts bought for Lin Yu and the others, Xiaomuxiu and Lin Yu went into the supermarket and bought groceries. Lin Yu asked Xiaomuxiu about her favorite dishes. "I'm not picky, it's all fine, as long as it's a dish made by Lin Yu's brother. She likes to eat it." And she really wasn't picky. Salty, spicy, sweet, light, bitter, she could eat them all. "Brother Lin Yu, what do you like to eat? We'll buy what you like to eat." In this way, she could know what kind of dishes Brother Lin Yu likes to eat, and learn to make these dishes when she goes back later. She was so excited. Lin Yu saw her stirring look. Where did he not know the little idea she was playing in her heart? He also did not poke her. Said, "Then let's make a beef stir-fry with celery, beef brisket, stewed potatoes, green beans stir-fry with sliced pork, as well as stewed pig's feet, plum and vegetable buckwheat, steamed fish tonight. How about it?" if he remembered correctly, when he was a child, Xiao Muqiu loved eating pig's feet. The most impressive time was when Xiao's family had just stewed pig's feet in the morning, and at noon, Xiao's mom realized that the pig's feet were missing from the pot. At that time, he happened to be playing at the Qiao family's house, and from his position on the second floor, he could just see little Muqiu standing under the tree with her back to the direction of the house, as if she was looking at the tree, but in fact, she was gnawing on the pig's feet, gnawing on her mouth with a full mouth and an insatiable face. Recalling the little Muqiu of that time, the smile at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth became even more intense. What a snacker. Good. Xiao Muqiu nodded happily when she heard that there was her favorite pig's feet in the menu. It seemed that brother Lin Yu also liked eating pig's feet. She was the best at making braised pig's feet. When she went back later, she would make the pig's feet dish. It was so happily decided. After buying the food, a total of 2 shopping bags were filled. Because the family has a large population, so there are many things to buy. Both bags were heavy. Xiao Muqiu wanted to help carry one bag. Lin Yu weighed the shopping bag in his hand and said, "It's not heavy, it's enough for me to carry it alone." Xiao Muqiu didn't insist, but her small hand uncontrollably pinched Lin Yu's right arm, all exploding muscles, hard. In her head, she was already drooling, but fortunately she had learned to control her facial expression long ago, so on the surface, she still calmly withdrew her small hand and commented, "Brother Lin Yu, your hands are very powerful. I wonder if I can do a princess hug to her with one hand." Boing boing, where did she think of that? Not only do my hands have strength, I have strength all over my body, Lin Yu said while easily lifting the 2 bags of vegetables in his hand. As a man, especially one who had activated his fighting skills, he liked to show off his manly strength in front of women he had a crush on. Xiao Muqiu's gaze unconsciously fell to Lin Yu's belt, which was also very powerful. This colorful thought shook her so much that she hurriedly averted her eyes. Her eyelashes blinked rapidly, and her small face almost reddened. Oh God, where did she think of again? Where did her eyes go? She really wasn't a horny girl. How is it that once she got in front of Lin Yu's brother, her mind was all yellow? The two walked out of the supermarket and headed back to the direction of the neighborhood. Suddenly, a BMW 7 Series car drove to Xiao Muqiu's side and stopped. The car door opened and a brightly dressed man in his early 30s walked out from the driver's seat. Shouting to Xiao Muqiu, he said, "Xiao Muqiu, where are you going? I'll give you a ride." Then after his gaze landed on Lin Yu, his eyes were all disdainful contempt. It was as if he was looking at a soft rice man with the same eyes. Xiao Muqiu disliked the way the other party looked at Lin Yu, and immediately stood in front of Lin Yu and said to the man who spoke, "Not far, no need for your send." This man is one of the people who pursued her Hiyuchi, a rich second generation. She repeatedly rejected the pursuit of Hiyuchi instead of losing, but also pursued more fiercely. It made her very unhappy. "Xiao Muqiu, you refuse to accept my pursuit because of him? What point am I not better than him? I'm younger than him, I'm richer than him, I have a car than him, he's a little bit handsome, but all the others are abused by me, and he looks a lot older than you. Buy a thing, but also you have to pay for it. Such a worthless man, I'm wildly dumping him 10,000 streets." Hiyuchi said unwillingly. The reason why he was here was because his friend happened to see Xiao Muqiu at Carrefour, and then took a picture of Xiao Muqiu and Lin Yu buying something at the Cool Colors store and gave it to him, and also took a picture of Xiao Muqiu paying for it. When he saw it, he immediately drove over furiously. In his heart, he was annoyed and jealous. Having run 2 red lights in a row to get here, he just wanted to ask which point he was better than the other. Xiao Muqiu surprisingly didn't choose him, but instead chose another softy guy. Lin Yu changed to holding a shopping bag in one hand, the other hand directly and possessively wrapped around Xiao Muqiu's thin waist, and said with a provocative face, "Xiao Muqiu is my woman. You get the hell away from me. You woman, you soft rice man." What's wrong with a soft rice man? Ever since I was little, my dentist told me that I have bad teeth and am naturally suited to eating soft rice. Xiao Muqiu likes to make me eat soft rice. What do you care? Lin Yu gave a cold hum. Hiyuchi froze for a moment, then became even angrier. He had never seen such a shameless person. He even took pride in eating soft rice. Abominable. He doesn't dislike Lin Yu anymore. He looks at Xiao Muqiu and says with a serious face, "Xiao Muqiu, as you can see, he is just plainly trying to eat your soft rice, and he even makes an appearance of soft rice hard to eat, and you still continue to be with him? He'll eat you up. Do you want your children to have no good schools to attend, no good clothes to wear, and to live a life worse than their peers? Do you want your child to be told by others that his father is a soft rice man?" The more he said, the more agitated Hiyuchi became. He even went around the front of the car and ran to Xiao Muqiu's face. He thought that Xiao Muqiu would definitely break up with this soft rice man on the spot. In fact, at this moment, Xiao Muqiu's heart was already letting out the excited squeals of a groundhog. Oh my God, Brother Lin Yu actually told her suitor in a domineering manner that she was his woman. She was his woman. Moreover, Brother Lin Yu possessively wrapped his solid and powerful arm around her waist. She could feel the heat coming from the hot palm that was placed on her thin waist at the moment, to jump up and down with excitement. Too excited. Could it be that Brother Lin Yu actually liked her? So as soon as Yuchi was irritated, Brother Lin Yu expressed his love for her. It must be like this. She was too happy. Chapter 102 Papa Lin, are you seeing someone? Xiao Muqiu looked at Yuchi and said, is there anything else? If there's nothing, then please make way. After saying that, Xiao Muqiu hugged Lin Yu's arm, and Lin Yu bypassed him and walked away. This made Yuchi look confused and dumbfounded. It was as if his entire worldview had been turned upside down. However, he instinctively felt that things must not be as simple as he thought. Maybe Xiao Muqiu and the man beside her weren't a couple, and that's why Xiao Muqiu bought the stuff and Xiao Muqiu paid for it. Also, when he drove over just now, Xiao Muqiu and that man weren't walking hand in hand, but side by side. Otherwise, how could any woman like a man who ate soft food? This must have been that man's trick to help Xiao Muqiu reject him. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was. Immediately, regarding the photo of Lin Yu that his friend had taken today, he sent it to another friend of his who worked in the Civil Affairs Bureau, asking him to help him check out the man's information, such as his age, his name, the organization he worked for, and his marital status, because he didn't believe that a woman as beautiful and capable as Xiao Muqiu would choose to be with a soft man. On Xiao Muqiu's side, after walking a distance, she said to Lin Yu, Brother Lin Yu, thank you for helping me out just now. That Yuchi, I've already rejected him many times, but he just keeps pestering me. I'm also very distressed. Although she was thinking in her heart that Brother Lin Yu also liked her, but she didn't dare to ask directly, nor did she dare to directly sit in the position of the person Lin Yu's brother liked, because she cared about Lin Yu, so she didn't want to this relationship. She also maintained carefully, afraid that because of one of her carelessness, not only did not maintain her and Lin Yu's feelings, but in the end, even the friends did not have to do. So, after entering the neighborhood, she let go of the hand holding Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu said, don't be polite to me? That man just now, as soon as I took a look, I knew that he wasn't a man worth committing his life to. Aha! Only Brother Lin Yu is a man worth committing his life to. After the two walked into the neighborhood, ran into a previously seen in the square ant. The ant saw Lin Yu with a beautiful girl, immediately came over to ask with a smile, Lin father, there is an object? Aha! Lin Yu nodded. Big Mom looked at Xiao Muqiu with great joy and curiosity, said, this girl is really blessed. Father Lin is very great, very sought after, you have to cherish it. After saying that, the Big Mom left with a smile. Lin Yu explained to Xiao Muqiu, helping each other out. Mangyao they don't like it too much when they introduce me to someone. After they see the misunderstanding this time, it's guaranteed that later on the whole neighborhood will know about it, and Mangyao they can clear their heads. Xiao Muqiu froze for a moment, then immediately said righteously, Brother Lin Yu, you help me, I help you. This must be, Brother Lin Yu is so handsome, rich, and young, but a golden bachelor. The people who want to play matchmaker for Brother Lin Yu must be super many. The Plaza AMA loved matchmaking the most, and her superiors often cared about her marital status, hinting several times that they wanted to introduce handsome guys to her, but they were all rejected by her with the excuse that she just wanted to focus on her work and had no interest in marriage. It turns out that Brother Lin Yu also has such troubles. In this way, she and Brother Lin Yu have a common trouble. Lin Yu smiled and said, little Muqiu has also grown up. She is still pretty and talented. Are there many matchmakers for you? Is there a person of interest? Lin Yu's words just finished. Suddenly, the whole originally still clear sky, all of a sudden turned dark, followed by crackling pouring rain pouring down. It didn't even take a minute for it to rain. It fell too quickly. Neither of them had an umbrella, and the distance to the place where they could avoid the rain was far, so the two of them were directly drenched. The word have that Xiao Muqiu had just gotten to the edge of her mouth changed to, no good. It's raining. Brother Lin Yu, I'll help you carry your things. Let's run. Although Xiao Muqiu was serving as a civilian in the army, however, her physical ability was also much stronger than ordinary people, able to write and fight. Immediately, she lifted the shopping bag in Lin Yu's hand and ran towards the No. 5 building where they lived. Lin Yu looked at the woman who took away the things in his hand, and ran towards building 5, and ran halfway, saw that he didn't follow, and looked back at him, and shouted at him. At this moment, he was very emotional inside. In the past when they fell in love, except in bed, other times, the woman is waiting for him to take care of. Never any woman like Xiao Muqiu, afraid that he can't run with things, deliberately carry away the 2 bags in his hand. Brother Lin Yu, hurry up. Xiao Muqiu was still shouting, autumn rain, say it's not cold. but it's also cool. Lin Yu wasn't afraid of the cold, but he was worried that Xiao Muqiu would catch a cold if he drenched himself in the rain too much. He took off his suit jacket and ran towards Xiao Muqiu, then raised his suit jacket to hold up a piece of sky above Xiao Muqiu's head. Xiao Muqiu was obviously frozen by Lin Yu's behavior. Brother Lin Yu, you don't need to cover me. I'm not afraid of the cold. You're cold, go. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. It was almost impossible to see the road ahead clearly. Xiao Muqiu froze again, then obediently rushed to follow Lin Yu towards Building 5. There is a kind of coldness called Brother Lin Yu feeling her cold. She was, at the moment, drenched, but didn't feel cold at all. Instead, she also felt super warm. Even, she wished that this road to Building 5 was a little bit longer, so that she could run in the rain romantically with Lin Yu brother like this, for a long time. God, this heavy rain of yours, it came at the right time. Because of the heavy rain, Lin Yu almost put his jacket all over her head, and the two of them were still extremely close to each other. When running, it was hard to avoid contact between their bodies. She even felt this contact, rubbing out sparks. Boing boing, let the heavy rain come harder. Running into Building 5, both of them were drenched to the bone. Lin Yu's condition was worse than Xiao Muqiu's, but as soon as Lin Yu saw how Xiao Muqiu looked after she got soaked, he immediately wrung out his suit and then draped it over Xiao Muqiu before taking the bag in her hand. Breathing slightly hot, he said, "Get in the elevator." The two returned home. Their sons and daughters hadn't returned yet. Achoo! Xiao Muqiu sneezed. Lin Yu told her to take a shower first. Previously, when room 901 was in place, it was left with Xiao Muqiu's room, but Xiao Muqiu hadn't stayed over at home yet, so she hadn't brought any clothes over. The daughters weren't at home, so Lin Yu couldn't conveniently go to the daughter's room to get the daughter's clothes, so he simply took one of his own white shirts, and new towels and washcloths, and told Xiao Muqiu to go take a bath, because the daughters like to stock up, especially when they go to the supermarket to buy things. When they see the buy a few get a few free activity, they especially like to buy more, so there are new towels and bath towels at home. Chapter 103, Seize the Opportunity of Tonight. When Xiao Muqiu went to take a bath, Lin Yu went to the bathroom to change a set of clothes, and then went to the kitchen to boil ginger and brown sugar water. When the ginger and brown sugar water boiled, he put more than 10 peppercorns in the soup. Ginger has the efficacy of relieving the surface and dispersing cold, and lowering the role of gastric reflux. Brown sugar warms the middle and strengthens the spleen and stomach, and peppercorns can warm the interior and disperse cold, and open the stomach and help the appetite. And when these are combined and boiled together, they can alleviate the cold and runny nose that is caused by the cold from the fall rain, as well as the aching of the limbs and the lack of diet, and other problems. When Xiao Muqiu finished her bath and came out wearing Lin Yu's wide white shirt, Lin Yu happened to have finished the soup and brought it out from the kitchen. As soon as he came out, he saw Xiao Muqiu walking out with his head tilted in both hands rubbing his hair. His white shirt on Xiao Muqiu's body was like a child stealing an adult's clothes. There was a kind of contrast. A pair of long, tender white legs were bare, and a pair of fuzzy pink slippers scuffed on his feet. The water running down from her hair flowed down her delicate and stunningly beautiful cheeks, to her neck, and then into the collar of her shirt. The entire scene could be described as a fusion of innocence and seduction, sparing Lin Yu's extensive knowledge. At this moment, he was also stunned by the charm of this clear water out of a hibiscus. Before, Xiao Muqiu was wearing a white camouflage uniform. Her figure was covered. Now, just by those long legs, one could see that her muscles were very linear and beautiful. Not only white, but also full of explosive power, making people want to conquer. Plus her breasts that were at least as seen in the last photo. This body, it was definitely a devil's body. Brother Lin Yu, I'll go wash my clothes later and change back. Xiao Muqiu saw Lin Yu staring at her all the time. She was so nervous that she didn't dare to look at Lin Yu's eyes, and hurriedly said in a somewhat flustered manner, because before coming out, she also looked in the mirror. Although this white blouse was big enough to be worn as a skirt, it couldn't cover up to the position of the knee, and could only cover one half of the thigh. It made her feel very uncomfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yu was here, she would actually feel very comfortable, because what she was wearing was Lin Yu's brother's white shirt. Before she wore it, she even purposely smelled it, and it had Lin Yu's brother's masculine odor left on it. Lin Yu retracted his sight, no expression on his face. He was afraid that once he made an expression, it would be the expression of a horny man. He said lightly, "No need to change. You come here first, drink this bowl of ginger brown sugar and pepper water, to get rid of the cold." "Ow, good." Saying that, Xiao Muqiu put down the towel to wipe her hair, quickly walked to Lin Yu. Looking at the bowl of soup Lin Yu handed to her, she took it with both hands in her heart with suppressed joy, then obediently sat on the sofa to drink. The soup is warm and sweet. Her stomach is warm and sweet. Her heart is also warm and sweet. Her whole body seems to be immersed in the sweet and warm soup. Too sweet. What about the cold expelling soup that Brother Lin Yu specially made for her? Brother Lin Yu is so thoughtful. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly raised her head, blinking her big innocent eyes at Lin Yu, and said with concern, Brother Lin Yu, you're also soaked. Hurry up and take a bath. Okay. Indeed it was time to take a bath, and it had to be a cold water bath. There was no way. Seeing beauty, especially moving beauty like Xiao Muqiu at this moment, as a man, he had a primitive impulse. It had to be a cold shower to cool down. Lin Yu went to take a bath. After Xiao Muqiu finished drinking the brown sugar water, she ran to the kitchen to look into the pot and saw that there was still brown sugar water in the pot. She used the lid to cover the pot and then lit the fire and turned it down to the minimum so that the brown sugar water in the pot would continue to keep warm. This way when Brother Lin Yu comes out later, he can drink the hot brown sugar water. After doing this, she went to blow dry her hair. After blow drying her hair, her cell phone rang. It was a message from her best friend Ingjinjin. Ingjinjin, Muqiu, you're not back yet? We have a meeting to attend this afternoon. Hurry up, there's only half an hour left. Xiao Muqiu, I don't have time to come back today, so take a vacation for me. Ingjinjin, I saw Alan post a friend circle, saying that the face recognition thing has been fixed, and it's raining heavily outside. What else do you have to do? Xiao Muqiu, personal things. Ingjinjin, you're not going to meet your family's male god, are you? Xiao Muqiu looks up, quickly glances in the direction of Lin Yu's room, then sweetly retracts her gaze, joyfully typing on her cell phone in response to Jinjin. Well, responding to Jinjin. Whoa, let me think for a second. It's pouring rain outside right now and you're on a date with your boyfriend? Did you get stuck in a romantic cafe? Or did you go straight to your boyfriend's house, and then you both got wet? When Xiao Muqiu saw this, she knew that Ingjinjin was going to start talking out of turn and hurriedly stopped her. No more. Remember to take my leave. Ingjinjin, good. If the boss knows that you're going to fall in love, he'll probably have to set off firecrackers. Ha, he definitely won't scold you for taking time off for this meeting. Remember to seize this heavenly opportunity. Oh, I see that this rainstorm will still be raining for a while. Hurry up and have some romantic love drama scenes. Good luck getting out of the mother fetus solo tonight. Just at this moment Lin Yu came out from his room after taking a shower, changed into a set of loungewear. Compared to the suit he wore before, Lin Yu, who wore home clothes, gave people the feeling that there was more of a warm man's flavor that radiated sun-like warmth. The whole person looked even more approachable, also handsome as hell, especially just after the shower. That head of thick black hair that was blown fluffy and not yet combed neatly, but also to see her body's hormones, frenzied in secretion. Lin Yu brother, I'll go to the kitchen to bring you brown sugar ginger water. Saying that, Xiao Muqiu put down her cell phone and hurriedly got up and drilled into the kitchen. Lin Yu came to the sofa and sat down, accidentally sitting on Xiao Muqiu's phone. Picking up her phone, he saw that the screen of her phone was not closed, and accidentally, he happened to see the interface where Xiao Muqiu and Ingjinjin were chatting. In the interface, there were no words from Xiao Muqiu, and all the words were from a person named Ingjinjin. It started with the last words that Ingjinjin said, good, if the boss knows that you're in love, to good luck getting out of the mother's womb tonight solo. Just after reading it, the phone automatically went black. Lin Yu put the phone on the coffee table and didn't move it. The passage he had just seen echoed in his mind. If he understood correctly, this one called Ingjinjin said that he and Xiao Muqiu were in love, and then also blessed Xiao Muqiu for breaking away from the mother fetus solo tonight. In that case, little Muqiu was still a yellow flower girl. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath. Just at this moment, Xiao Muqiu came out with hot ginger and brown sugar water in her hands, her long and curly eyelashes fluttering under the heat of the soup, like a spirited little butterfly. Chapter 104, Brother Chen, are you really going to give a cat to school Marm Tang? Brother Lin Yu, hurry up and drink the soup. Don't catch a cold. Xiao Muqiu brought the soup to Lin Yu. Good. Lin Yu takes the soup and drinks. Xiao Muqiu's gaze falls to her cell phone, suddenly thinking that she just left in a hurry and forgot whether she had turned off the screen of her cell phone or not. If she let Brother Lin Yu see her chatting with Ingjinjin, then her crush on him would not be able to be hidden. Her face was calm, but in fact she was nervous inside and took her cell phone. When she saw that the cell phone screen was black, she breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it was off the cell phone screen. Lin Yu noticed this small action of hers, smiling in his heart. It seemed that he was really charismatic. Little Muqiu just like him. He didn't resent her either, and his daughters even tried to set him up with her. But having reached the age of 37, he wasn't an emotionally impulsive rash. His attitude towards his feelings was very serious, especially towards Xiao Muqiu, because Xiao Muqiu was not only Xiao Dai's own sister, but also his children's sister-in-law. Try to get along first. If it works, then it's the best. If it doesn't work, you can still retreat to the position of a friend without hurting your feelings. After drinking the ginger soup, Lin Yu took Xiao Muqiu to see the other houses, because it was now in room 901. Room 901 and the other 5 houses had all been opened up, so they could go there directly. Xiao Muqiu was shocked, dumbfounded after looking at the house. This is so big. And there's even a washing machine room here that's specialized for washing clothes. In the washing machine room, there were 7 floor-to-ceiling washing machines, dryers on top of the washing machines, and 7 small washing machines hanging on the walls as well. Because of the dryers being there is absolutely no need to wash and dry the clothes. You can just use the dryers to dry them. A separate dryer is much better than a washer-dryer, because many washer-dryers have condensation drying, and after drying, they don't smell like the sun, and they even need to air dry to be completely dry. The separate dryer, there is a heat pump drying function. After drying, not only can be sterilized, but also can be done after drying. As with the sun, wall-mounted small washing machine is specially designed to wash underwear, because underwear is very private, need to be washed separately from clothing, socks, etc., or else cross-contamination is likely to occur. 7 sets of washing machine plus dryer plus wall-mounted small washing machine. 5 children, 1 set for each. Lin Yu used 1 set for himself, and 1 set for Xiao Muqiu, who occasionally came over to live. When Xiao Muqiu listened to Lin Yu's explanation, she was really completely stunned. Brother Lin Yu, you even prepared a set for me. Of course, the washing machines labeled with names. Look from left to right. This is the one used by Chu Shui. This is the one used by Meng Yao. This is the one used by Shirhan. This is the one used by Chu Xia. This is the one used by Lin Chen. This is the one used by me. And this set is the one used by you. If you want to wash your clothes later, just put them here, wash it and it will dry. Aha! Xiao Muqiu was overjoyed in her heart, nodding her little head vigorously. Brother Lin Yu really treated her as his own family. Even the washing machine in the house had separately configured a full set for her. Immediately after, Lin Yu took Xiao Muqiu to see the rooms, telling her which ones were which. He also took her to see the cat house on the 10th floor. Once she saw the kittens, Xiao Muqiu's heart softened and asked Lin Yu if she could go in and jerk the cat. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Of course you can." Xiao Muqiu excitedly ran in, then said, "Let me guess. This pure white Persian cat was raised by Chu Shui, right? Right. This civet cat was raised by Shirhan, right? Right. This cute English shorthorn was raised by Meng Yao, right? That's right. Then this last snow white one, I can't tell what breed of cat it is, should be the one Chu Xia raised." All guessed correctly. This last kitten is an imperial cat, also known as a white jewel, and Chu Xia named it Little Meng. Muqiu, what cat do you like again? Lin Yu asked with a smooth smile. Xiao Muqiu was so happy inside that she was about to scream. Is Brother Lin Yu giving her a cat? She wanted to say, as long as it's a cat given by Brother Lin Yu, no matter what kind of cat it is, she loves it. The words reached her mouth and turned into, I like civet cats. Although it was said that many people who had cats felt that civet cats were not a valuable breed and felt that they were dirt cats, she liked this kind of cat. The reason was simple. This kind of cat had spirituality, was strong, and was also good to keep. She worked in the army, and on weekdays, she didn't have much time to properly raise a cat, so having a cat that was leathery and well-fed, and knew how to catch mice and tease snakes on its own, was most suitable. After jerking the cat, Xiao Muqiu went to do the laundry and Lin Yu went to the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. The rain came and went quickly, and when it cleared up, the staff from Cool Color delivered the pots and pans and cutlery that Xiao Muqiu had bought. At this moment, Xiao Muqiu's clothes had already dried and she had changed into her camouflage clothes. The white shirt was placed in her room, and she didn't return it to Lin Yu first, because she was going to wait until she brought it back and washed it before returning it to Lin Yu. That way it could be hosted in her place for a few more days. Ha ha, she was so stoked. Tonight, sleep on Lin Yu's brother's white shirt, just like sleeping with Lin Yu's brother. Yeah, what was going through her mind? Hurry up and wash the new pots and plates. Tonight all dishes will be served with these utensils. When it's time to give a surprise to Hatsu and the girls who are coming back. Lin Chen sighed. Just after class, the roommates gathered around Lin Chen and asked in an excited and gossipy manner, Brother Chen, are you really going to send a cat to schoolgirl Tang? Of course, the cats are all bought. Jing Baoming hurriedly said, Brother Chen, will this be too fast? They were worried that when schoolmistress Tang saw Lin Chen at that time, instead of rejecting Lin Chen's cat, she would also recognize Lin Chen as the man who had performed artificial respiration on her and then give Lin Chen a beating. It would be a real flop at that time. Shua Hao said, yeah, Brother Chen, you and schoolmarm Tang haven't officially met, nor have you had a single date, so if you just give away a cat like that, it'll be easy to get rejected. Xiang Shan said, yes, Brother Chen, You don't want to be stimulated by the fact that Lu Yu has found another rich second generation to make an impulsive decision. Ah, a girl's first impression of a boy is very important. Why don't you find an opportunity to have a wonderful chance encounter with schoolmistress Tang first, then have an exchange before you start giving away cats? The dogheads gave their ideas one after another. They were afraid that after Lin Chen's cat delivery was rejected this time, it would completely blow Lin Chen's self-confidence. Although they had been verbally calling out Tang Qingyi as sister-in-law and sister-in-law, they also knew that Tang Qingyi was not at all from the same world as them. Tang Qingyi was a school bully, a high cool goddess, and her family was super rich, so the difficulty of chasing such a girl was simply the SSS hell level, the most difficult in the game. Chapter 105, Tang Qingyi, remember my name. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously and said, you guys are so unimpressed with me delivering a cat. Why don't we make a bet? If I deliver a cat to schoolgirl Tang and she accepts it, you guys will wash my stinky socks for a month. How about it? If she refuses, Xiang Shan and the others immediately said, if she refuses, buddy, we'll accompany you for a night of drinking. If schoolgirl Tang really accepts the cat you gave her from brother Chen, we'll not only wash your stinky socks for a month, but we'll also make you the god of love. Ha ha, that's what you guys said. It's a deal. In the evening, Lin Chen was eating dinner in the school cafeteria when his cell phone rang. It was a message from Mustard Cat. Mustard Cat, the moon is out. There was a rainstorm this afternoon. Now the playground is all filled with the fresh scent of green grass. It's perfect for a romantic walk. Oh, Tang schoolgirl will be going downstairs to the boiler room to turn on the water at 8 o'clock tonight. Do you want to go to send a cat to schoolmarm Tang at that time? But at that point, many students go to open the water, so there will be more people. I don't know if you dare to deliver a cat to schoolmarm Tang in front of so many students. Lin Chen, it's good to have more people. I like to be lively. Mustard Cat, you're so brave. Come on. I'm looking forward to you. At 7:50 p.m., Lin Chen held the cat, and the three roommates arrived next to the water boiler in the dormitory area of Fudan University. Boiling water was put on at 7:40 p.m., and by this time there were already quite a few students here to turn on the water, because Lin Chen was not only handsome, but also had a super cute and adorable Muppet cat in his arms, causing quite a few female students to look at him sideways. Then they put their little heads together and nibbled their ears, and a few bold girls even showed a smile towards Lin Chen, as if they were greeting him. This made the three roommates envious. Xiang Shan, looks like I need to get a kitten too. The turnover rate is too big. Jing Baoming, that's because Chen is handsome. It doesn't have much to do with the cat. Shuahao, solid. Xiang Shan, is it too late for me to go back to the drawing board? Suddenly, a commotion came from the corner of the supermarket, and many boys looked over there, only to see a young girl wearing a loose version of a V-neck pure white sweater, plus a checkered bustier skirt walked out from the corner with a kettle in her hand. The young girl's exquisite and absolutely beautiful face and languid collocation under the warm yellow street light looked warm and high-cool. Completely the kind of girl that makes people fall in love at first sight and fall in love at second sight with the first love. So good looking that it sucked away all the light around her. Look, schoolgirl Tang came to the boiler room to get water. Didn't she never personally come to the water boiler room to fetch water before? Tonight she actually came. If I had known, I would have gone to fetch the water first, and then given the boiled water I had fetched to schoolgirl Tang. Don't get high. I just made a pot of boiled water here. Do you dare to go and deliver it? Can't I have a good time? You dare to go? There was someone downstairs who confessed his love for Ms. Tang with 999 fresh roses, but she disliked him with a single word. Who dares to give something to Ms. Tang? Unless he has the guts of heaven. Just as these words fell, suddenly, someone shouted in a lowered voice, look, there really is a boy who went to talk to school Miss Tang. Which class is it from? Why does he look more handsome than me? A little taller than me? What's his name? The three roommates were also stunned when they saw Lin Chen walk up to Tang Qingyi. One after another, Ali gave a fist shake. Go for it, Brother Chen. Make sure you succeed. I hope schoolgirl Tang is going to give Brother Chen some face. I'm so afraid that after Brother Chen gets rejected this time, he'll never dare to take the initiative to pick up girls again. Lin Chen stood in front of Tang Qingyi at this moment, and was holding a Brahma-colored ragdoll cat in the crook of his arm. Last night, Lin Chen had been showing this ragdoll cat pictures of Tang Qingyi and feeding it some cat food when it meowed at the pictures. After a night of training, the kitten immediately meowed very cooperatively after seeing Tang Qingyi herself. Lin Chen spoke. This cat seems to like you. I'm not very good at raising cats, so I'll give you this cat. With that, Lin Chen sent the cat to Tang Qingyi, who put down the kettle and reached out to catch the cat. The kitten was tame when it reached her arms. When Tang Qingyi stroked its small head with her hand, it squinted its eyes comfortably before meowing. What's its name? Tang Qingyi opened her mouth and asked. Her voice, extremely nice, softly moistened with a hint of coldness, a proper high and cold goddess level voice. In fact, When Lin Chen saw the mustard cat goading him to send Tang Qingyi a cat, as well as goading him to confess to Tang Qingyi, he also narcissistically fantasized. Would the mustard cat be Tang Qingyi herself? But after hearing Tang Qingyi's voice, he knew that he was overthinking it. Mustard cat and Tang Qingyi's voices were completely different. Mustard cat's voice was sweet and lazy, while Tang Qingyi's voice was the voice of a cold goddess. It seemed that if he wanted to catch up with schoolgirl Tang, he still needed to work harder and cheer up. Haven't named it yet. Just in time. Aren't you going to fetch water? I'll fetch water for you while you think of a name for it. With that, Lin Chen picked up Tang Qingyi's kettle of boiling water and walked towards the boiling water room. This scene stunned the boys and girls present. Oh my god. Quick look. That boy. Not only did he put the cat he had hugged on schoolgirl Tang's chest, moreover, he also screwed up the kettle of boiling water that schoolmarm Tang had screwed. I'm mad with jealousy. Ah, I want to be that cat. Enjoy the gentle caresses of schoolmistress Tang. Who the hell is that boy? Did you find out? How old is he? Looking at his steady batch of picking up girls, I think he must be an upperclassman. And he's also an old driver in love. Not from our school. It's Shanghai Foreign Language University schoolboy. Freshman, Lin Chen. I'll go. What? A freshman from a foreign school dares to pick up our school's schoolgirl. Brothers, let's go. Don't disgrace our Fudan University. Quick, here comes a handsome guy. Go and pee down the other guy. I'm ugly. I'm ugly too. I'm too ugly. I'm ugly to the depths of my soul. The collective conceded. They could only watch with bated breath as Lin Chen fetched boiling water and escorted Tang Qingyi all the way back to the dormitory building. When they reached the downstairs, the boys stopped. Lin Chen couldn't go any further even if he was handsome, because the building's hostess was staring at him with a pair of big serious eyes. He ignored away the hostess Alma's eyes and said to Tang Qingyi with a smile, Tang Qingyi, remember my name. My name is Lin Chen. The forest of the Doublewood Forest. Morning is the riddle morning of 1 day's absence, as in March Ruwashi. Remember my name, for it will later be crowned before your name. Chapter 106. What is Tang Qingyi's impression of me? After saying such domineering words, Lin Chen turned around and left in a handsome manner. The young boys and girls who looked after him to see what was going on were astonished. The young girls, on the other hand, were mesmerized by Lin Chen's domineering way of introducing his name. Oh my god, so handsome. Remember my name, for it will be crowned before yours in the future. Isn't this taking my last name and crowning your first name? Wow, wow, what a trendy way to confess. His name is Lin Chen, the forest of the Doublewood Forest. The riddle Chen of a day's absence is like March Ruwashi. This name is so romantic, more handsome than all the 4 schoolboys in our school. I wonder if schoolgirl Tang will reject him. Please God, please make sure that schoolmistress Tang rejects Lin Chen. That way I'll go after Lin Chen backwards. Right. If Miss Tang rejects him, I'll go after him too. I just heard the boys over there say that Lin Chen is from the Shanghai Foreign Language School. I don't know what kind of foreign language he's studying. I feel like all the boys who study foreign languages are super classy. From now on, he's my husband. On the side of the teenage boys, they examined themselves. I finally understand why I can't always chase girls, because my name is too rustic. See, people not only look handsome, even the name, are made so poetic. A day without seeing, such as March Ruwashi. Is this riddle morning? Isn't it just morning? The day above the word morning is not seen. It's Chen. And the lunar month of March is also known as the month of Chen. So the riddle in the poem Ziti, 1 day is not seen, as in March Ruwashi, is the word morning. I want to change my name. Not only the name, but look at the way he confesses. Remember my name, for it shall hereafter be crowned before yours. Scratch that. It's so refreshing to hear. It's much more creative than I like you. Classmate. I declare you. Classmate. You look like one of my friends. That friend is my girlfriend. Etc. It's also very romantic. Creative and romantic. Straight to the depths of a romantic girl's soul. Why did God give him such a handsome face and such a romantic cell? Is the goddess destined to be picked up only by him? This evil society. Do we still want those of us who are not only ugly but also straight to live? I want to worship him as my teacher. Sympathy +1. Immediately after Lin Chen walked out of the dormitory building of Fudan University, he received a message from Mustard Cat. Mustard Cat, you're so bold. You actually confessed to Tang Qingyi in public, and in such an overbearing way. Too cool. Too man. Lin Chen, what's Tang Qingyi's impression of me? What did she tell you guys about me? Mustard Cat, you want to know? Lin Chen, must want to. And exactly how much do you want to? Brother, add $100 to your salary every month. Having already determined that Mustard Cat wasn't Tang Qingyi, plus after seeing Tang Qingyi when she was sober with his own eyes once more, he was all but certain that he had to take Tang Qingyi in order to pick up a goddess. It was worth it to spend an extra $100 every month. Mustard Cat, speaking of which, I got a friend to estimate this project of ours. and my friend said that this project is not very feasible. More investment, less return. Are you sure you still want to continue with this project? Lin Chen, who is that friend of yours? Don't worry about him, he's got no vision. Believe me, as long as my dad passes this project, it will definitely make money, and it'll still make a lot of money, the kind that can go public in the future. In Lin Chen's head, the first step in determining whether a company is bullish or not is whether it can go public. A company that was listed felt bullish. Brother, don't change the subject. How is Tang Qingyi's impression of me? Did it say, fell down under my suit pants? Mustard cat, pfft. You're so confident. Lin Chen ruffled his handsome hair and returned. A man must be confident. Mustard cat, Tang Qingyi didn't say whether she had fallen under your suit pants, but she also didn't say men only affect the speed of her money, making words like the last time she refused that person who sent 999999. Her attitude wasn't very clear, and I didn't dare to ask too much. After all, it's a girl's family's heart matter. But don't worry, I look at Tang Qingyi in this state. Your chances of chasing her are great yet. She's jerking off the cat you gave her. It looks like she really likes the cat you gave her. Cheer up, keep insisting. I'm sure you'll be able to catch up with schoolgirl Tang. Lin Chen took a look at these words and smiled with confidence. Ha ha, he didn't reject him, so that means he's tacitly agreeing to chase after him. Ha ha, lol, there's a chance. Moreover, she liked the cat he gave her. There's a saying about loving the owner of a house. Every time Tang Qingyi saw this cat, she would think of the owner who gave her the cat. Lin Chen, did she name the cat? At the time, he was thinking about confession and was a bit nervous, forgetting to ask Tang Qingyi about naming the cat. Mustard cat, got it, called Cupid. Lin Chen, Cupid, good name. It looks like Tang Qingyi is just as interested in me. Mustard cat, how do I put it? Lin Chen, the name Cupid. Think about it, Cupid, the god of love. He has a golden arrow, known as the arrow of love. The two people who are shot by the arrow of love will be eternally in love. Cupid is the love token between Tang Qingyi and I. Mustard cat, sounds very romantic. Looks like Tang Qingyi should like you a little bit. Lin Chen, be confident. Remove the should. She just likes me. Ha ha, Mustard cat, I made a bet with you last time. And now that you've really confessed to Tang Qingyi, I'm willing to gamble and admit defeat. So I'm now going to send you this collected data on people's willingness to want to buy groceries online, as well as their preferred mode of delivery service and so on. Mustard cat, Excel, file, in transmission. Lin Chen hadn't thought about this information Mustard cat had said before. He thought Mustard cat was just talking for fun. He didn't realize that Mustard cat had actually gone and collected this information. He clicked on it and viewed it. The file was large. There were many Excel tables, and it wasn't very convenient for him to look at it with his cell phone right now. Go back and use the computer to look at it. Lin Chen, Roger. Just at this moment Lin Chen's roommates came. One by one, they patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said with admiration, "Bull, it's really worthy of being Brother Chen. It's just bullish. Just now, you don't know that after you left, the place directly exploded. So many people said they wanted to worship you as a teacher. Ha ha, I didn't expect that we, Foreign Language University, would also have a day to make a name for ourselves in Fudan University. Cool, it's so cool, ha ha, Brother Chen, we're willing to gamble. We'll wash your stinky socks for a month. God of love. Brother Chen, God of love. Brother Morning, God of love. Brother Chen." Chapter 107, Trembling with Excitement. Brother Chen, you're really too awesome. Not only did you give schoolgirl Tang a cat, but you also confessed to her. And the main thing is that when you confessed to her, you weren't even half nervous. Brother Chen, bullyingly proclaiming schoolgirl Tang that your name will be crowned in front of hers in the future. Lin Chen's girlfriend? Lin Chen's wife? Brother Chen, you're too cultured. Brother Chen, do you think you have an awesome wingman helping you plan this cat delivery operation? Not only did you accurately know the time when schoolmarm Tang went downstairs to turn on the water, but you also delivered the right cat. And I see that schoolmarm Tang quite likes the cat you delivered. Lin Chen thought of the mustard cat. He laughed and walked with his buddy shoulder to shoulder while bragging. There is indeed a very awesome wingman. Remember the last time we had a seafood dinner in the cafeteria? That senior sister gave me the WeChat contact information of Tang Qingyi's roommate. I added the other party and am preparing to develop her into my wingman. Go go go. I'm in a good mood tonight. I'll treat you to a jerk. Something like someone confessing to Tang Qingyi spread faster than the speed of light, and soon spread to the Shanghai Foreign Language University. Lu Yeye soon knew about it as well. Moreover, someone had taken photos and videos and posted them on the BBS forum of the Shanghai Foreign Language University. This thread was now anti-read and automatically topped, because this was going to confess to Tang Qingyi, the senior female academic schoolgirl of Fudan University, and the confessor is still from their school. The main thing was that after confessing, she wasn't rejected by Tang Qingyi on the spot. So with such a thing, The boys of Foreign Language University who had learned of this news were one by one hitting the bottom of the post as if they had chicken blood. Brothers, bullish. It's true that a freshman is not afraid of tigers. Freshmen are bulls. If I had been as bold as this Lin Chen brother back then, maybe I would have chased after that female student from Fudan University long ago. Although the boys from our Foreign Language University are not as good as the boys from Fudan University, Lin Chen from our school has done what the boys from Fudan University didn't dare to do. Brother Lin Chen, if you catch up with MS Tang, I won't vote for myself in this year's school grass contest. I'll vote for you. Brother Lin Chen, do you accept disciples? I want to pick up girls, but I don't know how. When I see a girl, I blush and don't dare to speak, get nervous and become mute, or become a straight man. Brother Lin Chen, do you have a class for picking up girls? I want to join. It's okay to charge tuition. The girls replied back, oh my god, this schoolmate of ours is not only handsome, bold and domineering, but he's also super talented. I'm in love, Brother Lin Chen. Will you fall in love with School Sister? School Sister knows 18 martial arts. She can teach you well to play. Oh, should it Lu Yu here? Lu Yu looked at these comments and got so angry that she wanted to smash her phone, but thinking that she had spent money on this phone, she held back, grunting in anger. She replied to the comments above. Lu Yu, if Lin Chen can chase Tang Chingyi, I'll eat Xiang live. I want to see Lu Yu eat Xiang. Lu yeah, don't think about it. A girl eating Xiang, that picture is too much to look at. Lu Yu, look at you single dogs who have never been in love. Which one of your eyes saw that Tang Chingyi had a crush on Lin Chen? She was just confused by what Lin Chen said and didn't react. That's why she didn't reject Lin Chen. I won't talk to you lowlifes anymore. I'm going to paint my feet with the undersea mystery cream that my boyfriend gave me today. After posting this reply, Lu Yu retreated from the forum, then tapped on WeChat and tapped on the chat box with Lin Chen. Lu Yu, Lin Chen, can you stop rubbing off on my traffic? I've neither been in a relationship with you, nor do I have any monetary disputes. Do you have to pull me out to rub your traffic every time you make a big joke about something? Did you give me money for rubbing my traffic? At this moment, Lin Chen was sitting with his roommates in a large stall after ordering food and chatting. He just happened to talk about the forum about how he had sensationalized 2 major schools tonight, and he also happened to be reading the thread before he saw the WeChat from Lu Yeye pop up. A paragraph of words brushed past him. Originally, he didn't want to ignore her, but he was uncomfortable when she couldn't get away from him rubbing her traffic the wrong way with every word. He clicked on Lu Yu's chat box and then disliked her. Don't put gold on your face, okay? I rubbed you the wrong way? Which eye did you see me rubbing your traffic? There's a big traffic like Tang Chingyi. I don't rub it in, but I rub it in yours? You think you're hot? After sending this message, Lin Chen pulled Lu Yeye black and deleted her. This way Lu Yu couldn't even add him if she wanted to. Brother Chen, that Lu Yeye is there again making a scene, saying that if you can chase after your sister-in-law, she'll eat Xiang live. Before she left, she also showed a rich, saying that she used the undersea mystery cream to paint her feet. I want to vomit. Xiang Shan flipped through his cell phone and said, wipe, Lu Yu has spoken again. Didn't she say she wouldn't say anything? She spoke again, saying that the reason why Brother Chen went to confess to his sister-in-law tonight was because after being rejected by her for confessing, he saw her talk about 2 boyfriends in a row, and was so stimulated that he went to do such a bold thing. How come this Lu Yu still really thinks of herself as a dish? So in love with putting gold on her face. Too disgusting. You guys quickly go look. It's on page 101. Jing Baoming and Shui Hao immediately jumped to page 101 and then started disliking Lu Yeye mode. Lin Chen didn't bother to look. He had long since lost interest in Lu Yu, and he was too lazy to bother with anything Lu Yu did as long as it wasn't done in front of him. Might as well chat with Wingman Miss Mustard Cat. He could also cultivate a revolutionary friendship and then assist him in taking down Tang Chingyi with fire. Mustard Cat, you're on fire. Are you shaking with excitement right now? Lin Chen, how do you know I'm shaking with excitement? Could it be that Tang Chingyi is also shaking with excitement? Mustard Cat, you get back to me first. Lin Chen, a little bit. Mustard Cat, dishonest. Lin Chen, haha, you're so eager to know if I'm shaking with excitement. Did Tang Chingyi ask you to ask? Mustard Cat, how could she not know that I know you? If she knew that I leaked her trip to the boiler room to fetch water tonight, she'd probably beat me up so much that I wouldn't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Lin Chen, that's right, I did get excited. The hand holding the water cup is shaking. You can tell me now. Did Tang Chingyi get so excited that she was shaking? Right? She went to bed. I don't know if she's shaking with excitement, but I saw her carry the cat you gave her to bed. It looks like they're going to sleep together. Chapter 108, Lin Yu. Your son picks up my daughter. You should find a woman too. Lin Chen was so excited when he saw the words sleep together that he took several consecutive sips of his beer. LOL. LOL. Cool. Twice as cool. Big Boss Lin Chan waved his hand boldly and sent Mustard Cat a large red packet of $188. To his wingman, he was generous. Moreover, Mustard Cat deserves the most credit for delivering the cat to Tang Qingyi's heart this time. Sending a red packet was a small thing. Mustard Cat, I still have a small red packet to collect? Lin Chen, happy today. Now first let the cat accompany Tang Qingyi to sleep. Later, it would be him sleeping with Tang Qingyi's long hair that was as black as a waterfall on his pillow, and then wrapping his arms around Tang Qingyi's small waist, with his legs resting on her long legs. Can't think any further. On this side, Lin Chen and his roommates were drinking and chatting and bragging. On Lin Yu's side, the meals were all ready. The four daughters came back together. When they saw Xiao Muqiu at home, they first froze for a moment, then opened their arms towards Xiao Muqiu with great joy and excitedly shouted, "Little auntie, little aunt, you're here." "Dad, when did you and sister-in-law run into each other? Where did you bump into each other?" Lin Shushua joyfully asks. Lin Shushua is actually super nosy at this moment, super eager to know how her dad and sister-in-law met. But thinking about her drunken embarrassment last night, she held back, didn't make a sound, and tried her best to minimize her presence. She was afraid that another sister-in-law would know about her last night's embarrassing drunken behavior. Xiao Muqiu talked about today's incident at the railway bureau. The four sisters' eyes met and they smiled ambiguously. It seemed like their dad and sister-in-law were really bonded. "Dad, did you buy these dishes today?" Lin Shuxia finally couldn't help but speak up as she saw the colorful dishes that put her in a good mood at first glance. They were candy-colored, light pink, light blue, light green, light yellow, and so on. Lin Yu came out with the cooked enameled seafood pots and said with a smile, "Your sister-in-law bought them for us, and these enamel pots." The enameled seafood pots can be used as a cooking pot as well as directly served on the table as a dish bowl after the seafood is done. "Wow, Auntie, these enamel pans are so expensive. I remember seeing them in the Carrefour supermarket before. One cost several $1,000s. Oh my god, there are so many enamel pans sitting in the kitchen. Auntie, did you suddenly make a lot of money? How dare you buy such an expensive gift for us?" Lin Shushua carefully looks at the letters on the enamel pots and determines that they are cool-colored enamel pots. One costs $2,000 to $3,000. The enamel pots with large caliber even cost $4,000 apiece. Add to that the dishes and enameled cups. Here at least several tens of thousands of dollars. Ah. Lin Yu smiled and said to his daughters, "Your sister-in-law did make a fortune today. She optimized the face recognition system for the Railroad Bureau site in the morning and easily made $50,000. The four sisters looked at Xiao Muqiu in shock. "Auntie, you made $50,000 in one morning. You're too good." Lin Shushua Ali gave a small fist and said, "I'm also studying computer science. I want to learn from my sister-in-law and make more big money in the future." Lin Shuxia said, "I'm also going to strive to earn $50,000 a day in manuscript fees. However, I feel like it's too hard. I'll be lucky if I can earn $50,000 a book." Xiao Muqiu patted both of their sisters on the shoulders and encouraged, "Little auntie believes in you too. You can definitely do it. Little auntie doesn't make this much money every day. Once in a while. Your father is the only one who is powerful. Learn more from your father, a great money earner." She really did not expect, only 18 years have not seen, the original Lin Yu brother, unexpectedly jumped into $1 trillion. Even more rich than Wanda Group's chairman Wang Jinjian big brother. Really too shocked. Lin Yu smiled and said, "You all can make a lot of money. Eat. The four Lin family sisters purposely arranged for Xiao Muqiu and Lin Yu to sit in one direction, and the four of them sat opposite the two of them. It was a rectangular dining table that could seat 10 people. After sitting down, Xiao Muqiu asked, "Is Chen Chen not coming back tonight?" Lin Mangyao heatedly smiled and said, "He's only coming back to stay on the weekend. Tonight, he's done something big." "Dad." His brother confessed his love to Tang Qingyi, the schoolgirl of his big sister's school, and still used the extraordinarily domineering way of confessing. "I have the video here. Let me show you guys. I really didn't expect that my brother would also have such domineering moments." Saying this, Lin Mengyao cast her cell phone onto the TV set on the wall of the dining room. After the 6 houses were opened up, now in the dining room of their house, there was also a TV set. Before, they liked to carry their meals to the sofa and eat while watching TV. When they were designing the new house, they mentioned this idea to the designer, who designed a TV wall here in the dining room. People sitting on both sides of the dining table could eat while watching TV. Lin Yu watched on the TV as his son said the name Lin Chen to Tang Qingyi, as well as saying words for Tang Qingyi to remember his name. He smiled with satisfaction. His son should be this domineering. It looked like the two little guys were getting along well in their own way. Ding! Came a WeChat message into his cell phone. Picking it up, it was a message from Tang Xiai's video. This video was exactly this video that Lin Yu was watching at the moment. Tang Xiai's, "Old Lin, your son confessed to my daughter. So cultured. This is the first time I know that confessing to a girl can be done in such a civilized and domineering way. Ha ha. I see that my daughter didn't reject your son either. I feel that the two of them are very much in love. You in-laws? I'm determined. Ha ha. Old Lin, look, your son is about to have a girlfriend. Aren't you anxious? If you have a child at home, you still need to have a woman at home to take care of it, especially if you have a daughter at home. We as dads are straight thinking. We don't understand the heart of the little girl. If you have a woman at home, they are more attentive than us, and they have common topics with the little girl. Seeing this message, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Muqiu sitting beside him. Putting down his cell phone, he didn't reply to Tang Shiai's words. Picking up a piece of pig's foot and putting it into Xiao Muqiu's rice bowl. The four daughters were watching TV and didn't see the scene. Xiao Muqiu saw it, and she even locked eyes with Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled at her, and Xiao Muqiu almost felt like she was going to be unable to find her way. What does it mean that brother Lin Yu is pinching my pig's feet? Is it a clip between lovers? Or, does brother Lin Yu know that I like eating pig's feet, so he clips it to me? Or, is brother Lin Yu acting as a host, pinching food for her as a guest? All sorts of thoughts surfaced in Xiao Muqiu's head. Chapter 109, Xiao Muqiu lives next door to Lin Yu. 3 more. Brother Lin Yu used the chopsticks that gave me the pig's feet and then ate. Isn't that tantamount to indirectly kissing me? Boing boing, how can this be good? If a picture appeared above Xiao Muqiu's head at this moment, it would definitely be her writhing her little body with a Thai face, with little pink hearts floating all around her. The four sisters were watching TV and discussing about their younger brother Lin Shen while eating. Xiao Muqiu quietly glanced at Lin Yu before quickly lowering her head and starting to gnaw on a pig's foot. Although she felt that a girl nibbling on pig's feet was a bit of an image drop, she really liked eating pig's feet, and it was the same braised pig's feet that Lin Yu's brother had made, and personally pinched into her bowl. She likes it even more. Originally, she was going to make this braised pig's feet tonight, but brother Lin Yu told her to go rest and leave the kitchen to him. This braised pig's feet was made by brother Lin Yu, and at a glance, she knew it was super delicious. When she was in the kitchen earlier, seeing the oily brownish red color of this well-done braised pig's feet and the rich sweetness of the aroma, she almost couldn't help but want to paw at it and steal a bite. But in the end, she still held back, because she had to hold her image. She couldn't be a snacker in the eyes of Lin Yu's brother. Now that she could finally start eating, her mood was super excited. Once the fragrant pig's feet entered her mouth, the soft and moist melt-in-your-mouth texture came up, so delicious that her whole body squinted in happiness. It was too delicious. It was really too delicious. It doesn't feel greasy at all, full of meat flavor. Plus the pig's feet with tendons are even more Q-bouncy. Q-bouncy. Super delicious. Brother Lin Yu, this cooking skill of yours is simply fantastic. It's the first time I've eaten such delicious pig's feet. Xiao Muqiu praised without any exaggeration. When the four sisters of the Lin family heard Xiao Muqiu's words, their focus was pulled back, and they all said, "Auntie, my father's cooking skills that are absolutely beyond words. When he says second, no one dares to call it first. Every dish Dad makes is especially delicious. Auntie, you eat more." Saying this, the four sisters all gave Xiao Muqiu dishes. In a flash, they piled a small mountain in Xiao Muqiu's small bowl. Xiao Muqiu's face was full of smiles at her niece's enthusiasm. "Good, you guys eat more too." Saying that, Xiao Muqiu pinched food for the four sisters. In the end, she pinched a chopstick of yellow beef for Lin Yu. "Brother Lin Yu, you've worked hard on cooking tonight. You eat more." Lin Chuxia hemmed and hawed. "Dad, this yellow beef is a good aphrodisiac to tonify the kidneys. Auntie is so good to you." Xiao Muqiu froze. She didn't mean that. She didn't know that yellow beef could also strengthen the aphrodisiac and tonify the kidneys? Brother Lin Yu wouldn't have misunderstood her meaning, right? Would he have fantasies about her? It would be great if he really had fantasies. What other dishes are aphrodisiacs and kidney tonics? I'll go back later and check it out, and then I'll make it for Lin Yu's brother. He. Lin Yu laughed and knocked Chu Xia's daughter's small head with the tail of his chopsticks and said, "Little girl, read too many novels, right? There are many aphrodisiac and kidney tonic dishes. Leeks, loach, mutton, dog meat, beef, black beans and black rice and so on all have this effect. Eat properly." Lin Chuxia naively scratched his little head, then lowered his head to eat. While eating, a pair of quirky eyes swept back and forth between Lin Yu and Xiao Muqiu's facial expressions. After being caught by Lin Yu's peeping eyes, she spat out her tongue adorably, then withdrew her eyes and continued eating. After a meal, the four sisters gathered the dishes together to go wash them in the kitchen, leaving the time and the space in the living room to Lin Yu and Xiao Muqiu. Then the four sisters bite their ears and whisper in the kitchen, "I think Dad and sister-in-law have a lot of drama." Lin Chuxia whispered heatedly. Lin Chushui and Lin Mengyao as well as Lin Shirhan also snicker and nod their heads. "Great, we won't have a stepmother in the future." Every day, there are so many neighbors adding me on WeChat, asking what kind of wife our dad wants, but it pisses me off. Lin Mengyao grunted in a small voice. Lin Shirhan thought of something and said badly, the next door to Dad's current room. Hasn't been lived in yet. Later on, big sister. You take sister-in-law to see the house and let her live in the bedroom next to Dad. Those 2 bedrooms, there are 2 small balconies. Although they're not connected, they're only separated by a meter. Lin Shushua smiled and gave a thumbs up towards Lin Shirhan. That's a good suggestion. Lin Mengyao and Lin Shuxia have a bad smile on their faces and nod their little heads. Lin Shuxia says, this reminds me of the romance novel where my family's male god lives next door. Ha ha, I hope that auntie and dad will get their marriage fixed soon. Walking down the marriage hall, after the 4 sisters finish washing the dishes, Lin Shuxue is sent to take Xiao Muqiu to see the house. The other 3 sisters continue to be responsible for mopping the floor and doing the housework. The house is lively and cozy. The extended home is huge. Originally Lin Yu wanted to hire a nanny, but the 4 sisters said that they don't need to hire a nanny because they are not used to having a nanny at home. There is also the fact that their 4 sisters do hygiene are a handful, and all of them can take care of themselves, so they do not need a nanny at all. Lin Yu listens to his daughters and doesn't hire a nanny. After Lin Shuxue showed Xiao Muqiu the room next door to Lin Yu, she said, Auntie, this room is huge. I think it's especially suitable for you. Xiao Muqiu said, Schwerer, it's fine for sister-in-law to live in the room before. This room is kept and used as a guest room in the future. Auntie, this room is more spacious than the one you lived in, and it also has a built-in bathroom. The bed is also super comfortable. This bed frame won't fall apart no matter how much it's tossed around. The bed in your previous room, sister-in-law, wasn't very good quality. With more people sitting on the bed, it's easy to make a clicking sound, and if a few people were to bounce on the bed again, it would be easy to jump the bed off the couch. As soon as Xiao Muqiu heard this, her mind thought of the picture of what she and Lin Yu would be doing on the bed in the future. If they did some intense exercise, they really did need a good quality bed. Of course, this was something she definitely couldn't tell her niece. She nodded her head and said, okay, listen to Schwerer. Lin Shuxua smiled joyfully, then brought Xiao Muqiu to the small balcony in the room and said, Auntie, this balcony you can place some of your favorite flowers and plants. Tell me your favorite flowers and plants and I'll have someone send them to the house and install them for you. There's also this next door, where my father lives. Xiao Muqiu's focus wasn't on the flowers and plants, but, next door, just 1 meter away from the balcony over there lives Lin Yu's brother. Geez, what a heavenly gift, letting her live next door to Lin Yu's brother. And most of all, the 2 rooms had small balconies. The balconies were both unclosed, and this 1 meter distance, for her, totally small case, easily over the top. Chapter 110, Naming the Kitten Changsheng. Thinking about it, she was looking forward to staying here, but she doesn't have time to stay here tonight. Saturday and Sunday will be a vacation, so she can come over and stay then. On Lin Yu's side, after his daughters finished washing the dishes, they went to the cat house on the 10th floor to tease the cats, and after Lin Shuxua brought Xiao Muqiu back to the living room, she also left with the excuse that she had to go upstairs to check on the cats, leaving the alone time for Lin Yu and Xiao Muqiu. Lin Yu took out a small cage from under the coffee table next to the sofa and put it in front of Xiao Muqiu. This is Xiao Muqiu saw at a glance a small milk cat with black and white ripples meeting each other lying in the cage. Meow, civet cat, for you, like it? Lin Yu smiled and handed the cage over to Xiao Muqiu's hand. Xiao Muqiu held the cage in one hand and gently touched the little milk cat's little head with one hand. The little milk cat immediately raised its little head to look at her hand, and its little claws scratched over, especially aggressive. Xiao Muqiu liked the nature of this little cat, looked up and said cheerfully to Lin Yu, I like it, brother Lin Yu. Thank you for sending me this civet cat. I will raise it well. Good. Xiao Muqiu looked at the clock on the wall. It was already 8 in the evening. She had to go back, because from here to the army, it would take another 2 hours. Brother Lin Yu, it's late. I'm going to pack up and get ready to go back. I'll see you off. You've been drinking. The driver is driving. Good. Xiao Muqiu went back to her room full of joy to organize her things. The things were simple. A briefcase she brought out today. A white shirt of Lin Yu's that she wore today. She folded the white shirt neatly and put it into the compartment of the briefcase, then zipped up the briefcase and went out the door. Lin Yu happened to be coming down from the 10th floor, and he went upstairs to tell his daughters that he was going to send Xiao Muqiu back to the army. When the daughters found out, of course they were all for it with both hands. On the way back to the army by car, Xiao Muqiu and Lin Yu discussed the matter of naming the kitten. Brother Lin Yu, I'm a naming waste. Can you give the kitten a name? At this moment, Xiao Muqiu had already taken the little milk cat out of the cage and held it in her arms, possibly because it was sleepy. The kitten was quite well behaved, lying in the crook of Xiao Muqiu's arm and not tossing and turning. Name? Lin Yu was also half experienced in naming pets, but when Xiao Muqiu asked, he thought very seriously and said, then let's call it Changsheng. After having enough money, one would want to live forever. especially since he now had 5 sons and daughters. He wanted to live longer. Thinking of names for his pets, he also thought of this piece. Everlasting life, this name is good. Xiao Muqiu liked this name. It's very distinctive. Unlike the names other friends gave their cats and cats, which were called Pudding, Strawberry, or something like that, her brother Lin Yu really knew how to pick names. Little one, from now on you'll be called Changsheng. Do you like this name? It's what your dad named you. Oh, in the future mom will take care of you. This last sentence, Xiao Muqiu said in her heart. On her face, she didn't dare to say it. The little milk cat heard his name, opened his eyes, grumbling amber eyes, looked at Lin Yu for a moment, looked at Xiao Muqiu for a moment, then yawned, stretched out his 2 little paws, and meowed, like it liked the name. Xiao Muqiu smiled and said, Brother Lin Yu, look, Changsheng also likes the name you gave it. Lin Yu smiled. Girls were really a super cute species, especially when girls teased cats. It was even more adorable. The car drove all the way out of the city and into the mountains, then stopped outside the gates of the Warblade Special Forces. Brother Lin Yu, I'm here, so I'll get off the car first. I'm on vacation on Saturday. Come over to play with you guys. Good. Xiao Muqiu got out of the car and closed the door. The driver asked Lin Yu, Mr. Lin, are we going? Wait a minute. Lin Yu watched Xiao Muqiu enter the troop, and when he was at the gate, Xiao Muqiu just happened to meet up with a man in camouflage uniform who walked out. The 2 men were chatting there. Not knowing what they were chatting about, Lin Yu saw Xiao Muqiu smile. Lin Yu opened the car window, took out a cigarette, lit it and took a drag. Then his eyes continued to look at the gate and found that Xiao Muqiu was still chatting with that man, and it seemed like the 2 were chatting. At the moment, the one who was chatting with Xiao Muqiu was Zhuo Yingmin, the instructor of the Warblade Special Forces. Xiao Muqiu, congratulations. I heard from Jinjin that you went on a date tonight, so it seems like good things are near, Zhuo Yingmin said with a smile. He also saw Lin Yu's car that sent Xiao Muqiu back. No, don't listen to Jinjin's nonsense. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. When he said this, Xiao Muqiu was a little shy and quietly glanced at Lin Yu's car that was still parked there and hadn't driven away, thinking to herself, Brother Lin Yu is so sweet. She got out of the car and he still hasn't driven the car away. It seems that he wants to see her enter the gate before he drives the car away. If she could really be Lin Yu brother's girlfriend, wouldn't she enjoy more privileges? For example, Lin Yu brother would get out of the car, walk her to the door, and then also hug her, as well as have a separate kiss? Yeah, can't think down. Didn't pay attention for a moment and thought too much. Zhuo Yingmin smiled and said, yes, people have personally sent you back, and did not immediately drive the car away, as if they care about you very much. If there are good things, you must remember to invite me and Jinjin for dinner. Although Xiao Muqiu knew that Lin Yu couldn't hear the conversation between her and Zhuo Yingmin, she was still a bit cautious and vain, afraid that Lin Yu might have heard Zhuo Yingmin's words. She changed the topic and asked Zhuo Yingmin why he was still going out so late. Going out for half a thing. Zhuo Yingmin said, Little Qiu, there's something that you forgot to take. Lin Yu got out of the car and walked over with a steady pace, handing a box of cat food to Xiao Muqiu, and to raised his hand to tease the kitten in Xiao Muqiu's arms, saying in a doting tone, Changsheng, be good and listen to your mother. I'll come to see you on Saturday. Meow. The kitten comfortably rubbed in Lin Yu's palm. Xiao Muqiu smiled and said to Lin Yu, Brother Lin Yu, let me introduce you. This is Zhuo Yingmin, the instructor in our army, and my friend. Zhuo Yingmin, this is Lin Yu, my big brother. Hello. Zhuo Yingmin politely extended his right hand towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu also extended his right hand. As soon as the 2 men's right hands shook, at once, an invisible power contest began. Zhuo Yingmin originally wanted to measure Lin Yu's force value, to see if Lin Yu could protect Xiao Muqiu. Unexpectedly, as soon as he moved his force, a mountainous force came from Lin Yu's big palm, almost breaking his hand. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Inwardly, he was shocked. Chapter 111. Jealous brother Lin Yu is super cute. He did not expect that the man in front of him, who looked all noble and handsome as if he had absorbed the essence of the sun and the moon, would be so strong. The ace trainer of him was actually not Lin Yu's opponent. After Lin Yu saw the other party's face change slightly, he let go of his hand and said to Zhuo Yingmin, Hello, I still have something to do. I'll leave first. Zhuo Yingmin nodded towards Lin Yu, then smiled at Xiao Muqiu and said, Xiao Muqiu, your big brother is not bad. His arm strength is amazing. After saying that, Zhuo Yingmin left with big strides, not staying here to continue being a light bulb. Xiao Muqiu blinked, then looked at Lin Yu and asked, Brother Lin Yu, you just competed with instructor Zhuo in arm strength? You two are familiar? Lin Yu asked without answering, although Xiao Muqiu hadn't been in love. However, at this moment, she realized, could it be that just now brother Lin Yu competed with Zhuo Yingmin because he misunderstood her relationship with Zhuo Yingmin? Jealous? Boing boing. So sweet. It feels like the heart is all sweet. She explains to Lin Yu. Brother Lin Yu, Instructor Zhua and I are kinda familiar, but not very familiar. He's very familiar with my friend Jinjin. He's chasing Jinjin recently. Although the feeling of being jealous by Brother Lin Yu is really super great, but she doesn't want to let Brother Lin Yu misunderstand. So explaining clearly that Joy Min was chasing Jinjin had nothing to do with her. Once Lin Yu heard this, he instantly understood, knowing that he had misunderstood. However, the expression on his face, however, didn't change at all for half a second, continued to nod his head as usual, and said, "Oh, the night of autumn is still very cold. You go back to bed earlier." Good. Xiao Muqiu hugged the kitten, just turned around, and then looked back at Lin Yu, blinking her starry eyes. Brother Lin Yu, will you come here to pick me up on Saturday? Aha. Okay, then I'll send you a message when I get off work at that time. Brother Lin Yu came to pick her up. Aha. Good night, Brother Rinwu. Good night. Xiao Muqiu hugged her cat, carried her things, and walked into the troop with light footsteps. If it wasn't because she still had to think about her image, she really wanted to walk with a bounce, and she had to sing a song and walk with a bounce, because she was so happy, her whole body was floating. Is this the feeling of being in love? This feeling is too good to keep having it all the time. After Lin Yu watched Xiao Muqiu's figure disappear from view, he turned around and went back to the car, asking the driver to drive. Then he opened the car window, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. Now recalling his behavior just now, he actually felt that he was very childish, surprisingly jealous. Moreover, the main thing was that it was still a misunderstanding, and he got jealous. Has he not been in love for a long time? So, the self-control over women had dropped so much? Don't even know how long it's been since I've experienced this feeling of jealousy. It was still a bit on the nose. Lin Yu exhaled a mouthful of smoke and watched as the white smoke drifted through the dark mountains and forests. The evening breeze brushed by, carrying the coolness of the beginning of fall. After Xiao Muqiu returned to the dormitory, Jinjin immediately greeted her, her eyes full of gossip. Muqiu, just now Zhuo Min sent me a message saying that it was your boyfriend who sent you back tonight, and also said that your boyfriend is not only super handsome, but also rich, and has very amazing arm strength, stronger than even him. Oh my god, this guy of yours is also too awesome, right? Is there a photo to show me? I'm really too curious. Zhuo Min is the ace trainer in our army. If he dares to say second, no one dares to say first. I didn't realize that your family's god's arm strength is even greater than his strength. This is unbelievable. Could it be that your god is a soldier? Before Xiao Muqiu could take his seat, Jinjin's words crackled out like machine guns. Then Jinjin's gaze fell on the kitten that Xiao Muqiu was holding in her arms, and immediately her eyes lit up. What a cute kitten. Your boy god gave it to you? Xiao Muqiu hugged the kitten and put the file bag and cat food on her own table, then sat on a chair, hugging the kitten, and said to Jinjin, "You asked so many questions at once. Which one should I answer first?" Jinjin pulled over a chair and just sat across from Xiao Muqiu with a face full of excitement and said sharply, "Let's talk about this cat first." Well, he gave it to me the name we both picked out as well. It's called Changsheng. Jinjin gave a thumbs up towards Xiao Muqiu and complimented. Impressive. Even your daughter's names have been picked out. What daughter? Ah, isn't this cat's sister the love token of the two of you? Your pet daughter? Xiao Muqiu lowered her head and smiled as she teased the cat, not responding to Jinjin's words. The heart is all sweetness. Jinjin continues to ask, "Do you have a picture of your family's male god? Let me take a look. I'm just too curious about him. If I had known that he sent you back, I definitely would have gone to the gate to pick you up. See him with my own eyes." Xiao Muqiu was in a good mood now. She took out her cell phone, clicked on Lin Yu's photo and then showed it to Jinjin, but also only gave Jinjin a look. Just when Jinjin wanted to lick the screen and suck in a mouthful of ooze, Jinjin's head was clipped by Xiao Muqiu. "What kind of action are you doing here?" Saying that, Xiao Muqiu turned off the phone screen and then stuffed the phone back into his pants pocket. Cough. Give me another look. Let me inhale some Ouchi. His arm strength is so strong. His hands must be very good as well. He's a superb master. Let me inhale a few mouthfuls of Ouchi. Maybe I can become a great master in my life as well. Jinjin urged, still wanting to continue looking at Lin Yu's picture. With only one glance, she hadn't even gotten a good look at Lin Yu's face yet. However, with just one glance, she could also see that Lin Yu had a strong aura. The male god aura was proper, and it was still that type of man. Not those unmanly so-called husbands male gods that were popular on TV nowadays. You can become a master by sucking in Eurochi. Jinjin, I think you need to charge your IQ a bit. Did you update tonight? Please don't bring up such a straight-to-the-soul question at such a crucial time, okay? You haven't updated yet. Then get to work on your words. Don't let me open the package one day and realize it's full of razor blades from your readers. Jinjin ran off to continue coding. There was no way around it. There was still no update for tonight, and it was only an hour until 12 p.m. She still had 4,000 words to write, and her brain had to be spinning skittering fast to think of a plot to make it work. It was a race against time. If she broke off today, she'd lose her full attendance bonus. The readers would also bombard her comment section. Xiao Muxiu saw that Jingjin obediently went to code. She smiled. Then she put the kitten on the bed, covered the kitten, gently patted her little head and said, "Chang Shang, Mama went to take a bath. You sleep here obediently. Don't run around." Chapter 112, Tang Qingyi's Little Private Secret, 3 Shifts. After taking a shower, Jingjin was still crackling and typing on the keyboard, as if there was a fierce ghost chasing behind her. Xiao Muqiu laughed, then went to blow-dry her hair. Blow-drying her hair, she held the kitten again to take a shower, and after blow-drying the kitten's hair, she held the kitten on the bed, and then carefully took out the white shirt of Linyu that she had worn today from the file bag. Holding it in front of her again full of joy, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I'll also take a breath of Linyu's brother's OU breath. It's the smell of sunshine. It smells so good. Sleeping with it in my arms. It's like hugging Rinwo brother to sleep. The day after tomorrow will be Saturday, and then brother Rinwo will come to pick her up. So happy. The day turned to Friday. Lin Chen had already finished reading the data that Mustard Cat had sent him. After he finished reading it, he felt that the data still wasn't comprehensive enough because it was all data collected on the internet and he didn't know how authentic it was. He decided that it was better to get some real data from the neighborhoods and wholesale markets on this side of Shanghai first. After all, this was a big project that was going to invest lots and lots of money. He had to take it seriously. He couldn't let his dad lose money on the first big project he did. Mustard Cat, classmate Lin, you've been confessing to schoolgirl Tang for a few days now. Strike while the iron's hot. We don't have classes after 4 p.m. today. Schoolmarm Tang won't be going home this weekend. Oh, you have to seize the opportunity. Oh, Lin Chen, say you said last time, after I confessed to Tang Qingyi, you'd tell me one of Tang Qingyi's secrets. You seem to have forgotten to tell me one of her secrets. Mustard Cat, he, you have a good memory. This secret is very private. After you know it, don't tell schoolgirl Tang that I told you. Do I look like someone who betrays his brother? I'm a female. I know. If you were a male, then I'd have to kill you. Don't call me brother, call Kitty Cat. It's better to call you brother. Calling Kitty Cat gives me goosebumps. Would you dare to say something like that to schoolgirl Tang? Then surely I wouldn't say such crude words to her. You're double standard. You dare to say such crude words to me. Lin Chen's phone just rang at this moment. It was the question and answer paper he had customized online that had arrived. He answered the call and told them to just deposit the delivery at the Rookie Bird stage and he'd pick it up after school. After hanging up the phone, a message from Mustard Cat came into his phone. Mustard Cat, not talking. Angry? Don't be angry. Just kidding with you. Then I'll allow you to call me a brother, okay? Who made me so cute and nice to talk to? Lin Chen, that little thing is not to be angry. I just answered a courier call. Mustard Cat, it's good that you're not angry. I still want to see if you chase after schoolgirl Tang after all. It's a big deal that's going to blow up the whole school. He. That personal secret of schoolgirl Tang is that she goes to a chef's class called Culinary Paradise on the 2nd floor of the Wangyuan Mall every Saturday and Sunday at 9 a.m. to learn cooking. I'm the only one in our dormitory who knows about this, besides schoolmarm Tang herself. So, if you go to Culinary Paradise and meet schoolmarm Tang, don't say that I told you. Just say it was a coincidence, a chance encounter. Culinary Paradise. Tang Qingyi learning cooking? Ha, good. Just in time for him to activate a tomato scrambled egg recipe. Then he and Tang Qingyi had a small hobby in common. The main thing was that he had the system in place, so he could definitely win over Tang Qingyi in the area of cooking. Lin Chen, thanks, brother. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone about you. He still wanted Mustard Cat to continue to be his wingman lurking around Tang Qingyi, so naturally, he wouldn't leak Mustard Cat out. He wasn't stupid. In the evening after school, Lin Chen returned home holding a bunch of question and answer papers. Lin Chen, what did you buy? Why are there so many? Your exam papers? Not really. Lin Shirhan, who had just returned from learning how to fly an airplane, asked as she drank water there in the dining room while looking at the returning Lin Chen. Lin Chen revealed a mysterious smile. You'll know when the time comes. I'll go to my room to get busy first now. By the way, third sister, how's your airplane flying going? I'm going to learn how to drive this Sunday. Lin Shirhan said with a confident face. I can already fly a helicopter now, but I still need a trainer to guide me from the side. And after a while, I think I'll be able to fly a helicopter alone. Awesome, my third sister. Hearing that Lin Shirhan was close to being able to fly a helicopter alone, Lin Chen was filled with motivation. He'd get his car license first, then go get his airplane license. I don't know if Tang Qingyi got her car license and airplane license. In the evening, Lin Yu came back to prepare for dinner and found his son following him in. Dad, let me help you. Okay, Dad, what are we going to cook tonight? His dad's cooking was even better than the cooking that the system rewarded him with, and he was ready to learn cooking from his dad tonight. Then tomorrow, he would go to Tang Chingy's chef class and shock the entire audience. Thinking about it, he was looking forward to tomorrow morning. The whole person also played chicken blood with Lin Yu detailed learning cooking steps. Lin Yu saw that his son really wanted to learn, but also very patient and meticulous teaching. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. On Xiao Muchio's side, she was already off work, and was now in the dormitory using a needle and thread to embroider a pattern on a white t-shirt. Accidentally, the needle pricked her fingertip, and immediately, blood came out of it. She lifted her finger and just put it in her mouth and sucked on it. The tip of her tongue was pressed against the spot that was pricked by the needle to stop the bleeding. After stopping the bleeding, she let out another eat before realizing that she had just accidentally dripped blood onto her t-shirt. What can we do about this? Xiao Muchio was anxious. This was just a little bit short of the last bit to finish the embroidery, and in the end, she had actually dripped a drop of blood on the white t-shirt. This was a gift to be given to brother Lin Yu. If she bought another white t-shirt to embroider a design on it, she wouldn't be able to give it to Lin Yu's brother tomorrow, because this is the result of her stabbing for a full 5 days. Just as Ying Jinjin came back, she saw Xiao Muchio in a daze and asked about the situation. After learning the situation, she said, "How difficult is this? Just directly embroider a red love heart on this drop of blood. Wouldn't it be fine? Moreover, it has a better moral. Oh, it's a love heart made of your blood. It's really a love heart made with your love. Super romantic." This idea, Xiao Muchio had thought about it, but, embroidering a love heart on the clothes she was going to give to brother Lin Yu, would this be too obvious? Although last time when Lin Yu brother sent her back, she felt that Lin Yu brother was jealous, thinking that Lin Yu brother should like her. However, Lin Yu brother hadn't told her personally that he liked her. She was afraid that she had misunderstood him, causing her feelings for him would cause trouble for him. Chapter 113, Does Tang Qingyi like me? However, the moral that Ying Jinjin said was really good as well. It was just then that the kitten raised its little paw towards her and scratched, meowing. Seeing the kitten's little paw, Xiao Muchio suddenly thought of an excellent idea. She put down the embroidery tools and clothes in her hands and bent down to pick up the kitten as she did, teasing her little ears with her fingers. "What's wrong? Is Changsheng this hungry? Want to drink, Grandma?" Meow. Little Changsheng began to purr cheerfully when she heard the words drink, Grandma. Xiao Muchio smiled dotingly, then took the milk bottle that she had bought especially for the cat and held it to feed it milk. After feeding it, the little guy immediately ran out into the wild. It was really lively and cute. Xiao Muchio picked up her clothes and needle and thread again and began to embroider her ideas out. Half an hour later, she looked at the masterpiece in her hand and smiled joyfully. Ying Jinjin came over to look at it and gave a thumbs up towards Xiao Muchio with a bad smile. "Mucho, this is a brilliant move of yours, hiding the love heart in the meat pads of the cat's paw, and in one fell swoop, you embroidered a love heart in all 4 of the kitten's meat pads, so that since it can be said to be a way of revealing your fondness for him, it can be said that it's childishly fun. Masterful, masterful. This is a trick I need to learn." Xiao Muchio asked with a look of anticipation. "Do you think he'll see the little love heart in this cat's paw?" The love heart looked a little small in comparison to the cat's paw, and then even smaller in comparison to the image of the cartoon boy embroidered on the entire t-shirt. "If he likes you, he will definitely see it," Ying Jinjin said heatedly, "because in the face of a favorite person giving himself something, even if it's a stitch, we'll use a magnifying glass to look at it, that will inevitably see the love hidden in this kitten's paw." Early Saturday morning, after breakfast, Lin Chen went out with his school bag, came to the nearby vegetable market. He went straight to the wholesale store that sells eggs, and bought 5 cartons of eggs with the boss, a total of 100 eggs. By then, if he ran out, the boss replenished over. If he didn't run out, he could still return it. Then asked the boss to borrow a small folding table and a small folding stool, and began to take out the questionnaire about people's thoughts on grocery shopping in the book bag. Then picked up a bought electronic speaker and shouted, "Simply answer 1 questionnaire and get 5 eggs for free." The people who came to the food market at this point in time to buy food were all big mothers and fathers, and their favorite thing was to exchange their time for something. For example, this kind of answer a questionnaire, giveaway eggs activity is their favorite. Immediately, a few Amazons came to ask for information. After Lin Chan's handsome face and patiently explaining how to answer the questionnaires to the Amazons immediately said they had no problem. They began to answer the questions with a brush. After answering the questions, Lin Chan gave each of them 5 eggs. "Handsome boy, will you still come here tomorrow?" "Coming. Then I'll bring my old lady along to answer the questions tomorrow." "Totally." Then after the Amazons really got their eggs, they started to advertise to Lin Chen, shouting in their home groups, or square dance groups and so on, that there was a handsome guy handing out eggs here at the Duong vegetable market, and that as long as they simply answered a questionnaire, They could receive 5 eggs. Do I need to fill in my ID number? No. Do I have to scan the QR code? No. None of that. Just fill out a simple questionnaire and you can get 5 eggs. I'll be right there. Right away. 5 eggs. They're mine. Coming soon. After working until 8:30 a.m. Lin Chen had answered all 500 questionnaires he had bought online. Moreover, because he had activated the system, his memory was much stronger than before, so halfway through, someone who wanted to come a second time to answer the questionnaire and receive the eggs was directly recognized by him. There was also someone who changed his clothes and hairstyle to come to answer the questionnaire for the second time, and was also recognized by him at once. The Amazon said, "This young man's memory is too good. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a superb memory. He must be a schoolmaster." They said, "I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I want to introduce him to someone," and so on. When the Amazons asked Lin Chen for his microsignal, Lin Chen sent them the WeChat public number he had prepared earlier. The name of the WeChat public number was Chen Sheng Preferred. This was the name he came up with for the online vegetable selling app he was going to make in the future. After things were done on this side, Lin Chen carried his school bag to the culinary paradise on the second floor of the Wangyuan shopping center. Ding! The cell phone rang. It was a message from Mustard Cat. "Mustard Cat, bro. Schoolgirl Tang is already starting to be on her way. She's spraying sunscreen." Lin Chen immediately accelerated his pace, changing his walk to a run, and ran towards Wangyuan Mall, because he wanted to learn how to cook inside before Tang Qingyi came in and had a chance encounter. Absolutely marvelous. "Mustard Cat, where is everyone?" "Lin Chen, in. I know. No time to chat. I'm running." At 8:50 a.m., Lin Chen took care of the registration procedures for Culinary Heaven and entered the activity room. Because the classes didn't officially start until 9 in the morning, students who came early at this moment could rest in the activity room. At 8:55, suddenly a fragrance drifted in. Lin Chen looked up and looked over, just in time to see Tang Qingyi walk in wearing a very revealing fall sportswear, youthful and beautiful. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers were blooming in the room. It was called a good look. The trainees in the activity room looked over at Tang Qingyi in a backward huff. "What a beautiful girl. I haven't seen her here before. Is she a new cadet? I'm so lucky today. I was forced by my mom to come and learn cooking. I didn't expect to run into a school flower-level beauty." Sure enough, Mom was right. A man who learns to cook will definitely find a girlfriend. I really want to chase her, but she looks so high and cold. Lin Chen directly stood up and walked to Tang Qingyi's front with a big smile. "Classmate Tang, it seems that you like me a lot. Knowing that I'm here to learn cooking, you purposely came over to learn as well." As soon as Lin Chen's punchy words came out, the entire activity room was, in turn, stunned. Aha! Lost love before they even started to fall in love. The school beauty was actually owned. Tang Qingyi glanced at Lin Chen and didn't say anything, because at this moment it was just 9 o'clock and classes were starting. So after Tang Qingyi glanced at Lin Chen, she walked straight to the classroom. Not to mention, Lin Chen felt very surprised at this moment. Tang Qingyi not only didn't beat him up in the face of what he said, but she also didn't refute what he said. It's hard to believe that Tang Qingyi really likes him. It's not that he's narcissistic, but Tang Qingyi's attitude is really too easy for him to visualize. Last time when he sent her a cat to confess, she didn't reject it, and she even hugged the cat he gave her to sleep. Now, when he said that she liked him, she didn't utter a rebuttal either. She was different and special to him. Chapter 114, Microsignal, Tang Qingyi loves me. Thinking about this, Lin Chen walked into the classroom in a good mood. In the classroom, there were neatly arranged island platforms, one for each student, and on top of the island platforms, the nameplates of each student were placed. Tang Qingyi's island table was on the right side of the classroom by the window, and Lin Chen's island table was just to Tang Qingyi's left. Lin Chen walked over, picked up his name tag, and said to Tang Qingyi, "Classmate Tang, you've really moved a lot of carefully in order to chase after me. And you even purposely asked the teacher to put the two of us in the same spot." Tang Qingyi's side face was really pretty, especially in the morning sunlight that spilled in through the window pane and landed on her, shrouding her in a layer of hazy beauty, making her side profile even more fairy-like, especially her glowing white skin. Under the sunlight, it was even more white and glowing. As expected, she was the school beauty of Fudan University. Just beautiful. "Student Lin, has anyone ever told you that you're confident?" Tang Qingyi looked at Lin Chen. Her gaze not as high and cold as when she saw him before, but instead with a bit of mischievous cuteness. "Do I still need someone else to tell me about this matter of me being confident? I've always been confident since I was a child. Men must be full of confidence. The cat I gave you last time, do you like it? How did you know I like Muppet cats? And a vanilla-colored ragdoll cat at that?" Lin Chen blinked his right eye towards Tang Qingyi, electrified her, and also shot a D towards her, completely without the nervousness in front of the school flower. But instead, very evil and bad, coupled with his handsome face value that he inherited from Lin Yu. If it wasn't for the girl with strong determination, it was estimated that at this moment, her legs really had to go soft. You like the Brahma-colored ragdoll cat? Then look at it this way. I sent the right one. Know what it's called? It's called a heart-to-heart. Tang Qingyi laughed. This laugh? Not good. Classmate Tang, don't laugh. What? Do you know how lethal this smile of yours is? How many young boys are haunted by you? And how many little kids want to grow up fast for you? Put, classmate Tang, you must usually be in pain, right? Painful what? So many guys like you, but you don't know which one to choose. Isn't it painful? I'm here to help you solve your pain. 3,000 weak waters. Only taking this one scoop of mine is enough. Tang Changyi laughed again. Just at this moment, the chef teacher came. Quiet in the room. We are now starting the class. Today we will first introduce you to the proper use of knives. Because the teacher had come to class, the class quieted down and listened to the teacher. Lin Chen and Tang Qingyi also stopped chatting. However, it could be seen that Tang Qingyi was in a good mood. After the teacher finished explaining the lesson, he started practicing. The first small classroom assignment was cutting tomatoes, as well as beating eggs. This was small potatoes for Lin Chen, who had already learned the common practice of scrambling eggs with tomatoes. After he washed the tomatoes, he started preparing to cut them. Then he noticed Tang Qingyi boiling water and then putting the tomatoes into the boiling water. Classmate Tang, what are you doing? Fishing the tomatoes once more to make it easier to peel the tomatoes. Why do you want to peel the tomatoes? It can make the tomatoes taste better, and it can also make the tomatoes better flavored. Lin Chen said with a smile. Don't make up all those falsehoods. The tomato skin contains a lot of lycopene. Lycopene has the role of anti-cancer and anti-aging. You remove the skin, it will lead to a large amount of loss of lycopene, and then there is no nutritive value in this tomato. Lin Chen's words have just finished. The teacher, who was inspecting the situation of the learners who do homework, spoke up and said, Lin Chen's students are right. Although it is said that everyone is worried about the pesticide and other residual problems on the skin surface of the tomato, but the tomato belongs to the family of fruits of the tomato family. There will not be any pesticide residue problems, and tomato skin is containing a large amount of lycopene, so do not peel the tomatoes when making tomato scrambled eggs more nutritious. Taste comes first for nutrition. Also, the skin of the tomatoes is very thin and doesn't affect the texture much. Okay, teacher. Got it, teacher. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, and Lin Chen, who had been praised by the teacher, smiled faintly, and when the teacher left, Lin Chen blinked his right eye at Tang Qingyi. How was it? I didn't expect you, a big man, to know these little bits of knowledge. Tang Qingyi spoke. I know a lot of things. If you want to understand me more deeply, you can add my WeChat and I'll tell you about it properly in detail. Tang Qingyi covered her mouth, learning from Lin Chen's tone of voice, and said with a smile, if you want to add my WeChat, just say so. I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, and immediately took out his own cell phone and put it in front of Tang Qingyi, saying, come on, classmate Tang, scan it. I don't have a cell phone. Is this your refusal to add my WeChat? You tell me your microsignal. I'll add you when I get back. Okay, my microsignal is my phone number, 153x. When you add me, remember to note that you're a Tang student. I'll be the first to pass when I see it. You mean, I do not note, you do not add me? No, look at me, so handsome, and so charming, charm countless young girls. Young men also want to worship me as a teacher, so every day to add my people burst. Not I brag, I open WeChat every day. New friends there are lying 100 plus. You put your microsignal settings a little more complicated, and then change to the cell phone cannot be searched, can only use the microsignal search to. Not this trouble? Tang classmate really deserves to be a senior student of Fudan University. Is smart. I turn back to set up my microsignal. You think about it now. Tell me. Then I'll go back and add your microsignal. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm afraid that if I say it, you won't be able to remember it at once. My memory is very good. Go ahead. Owe Enignagnaat. After listening to this string of English letters, Tang Qingyi glanced at Lin Chen, who looked back at her with a smile. Are you sure you want to use this string of English letters as a microsignal? Of course. What's the problem? It's not easy to memorize? It's okay. I'll write it down on paper for you. No, I've memorized it. Then you have a good memory. Next, it was class time again. The teacher lectured and the participants kept quiet. After one lesson, today's chef course was over. After class, Lin Chen greeted Tang Qingyi and left. This was because there was another big event at noon today, which was that the family was going to take a plane to play at the Juntop Winery on Penglai Island, so he had to go back. On the way home, he changed his microsignal to Owe Enignagnaat. but didn't immediately set it to only accept microsignal applications for friends, because he didn't know if Tang Qingyi really remembered this microsignal. He said, if he did, it would be interesting, because this microsignal of his, read in reverse, was, Tang Qingyi loves me, ha ha. Chapter 115, Chang Shang, Mama and Pepe are going on a date. On Xiao Muchio's side, she changed into the long lavender dress that Lin Yu gave her, as well as lavender sheepskin high heels, and a white sheepskin Chanel bag, wearing a pearl sweater chain and pearl earrings, and a black veil noblewoman hat, as well as the lipstick that Ingjinjin strongly requested to apply. Looking at her bright-eyed self in the mirror, she was a little close to not recognizing her. Her skin was very good. Even at the age of 30, that fair skin could be pinched out of water, completely not losing to a 20-year-old girl. Perhaps this was the reason for her natural beauty, so she didn't need to wear heavy makeup, just a trace of eyebrows, as well as a dot of vermilion lips, and she had a very high-class feeling. Ingjinjin, who was standing next to her, said with a sigh, Mucho, after you've dressed up like this, you're really wildly shaking off those movie queens and singing queens on TV, so beautiful that my heartbeat is going to stop beating. After your family's male god sees you later, he will definitely be overwhelmed by your beauty. You have to seize the opportunity tonight, and strive to take down your family's male god in one fell swoop. Then roll in bed, spend the night together, and have a big fat kid. Xiao Muchio tapped Ingjinjin's head with her fingertips. You're thinking so far ahead? She actually thought even further, even thought about naming the baby, and the baby going to kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, whether to read arts or science in high school at that time, what school to take in the college entrance exam and so on. All thought about it once. Her future, all stuffed by Lin Yu. Ingjinjin scratched her hair and said, it's not far, it's very close, maybe this time next year, I'll be an auntie. Ding ding. At this time Xiao Muchio's cell phone rang. Picking it up, it was Lin Yu calling. She picked it up. Brother Lin Yu. I'm at the door. Okay, I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Muchio took one more look at herself in the mirror to make sure she was neatly dressed, then turned her head to look at the kitten child surrounding her feet. She bent down and picked the kitten up, gently caressing her little head with her fingers and said, Chang Shang, you be good at home and wait for Mama to come back, because Mama is going to go on a date with your poop. Jinjin, take care of Chang Shang for me. No problem, just feel free to go on a date with your boy god. Speaking of this, Ingjinjin came back to Xiao Muchio's ear and whispered ambiguously, I've heard that the main purpose of a man giving a woman clothes is to take it off with his own hands. Xiao Muchio froze, then rejoiced inwardly. Did Brother Lin Yu mean this? If it's true, that would be great. On her face, she is still calm, lightly pushing away Ingjinjin who was flirting with her, then handing over Changsheng to Ingjinjin, saying, next time, I'll remember to talk to Zhuo Yingmin, and recommend him to send you more clothes. Ah, Xiao Muchio, you can't be like this. Xiao Muchio hooked her lips and smiled, twisting her small bag and shopping bag, stepping on her high heels and going out. Little bastard, dare to molest her? When Lin Yu saw Xiao Muchio walking out of the front door, he didn't recognize her at first glance. At the second glance, he opened the car door and walked out of the car. Going around the front of the car, he opened the door of the passenger seat on the right side of the car and said to Xiao Muchio who walked in front of him, Little Qiuqiu, you're so pretty today. When he chose this set of clothes before, he knew that Xiao Muchio would look beautiful when she wore it. He didn't expect that when he really put it on, it would be so beautiful. Very fairy-like, like a little fairy who had fallen into the red dust by mistake. The little girl who had grown up was really a big girl. When wearing camouflage uniforms, there is the valor of a woman in the army. When wearing his white shirt, there is the innocence and temptation of a girl. When wearing this fairy-like skirt, she was like a little fairy again. Girls were indeed the most adorable creatures in the world. Thank you Brother Lin Yu for the dress. I don't know if Brother Lin Yu was really thinking of taking off this dress with his own hands when he chose this dress for her. Boing boing. Can't think much about it. No need to say thank you to me. Get in the car. Today Lin Yu drove here by himself, without a driver. So after getting in the car, there were just Lin Yu and Xiao Muchio in the car. Today we go to Penglai's Junding Winery to play. We go directly to the airport. Xu Shuwei and the girls have a driver to drive them to the airport. Lin Yu said, good. Penglai is quite far away from Zhanghai. If you take a plane to go there, it will take 2 hours. It's noon now. Does this mean they're going to stay at the Juntop Winery tonight and not come back? Then she and Lin Yu would have more time together. Really going on a date. Heart sweetheart. She took out the shopping bag and said to Lin Yu, Brother Lin Yu, what's in here is your white shirt that I wore last time. I've already washed it and ironed it. Okay, just put it in the back seat. Good. When Xiao Muchio was about to put the shopping bag to the back seat, she looked at the shopping bag with a sly glance. The shopping bag was not only loaded with the white shirt, but also loaded with the t-shirt that she had prepared for a week. I don't know what kind of surprised expression Lin Yu's brother will have when he sees the t-shirt in the shopping bag. Will he see the red love hearts and the meat pads of the cat's paws she embroidered on the t-shirt? I'm looking forward to it. On Lin Chen's side, when he returns home, Lin Chuxue and the girls are all ready. Lin Chuxia only brought a laptop bag. Lin Shirhan brought a small bag. Lin Mengyao brought an 18-inch suitcase. And Lin Chuxue also brought an 18-inch suitcase. Lin Chen, go pack your things. We're leaving for the airport. Where's Dad? Dad went to the army to pick up my sister-in-law. Later on they'll go directly to the airport. The driver will drive us to the airport. Okay, I'll put my stuff away and then I can go. Lin Chen took out the questionnaire from his school bag and put it on the desk. Then went to the closet and took 2 pairs of underwear and put them in his school bag. Then stuffed the laptop and iPad into his school bag. Zipped it up. Picked up his school bag and ran to the living room. I'm packed. Big sister. Second sister. Why did you two bring 2 such big suitcases? I'll carry them for you. With that, Lin Chen took on the task of carrying the 2 suitcases. While pushing it out the door, he asked. Lin Mengyao smacked Lin Chen's shoulder. What's the point of asking so many questions? Hurry up and go. When a girl's family went out for a trip, and Dad had said that they were staying at the winery tonight, then of course they had more things to bring with them. In addition to toiletries, there are also clothes, as well as a variety of clothes to be photographed and changed, dresses, skirts, accessories, bags, as well as skincare products, sunscreen and so on. Things are naturally more. Don't look at Lin Chuxia only carrying a laptop. The other things are in Lin Mengyao's suitcase. Lin Shirhan's stuff is in Lin Chuxua's suitcase.